This time, on the 4th floor of Cork Island Dungeon. Ranked 16 on the overall rankings, peak sword, according to that. 8 top-ranked players and 200 members of the Guild Silver Knights. There is only 5 minutes left. Peak sword silently calculated that with this number of troops, we could attack an entire fortress but still felt too pressured. On the 4th floor of the Cork Island Dungeon, there is a boss that will appear every 2 weeks. Our side has fallen to him 5 times already. That's why over the past month we've been spending money and fighting like crazy to prepare for this battle. Someone announced that there were only 3 minutes left. Peak sword believes that even though I am stronger than before, I still cannot be confident. His army shouted loudly, "Intruder, intruder." Peak sword was extremely surprised. Huh? Who is that? Everyone looked towards the gate where the stranger was standing, looking at him so strangely. That guy's entire body was covered in only black. Peak sword looked. He didn't have any equipment other than a cloak. He just walked past the guards downstairs like that. Peak sword has another guess. Could it be that he is an assassin? But Peak sword changed his mind immediately. No assassin would appear so publicly. The system sounds the grid message. Searching for grid players, no results. Peak sword was extremely surprised. If I couldn't find him, then his name must not be on the rankings. The soldiers had many questions to ask Peak sword. But Peak sword had no face and thought that the guards let an anonymous person enter here. Are you trying to make fun of me? This is the exclusive area of the Silver Knights Guild. Peak sword said to that stranger, I don't know how you got in here, but we are having an important war right now. If you don't want to die, go back. This guy in black didn't want to answer Peak sword. Instead, he had other thoughts. Why did his stealth suddenly lose its effect? It turned out to be because of the Helgao area. He grabbed the black cloak outside. He wanted to take it off, so now he doesn't need this anymore. When the black cloak was released, the iron armor inside him appeared extremely perfect. The mighty tail is very exaggerated. This outfit is the first time those warriors have been seen. Countless people making noise. What's with that armor? It's terrible. Is it unique equipment? Is that tail a decoration? However, not everyone likes to admire the majesty of his armor. Now is not the time. Kick him out. Mr. Peak had just finished speaking when Helgao appeared. Lots of cursing around. Damn. Eyes burning with hatred. Majestic flames as if they would never go out. Sharp weapons. His head looked like a collection of giant cobras. This interface is as majestic as the bottom of a rising grave. Is Helgao, the master of hellfire. He appeared. The system announced at this time. Helgao's drumming was causing fear. Reduced awareness and weakness. Helgao's heat reduced fire resistance by 50%. Helgao uses a pillar of fire. Unable to bear the heat of that person's fire. They cause everyone who feels it to quickly reincarnate immediately. Peak sword stood high and far away from him at this moment as he looked at the number of his own troops. With just one move, half of our army was defeated. Peak sword thought about it. He had increased his fire resistance to 86%, but it still didn't work. I can't believe we failed again. Right now, the man wearing extremely splendid iron armor was walking towards Helgao. He said, let's go. Very aura of the male lead. Peak sword couldn't believe his eyes. He thought, what a joke, that fire blew away half of my army. Yet he was unharmed. He walked without fear before the master of hellfire. He opened an ocean blue orb. Peak sword didn't know what he wanted to do. Then, he took out a giant pickaxe. Peak sword was confused. That image, he was holding a pickaxe. Oh God, don't tell him it is. Are you planning on mining minerals right in front of Helgao? He kept digging dirt and coal at the same time. Oh my, it was so hot. Doing physical work was getting more and more difficult. What kind of mineral only appears at the same time as the boss? The digging guy was extremely enthusiastic but still did not forget to analyze the situation. If this is the case, next time I will have to switch to digging in the dragon cave. Suddenly he felt the heat becoming more and more likely to corrode his body. This isn't what you feel, it's what Peak sword is feeling. Helgao's direct hit towards him. Even if it's a god, it's not certain. Survive, but the truth is, Oh my god, he's still alive. This guy with that colorful armor is still standing tall. He even turned towards Peak Sword and said to him, "Hey uncle, aren't you planning on doing anything? It's hot here, but what's more?" Peak Sword quickly ignored his question. The thing Peak Sword is most concerned about right now is, why are you still standing so calmly? Hearing that, he quickly said, it's not difficult to understand. Is simply. Helgao's fire changing Peak Sword's face continued to attack. He gently said the effects of the equipment, that's right, calling the legendary blacksmith of this world, written down as Shin Youngwoo. The sound of footsteps walking quickly and then running on the ground. Youngwoo was being chased by a group of people. He ran for his life, thinking bitterly as he ran, saying he was using him, then forcing him to obey like a dog. And now he turns around and wants to kill me. What kind of use is this? But unfortunately, at this time he was slashed from behind by the knight. Youngwoo screamed, wondering if I will ever die here. At this time, Count Asher suddenly appeared and said, "Greedy brat, money has blinded you. You have abandoned the contract for money, betraying my trust." He was surprised when the Count suddenly appeared. He grimaced and said, "Although I don't have much hope for you, I still somewhat want you to complete the mission." He tried to suppress the pain and said, "I did as you told me, don't you want to reward me?" "Ha ha, of course there is. The reward for a disloyal person like you is death." His subordinates suddenly appeared right behind Youngwoo. Youngwoo was startled and looked behind him. He thought to himself, "Is that all? Just thinking that this is the ending I got when I had to risk my life for several months to carry out your damn mission. I don't mind, damn game. This is the most played virtual reality game in the world. Its name is Satisfy. With over 2 billion players worldwide, it is a world game. Expand to such a large extent. Can be called the second Earth. There are still countless unexplored areas, and it is located in a remote place that no one has ever been to. The southernmost cave, at the deepest part of this cave, is an area with equipment piled up like a giant mountain, and it will probably sink into oblivion until a player arrive. 1 hour ago, Youngwoo Warrior level 73, Grid is extremely excited, smiling from ear to ear, found it. Earl Asher's S-rank quest item, Legendary Blacksmith's Precious Book. He was so happy that he cried. It had been an arduous journey. Whoever did it would probably have to quit the game by now. I can't leave an S-rank quest halfway, not to mention how many levels I've dropped, and how many potions and equipment I've lost. Suddenly Count Asher's face appeared in his mind. Once I take the Sun Sword, I will never interact with that Asher again. Now I have the item. As soon as he touched the book, the system suddenly appeared, unknown, a situation that required Palalian eyes. Hearing that, Youngwoo panicked. Palalian's eyes, wait, if I remember correctly. Palalian's eye is a top-level appraisal item, as expensive as Landmark Fa. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. This game company is only good at sucking blood from players. Youngwoo sat down, holding his head and lamenting. How could he earn this much money as a salaryman? Do you know how much debt I owed playing this game? He stared at the book in his hand. It was probably fine to owe a little more now. Then he bought Palalian appraisal eyes, while appraising the legendary blacksmith's precious book. His body began to tremble. From the book emitted a blinding light. This is a legendary item, Pagma's precious book. This is a book containing the experiences of Pagma, a blacksmith who surpassed human limitations. By opening the book, you can change to Pagma's successor job. Your legendary reputation will increase, 500 across the entire continent. Youngwoo stood still for 5 seconds. You're so excited, it's a legendary item. It's so funny, I can change to the legend class. That means I will be the most imba, the most unique class. I'm struggling mentally. Stop daydreaming. You're here to do that mission. I'll regret leaving it like this. But never mind, let's just sell this thing. It's a rare item that's hard to find. There's no way some of it will sell for hundreds of millions. Thinking about the scene where I worked for rent to pay for games and school fees, the only thing I'm proud of is my perseverance. Yet, because his friends saw that he was so addicted to the game, they also stopped playing. Even his family ignored him because they thought he was a useless loser. But now it's over. Say goodbye to my life as a construction worker, everyone. I did it. Shin Youngwoo is now a rich man. Regardless of whether he had a guilty conscience or not, Youngwoo decided to sell the book. For money, he decided to quit the game to sell the book. But the system notification flashed in front of him. You can't exit the game here, making his face blank and not understanding what was going on. Earl Asher's secret request mission has changed to Earl Asher's wrath. You adventurers are all equally greedy. He panicked when he saw Earl Asher's frowning face. At this time, Count Asher was angry. Count Asher was very angry because you intended to run away with the book. He intended to kill you and take back the book. That is a fitting punishment for faithless people like you. Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but cleared his throat and shouted, "Shut up! So who is the one who reduced my reputation points to cheat on the reward?" Earl Asher said coldly. His defense was useless, and rushed forward to arrest him. His subordinates appeared right behind him. Youngwoo thought, could it be that months of hardship were all in exchange for this? I don't mind. When the night slashed, luckily Youngwoo dodged in time. He shouted, I will do everything to end this. I am still more or less level 73, I have the skills. First I will stop your movements, stun, shield. But the knight was no ordinary man. He raised his hand to stop and easily neutralized Youngwoo's stunning technique. Quite surprising, but he was not shocked. Suddenly, he remembered Pagma's book in his hand. He thought, if I die here, what will happen to the book? Won't it disappear? I can't complete the quest, I can't quit the game, and I can't even sell it. If you guys force me, then that's it. There's no other way. If we can't eat it, we'll knock it down. Seeing this, the Count quickly stopped him. He was trying to open the book. Stop him quickly. But it's too late, you damn scammer, you should have left me alone. Then he started opening Pagma's book, started changing careers. If you don't do it now, you'll die. It's a legendary class. Maybe if you become it, you'll be able to skip this mission. You have changed to the successor job of Pagma, legendary blacksmith. New notification appeared. German blacksmith craft skill was created. Reached maximum level. Inspection skill was created. Disassembly skill was created. Reached maximum level. Repair skill was created. Reached max level. All blacksmith skills have reached max level. Legendary blacksmith skill branch has opened. Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, wow, this is a production class. Does the game also force me to work, or is it because it's a legendary level class so I feel full of power? Looking at that Asher's panicked face made me happy. Now we accept all of these people, including that mission. When the system announced that the job was complete, Youngwoo smiled triumphantly and said, you guys are dead to me. At the same time, he also achieved the title of Legendary Mission Bearer. You are currently at level 1. While feeling proud, suddenly a knight's sword quickly stabbed forward, and in the end you died from being slashed. At that time, in the real world. According to the game operations team's report, the job change process took place 5 minutes ago. A man answered the phone and answered, got it, I will return to the company. The other end of the line rang, yes sir, I will prepare the meeting. When he turned off the phone, he was quite surprised. He had changed jobs, so early. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, really interesting. The crime of a young man who hasn't been able to do anything is already gone, and has been reduced to 2 levels, the current level is -1. Therefore, the mission fails, and you cannot enter the Patreon castle anymore. Every soldier in Patreon will kill you immediately, while still in the game before logging out. Youngwoo tried to say his last few words. He would really kill others if they did what he wanted. What's with that face? He was so aggressive just now. In my life, I give you one sentence. Never. Rude with others. Then he was thrown out of the game. After exiting the game, he sat on the virtual reality machine. His eyes were dark circles, his face was haggard due to playing the game for 3 months non-stop. It was really fun. I should have had hundreds of millions of money to spend, but I didn't know I was being ganked by my mother. Do you know what time it is? Transfer to the operating and development company Satisfy Group S.A. Down the hall a blonde girl stood there. She is Choi Nahi, Chief Executive Officer of Satisfy. The girl spoke up, greeting the president. From the car, a man stepped out and asked, "What was the matter of the job change 5 minutes ago? I didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen." "First I want to read the report. Is everything ready, Ms. Choi? This person is the head of ESA Group and the developer of Satisfy named Lim Chul-ho." Choi Nahi replied, "His it is grid, he is a level 73 warrior, currently at level -1, his real name is Shin Youngwoo. He changed jobs using Earl Asher's quest items, precious books of Pagma. Based on the information room's report, he is just an ordinary game addict. His most remarkable achievement is staying in one city for a year to increase his reputation, and playing in a level 200 area for 3 months no matter how many times he died, even though you told us to report everything related to him, related to the legendary class, but looking at this case, we feel it was just an accident not worth reporting." After finishing speaking, Lim Chul-ho spoke up, "Really, I think this guy's luck and tenacity are admirable. But he got this class purely by luck, so what does that mean, even though I think this is the management's fault?" I said that this luck was very interesting. Hearing what the chairman said, Ms. Choi was a bit bewildered. "Why?" He smiled and said, "As you know, according to the predictions of the supercomputer Morpheus and the development team, it will take up to 2 years for players to discover the southernmost cave in Pagma's precious books. However, that guy broke all predictions, found the cave and activated the quest chain to find the book. Can those phenomena be explained simply by luck? And there's another cool thing, negative levels. Normally, Asher's quests are only given after level 350, but the lower leveled grid changed jobs just because he didn't want to lose his items. Downgrading to level -1 is a heavy penalty that comes with changing jobs, legendary. Furthermore, the rule clearly states that you will lose 2 levels for failing one. Players below level 10 will not be affected by that rule, but he will be demoted to -1 because of special circumstances." Choi Nahi was shocked after hearing this. "Wait, that means..." "You understand, each level increase comes with 10 stat points. So far, he is the only level 1. It would take 2 level ups to reach level 1, meaning he would have a 20 stat point advantage over people of the same level. What if his luck has become obvious, and if it is obvious, is it related to his skills? That's possible. So this game is unbalanced, we have to fix it." At the player's suggestion, he shook his head. "No, there's no need to do that. Like you said, he's a pretty bad player, so there's no need to worry. Besides, Pagma's successor is weaker in combat than other legendary classes." Lim Chul-ho looked at the young man on the screen and suddenly shivered and fell silent, making Ms. Choi a bit confused. "What's wrong?" He shook his head at Nahi's confused expression. "No, it's okay, I'm going home now. Call me right away if there's anything you need to report." Lim Chul-ho then left the office. At this time, Shin Youngwoo was working part-time. "But going to work like a lost soul got you reprimanded, Mr. Shin Youngwoo, Mr. Shin Youngwoo, hey, Mr. Shin Youngwoo. Until someone else shook you again. He was calling you all this time. Go get your salary quickly." Looking at you sitting absent-mindedly made the boss uncomfortable. "Do it quickly and go home, brat." Seeing that, Youngwoo was startled and quickly stood up. "Oh yes, I'm sorry." The people around him gathered to say bad things. "I heard he was seriously addicted to games. No wonder you look so effeminate. But it doesn't seem like he can do anything. People say even a child is better than him. At such a young age it's all ruined." Taking a few of his meager wages, he went out to the park to sit, looking at the money in his hand, thinking that he had enough games. But suddenly those words just now appeared in Youngwoo's mind. All day long he only thought about loading the game. "You should be ashamed of yourself." Youngwoo was dissatisfied. He looked up at the sky and lamented, "I was planning to sell items to get money and live a little better, but it cost me hundreds of millions. I'm so close to success but still can't grasp it. I'm so incompetent, and I've dropped to -1 from level 37. At this moment, a luxury car passed him. That car belonged to Chairman Lim Chul-ho. He had just left the office and returned home. He was driving while thinking about Ms. Choi's words. "I don't see that player as having any value." That may be true. But I thought that was his greatest strength, until he realized that. Youngwoo still hasn't come home yet. He just sits there scratching his head, complaining, I guess I have to find another way, at least I can do it. Is there really nothing else I can do? Hey, just leave her alone. Now go play a game to relieve stress. Lim Chulho sitting in the car was smiling at this moment. His perseverance was so amazing. Shin Youngwoo sat in the game console and said, let's try again, even if I've lost everything, at least I should check out the new class. As long as the machine is working, we'll be fine, I'm counting on you. Saying that, he thought to himself, I will do everything I can to earn money. Very soon the game is connecting to the land of Satisfy. Soon Shin Youngwoo was transferred to this land. Looking at the barren landscape here, he wondered, where is this? It doesn't look like the cave from yesterday. I got kicked out of town. At this moment, Shin Youngwoo did not have any equipment on his body. He lifted his feet and walked forward, looking around and muttering, I have been plowing in Patreon for so long. I just betrayed a little and was chased away. It's too much to go. I have to quickly determine the new location. While talking about this, Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly noticed a mountain in the distance. Shin Youngwoo immediately rushed forward. He cautiously went inside, only to see a group of people dressed in extremely strange clothes surrounding a girl. Seeing this scene, he wondered suspiciously, what the heck, why is this place so dark? Having just said this, the system has displayed a new notification. You have entered Yatan Temple. Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo pursed his lips and thought, the temples are usually at level 150, I'm sorry. Thinking so, he immediately reread his current level, character name, grid, negative level 1, profession, Pagma's successor, title, bearer of a legendary mission. The health threshold does not exceed 200%, the movement speed is reduced by 100%, the use of skills is limited, and the rate of receiving weakening control effects becomes extremely high. Looking at this information, Shin Youngwoo angrily scolded, what kind of nonsense index is this? I actually leveled -1, so this is not an error. Speaking of which, he suddenly stopped, glanced at the skills below, such as the rate of having additional effects when creating items increased, the success rate when enhancing equipment increased, you can equip everything, optional item, but equipment may have its power reduced depending on the level of difference with the character, the rate of gaining fame points increases and the amount received increases sharply. The success rate of enchantment increases and the amount received increase. After reading these lines, Shin Youngwoo nodded with satisfaction and continued, but these extras look delicious. I can use the enhancement skills to make money. How about I try it? Looking at the equipment on my body, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in surprise, wow, I can wear the level 60 items I was planning to sell, even though they require 200 strength points to wear. But in return the power has been reduced. System notification with the content, applied nerf due to unmet equipment conditions, Mammon's Greatsword, attack power reduced by 30% and side effects reduced by 50%, Armor of Mengel, defense is reduced by 20% and side effects are reduced by 50%. Reading all this information, Shin Youngwoo said cautiously, but Mammon's Greatsword has an attack power of 200 and Mengel's armor has a defense of 130. Usually level 1 equipment will have an index of around 10, which means I'm 10 times stronger than them, time. Analyzing once like that, he happily thought to himself, ho ho, legendary class is different, I love you, I'm the happiest guy here. While thinking about this, Shin Youngwoo's whole body suddenly stopped, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. I thought, sweating, but wait, isn't this a dungeon of level 150? Meaning there are also monster camps of similar levels around here. What's with this weird situation? Looking at the people inside the temple, Shin Youngwoo silently pondered. If this is a Yatan temple, then those guys are Yatan believers, right? Are they doing a sacrificial ritual? Wandering around here is like committing suicide. If you accidentally meet a guy, daisies will immediately bloom. Just get out of here right now, I'll be safe. Having just muttered this, suddenly a hand was placed firmly on Shin Youngwoo's shoulder, causing him to freeze on the spot. Shin Youngwoo reacted very quickly and immediately raised his sword and made a strong swipe backwards. The person behind Shin Youngwoo stepped back a bit and then burst out laughing. Then slowly said, calm down, boy, swinging your sword like that might kill someone. I'm Count Steim's secret bodyguard, my name is Duran, from the way you look around, I'm probably not on their side. After knowing that the other person was not an enemy, the two immediately exchanged some information. After listening, Shin Youngwoo cautiously looked towards the girl lying on the altar, hesitantly speaking, "That girl is Count Steim's daughter, Irene?" Duran nodded and replied, "Yes, perhaps while I was on leave she was kidnapped." "This is a difficult situation, I would be happy to have your help." Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo was startled and exclaimed, "Ha, that is." While talking about this, the system suddenly popped up a new mission for Shin Youngwoo. Rescue the Count's daughter, S rank, rescue Irene within 1 hour, reward, 3,000 gold, the reward is billions, low salary, became son-in-law of an earl, failed, -2 levels. After reading this mission once, Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "Fuck, another S-rank mission. Is this guy an NPC?" At this moment, Duran next to him glanced at Shin Youngwoo and then spoke up in doubt, "Usually people who come here are affected by a state of fear, but not you. You must be very strong." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo asked confusedly, "Ha, is this place like that?" Asking that, he looked down at his hand, not daring to believe it and thinking, "There's no way a weak guy like me can be strong again. Do I have any other skills?" Apparently, thanks to the calmness point, this stat point cannot be added straight, has the effect of reducing the possibility of being affected by a negative effect and quickly recovering if hit. Shin Youngwoo thinks he should quickly learn more about the characteristics of this class. Thinking for a while, Duran suddenly turned around and smiled and said, "Thinking that you will help me in this mission. Thank you for accepting the offer." Shin Youngwoo heard that and calmly replied, "I don't like doing that." Duran was stunned for a moment, then without paying much attention said, "Let's do it." Shin Youngwoo firmly refused and then turned away. Seeing that he was about to run, Duran quickly stopped him and asked, "Wait, don't tell me you'll force me to face the dark magicians alone." Shin Youngwoo shrugged and said calmly, "Who knows anything?" Saying that, he frowned and thought, 3,000 gold is nice, but I also became like this because of doing an S-class mission, so don't be stupid to admit it. Duran by his side still did not give up and continued to persuade, but he was a super strong hero who could resist the pressure from the temple. Without him, the rescue would be lost. Help him. Shin Youngwoo angrily turned around and shouted loudly, "I was lucky to avoid the effect. I am negative level 1. If I fail I will go down to negative level 3. Duran did not listen to these words at all, but still begged, "Please help him. The princess's life is in danger." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo immediately replied, "So my life isn't in danger, don't bother me anymore." Duran refused to let go and continued to say, "Don't lie, I know you are very strong." Talking about this, on the side of the altar, suddenly a person fell down. Fresh blood flowed from this person's head profusely. At this moment, the system notification rang again, accepting the mission to rescue the Count's daughter, S level. Hearing this notification, Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What? Why?" Duran, who was next to him, heard Shin Youngwoo's question and frowned seriously and said, "Because you killed the Yatan people, now we have developed a comradeship." Shin Youngwoo shouted angrily, bouncing his butt. Duran didn't care much. He continued to say, "Their enemies are a bunch of fanatical apostles who regularly sacrifice people. They have surrounded the sacrificial table, so it won't be easy for us to get past. Fate is inevitable. We only have to love each other to live. I will clear the way, and you will save the princess." On the other side, the Yatan fanatics discovered two people, Shin Youngwoo and Duran. One of them shouted an order. They killed a follower of Almighty Lord Yatan. Kill them. Looking at a group of people rushing towards him, Shin Youngwoo stood behind Duran and said a little tremblingly, "There are too many of them." "Good." Looking at the group of Yatan fanatics rushing towards him, Shin Youngwoo thought in horror. Even if he was fully equipped, his fighting power was still limited to the level of a third-level player. They tapped lightly. Baby died immediately. Damn, does she have to go on the board to count stars? On the opposite side, the leader of the Yatan fanatics clutched his weapon in his hand, looked at Duran and shouted loudly, "Heretic, kill him." Duran reacted very quickly. Holding several flying knives in his hands, he threw them hard at that group of fanatics. Beat them to the left and right. Fresh blood splashed all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo sweated and thought, wow, in such a narrow space, the uncle moves so quickly and skillfully, he has a chance to live. While thinking about this, another group of fanatics rushed out from behind him. They rushed forward and shouted, heretics, kill them. Seeing this situation, Shin Youngwoo cried out with a black face, he was wrong. Duran next to him also felt bad. He turned his head slightly and said, if you keep fighting like this, you won't get anywhere. You think so too, right? Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo shook his head and said, I don't. Before he could finish his sentence, Duran reached out and pushed Shin Youngwoo once and said softly, he knew he was planning to launch a move to kill everyone. When Shin Youngwoo was pushed to the front line, he was so scared that he couldn't say anything. Duran saw that he was still standing there, then lifted his leg and kicked him forward. Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but scream in terror, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Seeing that the opponent was about to fall face down on the ground, Duran quickly raised his hand to create a spell and then shouted loudly. Shin Youngwoo's whole body immediately stopped and floated above the ground. Duran came to stand next to Shin Youngwoo and slowly explained, it is a simple magic to protect us when falling from a high place. You probably know that already, right? Shin Youngwoo didn't know. He was annoyed and scolded, heck, why don't you use any magic to trust other people's words? After scolding him, he immediately stood up. After stabilizing his body, Shin Youngwoo patted his chest, exhaled a breath and gratefully said, thank you. Finally able to breathe, Duran, who was next to him, heard that and replied indifferently, instead of thanking him, why don't you go all out from now on? Because now is the time to fight. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and followed Duran's line of sight, only to see Princess Irene being placed on the altar, and the surrounding Yatan fanatics were mumbling and chastising the group, heresy with magic, oh spirits of hell, bring your resentment here. Seeing this situation, Shin Youngwoo frowned and asked, what magic are they doing? Standing in front, Duran is neither fast nor slow, speaks black magic, and is also unpleasant to handle, but do you think I will leave it alone? As soon as he said this, he immediately waved his hand. Countless throwing knives shot straight from his hand towards the Yatan followers, causing them to stagger and stagger, splashing blood. Seeing that the situation was not good, a Yatan follower immediately shouted, TSK, he is killing my mage. Children of Yatan, buy me time, we will destroy the heretics. Looking at the scene ahead, Shin Youngwoo stood behind and thought to himself, each of them must be around level 150, yet the uncle is facing it alone. Duran, you are amazing. I can pass this quest only thanks to NPCs, so what I can do is cheer. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately raised his hands high and shouted loudly, come on, Duran, my sunshine, my hope. Hearing that, Duran was speechless and didn't know what to say. At this moment, at the altar, a layer of powerful magic erupted, followed by the majestic shouts of the fanatics, destroy your mind, forget your will, become my puppet. Hearing these words, Duran exclaimed in horror, damn, are they done? Behind him, looking at this scene, Shin Youngwoo thought embarrassedly, guys, I actually want to join Yatan. On the other side, a believer suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, this is the end for you heretics, and now I will. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying power erupted around Duran's body. He spread his arms and shouted loudly, I, Duran, Steim's shadow, respectfully swear that he will complete his duties as a family guard. As soon as these words ended, Duran's fists were strongly raised and punched forward. Shin Youngwoo saw this and thought in horror, the uncle had repelled the black magic. Could it be that the uncle was an NPC with a name? The group of fanatics felt a terrible force coming towards them and exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? Preparing the spell again. How could Duran let them turn on him so easily? He swung his throwing knife and shouted loudly, how dare the cultists harm the Steim family? Don't even dream about that. Seeing countless sharp flying knives rushing towards him, this group of fanatics quickly raised their hands to create a protective shield. This layer of defense was extremely strong, repelling all of Duran's flying knives. When he saw that, he widened his eyes in suspicion and said, a shield. Having just said this, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the space here. Today you are lucky. Hearing this sound, Shin Youngwoo suddenly stopped for a moment. He turned his head towards the source of the sound, only to see a woman holding a staff in her hand, slowly walking out from a hidden corner. She glanced at Shin Youngwoo once and then continued speaking slowly. But it was worth it. Unfortunately you have to give up. My S-rank mission is to protect this ritual. But facing an NPC with a name like Duran makes me feel excited. Are you worthy to be my Yura's opponent? The person who just appeared has the id Yura, nicknamed the Blood Witch. She is a Korean player who holds the top position in the Dark Mage rankings, as well as 5th place in the overall rankings. She is also a celebrity who often appears on television, thanks to her beautiful beauty and outstanding ability. Thanks to her superior senses and skillful control, she can combine various types of magic together, surpassing the limits of a dark magician. What is she doing here? Type of magic together, surpassing the limits of a dark magician. What is she doing here? On the opposite side, Yura raised his staff, smirked and said, I never thought I would have to face Duran on a mission to hinder intruders. How interesting. As soon as these words finished, powerful streams of blood magic roared out to attack Shin Youngwoo and Duran, causing the two of them to constantly dodge. Yura leisurely stood in one place, glanced at Shin Youngwoo and asked, so you are the one who activated the S-level mission? Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo was filled with doubt. He remained silent and said nothing. Yura didn't bother to pay attention to his attitude. She continued to say, this is the only place where we can practice new skills without fear of being punished. The media looked at you. You really surprised me. But only with Mongol armor and Mammon sword, and level 80 is it too difficult? Hearing these words from Yura, Shin Youngwoo tightly grasped the Mammon sword in his hand. He thought to himself, she guessed my level wrong, but the ranking people are really scary. However, I still have. Thinking of this, Shin Youngwoo immediately glanced at Duran standing next to him, smirked and said to Yura, don't tremble after listening. This Uncle Duran is an NPC with a name. Even if you're a ranked person, you'll still lose. Hearing these words, Yura's body erupted with a thick layer of demonic blood. She gritted her teeth and said, I was planning on making you my opponent. Let's celebrate our 230 level milestone. Duran was too lazy to listen to the other person's words. He tightly grasped the throwing knife in his hand and rushed forward while shouting, come on, warrior. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo cried out in panic 2 times. Duran replied coldly, if you just stand still you won't be able to do anything. Just by moving forward. Only we can win this battle. As soon as these words finished, a powerful stream of magic flared up around Duran's body and then shot straight towards where Yura was standing. Yura also quickly raised her hand to block this attack. She faintly said, it's true, your actions are equivalent to an NPC who has upgraded his class for the 3rd time, but you are not my type. Don't fly around in front of me anymore. As soon as her words stopped, Duran's legs seemed to be pinned down, completely unable to move. But he soon escaped Yura's control, once again jumped up and shouted contemptuously, it's no use, try this. As soon as these words came out, a sharp flying knife in Duran's hand rushed forward at an incredible speed. Yura didn't show any signs of fear. She leisurely swung her staff to block Duran's attack and said, even though you're tired by now, it's still impressive. Duran heard this provocation and replied coldly, I still have enough strength to take down this thing. Before he could finish his sentence, an amazing stream of magic fell on his head. He exclaimed in horror, is this magic attack? Yura opened her hand. Magic continuously poured out from her palm. She glanced at Duran, said with disdain, you can thank me. Your body feels light after I drain your blood. As soon as these words came out, Duran's body seemed to be punctured. Fresh blood rushed out and flowed strongly into Yura's palm. Duran cried out in pain. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo's sweat dropped and thought, this is too bad. At this rate my uncle will die. If you die then I will die too. While thinking about this, Yura on the opposite side suddenly laughed and continued, this is a high-level skill that consumes 30% of my mana. With it you will. Before he could finish his sentence, Duran, who was still weak just now, suddenly burst into golden magic around his body. He raised his hand. On his finger was a ring radiating amazing power. He said in a harsh voice, you are too arrogant, young dark witch, let me show you the power that has protected the family for hundreds of people, this year. As soon as she saw the ring on the other person's hand, Yura cried out in horror, you forcibly cancelled a level 220 spell. Shin Youngwoo was also worried and asked, are you okay, what happened? Duran looked at the ring in his hand, raised his eyebrows and replied, thanks to this ring, it activates itself at times of danger. Its effect is to purify the curse and restore health. Hearing the use of the ring, Shin Youngwoo said greedily, give it to me. Hearing that, Duran turned around and said in disgust, if you don't do it, don't ask for food. Having said that, he immediately looked at Yura, then said seriously, but it won't help me become immortal, I have to hurry up, fight with me warrior. As soon as these words ended, Duran once again waved his hand. Countless sharp throwing knives were released by him and rushed straight towards Yura. Looking at this scene, she gritted her teeth and thought, he is stronger than she thought. Even if I have a last resort, I have no choice but to use it. So what about that stupid guy over there? But what can a low-ranking guy do just by threatening him and making him pee? The stupid Shin Youngwoo was still standing there trembling. Suddenly he noticed that the group of fanatical followers of Yatan who had just been beaten to death suddenly revived and stood up. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in horror, Uncle Duran, the fanatics have revived. Hearing these words, Yura cursed in disgust, pathetic guy, how long is he going to hang on to NPCs to do missions? Now is the time. After scolding, she raised her staff high and cleared her throat to shout loudly, O great Lord of Darkness, or spread fear and suffering into the hearts of enemies and release power. Duran, I'll end this now, the ultimate attack is charged with all mana. Black wind. As soon as these words finished, Yura's amazing magic power roared towards the two people Shin Youngwoo and Duran were standing. Looking at this scene, Duran thought to himself in horror, I will, in the Yatan Palace, a bright red light shined like blood. Right at this critical moment, Shin Youngwoo suddenly rushed forward to block Duran's body. Yatan Temple made a loud shaking sound, smoke and dust covered the whole place. Leaning down on the staff, Yura said suspiciously, don't tell me this attack will knock down the entire temple, but I've used all my strength, there's no way they can survive. Before he could finish his sentence, the silhouettes of Shin Youngwoo and Duran appeared right in front of Yura. Seeing this scene, she couldn't believe it and thought, he received a direct hit and was completely unscathed. There's no way I wouldn't know a player like that, this guy, who is he? After Yura's blow, Shin Youngwoo was still standing there without the slightest bit of damage. Looking at his health bar, Shin Youngwoo thought in horror, I only have 1 health left, even with that attack. As soon as he sadly thought about this, his eyes suddenly opened wide and glowed. He silently exclaimed, that's right, survival. When your health drops to its lowest level, you will negate all damage for 5 seconds. Shin Youngwoo smiled happily and thought, the baby is still alive. On the opposite side, Yura couldn't believe it and thought to herself, what is he? Isn't it just level 80, still? Laugh again, there's no way I wouldn't know a player like that, this guy, who is he? There's no way I wouldn't know a player like that, this guy, who is he? At this moment, Duran suddenly jumped on Shin Youngwoo's back and used his strength to fly up. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, I already told you. You must step forward to win. Yura quickly regained her lost expression. She gritted her teeth and raised her hand to shoot out a stream of magic, saying contemptuously, ha, this is your final death blow, don't look down on me. Crystal shield. Looking at the shield that was gradually forming in front of him, Duran scolded softly, damn it, she can still use her moves. But that was just an appearance, Yura had already reached her limit at this point, she told herself to quickly resolve everything before it was too late. But nothing has been resolved yet. Shin Youngwoo in front of him suddenly disappeared, Yura's eyes widened in surprise, he just exited the game, but he still stood there watching even though he was that strong. Who exactly is this guy? In the real world, Shin Youngwoo opened his eyes and exited the game. The game's announcement loudly rang in his ears, you are dead, you have lost 2 levels, the current level is -3. You will not be able to log into the game for the next 12 hours because you have died twice in a row in 20 hours. Remembering the step on Duran's back just now, Shin Youngwoo scolded in pain. I was killed by my teammates, Duran, you bastard. But right now inside the game, looking at the staff stuck in the ground, Yura was still immersed in her own thoughts. He gave this task to me, why does he dare to despise me like that? I have to search for him, I can't find him. The next day, an unknown player was nicknamed by the gaming community Ghost of Yatan Temple. Sitting in the compartment of the game console, Shin Youngwoo scratched his head and lamented, damn Duran, how dare you drag me into the mission and then kick me to death? What kind of NPC is that? This is all Yura's fault. If she hadn't appeared, everything would have gone smoothly. But I can't help it, the game is where the strong win, the weak lose, so they keep their mouths shut, they have to think calmly. After thinking for a long time, Shin Youngwoo suddenly got up and started writing a player message board on the screen with content like Yura is trash, interfering with low-level players' missions. Yura in real life is just normal, the mole on the nose is also very stupid. While writing this content, Shin Youngwoo happily thought to himself, I am. He's the youngest guy in the district, die Yura. Yura, whore. As he was engrossed in writing, Shin Youngwoo didn't notice someone walking up to him, leaning closer and inexplicably exclaiming, Big Brother is having a fit again. Shin Youngwoo was startled and screamed loudly. The person who just appeared was Shin Sei-hee, his younger sister, 17 years old this year. The little girl put her hands on her hips and spoke in disgust, oh my god, you're really beyond help, clean up your room, it stinks in here. Look at his dirty hair, he hasn't washed his hair in so long, how did he become like this? Looking at his sister who was trying to clean up and grumbling next to him, Shin Youngwoo blacked out and shouted, hey, those things don't need to be cleaned, why are you coming into my room in the middle of the night? Seeing that she didn't have to clean up anymore, Shin Sei-hee immediately threw down the trash bag in her hand. She glanced at Shin Youngwoo's glowing game screen and asked curiously, and hey, you can really make money with this game? Ah, Shin Youngwoo heard that and smiled and replied, there are 2 billion players, if you play well, you might become a tycoon. Shin Sei-hee pouted, she paid attention to the content on the screen, stammering out, Yura, trash, disgusting and rotten. Hearing the girl read like that, Shin Youngwoo was startled and immediately pointed to his right hand, calmly saying, it was my hand that did it, not him. Shin Sei-hee didn't believe it. She turned around and walked out the door, sticking out her tongue and saying, my brother does such things, it's so disappointing, being misunderstood like that. Shin Youngwoo immediately shouted, no, it's not what you think. Shin Sei-hee didn't bother to turn around and walked away. Shin Youngwoo turned black and angrily thought to herself, Yura, it's because of you that I'm now looked down upon by my sister like that. Tomorrow morning. Outside the living room, Shin Youngwoo turned on the TV and spoke, while his parents went to work and he went to school, let's put a bowl of noodles together and watch TV. On the TV screen was an image of a reporter standing in an extremely barren land. This reporter said, I'm Lee Kyung-min from Satisfy News Channel, I went directly to the scene to collect news. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo stopped eating, a bit puzzled, and thought to himself, I changed 10 channels and all 11 channels talked about Satisfy, I'm famous, not joking. If I were famous, maybe I would be able to eat noodles on that tables lined with piles of money. It's hard to dream now. Thinking like that, reporter Lee Kyung-min's voice rang out, pulling Shin Youngwoo back to reality. I am currently at Yatan Temple, in the south of Eternal Kingdom. As you saw, last night it was destroyed. Collapse. What happened here? Seeing the image on TV, the food in Shin Youngwoo's mouth immediately spat out. He cried out in horror. That was, the voice of reporter Lee Kyung-min continued to echo steadily. After investigating, we found a clue from a familiar name. The main cause of the accident was none other than the 5th place of the overall rankings, the dark magician Yura. Looking at the condition of the temple, we believe that a battle took place here. Haunted Yura, looking at the condition of the temple, we believe that a battle took place here. Now let's interview some witnesses of the accident. A witness with short hair came out, scared to speak. Yesterday I was being chased by a monster when I heard a loud noise, and I saw Miss Yura shooting a super powerful magic at someone. Yura is super beautiful. Hearing what this person said, reporter Lee Kyung-min helplessly exclaimed, "Sorry, I'm off topic." The other person was startled, a bit shyly returned to the main story, but then something even more terrible happened. Yura seemed to have used the ultimate magic. But the attacked man still stood firm without any scratches. Hearing this, reporter Lee Kyung-min exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, if so then he must be a top ranker, can't you recognize famous people?" This witness heard this and said in bewilderment, "I was busy looking at Yura and died from being crushed by rocks." Reporter Lee Kyung-min saw that and didn't ask much more. He nodded and thanked the person in front of him, then continued to face the camera and said, "All players around the world have the same question, who is this person, sitting at home after watching this news?" Shin Youngwoo stuttered in horror, "Am I famous?" On TV, the man looked straight at the camera and spoke seriously, "My name is Lee Kyung-min, a reporter from Satisfy News Channel. I went directly to the scene to collect news. I'm currently live at Yatan Temple in the south of Eternal Kingdom." Pausing for a moment, Lee Kyung-min pointed to the rubble behind him before continuing, "As you saw, last night it collapsed. The main cause of the accident was none other than the 5th place of the overall rankings, the dark magician Yura. Looking at the condition of the temple, we believe that a battle took place here. Now, let's interview some witnesses to the accident." The interviewee was a girl with short hair. Her face was filled with fear and trembling. "Yesterday I was being chased by a monster when I heard a loud noise, and I saw Yura shooting a gun, super powerful magic on some guy. But then something even more terrible happened. Miss Yura seemed to have used the ultimate magic. But the attacked man still stood firm without any scratches." Hearing this person say that, Lee Kyung-min exclaimed incredulously, "Wait, if so then he must be a top ranker." The person mentioned was none other than Shin Youngwoo. He was sitting at home eating noodles and watching the news. When he heard someone else mention him, he immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Am I famous?" Shin Youngwoo couldn't hide his joy and thought, "He's rich." Reaching for the phone on the table, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in an extremely excited tone, "What a miracle, ha ha, turns out death isn't bad, life is fair." After saying that, he immediately dialed a number to call someone. The other end of the line quickly picked up. When he received the signal, he immediately spoke, "Hello, yes, is it the customer care center? Can I understand? I want to tell the news channel, the guy in the Yatan temple is me." The other end of the line heard that and immediately confirmed, "What is his character's name?" Shin Youngwoo happily replied, "It's Grid." The other end of the line continued to ask, "What is the level?" "A level -3, Shin Youngwoo said. As soon as he heard this answer, the other end of the line immediately turned off the phone. The beeping sound echoed continuously in the phone. Shin Youngwoo froze on the spot. He sullenly sat down and complained, "It was all because of that bitch Yura." At this time, the sound of reporter Lee Kyung-min is still being broadcast on TV. Finally, we have a picture from the scene. Please watch. Shin Youngwoo was extremely depressed. Hearing this, he still couldn't hide his curiosity and looked up, only to see on the screen the image of Princess Irene helping Uncle Duran out of the ruins and smoke. Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "Duran, did you save Irene? But it doesn't look too good." "It's true, I weighed the Yura alone." Looking at the image of Duran on the screen collapsing and gradually disappearing, Irene next to him sobbing, Shin Youngwoo was startled and thought, "Duran, so you are dead. Even though you're an NPC, you're still a good person. A good person with a nice ring. You should probably give it to me." Shin Youngwoo thought about the ring on Duran's hand with longing eyes. After a while, he ignored everything and stopped thinking about it, climbed up on the chair, hugged his pillow, lay down and started complaining, going to sleep. The TV news continues to be broadcast regularly. This time the host is changed to a girl. She smiles and says, "Next is the breaking news Satisfy. Today, we have the opportunity to meet someone, is attracting attention recently. Please introduce yourself to the audience." The person mentioned raised his leg and stepped out, looked straight at the camera and raised his mouth to say, "How are you? Everyone knows me, I'm Katz, a level 203 warrior from Japan." Shin Youngwoo closed his eyes and lay there. As soon as he heard this name, he immediately hated and thought to himself, it's Cats. It seems he's famous for being an asshole. I heard he's the son of the president of some corporation. The way he talks is really annoying. On the screen, the host continued to ask questions. Cats' overall ranking suddenly increased 53 places. Everyone wanted to know his secret. Hearing that, Cats was extremely pleased and exclaimed loudly, then said, is that so? The host nodded and said, yes, you have increased 30 levels in 3 months. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo couldn't hide his surprise and sat up. He exclaimed in horror, how is that possible? It took me a whole year to get to level 70. At this time on TV, Cat suddenly put his hands up and frowned and asked, wait, if this is a Korean channel, the top player in Korea is Yura, right? The host nodded and replied, yes, that's right. Hearing that, Cats immediately pointed his finger forward, his tone extremely boastful, and said, listen Yura, your time is over. I will be number 1 on the overall rankings and I will trample on your pride. Shin Youngwoo just heard it and felt sick to his stomach. He despised Cats so much. He thought to himself, how can a 53rd ranked guy be able to do anything to a 5th ranked person? Heck, even though I don't like her at all, she really is what a monster. Thinking of this, on TV that Cats got back to the heart of the matter. He said, you guys want to know my secret? It's all thanks to this sword. Having said that, he took out his sword. The sword looked quite long, and on the outside were red borders that matched the clothes he was wearing. Shin Youngwoo glanced at the sword on TV and thought to himself, it looks good, but isn't it a bit ordinary? Just thinking like that, Cats immediately waved his hand in enthusiasm and said, let's see with your own eyes whether I'm lying or not. Following his movements, extremely dazzling red sparks suddenly flashed around the sword. Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo was quite surprised and thought, what's with that ugly sword? As if understanding what he meant, Cats immediately opened his mouth to explain, this is my internal skill. Any weapon in my hand will turn into this form, and on top of that I will receive additional lifesteal proportional to attack power. The more you attack, the more health you receive and significantly increases your hunting speed. Hearing these words, the host suddenly stepped aside in fear. She trembled and asked, but I have never heard of this type of skill. Cat stood next to him, lifted his chin and shrugged, saying, of course not, I only received it 3 months ago. It's called the Blood Warrior. It's my epic class. Epic is a class second only to legendary. Hearing what Cat said, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and thought, yet another hidden class, but the class's skills alone helped him level up so quickly. I also want to try it. What Shin Youngwoo wants to try is Pagma's successor. The scene has changed. Now instead of sitting at home staring at the TV, Shin Youngwoo has once again entered the game. He is currently in Barren Town. Standing looking at the scene here for a while, Shin Youngwoo suddenly felt a bit familiar. He said softly, I think I've been here before on an Asher mission. It seems like I wasn't revived at the temple because I'm already their enemy. Speaking of this, suddenly in the crowd in the distance, someone opened his mouth and shouted loudly, we are recruiting magicians of level 130 or higher to go to the Mubade ruins. As soon as these words ended, invitations rang out from others non-stop. We recruited players of level 200 or higher to attack the jungle guards. We would mine blue or a calcamore. Shin Youngwoo listened to what they said and was stunned. He silently said, wow, they only recruit players above level 100, but because there are only monster camps above level 100 around here, that's why. But a negative level guy like me would starve to death in here, so we have to go to a suitable place first. Saying that, Shin Youngwoo immediately looked around and suddenly saw a horse carriage not far away. The owner of the carriage was lying on it leisurely drinking water. Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly glowed. He immediately exclaimed, that's right, horse carriage. Riding a horse carriage is the safest. Shin Youngwoo approached the car owner, shyly asked, sorry, are you free? I want to go to the safest town that's close by. When the car owner heard that, he exclaimed loudly, then nodded and said, yes, newbies should go to Winston Village, which is a good land for birds to perch on. 10 gold, my dear. Hearing this amount of money, Shin Youngwoo panicked and stammered, wait a minute. He checked the money again and discovered that his current amount was pitifully small, 3 gold and 11 silver. His whole body trembled, his face darkened as he thought, he knew right away. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Shin Youngwoo was shouted at by the hated car owner. When Shin Youngwoo heard that, he was puzzled and asked, "You haven't said anything yet?" The car owner looked at him with contemptuous eyes and said, "Are you going to say your mother is seriously ill?" Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo immediately pushed the boat and nodded obediently. Immediately after that he was told to go away. At this point, there was really no other way. Shin Youngwoo had to turn around and leave. He sat down on the ground, his back leaning against the wall, tears streaming down his eyes, extremely sad and complaining, "You bastard, cruel guy." Shin Youngwoo sat down on the ground, short tears, long tears blaming the carriage owner. He was a dirty, cruel person. Should he have to wait to die here? Shin Youngwoo scratched his head, thinking back to the past and getting angry. Hey, if it weren't for that old Asher, I wouldn't have to live as a beggar. Do you know how much money I spent on that mission? Now I'm just a useless class with level -3. Before he could fully express his feelings, Shin Youngwoo suddenly remembered something. He opened his eyes and thought, wait, that's right, I'm Pagma's descendant. If I craft items, I will both earn money and level up. Finally there is hope. Thinking about doing it, Shin Youngwoo immediately regained his composure. He went to an empty alley, looked around for a while and then softly said, "No matter what you do, you have to be discreet first. Be careful, master blacksmithing skills. The properties of all items increased by 10%. So when I craft items, my stats and reputation also increase. If Shin Youngwoo creates a rare item, all stats add 2, fame adds 30. If he creates an epic item, all stats add 4, fame adds 80. If he creates a unique item, all stats add 12, fame is 300. Creating a legendary item with all stats plus 25, fame plus 1000. Shin Youngwoo's skill ratings are currently, Legendary Blacksmithing Skill Level 1, Master Blacksmithing Skill Maxed, Advanced Blacksmithing Technique, Maxed, Intermediate Blacksmithing Technique, Maxed, Blacksmithing Technique Basic is also Maximum. Looking at the skill board in front of him, Shin Youngwoo's eyes glowed. He happily exclaimed, "I started with the Master skill at maximum level and Legendary at level 1. I heard that the best blacksmith players are also only intermediate level, so voluptuous. The most attractive thing is the crafting skill that helps me have a unique method of making items. The information of the Legendary Blacksmith's crafting skill is as follows. Every time this skill levels up, you can create 3 unique item crafting methods." After reading this line of information, Shin Youngwoo excitedly exclaimed, "Now I have 3 tries, I can't do it." Saying so, he thought to himself, if the epic class is already that good, then my legendary class claims they have no age. Soon the game announcement sounded. The Legendary Blacksmith's crafting skill was activated. Please choose the type of item you want to make. Hearing this sound, Shin Youngwoo was so excited that he immediately said, "Of course it will be the main sword. The stronger the sword, the faster and easier it will be to hunt monsters and level up." After selecting the item, the notification screen will appear again. Please select the crafting materials. Shin Youngwoo frowned slightly and cautiously said, "The material, of course it's strong." That's right, that blue orichalcum from before. After determining the material, a new message will appear. Please design the item and describe its characteristics. Looking at the design board appearing in front of him, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Ha, did it yourself?" Saying that, he immediately raised his hand, extremely excited while designing and mumbling. He wanted it to be cool and big, strong, like a shark, heavy but light, somewhat dark but sparkling. The attack power is over 10 million. Every time he swings his sword, meteorites fall, ignoring all defenses to hit to death. Soon the design was completed. It did look quite similar to a shark. Shin Youngwoo looked at the design board he created himself. Full of excitement and admiration, so cool, like a cross between a shark and an anchovy. After selecting the sword design, it is automatically completed and adjusted based on the combination of characteristics, properties and materials. Shin Youngwoo saw the auto-completed words and was dumbfounded and thought, "The system is automatically adjusting. It seems like I over-described it, but why are there so many screens with numbers around?" Shin Youngwoo was wondering when those screens seemed to project outwards. Then the system notification sounds again, the process is completed. Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo's eyes widened, he couldn't believe it and thought to himself, how can I suddenly understand all that information? This is a new design drawing, it's because of the class effect, it feels like I'm a real blacksmith. The newly crafted extremely sharp sword appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. After looking at it for a while, he couldn't help but put his hand over his mouth and softly exclaimed, the durability is 1090 with the strength, attack is 1820, defense is 80, agility is increased by 50, you're on fire. All the characteristics I cut out have been adjusted, but there are many more. Other properties include, has a low chance of blocking enemy attacks, has a certain chance of activating the 5 heavy strike skill, has a high chance of activating the cutting skill, increases attack power by 20% attack in dark places, but requires the character to be over level 300. Now all Shin Youngwoo has to do is get the blue or a Calcamore from the group of jungle guards. But to join the group you have to be above level 200. Reading the information board in front of him once again, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed with some confusion, oh wait, leaving aside the issue of materials, what kind of unreasonable character requirements is this? Level 300, strength over 5000, high-level swordsman skills, level 8 or higher, weight 550, but the problem is that the player at the top of the overall rankings is only level 250. Shin Youngwoo clenched his teeth, silently thinking, adding that even if he put all the skill points into the strength index, it wouldn't be enough to reach 5000, and in the end, the best blacksmith player would only have average skills, level, to achieve level 8 advanced sword skills then. Absolutely not possible. It was like that for a while. Shin Youngwoo cursed in disgust. In other words, it's just a piece of iron with super skills, the main body of a dark shark sword or something. It's just a pile of shit. Being so sad, Shin Youngwoo suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, wait, it's not like I can't use it. I'm not affected by the equipment requirements. Even the clothes I'm wearing are the same. Although it will be nerfed because it does not meet the equipment requirements, this sword is still an op item, as long as you can make it. Shin Youngwoo let out a breath and tiredly stood up on his hands and knees. He thought, okay, I've set my goal, I have to bravely join the jungle guards. And just eat it. Why would you rush to the front lines to die if you're level 3? Shin Youngwoo quickly went to meet the leader of the jungle guards. Looking at the person in front of him, the captain of the jungle guard asked suspiciously, why, do you want to join my group? No, I won't allow it. Hearing this answer, Shin Youngwoo puzzled and asked again, why? The captain shrugged and calmly replied, this party requires a minimum of level 190, looking at his equipment, I guess he's probably around level 60. Shin Youngwoo heard that and immediately waved his hand and shook his head and said, I just look like this but it's above level 100, the equipment is not necessary for me because I have already presented it. Hearing him say that, the captain's eyes suddenly turned cold, he gritted his teeth and questioned, what, you mean we rely too much on equipment? The people standing behind also shouted, are you grid, who are you to despise us? A beggar who can't even afford an accessory, he's planning on stealing us. I bet he's also lying about the 100 level thing. If he wants to play with us, at least be reasonable. Shin Youngwoo silently stood in one place without refuting a word. Seeing that these words sounded too harsh, a tall man walked up from the side and said in a cold voice, everyone has had enough. This person's name is Rigas. Rigas continued, I think it's okay to let this boy do logistics while we fight. As soon as they saw this person speak, the people around them immediately whispered, wow, that's Rigas from the Zadaka Guild, it's the first time I've seen him. Rigas ranked first on the martial arts master rankings, nicknamed Taekwondo Master. The items of the martial arts master class all have very high equipment requirements so leveling up is not easy, yet he is already level 108, 10 already. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, both a ranker and handsome, God is so fair. The leader of the jungle guards group was a bit confused, so he turned around and said to Rigas, even though you said that, we still can't choose randomly, how can we accept an unknown player into our group? Rigas laughed and pointed at Shin Youngwoo and said, but isn't it true that the more members there are, the easier it is to clean up the surroundings? Shin Youngwoo grasped the opportunity very quickly nodded and replied, "Oh, okay, I can do it." Saying that, he curled his lips and thought to himself, "Although I don't like his appearance, his personality is really good." The captain was confused. He put his chin on his hands and thought for a moment, then said, "I understand what you mean, but I don't know what everyone will think." When Shin Youngwoo heard that, he silently exclaimed, "Hey, you should listen to Big Brother, right? Rigas, say something." At this moment, Rigas immediately thought of an idea. He smiled and said, "In that case, we will organize a solo match to test his skills. As long as he proves his level, there will be no problem." As soon as he heard the idea that Rigas gave, Shin Youngwoo suddenly turned black. He turned away, sweating and thinking, "I'm gone." Shin Youngwoo's face darkened and he thought, he gave up. On the other side, feeling that Rigas's idea was very good, the captain of the jungle guard immediately agreed, "That's a good idea, everyone won't complain if we do that. Grid, pay attention, play please." Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Youngwoo quickly turned around and ran away, leaving only one sentence, "Sorry guys." He remembered that he had to run back to open Zoom to study online. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Rigas let out a startled cry. He looked at Shin Youngwoo's back, confused, and said, "Why are you running? School can be left behind." In the distance, Shin Youngwoo ran with his legs over his neck and was scared, thinking, "Well, just like I thought, it's not easy to eat. I have to earn money to get on the carriage first." While thinking about this, the system suddenly rang out a new notification. "Please name the item you just designed." Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo immediately braked his legs, his eyes opened wide and he let out a loud gasp. He said softly, "Who has the free time to name this piece of trash? But at least I understand the basic steps. The crafting skill is limited in the number of items, so I can only use it when necessary. From now on I will earn money to travel and learn more about crafting." Saying that, Shin Youngwoo conveniently named his newly designed sword trash. Looking at the item name on the screen, he curled his mouth and thought, "This is just the beginning." Shin Youngwoo went to the blacksmith shop, but before he could say anything, he was chased away by the shop owner. Shin Youngwoo hesitantly stood still in place and then let out a loud scream. Boss Smith was hammering iron and hated speaking. "Shut up," and immediately said, "The design of an item that can be sold. You brat still stinks of milk. You despise blacksmiths. Kids these days just don't want to work and just want to eat." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo suddenly burst into laughter, waved his hand and said, "It's no big deal, old man, just this once." The master smith turned around and put the iron into the furnace and spoke faintly, "Because you are a boy who has not yet tasted life, so let me tell you. Those who despise others and those who are greedy will never be able to do anything good with their hands. Don't be stubborn here and go away." Seeing that he couldn't be convinced, Shin Youngwoo had to turn around and go outside. He faced the wall sadly and lamented, "It's over. This is the only way I can make money anymore. Am I just going to die in this town? What a damn game." Hearing these complaints, Boss Smith pushed the door open and said somewhat helplessly, "Well, I can't kill you indirectly. Don't hang your head and cry anymore, you'll bother the neighbors. Go help me cut some firewood." As soon as the shop owner finished speaking, a system notification suddenly rang out. "Firewood chopping mission, level E, chop 500 sticks of firewood, reward plus 10 experience points, plus 20 coins." Shin Youngwoo quickly accepted the mission and entered the firewood warehouse. Looking at the pile of firewood around him, he took a breath and said, "Old man. Wow, I wonder how long it's been since I've had a normal quest, and I can even level up. But in this game, cutting wood also requires skill, so can an expert help?" Holding an axe in his hand, Shin Youngwoo immediately appraised the old axe. The information of the old axe quickly appeared: rarity, common, durability 6 out of 6, attack power, from 4 to 7. After this information, the system notification continues to sound. "Your understanding of old axes reaches 100%. You have learned how to make old axes." Seeing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo's eyes glowed. He let out a loud noise and said, 100% for the first time. Perhaps it's due to internal factors, but you know what you know, but the reality is still different. Speaking of this, he suddenly noticed that a bright red line suddenly appeared on the firewood next to him. Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in confusion, "What is this? Do I have to cut it there?" Very quickly he lowered the axe along that bright line. The axe blade swung down hard. The wood was immediately split in half. Looking at this scene, Shin Youngwoo happily thought to himself, "Wow, just one hit, the understanding is so convenient." If your understanding reaches 100% on a legendary item, racing to the top will be too easy. Ha ha ha, you will complete this quest quickly. Shin Youngwoo let out a long breath and said tiredly. This poor level -3 level physical strength, he struggled until he could chop 150 times. Well, I'll do it with the last bit of my strength. Picking up the axe, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself with determination, if you want to escape this place, don't rest for a minute, try a little longer. One more, come on, one more, one more. When Shin Youngwoo's strength was gradually exhausted, the system notification suddenly sounded. The endurance index was opened. Shin Youngwoo was startled and retracted his hand. Feeling his body for a bit, he exclaimed suspiciously, "What is that? I just saw a notification appear." Looking at the information panel in front of him, Shin Youngwoo quietly read, "Endurance index. You will not get tired easily. Equipment capacity limit is expanded. Emotional saturation endurance is increased. Each 10 stat points allocated to tenacity will add 1 point to the indomitable stat." After reading these lines, Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this a legendary level skill? No wonder I immediately felt better. Okay, I'm strong, let's get it done." Twilight. Shin Youngwoo finally finished cutting firewood. The sticks of firewood are neatly arranged outside the smith's blacksmith shop. Looking at the person leaning against the pile of firewood panting in front of him, Boss Smith exclaimed in horror. "You chop 1,000 sticks of firewood in 6 hours. When Shin Youngwoo heard that, he slightly craned his neck. He shrugged and replied calmly, "As easy as pie. Just looking at it like that, I'm a good blacksmith." The smith boss still couldn't believe it and said, "It's funny, you're as thin as a pole and you're also a blacksmith. But if you can do this, I will think again." As soon as these words ended, the new mission announcement continued to sound. Iron mine, level E, dig 80 iron ores, reward is 55 experience points, increase 50 points in blacksmithing proficiency. Looking at the reward of the mission, Shin Youngwoo did not hesitate any longer and immediately accepted this lucrative deal. 55 experience points would help him return to level 0. Shin Youngwoo quickly left for the iron ore. As soon as he arrived, he bowed his head, breathing heavily, and thought to himself, "Damn, it took 3 hours to walk a 30-minute journey. Just walking is enough to kill me. It's also because I'm level 60 and want to wear more level 60 equipment. No wonder the speed is so slow. I want to strip." After stopping to catch his breath for a moment, Shin Youngwoo approached the miners and cautiously asked, "Sorry, I'm here to dig minerals for the old smith." Hearing this, a miner turned around and said to the person next to him, "Yo, look, he said he was sent there by the blacksmith." When the other person heard that, he gasped and said, "This is a whistleblower, Star. I'm so worried that he'll destroy me, so don't worry about it, it's too much work so I can give it a little." After discussing with each other, a miner suddenly spoke up and assigned the job to Shin Youngwoo. "Go to the corner over there, don't bother us. Smith knows we're busy, so why did he send him here? Who's free but only a little at a time?" Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to refute anything. He went to the assigned place, immediately raised his axe and started digging iron ore. He digs iron very quickly. Sparkling pieces of iron appeared one after another. The miners who had previously despised Shin Youngwoo were now extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Why is this happening? He digs up iron like he digs up dirt, and he's still wearing armor." Shin Youngwoo didn't stop. He dug and thought. His body felt like it was about to crumble, but his mind was still clear. He remembered what Boss Smith once said, "Don't be stubborn here anymore and just leave." He felt that what he said was not wrong at all. At this time the sky outside had turned dark. Shin Youngwoo is still digging iron under the astonished eyes of the miners. All of them couldn't hide their admiration and praised him. "I had to admit that he was really great." The people next to me also nodded in agreement. "Well, I had to apologize to the boy because his face looked so vague. In particular, the boy will definitely be a good miner in the future. Shin Youngwoo remained silent without saying this. He was still highly focused on digging iron ore. After a while, the system rang with a new notification. You have mined 170 iron ores. Shin Youngwoo was breathing heavily. Hearing this announcement, he immediately screamed loudly and then excitedly exclaimed, "Stubbornness is my weapon." Now he has reached level 1. The system now displays a notification panel. Grid looked stunned, finally returning to level 1. A player's total basic stats from level 1 are usually only 22, but Pagma Successor has up to 165. If you include the previously opened endurance point with the bonus point from Indomitable, then the total will be 182. Suddenly Grib exclaimed in panic, "Wait, 40 skill points, every time you level up you get 10 points, so how can I have 40? Grib was surprised. He had advanced to level 4, from level 3 to level 1, hack. Smith appeared shyly like a young girl saying to Grib, "I'm sorry honey, I didn't know you were so great, I'm so embarrassed." The system displays the text again. Your friendliness with Smith has increased by 60, your reputation in Barren Town has increased by 200. Grib felt cold and shivered. Smith ran to Grib's hand and said, "Don't be angry, we're blacksmiths." Grib shouted in panic, telling the old man to stay away from me. Grib said again, "Anyway, show me some things that can sell for a little money, I need money to ride a carriage." Smith said, "Here he is ready." Smith then took out an arrow and said, "Yafa arrow, for someone new to blacksmithing, this is a suitable item." Grib took the arrow and said with a dissatisfied expression, "Just one arrow, how much can these things sell for?" Smith replied, "Don't be so quick to call it an arrow made of steel mixed with Yafa. Its effect is to ignore part of the enemy's defense. When exploring, it is an effective weapon against golems like jungle guards." Grib was surprised. "Oh, there's potential, now I'll evaluate it." Grib uses an appraisal system. The system immediately shows that your knowledge of Yafa arrows reaches 89% and you can use Yafa arrows skillfully. Grib sighed in disappointment. "It's only 89%, I guess I have to take it apart to learn the manufacturing method." Smith had a shy face and pointed his finger. "Let me show you the manufacturing method." Grib felt chills. Was his face always like that? A moment later the two arrived at the smithy. Smith started working, giving instructions as he worked, first melting the iron ore by putting it in the furnace, then we had to filter out the limestone and impurities from the iron. If you let the molten iron cool, you will get cast iron, but you can't make weapons yet. Before forging weapons, you must reduce the carbon content of the cast iron during the steelmaking process. Smith wiped his sweat and turned back to Grib. "Done, that's the metal smelting process, now practice with Yafa ore. Adjusting the metal ratio is quite difficult." Grib put on his gloves and said excitedly, "Of course I have to try it." After that, Grib got to work. I closely watched the blacksmith's movements. Even though it was a realistic game like Satisfy, learning was quite easy. Moreover, for me, I have a certain effect that helps simplify the profession. These marks are the direction and intensity of the bellows. In less than 5 minutes, I was able to heat up the furnace. The system suddenly appeared. Pagma's successor was sensitive to temperature. You could accurately adjust the temperature of the furnace. Grib exclaimed as he did so, "It's amazing that there's a window detailing the temperature level. This kind of thing is not successful." The system displays the words "mission completed." Grib happily exclaimed, "It was so easy." Smith looked fascinated. Grib stood behind him and said, "You're so great, Mumlum." Grib jumped back in surprise. "Old man, don't scare me," Smith said. "Everything is perfect even though you've never had experience doing this before." Smith praised, "You're not just talented anymore, it's like I'm witnessing Pagma's rebirth." Grib chuckled, It's not exactly a reincarnation, it's more like a successor." Smith continued to instruct, "Now we will make the first arrow, continue heating, mix the metal lips together and then pour into the mold. Let it cool for 40 minutes and you will have an arrowhead like this. Now bring it to the anvil." Smith practiced another movement, telling Grib as he did that, "When hammering, you must balance the two sides, and remember to sharpen the edge carefully." Then Smith placed the arrowhead on his eye to watch for lightning. and finally attached the arrowhead to the arrow shaft. To increase the penetrating power, we must balance the weight between the arrow shaft and the feather. After that, do you think you can do it? Grib looked at the arrow, then smiled complacently and replied, of course. Because at that time the system already had text, your understanding of the arrow was 100%. Meat said again, you are free to use the ingredients, I will keep an eye on it, just do it. Smith looked at Grib and thought, I don't think it's wrong, that kid is not ordinary, the way he handles molten metal is at the level of a master blacksmith. Suddenly Smith said, oh, I forgot to show you how to make an arrow shaft. While you wait for the metal to cool, let me do it for you. Grib replied that there was no need, I could do it myself. Grib glanced at the system panel as he worked, because when my understanding reached 100%, the method of making arrow shafts was also added, I just had to watch and my understanding also increased. Then Grib turned to the smithy to focus on manufacturing. Although right now the list of things I can make is very small, there will come a day when that list will be countless, I can still make this much. Grib worked extremely skillfully, straightening the bent parts after cutting them evenly and making the tail with feathers and glue. Thanks to my class passive and high agility score, I can do these things very effectively. When Smith saw Grib practicing, he was extremely surprised and praised him. It was extraordinary, he could do it right after just one look. Then Smith gasped in surprise, and suddenly he exclaimed, what are you doing? Why are you cooling the arrowhead? If you do that, it will be harder but its durability will be greatly reduced. Grib replied, don't worry, I plan to heat it again. Smith said again, that's the method of tempering steel, but that's a bit too advanced for an arrow, you won't have much time to produce if you use this method. Grib asked, if I make it better, it will sell for a higher price, right? Grib thought to himself, an unknown person like me wants to succeed. Then this is the only way. Smith stood behind, observing, instructing, and praising Grib. Now all he has to do is attach it. Baby, you've been hiding your job for a long time. Grib looked at the arrow and was attracted. How attractive, my previous career was all manual labor, but this is the first time I feel this happy. I've finished making the arrow, now I guess the mission is okay. Suddenly the arrow emitted a strange color, the display system, the legendary blacksmith's breath was activated. Grib shouted in surprise. What the hell is this? The system displays a notification panel. Let's just say Grib has forged arrows of epic proportions. Grib exclaimed in surprise, epic, epic. The system appeared another message. Grib received 300 experience points and reached level 3. All stats increased by 4 and reputation increased by 80 across the continent. Grib was surprised. Forget about leveling up, this item is epic level. Smith patted Grib's shoulder and praised it. It's amazing that you've already made an epic level arrow at just an apprentice level, aren't you happy? Grib looked at Smith with an unwilling face. This should have been a sword, forged at epic level, Smith said helplessly. What is with that dissatisfied expression? Grib calmly thought about it, but thinking about it, among all the arrows, none of them had more than 40 attack power, not to mention the passive that completely ignored defense. Grib looked at the arrow and thought proudly, his skill effects are amazing, this arrow alone is stronger than most level 20 weapons out there. A few days later, Smith affectionately said to Grib, it's a waste of time, I'll stay here for a while, I'll be sure to meet you again if we're destined to meet again. Then Smith gave Grib a bag of things and said, you deserve to have these things, take them. The system displays a notification that Grib has received 100 Jaffa arrows and 3 Jaffa ingots. Grib smiled and took it and suddenly thought, is it because of his high level of friendliness? He is so generous, Grib said to Smith, he has taken very good care of me, I am truly grateful to him for everything. Smith blushed shyly and said, it would be good if we could be together. Grib felt a chill and shouted at the old man to shut up for me. Stop playing tsundere. Grib carried the arrows on his shoulder and suddenly thought, although this gift is really valuable, it will be very cumbersome to carry to that town. Just sell them and you'll have money to leave here. After that, Grib said goodbye to Smith and left. Starting today, Grib will bring great items to this game. At the raid, the jungle guards. The guards were now fighting the stone monsters. Jishuka fired an arrow and exclaimed, these idiots did not heed my warning. Then Jishuka called each person's name one by one. If you still want to live, then hurry up and go to the Zadaka Guild. Rigas. Tobin. Vantner. Look all around. Jishuka clicked her tongue. Well, there are only a few people left in our army. I just encountered the boss and I fell down dead. The damage is so terrible. However, we have completed the mission, so what have we collected? Someone replied, 30 black iron ores, 7 orichalcum ores and 1 blue orichalcum ore, all gone. Rigas spoke up, it's okay that the amethyst shield has a low drop rate. Vantner said again, at least I have the blue orichalcum and have been playing all day without losing. Jishuka asked, Tobin, how many people died in battle? Tobin replied, including the guild members, there were 75 people, while the main force was dealing with the boss, behind the golems attacking, causing a disadvantage to our troops. Jishuka gritted her teeth in annoyance. This series of S-rank quests is more difficult than we imagined. We have to find another way. In Barren Village. Jishuka sat down and told the members of the Zadaka Guild, this was the 4th raid but the results were still unsatisfactory. For players, the value of the Jungle Guardian was decreasing. At this rate, the quality of the number of our troops in the upcoming attack will be significantly reduced. The Zadaka Guild is a guild created with members who are all high-ranking players, but because the number of members is small, their influence is not great. Before Satisfy was released, 17 members worked side by side in the LTS game. Because of their limited numbers, they often had to hunt with other players, but this method always had its limits. Tobin said, let's just skip that level for now and focus on increasing your strength. I'm fine with it as long as I get to fight. Rigas also answered the same as Tobin. Vantner said that speed cannot be achieved, so progress slowly. Jishuka replied okay. Then Jishuka stood up and said, I order all Zadaka members to focus on leveling up and enhancing their equipment. Within 3 months those who cannot reach at least 15 levels will eat shit. Rigas felt scared when he heard Jishuka say, Rigas would be 20 levels for him. Vantner laughed happily. It's so bad, you know her personality, you'll really die. That afternoon, Jishuka went to an auction floor and told the people there, show me the Yafa arrow. Jishuka thought, the current state of the guild is very poor. Initially, our guild attracted a lot of attention, but now no one cares. Let's buy some reserve arrows first. While watching, Jishuka was attracted by Grib's arrow. Is this guy stupid? He sold the arrow at 3 times the market price. Suddenly Jishuka's expression changed. Purple, are they epic level? Jishuka was extremely surprised. No, it couldn't be. Jishuka clenched her hands until her whole body trembled, remembering, I had ordered arrows from every blacksmith but, no, I didn't even know what kind of arrows there were. Moreover, its characteristics are like hacking. This can be a key weapon in every high-level battle. I have to auction it right away, but who can make it? If they weren't the top 2 of the Ranmer and Stang blacksmith ranks, then maybe someone would have surpassed them. In the restaurant, Rigas broke down and whined to Vantner, oh my god, how could I increase 20 levels in 3 months? Vantner said, thinking carefully, when she said she was going to kill us, I'm sure she was serious. There. You know Jishuka's personality. Vantner gave Rigas a big thigh and said indifferently, I'll pay for your last meal. Opening his mouth, Rigas felt a chill. Mr. Vantner. Don't scare me more. At this moment, a notice from Jishuka appeared in front of Vantner, a guild notice. She suddenly told us to find a blacksmith. System notification, find blacksmiths in the top 100 whose character level is less than skill level. Rigas stood up and banged on the table and shouted, but just now she said she had to level up and this guild boss was too much. The notification appeared again, if you're good, then you're good, you'll die. Rigas immediately changed his expression, holding the teddy bear and muttering, good boy, you know Rigas is good, right? Vantner looked helplessly at Rigas. Uncle, haven't read the message yet. He got mad in less than a second, seeing the notification. That player has skills that can help us complete the Jungle Guardian. Seeing that, Vantner smiled and said, hearing her voice she seemed very sure, let's go find that guy. On Jishuka's side at this time, she hurriedly walked and thought, our guild has members who achieve the top 3 rank classes in just half a year. It is because of that pride that our guild does not accept new members. Although we are not as famous or influential as other large guilds, our strength is still recognized by everyone and even holds power in our hands. That's us, the Zedaka Guild. Jishuka thought about Grib's arrow again. If he was better than Panmer and Stang, that meant his equipment was stronger than his original equipment. Every guild in the continent will definitely go crazy hunting for this guy. We have to stay one step ahead of them. Really, you've heard the rumors too, haven't you? A rather powerful guild is searching for a certain blacksmith. Perhaps he has created something interesting. All over Satisfier talking now. Panmer, did you hear that? Panmer looked intently at the notice board and replied, I just read the news, an epic arrow. Panmer thought to herself, made by a master blacksmith, with superhuman skills and talent but lacking experience and reputation. That's what they say, even I'm not called a master blacksmith in the world. Introduction. Even though it's only been twice, I'm still the first person to create an epic class item. I thought I was the one who put in more effort than anyone else, but, this guy, who is he? Grib has now returned to the real world. After finishing my cup of noodles, I sat yawning, wondering when the office would open. In the afternoon, a construction site employee told everyone, please be careful, the construction site is very dangerous. Now I will read the names of each job one by one. The Shinwoo building construction site is looking for 4 workers. Grib was about to raise his hand to ask for help when someone interrupted him. Grib suddenly thought of something so cruel. Father, please leave the young man alone. The employee said again, next I need 3 experienced roofers. Before he could say anything, Grib was interrupted again. Grib got angry and shouted, fuck you old men, I'm trying to make a living, stop fighting. Why do old people act like children? The other employee sighed, come on, we shouldn't argue here, now it's a job to pull the electricity for 110,000 won each. Grib thought to himself, this is not necessary, I tried it last year and ended up getting electrocuted and the hospital bill was higher than my salary. Suddenly, a person walked up and raised Grib's hand. Grib still didn't understand what was going on and was bewildered. Grib was dragged away by the staff. Let's go, we'll have fun, Grib shouted bitterly, hey bald guys. Tomorrow. Grib tiredly told the whole family, I'm going. His mother immediately asked, where did you go so early in the morning? Come sit down and have breakfast. Grib replied that you're late for the office. Your father told you to come here and sit for a while. Grib was annoyed and reluctantly went to sit, suddenly thinking, I'm in a hurry, what is Dad going to say? If I pay off all the interest, my savings will only be 9,221. Suddenly Grib's father gave him a wad of money and said, I will give you money equal to today's salary, so stay home. Grib took it in surprise, then sat down to count the money and said with a dissatisfied face, 70,000 is low, my minimum wage is 90. Grib's sister sat next to her and grumbled, oh my god, I didn't even bother to thank my dad, a star sentence. Then Grib's sister gave him something, and take this too, I'll prepare the bath and relax a bit. Grib looked at his parents and thought, now that he noticed that his father usually left home very early to go to work at the fruit store, could it be that he only stayed home because he wanted to have a meal with him? Everyone, family is number one. Grib opened his mouth to speak, so dear father, please help me repay my debt. Before he finished speaking, a bowl of rice flew straight into Grib's head. The system was loading. Grib logged into the game, looking tired as he spoke. It's good to rest a bit and play games, but thinking about the amount of money in your account after paying off debt is boring. Grib walked away muttering with a depressed expression, wondering how much the arrow sold for, his only asset. He had to quickly move to another place. After checking the price, Grib was shocked. Shouted in panic. Wow, why is this happening? Even if it's an epic class, how can it be that the price is 10 times higher than a normal arrow? Grib was secretly happy. 99 times 72 silver. We have a total of 71 gold and 28 silver. For every 100 gold, converted to 120,000 won. That means I have earned 80,000 won in 6 hours. From now on, I will no longer have to go to the employment office. Grib immediately ran to the auction floor and demanded, "Give me the money, 71 gold." The person there gave Grib money and said, "Here is 60 gold and 59 silver. The tax on epic class items is 15%. Grib scolded bitterly, "You damn capitalists." Grib stood and thought for a moment, "But if I can make money by making items, then why do I have to leave here, right?" Grib suddenly remembered Smith and had a chill. "Stop risking death, let's run away." Grib rented a carriage to leave. On the way he grumbled, "The price is 80 gold and 90 silver, that's too exorbitant, uncle." The driver replied, "I've already reduced the price so you're not even grateful. Do you think driving a horse-drawn carriage is easy?" Suddenly Grib asked, "Oh uncle, you said that beginner village is called Winston." The carriage driver replied, "Well, I heard it will soon become a city because of its large population. It seems that the heir of the Steim family will be the new lord there." Grib pondered, "Steim, this name sounds very familiar." A moment later the carriage driver said, "Look, we're there." Grib looked ahead and thought, "It's finally here." Grib looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, it looks 4 times bigger than Baron Village. The streets also look much busier. Let's start playing properly. First I have to repackage my inventory. Overflowing capacity makes me move so slow." Grib opened the bag and stood thinking, rearranging it. Just put all the things in the storage room and that's all he had. A moment later Grib spoke again, "Almost forgetting that I should assess the armor and weapons first. If my understanding increases, the limit will also decrease, right? The system will now notify you that your understanding of the sword has reached 33% and your understanding of the armor has reached 65%. After Grib looked at it, he thought for a while, unlike an axe it doesn't increase to 100% all at once. A moment later the system displays again, "Thanks to the increase in understanding the limit level will be adjusted." Grib's entire body immediately began to transform. Grib exclaimed excitedly, "Delicious, at least it should be like this." Grib looked at the armor he was wearing and examined it. "By the way, its durability has decreased a bit. If I fix it, my understanding will also increase, but for now, let's prioritize making money first. Because I need the strength to make things, I'll just put the things away for now." Grib went to a store and asked me to open an inventory. The shop owner said, 30 silver please add another 10 silver per item." Grib mumbled uncomfortably, "Money is money." After receiving Grib's inventory, "I'll probably put the armor and sword in temporarily. I'll take this epic class arrow with me as a souvenir." But storing an arrow would be a waste of 10 silver. After Grib put away his things, he happily jumped up and down, feeling like he could fly, so I went to find a blacksmith shop to warm up. Grib went out to the street and looked around and evaluated each person. Looking at their equipment, I guess that area is full of beginners. As for this side, there are equipment of any level, so it's an area of any level, so there's probably a blacksmith shop on this side too. A moment later Grib stood in front of a blacksmith shop. He exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, it was scary. Surely the blacksmiths here must be at a professional level or higher. It means you will be favored." Grib opened the door and walked in to say hello. Then Grib looked around in surprise. Why was it so empty? Suddenly a voice rang out asking who it was. Grib noticed and looked over. It seemed like someone was really here. An old man lying on the bed sat up and asked Grib, "Why did you come here?" Grib replied with a puzzled look, "I came because I wanted to ask how to make the most expensive dish here. Please help me." The old man rubbed his head and sighed. Then he looked up at Grib and said, "The Marrow Group is dumping tons of items at cheaper prices than the market. That's why we haven't been doing business here for a while. In other words, this place is closed." Grib exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Grib's face was full of annoyance. So annoying. Grib then asked the old man if there was a smithy nearby. Before he could finish his sentence, someone shouted from outside, "Hey old man." A group of people staggered inside, still undecided. "So why did I tell you to hand over this building soon while we still have patience?" Grib's face became even more dissatisfied and he thought, "It's no longer a nuisance but it has become a problem." The group of people took out a business contract and told the old man to sign it and quickly hand over the building. "Our tolerance also has its limits." Grib was surprised. A contract to hand over the smithy and business rights. Was the Marrow Company large scale and extremely famous? Grib immediately wanted to sneak away, even though he didn't know what was going on. He should still run away before things got complicated. Suddenly the other guy glanced at Grib. He said, "You have seen the contract, right? Where are you planning to hide? Is that bastard a spy for the Sconner Company?" Grib now had a bad face and thought to himself, "Damn, he is a gangster hired by the Marrow Company. Sometimes NPCs will kill players without paying attention to the rules." Grib observed the group of people and silently assessed, "These guys seem to be all at level 35, so you shouldn't oppose them," and had to act carefully. Grib scratched his head and forced a smile. "Haha, that's not true. I just came to Winston Village and didn't know that this smithy was closed." The other guy looked at Grib and said, "It's true you can't do anything with that weak body. Go away." The old man held the contract and exclaimed, "You stupid criminals are ending a tradition that has been inherited for 7 generations. One of the thugs shouted, "Look at that tone. Do you know how much suffering these guys have had to endure because of you? You should give half of the money you got from the contract to them. I understand this." Grib looked at the others with judgmental eyes, even though he said he would sign it. The other people said, "Didn't your only son die of illness? Why don't you be so stubborn? Or is this your son's grave?" The old man shouted, "Don't mention my son with your dirty mouth." Grib was about to leave but then suddenly thought, "Don't care if you're not a hero, just leave this out of your reach." But will that old man be okay? Suddenly the Blacksmith's Rage Quest activation system was created. Grib was extremely surprised. What is a quest in this situation? The quest is to eliminate the Marrow Company's henchmen. The reward is that the Blacksmith Khan's alcohol symptoms will improve, intimacy will be maximized and open-lock the skill. If he fails, the Blacksmith Khan will die and the quest related to him will be cancelled permanently. Grib thought for a moment. The reward for accepting the quest, and it was a skill if reward is a hidden skill, I will definitely do it. What is my winning rate? Grib looked at the system. First would be the legendary Blacksmith's Perseverance skill. And the passive skill allows the player to be invincible for 5 seconds if health is reduced to minimum, and he also has level 20 equipment. But the problem is that I left all my equipment in the warehouse, so now I have no weapons. Suddenly Grib remembered something. Wait a minute, I have one and it's an epic level item. Grib held the arrow tightly in his hand. Even though the damage was weak, as long as he could penetrate the opponent's defense, he still had a chance to win. After a while Grib said to that gangster, "You really shouldn't treat an old person like that." He turned around and asked what. The old blacksmith was surprised. "Why?" The other guy asked Grib, "Why are you still here?" Grib took a defensive stance, pointed the arrow at him and replied, "Even if you are a creditor, don't reach the limit of other people's anger. That stupid bastard." They shouted angrily, "What a stupid bastard. Even if we let you live, you must be crazy. What are you planning to do with that arrow? So it's best to shut up and go away." Grib replied very confidently, provoking those people, "That's not all, I just got another weapon." Enough said, let's fight. They immediately rushed to attack Grib. Grib quickly dodged and ran back. Since when did low-level warriors have such fast speed? I needed to regain the initiative. Grib looked around and in the distance Grib saw a staircase. There it was, a narrow staircase. Grib quickly ran up the stairs. The others also rushed over. "Damn brat." Then one of them raised his weapon and shouted, "What are you going to do with that arrow?" Grib now uses the skill of the violent blacksmith's rage. Then stabbed the arrow straight into the other guy's body. The group of people gasped in surprise. "What?" The other guy screamed in pain. "Damn it, because of an arrow." Grib said proudly at this time, "You see, it looks like a normal arrow. Perhaps your eyes are just for decoration." At this time, the system is displayed. The blacksmith's rage skill is activated. Attack power and attack speed are increased for 20 seconds. Then the system starts counting down. Grib looked at the arrow and thought to himself, "It's great that I was able to get 2 hits thanks to the increased attack speed." And ignoring defense was also activated, plus the critical damage killed him in 2 hits. The current system is constantly leveling up Grib and increasing his reputation. A moment later, the system announced that Grib had reached level 8. Grib exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god." Grib was extremely surprised when he read the system notice, having increased 5 levels in a row just because he killed a level 35 guy. Now his skill points had increased to 110. Grib turned to look at the group of people rushing towards him and thought, although these gangsters have high attack power but poor defense, to defeat them we need to increase points in strength and agility. Grib finally made a decision. There were only 4 people left and decided to bet all in. One of the 4 men rushed to attack Grib. Fortunately he dodged. Grib immediately used the skill, taking advantage of the time to take down one more guy. And then Grib from behind stabbed the arrow containing the power straight into the other man's back, causing him pain and throwing him far away. He was promptly caught by his accomplices. His accomplices shouted, "Praga, are you okay?" They were already sweating profusely at this point but still tried to reluctantly say, "Hess, that alone isn't enough to kill me, maybe he just got lucky." His accomplice standing next to him said, "But his speed is too fast, and we can't use large weapons to attack there." Grin saw that his attack still couldn't defeat them. He suddenly thought, even though he increased his points, he still hasn't died. I'm still too weak. This time the effect didn't even activate, neither does the network. The leader of that gang spoke provocatively, "Don't stay up there forever. If you're good, come down and play." Grib finally had to step down. He had no choice but to fight head on. The other guys laughed complacently. He resisted was a big deal, son. Grib observed them and thought, if I let them surround me, I would die in about 2 or 3 clicks, but I still have a trick. Grib quietly walked past them. My HP was about to run out and my defense was almost 0, but if they got close it would be easier for me to attack. Because I'm just buying time, I'll use it now. This skill. After thinking about it, Grib took a stance to fight back, using the legendary Blacksmith's perseverance skill to increase his HP and defend skillfully. The leader was still unaware of the danger but said proudly, "Thank you for giving us time. You will pay the price for daring to kill my teammates." Grib thought with confident eyes, "Come here and activate the legendary Blacksmith's perseverance." The leader said with bloodthirsty eyes that Grib was there, and he raised his butt. Just when Grib is ready to fight, suddenly the system displays, "This skill does not consume mana. The skill cannot be actively used. It will activate automatically when you wait." Perseverance of the legendary Blacksmith's activation failed. At this point Grib panicked. "No, I was wrong, guys." But it was too late. One of the men jumped up and swung an axe, killing the dog. Grib was lucky to avoid that attack. That move was so wrong. Turns out that skill also requires activation conditions. That group of people rushed towards Grib while shouting loudly, all gang banging. Grib seemed to have avoided it once again. He quickly drank a red potion. His maximum HP was 316 but he had to drink the intermediate potion to recover 1500 HP. It takes 20 seconds to use another bottle. If you make a mistake, your butt will split open. Suddenly a man rushed forward swinging an axe. Grib quickly used arrows to block it, but still got hit in the end. Then they kept attacking Grib, causing him to constantly dodge. Grib thought to himself, "Damn, this is the end of the world." Right after that he took out an intermediate strength potion that increased strength by 50% for 5 minutes. Grib then uses a potion of intermediate agility that increases speed for 5 minutes. After drinking Grib, it seemed like I was regretting the money. 10 gold for each bottle was about 10,001. I had just spent a ton of money on a B rank mission. The leader of that group of people shouted orders and approached him. However, Grib has now been strengthened. He quickly weaves through moves to avoid the enemy's attacks. They exclaim bitterly, swerving like loaches to see how long you can dodge. Then Grib was hit. He thought uncomfortably, they're attacking one after another like this, so it's as if they don't have a buff. At least I have to take a break first. Seeing Grib suddenly stop, the others suddenly and confusedly exclaimed, "What?" Grib laughed and said, Hee, why did you choose the wrong game difficulty level? Why don't you leave the contract behind and I'll spare your life?" Hearing Grib say that, they angrily shouted, "With that shit you killed Neil, you dog, we don't care about the contract anymore, you've made up your mind." Grib smiled complacently, "Hey, I already offered to spare my life, don't regret it. Back in the day the potion was almost done, so keep talking, you bastards." One of them pointed his finger at Grib and said, "Stop bullshitting, the only one who will die today will be you." He laughed at Grib, "Look what you can do with those legs." Suddenly Grib rushed forward and instantly defeated him. He was in so much pain that he couldn't say anything and then disappeared. The group of people panicked and called their accomplices and then turned to curse Grib. Grib held a bottle of medicine in his hand and said with a smug face, "Who told you to let your guard down?" "Dad, I don't have time to chatter." In Shin Youngwoo's hand was a stream of magic. He smiled slightly and said to them, "Dad, I don't have time to talk about anything." At this time, the system pops up and announces, "You have killed Criminal Johnson. You have received 4,300 exp. You have been leveled up." Suddenly, the guy behind him came up and cursed at him, saying, "Why do I see you barking so much? Are you setting a trap, you vile dog?" Then he raised the sword towards him and angrily said, "I will cut your mouth off." "But who are you?" Shin Youngwoo smirked and said, "So aggressive, brother, there's a loophole exposed. I'm now level 11. I'm not as useless as before." Having said that, he held the long arrow towards Pagma and stabbed him, making the sound of his strong and decisive arrow stabbing into him. But for him, even though he was bleeding, it was just a small wound on the skin. He smiled contemptuously and told him that no matter how many times he stabbed him, he would accept it. "But you won't die that easily." As soon as he finished speaking, and Vale jumped up from behind Pagma. Swoosh, the sound of metal colliding, the other two guys worked together towards his chest and slashed. Because he didn't have time to take precautions, he was hit and blood spilled out. Old Man Khan behind saw what had just happened and was extremely worried, so he shouted loudly asking if he was okay. On this side, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, secretly thinking he needed time to take more medicine first. But life is not as it seems. The Pagma guy behind him grabbed your person and said, "Where do you want to run, rotten cockroach?" Shin Youngwoo looked behind him and discovered that the other two men were also approaching. In his heart, he immediately panicked, thinking that this time it was really broken. "Your life will end." But suddenly he saw an iron armor upstairs. "That armor is what you need most right now." Is what you need most right now. He immediately tried to take the arrow and stabbed Pagma in the back. Saw that and shouted loudly at him. The dog stopped struggling in vain. He immediately used all his strength on the arrow. Then threw it at He quickly raised his sword to defend, but this strength was too great. Taking that opportunity, he immediately ran upstairs. Guy in the back shouted loudly, "Did you run away again?" Shin Youngwoo thought to himself as he ran. That's why he was so angry that the attack just now was fatal. In the back burst out laughing. "You threw your weapon and ran away." He immediately braked at the turn and continued running, ignoring the man's sarcastic words. At this time, he headed downstairs and asked, "Khan, do you want to protect the blacksmith shop? Please answer me quickly." Old Man Khan immediately stammered and said, "Of course, if you help him, he will definitely restore this place." As if he had tacit consent from Old Khan, he immediately grabbed the iron armor and put it on. "Don't forget to borrow." Old Khan below saw this and immediately panicked and said, "No, that's not something everyone can wear, only items on this lower floor can be equipped." The other three guys had now climbed upstairs. Guy spoke first, "Don't waste any more words, he's about to end his life." Opposite is Shin Youngwoo. He has already put on that iron armor. The three guys immediately turned towards him, preparing to attack. The boy who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke up, "Have you ever heard the phrase, overgeared yet?" Shin Youngwoo turned around, his eyes now becoming sharper than ever. He immediately threw a move at them, with just one burning move, but the three guys' figures began to fade away. They couldn't believe their eyes. Just like that, they died. Before he died, he was so upset that he cursed him a bastard. At this time, the system will appear and notify you that you have killed Pagma, and Vale. Your reputation in Winston increases to 220. You also receive 5,200 exp. Friendliness with Khan has reached its maximum level. You have been promoted and also completed the blacksmith's rage quest. Thump thump thump, the sound of Mr. Khan's hurried footsteps as he ran upstairs. He immediately got worried and asked if he was okay. But before he could ask anything more, the scene in front of him stunned him. Wearing that iron armor, a body full of brilliant light, but nothing happened. At this time, he turned to Old Khan and praised the feeling of wearing this iron armor, which was wonderful. Then he asked him why he left this wonderful iron armor in a corner, gathering dust. At this time, the system appeared and gave him information about that iron suit. First of all, the sword named Dane's Life is a replica, its rarity is unique, the user level requirement is level 250 or higher, and the strength must be 1800 or higher, must be proficient in advanced sword skills, its creator is Albertino. Hearing the system announcement made Shin Youngwoo praise, this person named Albertino is really scary. Old Khan heard him say that and was surprised and asked, "Young man, do you realize the value of these things? You even know the name of the person who created it?" Shin Youngwoo then sheepishly scratched his face and replied, "I can tell right away at a glance." But when he finished answering and looked up at him, he saw that he was already lying unconscious on the floor. He wondering if the old man had blood pressure or something and suddenly fainted. But that's true, he's old and still addicted to alcohol. I'll have to tell him to be careful in the future. Anyway, I've finished my mission, so why bother prying? I should go on my next mission now. Pause for a moment as if suddenly remembering something. Your chain quest isn't done yet. He quickly shouted for Old Khan to wake up. Old man, wake up quickly, don't spit bubbles, just give me the quest and then faint again. Next to Valmont's villa. He was roaring at Beale. What, the gangsters we hired to go to the blacksmith shop have disappeared, they took the money and ran, huh? Beale, opposite Valmont, spoke quietly and carefully, sorry, it's my fault for using them, but the Valmont guy opposite couldn't stand it anymore, so he shouted, but secondly, can you take responsibility now? Having said that, he said with a serious face that as a businessman, he must not lose money, pay me back their rental fee and compensation money quickly. Beale trembled and stammered, I don't have that much money, please give me another chance. Valmont said with a cold face, Beale, if you don't have money, go get it yourself, your family's business and the slave market must be quite good, right? Enough, take him away. Beale was dragged out just like that, and after finishing his business, Valmont immediately asked the person opposite, Rabbit, what exactly happened? Rabbit, he's Valmont's consultant. After hearing Valmont's question, he replied, Sir, I don't know, I'm sure they went to the curtain shop, but immediately disappeared. He coldly said, we must take over all the curtain shops in this village, just because of that small shop. Where is Mr. Khan? Rabbit silently thought to himself, just like that, he simply kicked out a loyal servant for nearly 10 years. Valmont is truly a proud and cruel man. Even though he thought so in his heart, he still gently answered him, 2 hours ago, someone saw a strange kid bring him to the clinic. Valmont asked suspiciously, is this a strange boy? Surely he already knew something. We imported and sold weapons at cheap prices and made a contract just to rob that curtain shop. In the end, I still let him live. I can't miss this opportunity anymore. Rabbit gives you full authority to handle this matter. He immediately responded obediently. You're in the room eating lunch right now. Eating and laughing happily. Come to think of it, just by killing a few random guys, you're already level 21. There is also a chance to receive a series of quests. The overflowing joy made him happily eat and sing, thinking back to myself, if I could get that sword and armor, I would definitely become a billionaire. Just thinking about it makes me drool. I have to say Dane's Life and Valhalla are both unique. It's like trash. The junk hasn't actually been crafted yet, but it's likely to be legendary class, but they can be traded and the equipment requirements aren't as ridiculous as garbage. Having said that, he thought that he had left Mr. Khan at the clinic so everything would be fine. After saying that, I told myself, Mr. Khan, don't die, my success depends on you. He immediately cast teleportation magic to Simon's clinic, where Mr. Khan was treated. Mr. Khan had just finished being treated by Drive. Simon, when he saw you, he was surprised and asked, are you here? He immediately turned to Drive, Simon and asked, how was he? The doctor immediately replied that because his blood pressure had stabilized, he could be discharged from the hospital. As long as he stopped drinking alcohol, his health would be fine. Maybe he was blessed by God. Old Khan then spoke up, you said your name is Grid, right? It seems like I owe you a favor. He immediately smiled and replied, I just help when I see a problem. Now you pay the hospital bill. then we'll go home together. At this time, Mr. Khan stammered and said, sorry, but he ran out of money. As soon as he heard it, he was surprised. Before he could regain his composure, Simon came from behind and spoke to him. Now one is to spread the gold, two is God will put a syringe in your ass. Hearing that, he trembled and said, God's blessing is so short-lived. After paying the hospital bill, the two of them walked out. Mr. Khan immediately grabbed his hands and chirped his thanks. Thanks to you, I have hope. I almost sold my ancestors 7 generations of property. He immediately helped Old Khan and said, I only help within my ability, come on, I'll help you go home to rest. Pausing for a moment, he continued, if he let the blacksmith shop fall into their hands, alcohol would probably kill him soon. Luckily you're here, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come to the clinic. Hearing that, he nodded and replied, yes, I wish I could repay you properly. Having said that, he was surprised to see him lead him in front of the iron armor and sword. Turning around, I saw his fascinated face and his pleading words. He said in fear, wait, I can't give you that. Hearing that, he immediately jumped up on him and asked, who saved his life? It was me, I am your benefactor. He awkwardly turned his head away and said, please understand, they are all family heirlooms that our family has protected for many generations. Dane's life and Valhalla are items that bring bad luck, because no one is able to control their power. So they have had to gather dust here for hundreds of years, but in the year 130, someone realized its value. It's none other than Pagma. And it was Pagma who put on his armor and swung his sharp sword. It's not an exaggeration to say that he became one with the equipment. Some people even say that with his strength and flexibility, his sword intent can tear apart the sky and call down lightning. And my ancestors knelt down and asked him, take Dane's life and Valhalla with him. Hearing that, he immediately thought to himself, so it turns out that Old Khan is a descendant of that master blacksmith. He was curious and asked if Pagma agreed. Old Khan touched Dane's life and Valhalla and said, no, he would have refused, but he said that one day, their true owner would appear, and he did. Old Khan turned to look at him and asked, how could he equip it? Depending on the answer, we will make a decision. In his heart, he was secretly happy. The flag leading to the chain quest was here. He had to grab it immediately. After that, he said strongly, to put it mildly, I am somewhat similar to Pagma. Old Khan was surprised. Pagma couldn't, that means you. Pagma's successor, he proudly replied, yes, that's right. At this time, the system appeared and announced that Pagma's successor career quest had been initiated. The system immediately announced a series of career tasks. Follow Pagma's kendo path and collect all of his legends. There will be no time limit. If you accept the legendary job quest, you will never be able to change jobs again. The condition for completing a career mission is to complete a series of missions. The reward upon completion is unknown. The first career quest is Pagma's sword intent. The completion condition is to thoroughly learn Pagma's sword technique. The quest reward is a copy of Dane's life. Returning to the two of them, he was surprised and asked him, didn't you deliver the goods? Old Khan immediately replied, I sympathize, but I need proof. I silently thought to myself, am I facing a descendant of a legend the same way my ancestors met that person? Then Old Khan smiled, went to the nearby wooden box, took out a bottle of wine and said, if you are really Pagma's descendant, then one day you will have to prove it. First, let's have a few drinks to celebrate. He immediately rushed forward and grabbed 2 bottles of wine and shouted loudly, not to drink alcohol. I forbid you to drink alcohol before I complete the mission. At that time, a voice asked if anyone was at home or outside. It turned out that the person coming was Rabbit. He stood in front of the house and asked again, is Mr. Khan at home? I am Rabbit from Marrow Group. He put the bottle of wine in the reserve space, thinking that selling these 2 bottles of wine would get 2 gold. Outside, he opened his mouth to ask Old Khan, is the Marrow Group here on behalf of the gangsters? He pondered for a moment and then asked him to go down there to talk. Rabbit, he began to speak, as far as I know you were unable to pay the corporation's debt of 600 gold. Old Khan propped up his hands and said, that's true, but I will never sell the shop anywhere. You go home. He on the other side replied calmly, actually I came here to suggest another solution. We will still let you run the blacksmith shop, and we will even pay you a high salary, as long as the blacksmith shop is in the name of the corporation. Old Khan immediately asked again, "Do you mean to tell me to be Mero's dog?" Rabbit said coldly, "The conditions are better than before, but you still want to refuse." Old Khan firmly replied, "Yes, it's not just me, it's also the generations-old reputation of my family." Rabbit said coldly, "Your pride is as rumored, so if we crush that pride, will you obediently obey?" After that, he continued, "Let's compete, use the debt in this blacksmith shop to bet, our blacksmith and you, will you hand over the blacksmith shop if our blacksmith wins?" The boy next to him heard that and thought to himself, "It sounds simple, but they will probably do something, he thinks we're idiots." But contrary to his thoughts, Old Khan here agreed. He continued, "However, this old body is no longer the same as before, I want to send my heir to fight on my behalf, is that okay?" Hearing that, Rabbit suddenly pushed his glasses in surprise and asked, "I didn't know you had an heir." Old Khan immediately said strongly, "Yes, it is this boy." Hearing that, he shouted loudly, "Do you know what you are saying? Who gave you the right to decide like that?" Rabbit on the other side asked boredly. He looked more like a passerby, "Are you sure you didn't choose that randomly?" At this time, the system pops up and offers a new task. The task of the competition with the Mero Corporation has been created. The condition for completion is to win the competition with the blacksmith from the Mero Corporation. The reward for completion is an additional 500 reputation points in Winston, increasing friendliness with all citizens in Winston. 600 gold was awarded, but if the mission failed, Winston's reputation would drop to its lowest level and Khan's blacksmith shop would be handed over to the enemy. After saying that, the system asked him again if he wanted to accept the mission. He quickly told him to wait a moment. But when looking at the reward of 600 gold on this side, Rabbit gently pushed his glasses and gently advised him, "Young man, if it's not related, stay away from this, don't get caught up in it." Before he could finish his sentence, he was filled with murderous intent and said, "Of course I will crush you if you say anything." Facing your murderous intent made him stammer and say, "Yes, I understand." Then he turned back to look at Old Khan and said, "Then I will inform you of the time and location soon, goodbye." After he left, Old Khan turned back to look at him and said, "I'm sorry Grid, I had to protect the blacksmith shop." No gently replied, "It's okay, don't worry anymore." But inside, he was overjoyed, and only for 720,001 did he not hesitate to collide. He looked back at this mission against the Mero Corporation. It was an A-rank mission. If it was a fighting mission, it would have been impossible for a level 21 like him. But this guy is a legendary blacksmith who has even forged epic level items. Thinking of that made him happy and thought it was so easy, and 720,001 would be his. Old Khan behind him holding two swords in his hand suddenly spoke, "I have some materials left since the shop closed, you can practice with them." He immediately walked to the table where Old Khan was standing, with countless swords displayed on it. He held a sword in his hand and asked Old Khan, "By the way, why didn't he report this to the Lord?" Old Khan held a torch in his hand and replied that it would be useless to tell the Lord. Mero and the others bribed him long ago. He immediately asked again, "But Winston Village is part of Earlsteim's territory, have you tried to find the Earl?" Old Khan held the wooden bars in his hand and put them in the smithy as he said, "Of course I have tried to meet him personally, but every time I was stopped by the Lord." He immediately replied gently, "Don't worry too much, you will win this contest, how can you disappoint someone who trusted you?" With tears in his eyes, he replied, "Of course, it's thanks to you that I'm alive until now, if my son were still alive, he would definitely grow up like you." Shin Youngwoo immediately smiled and replied, "Yes, leave everything to me, you will feel secure when you see me working." But in his heart, he was surprised why he was suddenly behaving differently than usual. Maybe Khan is my gold mine, so I unconsciously said that, right? But really, Old Khan reminds me of my grandfather. From gentle words to gentle treatment. Working hard alongside someone I trust so much. Moments like these are the true value of satisfy. Early the next morning. Shin Youngwoo woke up and yawned, yet it's only 4 in the morning. Maybe I should sleep another 30 minutes, it's been 2 days in the game, the results are also called consistent. Old Khan was completely different from Old Smith and Baron. although his health was no longer good, his skills were still excellent like a high-class blacksmith. Looking at the sky through the window, he thought to himself, I want to meet old Khan so much, I want to learn more. Stop for a moment, he thought to himself. It seems like I've been fooled by the game. Stepping out of the room, he saw that his parents were all sitting at the dining table. With dark eyes that couldn't sleep, he said hello to his parents. Seeing that, his mother immediately asked, Youngwoo, did you sleep well? You woke up too early today. He looked at the food on the table and said, I want to have eel for breakfast. When his father heard that, he laughed and said, if you don't have a girlfriend, why would you want to eat eels, kid? According to Korean concept, eating eel to enhance physiology, he was upset and turned to tell his father, that's too insulting. I don't want to be in love yet, women are full of pain. When his mother heard that, she suddenly said, oh my little boy is so big now that he's so cunning. Suddenly he turned around and asked the two of them, how is grandpa these days? Making his parents gasp after hearing this, he asked in bewilderment, what was that reaction? His father replied calmly, no, nothing, it's just that I suddenly asked him out of the blue, if he's still well, if you want, I'll go visit him the next day. He replied softly, yes. I immediately thought to myself that this time I must go visit him. Early the next morning, returning to the Marrow Corporation, Valmont angrily threw the half-bitten apple at Rabbit and shouted loudly, what are you saying? Why are you working so hard, Rabbit? That curtain shop will be ours if he can't repay the debt. Why are you playing tricks and giving him a chance? He gritted his teeth and continued, or were you planted by the communists? Rabiat wiped his face and said, I'm sure business is not doing very well right now, because we have requisitioned most of the people's assets. If we want long-term development, the Marrow Group must become friendly with them. He gritted his teeth and said, who are you to dare to teach me about life? I was the one who bought the land and everything on it, picking up all the ungrateful people. Rabbit thought thoughtfully, this was probably Valmont's limit, thus, it will be very difficult for Marrow to develop further. After that, he replied softly, the people all respected Khan because he had fought against the corporation alone for a long time. Valmont huffed and asked, so what? Rabbit immediately replied, giving the impression that we were giving him a chance to prove his skills, that way we can build a good image of the corporation. Valmont continued, and then we will attract more customers. If this brings profit, then that's fine. Saying this, he stopped and asked, what about my opponent? Does he have the chance to win? Rabbit immediately replied that according to my investigation, he was just an ordinary kid and had no reputation at all. I have chosen a suitable person to bring us victory. Valmont smirked and said, that's great, we have to crush them at all costs. Rabbit secretly thought in his heart, no matter who you are, I will still send the best blacksmith to defeat you. We must be careful about possible incidents. Returning to old Khan's house. When Mr. Khan's friend heard the story, he was surprised and asked, is this skinny kid really going to wipe out the Veil Gang himself? He looks like a beggar in the market. Old Khan crossed his arms and smiled, dear old friend, he looks a bit indifferent, but he does a great job. The person who the two old men had been discussing for a while now turned around and shouted loudly, so the two old men should shut up. Suddenly a voice came from the door, Mr. Khan, the whole village is talking about it. Outside the door, a few boys approached. All of them had pieces of paper in their hands. The leader spoke up, this piece of paper was posted at every place in the village. On paper, the Marrow Group will hold a match with Khan to resolve the blacksmith shop dispute. The reason for this is because we respect Khan and his talent. If Khan wins, we will pay off his debt and abandon our goal of the blacksmith shop. If we win, the blacksmith shop will be named after the Marrow Corporation, but Khan will still have the right to run it, and cooperation and development with the people of Winston is our top goal. I hope that the people will support. Old Khan took the paper and read it, then said, this is true, but why are you so panicked? The blonde-haired man in the lead said, well, we are thinking that they really have good intentions. The brown-haired guy continued, they must have sincerely admired Mr. Khan's talent to put so much effort into competing like that. Blonde hair chimed in and said, besides, they said they would still let him run the shop, right? Don't they really want to get along with the people? Shin Youngwoo rubbed his chin and thought, that's right, although they had played tricks before, I see that they had good intentions in this announcement. Who knows, maybe they actually. Before I could finish thinking, old Khan next to me tore the notice into pieces. He angrily said, because Marrow bastards knew about Winston's future development, they monopolized the land, causing us to go bankrupt. Have you forgotten the suffering we went through just because of their contracts? The blonde guy shyly scratched his face and said, that's right, we were wrong. The brown-haired guy next to him immediately reproached him and said that he almost got tricked again. This isn't the first time they've played tricks on us. Shin Youngwoo was also embarrassed and thought to himself, he is too trusting. Suddenly a voice suddenly rang out, asking for forgiveness. As far as I know, the Marrow Group bought land and commercial areas from people who were unaware of Winston's development. Am I right? So did they force people to sell land to them back then? Shin Youngwoo looked at the guy in front of him. This guy actually has a green mark on his head. He is the player. Pausing for a moment, he continued, with the money received after selling the land, everyone could completely leave the village. However, he later decided to stay because of Winston's development plan, so I conclude this is completely your fault, not Marrow Corporation's. The blonde hair heard that and immediately shouted angrily, how dare you, a bastard like you from outside the village, speak like that? You are their spy, right? He said softly, I didn't come here to cause trouble. It's true that the corporation's priority is still making money, but instead of fighting them, wouldn't it be more meaningful for everyone to happily cooperate with the corporation? After all, the corporation cannot operate without its people. The blonde hair heard what the young man said, then he turned to the brown hair and said, he's right, if the corporation makes a profit, wouldn't our lives also improve? Shin Youngwoo was immediately surprised. Just like that, the flow of opinion was reversed. At this time, the system appeared with a notification, a competition with the Marrow Corporation. The Marrow Corporation challenged Khan to compete in a blacksmithing competition. However, he was not healthy enough to do that. Khan has decided to bet on you, the fate of the blacksmith shop that has been passed down through 7 generations. The condition for completion is to win the competition with the blacksmith from the Marrow Corporation. The reward for completing it is an additional 500 reputation points in Winston, increased friendliness with all citizens in Winston, giving an additional 600 gold, but if the mission fails, Winston's reputation will decline to its lowest level, and Khan's blacksmith shop will also fall into enemy hands. Old Khan immediately asked what was the name of such a strong young man. He was not an ordinary young man. What was his name? Heroi then remembered that he hadn't introduced himself and said, oh yes, I'm sorry for jumping right into the topic and forgetting to introduce myself. Heroi is my name. Seeing this, Faker was a little skeptical and thought, the atmosphere changed in an instant. Who really was he? After knowing his identity, Old Khan happily shook hands and said, you're right, if we cooperate with the corporation, it will be beneficial in the long run. However, Winston Village is still part of Earl Stime's territory. In Stime's land, there is a law called human rights. Hearing this, Heroi was a little confused and said, human rights. Old Khan knew that and immediately repeated the Earl's words and explained to Heroi that people have the right to know about the situation where they live sooner than anyone else. This was emphasized by Count Stime in the law. Thanks to the reclamation in the north of the new land, it will have a strong impact on the lives of neighboring areas. Ready to change and share information with people so they can promptly optimize profits. That is Mr. Stime's wish. Hearing that, Heroi thought about the plan and said, so the problem is that the corporation has ignored Stime's rules. And the Lord must be responsible for letting the corporation monopolize Winston's information and development plans. Old Khan heard that and immediately gave his opinion. That was the reason for the conflict. After hearing this, Heroi immediately made a plan, decided to say goodbye to everyone and go to work, then said, you have convinced me, now I have to go solve some problems. I learned that everyone's accusations to the Earl were blocked by the Lord and the Lord's evil scheme, and the corporation must be exposed. I, Heroi, will secretly convey the wishes of everyone in the Earl. People knew he had a plan and happily said, oh, there's hope, and thanked him. The eavesdropping Faker was a little incredulous and thought, there's no way this guy could do that. He did not receive the assignment but was forced to be assigned the assignment. Seeing that Heroi had left, Faker quickly chased after him and angrily called back, Hey, that guy. Hiroi then turned around confused and said, "Ha, you must be the statue in front of the blacksmith shop." Hearing that, Faker was extremely dissatisfied and said, "What? I'll get straight to the point. It seems like you received the Marrow Corporation's mission before, so why did you change sides?" Hiroi, not wanting to explain too much, just replied coldly, bothering to share the mission information. When Faker saw the information, he suddenly said in surprise, "Because the residents of Winston, you betrayed the corporation, because the people escaped from the corporation's pursuit, and revealed the current situation of the village to Earlstein. Conditions for completing an audience with Count Stein, along with the system board, the quest reward for the title Messenger of Justice appears, friendliness with the people and reputation are maximized in Winston, a gift from Count Stein, the Messenger of Justice creates an index to ensure all stat plus 10, initiates indestructible justice skill." Faker said in shock, "What reward is so high?" After that, although you didn't want to do it, you asked Hiroi how to do it. "I'm not jealous, but please tell me how you got the NPC to give you the quest." Hiroi looked at him and knew he was jealous, but he still took the time to point out, his face looked very jealous. "So you also noticed that I was the one who made them assign the task, so I guess it wouldn't hurt anything to tell you. It's a method that takes advantage of satisfies freedom. If you continuously interact with NPCs about a certain problem or situation, there is a possibility you will receive a related quest. It's a method that only players wait to be used. If you don't know, that's okay. Anyway, this information will soon be posted on the forum. Only those who have played this game from the beginning will know." Hiroi also said a fatal sentence, "Stop being sad." "Or what?" Faker shyly said, I'm also an early player." Seeing that, Hiroi happily said, "I don't know what's going on. Everyone who's been playing since early knows it all. Ha ha, you're really stupid. Let's make friends." Faker was hit by an itchy spot and cried loudly, then quickly logged out. Suddenly remembering what Faker was saying hit him in an itchy spot, he cried loudly and said, "Go ahead and log out." Hiroi said nonchalantly, "Never mind, hurry up, I'm wasting too much time. My level is only 127 even though I've been playing 18 hours a day since the game launched." He thought and calculated more, because his profession is an order. "Because my only offensive skill is just speech, leveling up is much more difficult than usual. Weapons are limited due to low fighting skills and the most fatal weakness is that I have no escape skills. I just need the courage to permanently increase my attack and defense every time it increases by 10 points. I can't become a ranker just by earning quests from my mouth." Seeing the guards closely guarding him, he consoled himself and said, "I need to go through that gate to get to Count Stein." Hiroi gently approached and said, "Are the officers working happily? I need to go out for a bit." He silently calculated each step. "The guards here are very strict. I have to use words to get out of here. I'm just a backpacker. If there's nothing, please let me pass." Seeing that they didn't react, "It's not okay." At this moment Rabbit said solemnly, "They will not listen to you. It was I who ordered it." Hiroi saw Rabbit and suddenly thought, "Rabbit, why is he here?" Rabbit didn't want to explain much, just say what Hiroi was wrong. "Sir Hiroi, the mission clearly stated that you must immediately after approaching the people." Hiroi didn't expect him to know and immediately thought in fear, "Damn it, I have to borrow the power from the persuasion skill. As long as I use it well, I can lead any NPC." Hiroi had no way to immediately use his internal persuasion skill to activate it. "I was just strolling by." At the same time, planning to incite people to stop relaxing was also a step in planning. Rabbit was not manipulated by the skill but still spoke normally, so I already appreciated him. "You failed to change the prejudices of the people. We posted a notice or ceremony that you betrayed." Hiroi knew he couldn't use his thinking skills and had failed. Rabbit didn't want to say more. "I've learned to always be prepared for any betrayal situation. I believe you understand clearly why I have to detain you." Hiroi knew he had no other choice but to run away. He wouldn't give up before such a delicious mission, since running away was the best policy. But before he could run far, he was captured. He struggled, wanting him to let go. "Damn it, I don't have time for this." Hiroi knew he had failed. Even if he fought, he couldn't win. Oops. Indeed, I can't do anything with my current fighting power, so I have to use this method to log out. but the system informed him that he could not log out at this time. Rabbit caught Heroi's plan and said, "Stop resisting in vain, don't you know that we can disable the logout function later? So that you won't be resurrected in another life, when you're killed we'll put you in jail." After speaking, he immediately ordered his subordinates to lock him in a dungeon for a long time. Right now the emergency mission notification system currently has 2 missions as follows. The mission for Winston, a residence, has changed to Waits. Waiting, you have been taken prisoner by the rabbit. You will be imprisoned in the dungeon for a long time with no hope of escape. However, if you can endure this difficult time, then the person with the power of the public messenger will reason that you cannot achieve, will appear and save you from completing the condition of not logging out within 50 hours in real time. This is an extremely dangerous task for older people or people with poor health. Is advised to abandon duty immediately. Do you want to give up the mission? Heroi didn't expect to have such a dangerous mission and immediately thought in shock. 50 hours was crazy. Before, I used to play for 20 hours without a break, but if I exceeded that limit, the game would force logout, and you wouldn't be able to reconnect to the game for 6 hours. Being in a dungeon box for 8 hours a day, and 8 hours in game is nerve-wracking and potentially dangerous. You know it's dangerous as you think, but I'm just an unemployed single guy, no one will bother me. If I switch my login to sleep mode, my body will be able to handle it. I can't miss the opportunity to accept this S-rank quest. Let's play. Seeing that, the system accepts participation in the game and immediately announces that you have accepted the 49-hour countdown mission. The reward is the formation of the secondary profession of Companion of the Messenger of Justice, the title of Conqueror of Hardships and Companion. Action of the Messenger of Justice, creates courage stat, all stats add 20. When you are next to the Messenger of Justice, initiates the inactive justice skill, creates the skill of sacrifice for justice. The Conqueror of Hardships activates creating the indomitable index. Sends me skill is strong will and mission failure has no penalty. Likewise, the system also announces that sleep mode will be activated. From now on your brain life will be monitored and the system will log out when detecting danger. When your health has problems, a will send medical staff to your residence. You cannot log in from outside. If any agent mistakenly enters the appropriate login, a staff member will be dispatched to protect you. Heroi silently thought of his benefactor and hoped for help, praying that one day he would only help me complete this mission. I swear to be eternally loyal to you. In this game I will wait for the day when the Messenger of Justice comes. Likewise, the system also displays Heroi's attribute table as well as his mission. Heroi's character name level 127, order profession. Night at S, a group at 11:33 p.m. Lim Chulho is sitting in front of the computer screen. The game Satisfy. This is a giant system where every action of the player can change the world. 2 billion players will create 2 billion different variables, so to maintain order, we cannot allow any errors to arise. When he was working hard, suddenly an announcement rang out. Chief Development Officer Lim Chul-ho, Mission B408 had been activated. Please allow an urgent meeting to be called. Lim Chul-jo was quite surprised by this announcement. He took off his glasses and replied, "Go ahead, I'll be there soon." As he walked, he thought, B408, that's the code for an S-rank hidden mission that only activates when certain special conditions are met. The reward will be the second job. If successful, that person will be the first player to have 2 classes in Satisfy. Chulho's face is serious, however he will have to spend 200 hours continuously in that world, which is a mission that can harm the player. In the meeting room, everyone is showing the image of a player. It is Heroi, real name is Dam Orion Batar, 25 years old. It is Heroi, he is the player from Mongolia who activated B408. Chulho clasped his hands and said, only 3% of Mongolia's population plays this game, which is truly a rare phenomenon. Choi Nahi looked at him and said, moreover, his class was an order with poor combat ability, yet he reached level 127 just by using his class's characteristics to do quests. Chul-ho looked at the yawning man and asked how the director, Yoon Song-min, of the Mongolia branch would respond. Song-min pointed at the computer screen and said, we just connected to them. The screen on the other side also appeared. I'm Park Yoon-hyuk from the Mongolia branch. All the other employees were also present. Chul-ho said with satisfaction that the purpose of convening this meeting was to discuss Mission B408. Has that party ensured the safety of Aryabatar users? Park Yoon-hyuk replied, yes, we are monitoring him. The medical team is also ready to respond to any case. The Mongolian government also agreed to cooperate. And I have one more suggestion. Chul-ho heard that and waited in surprise. Park Yoon-hyuk continued, let's use the media to spread the news about the first user with 2 classes. By that promotion, our market in Mongolia will increase sharply. Some senior employees heard that and immediately agreed to this idea. It's a good idea. Mongolians don't like games very much, so sales in this country are not high. That's right, maybe because of their nomadic nature. Being in a game box is not very acceptable. Suddenly someone started talking. You two are too subjective. What if after we created media attention he unfortunately failed the mission? Hearing that, Sang-min immediately rubbed his eyes and reassured him, there's no need to worry about that. As long as he doesn't exit the game due to any problems there will be no problem. The mission is designed to be very easy to pass. Sang-min asked, Chief Choi Nahi, have you analyzed the possibility of the mission succeeding? Hearing that, she was startled and replied, yes. Choi Nahi broke her cheek and said, I just uploaded the data, you can take a look, but... Sang-min saw her hesitating like that and opened the data to see, but why? Suddenly his face stiffened. Probability of success, only 9%. Sang-min slammed his hand on the table and said, smart, according to Mission B408, the player will be saved by a hidden NPC. In the dungeon, the player will meet the mysterious messenger of justice, who will then save him after being told about the incident in Winston. Sang-min continued, at the end the player will receive a mission to help the messenger of justice free Winston and receive a reward. In fact, this mission is designed to be so simple that anyone with patience can pass it. Suddenly Chul-ho laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. Sang-min wondered, what's going on, Chairman? He just slowly pointed at the screen, ha ha, look at the document again. Looks like a variable has already occurred, sharing quest information. Sang-min stood up sweating, why, this? Chul-ho held his chin and analyzed. Heroi was supposed to only share information about the village with the messenger of justice, but he accidentally shared it right in the middle of the mission, leading to no more situations with the messenger, that mysterious messenger of justice too. Hearing that, Sang-min had a headache. Oh God, so the person he shared the mission with was Grid, it is indeed Shin Youngwoo. Our main character, Shin Youngwoo, was now lying drunk on the table, babbling, even though you gave me the quest to reward 600 gold, Khan, this old Tohosi. After all, I am his great benefactor, you should give me that task first. Yet that Heroi guy just said a few words and he was already angry. I guess I was nothing in his eyes. He sadly handed the bowl over and gave me another bowl of fish soup and white radish. After a while of eating and drinking, the sky became dark and Youngwoo finally returned home.
It's 1 a.m., it must be as gentle as the wind.
Shin-si came over and shouted, even if he comes home late, he should call home. Do you know what time it is? He asked sleepily. See, aren't you sleeping yet? You're still a student and you stay up so late and still dare to talk to me. Shin-si said, it's just that I suddenly felt a bit strange when I didn't see anyone measuring in the game box. Wait for me to drink. Youngwoo didn't say anything. Hey, my little sister, you're worried about your brother. Shin-si was told that she was right and immediately refused to accept it. It's so disgusting. Dad, go take a shower and go to sleep quickly. Youngwoo is determined not to let her go and push her away. Come on, if you run out of money, come here, I'll give you some. Hey, hee. Turning back to the company, Sang-min spoke up, isn't it 0%? Choi Nahi was surprised. Sang-min said, his chance of succeeding in this mission should have been 0%, not 9%, the Morpheus supercomputer must be at fault. Choi Nahi argued, no, there was no such thing. Sang-min had a headache and said, hey, I know, I just don't want to accept reality. Chul-ho said, being the main character of 3 consecutive events, legendary class, epic arrow, now this, it's getting more and more interesting. Choi Nahi next to him doesn't understand anything. Yes. Chulho continued, now, the one who saved Heroi from prison was not any mysterious messenger of justice, but Grid. Songmin clenched his fists and thought, damn, anyone, why Youngwoo? He's still level 21 even though he has the legendary class, what has he been doing all this time? It's such a waste that a legendary class falls into the hands of a trash like him, he will soon reveal another hidden event. Songmin's face became more and more serious, this guy, must be eliminated, he is satisfies ulcer. He said so, will you fail the mission? What a pity, I lost the opportunity to promote the game. The only thing he's done since he got the legendary class is create epic arrows and accept a job quest. Truly an unpredictable person, but to be honest, he has never been so excited, your incompetence is beyond normal. Currently in Satisfy, there are 3 epic classes that exist. Besides the person who recently appeared in the news, Warrior Blood, details about the remaining 2 classes have not been revealed. The first player to attain the first class remains a mystery, while the remaining class is said to be held by a rank 7 ranker. Because of that, the community and media are buzzing about what the remaining 2 epic classes are and who is the first person to get the epic class. Right now on the Steam territory side. Seeing the reaction of the boys, she was extremely unhappy because when she joined the team, they didn't even glance at her, so she stood next to her and asked what was going on. Then she said, did she see you over there? Everyone was so excited when she came. Apparently the name is Euphemina, she said she would join the strongest person's team, please show yourself first. Hearing that, they were extremely excited when the monster came. The boys all used their strongest strength to defeat the object in front of her so that she could join their team. Seeing her power made her extremely depressed because everyone looked so normal. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past Euphemina, seeing the whirlwind skill. Such a strong force made her turn her head to look curiously, not knowing who it was. That's the red-haired guy. The wind magic he used is really strong, it will be useful when fighting Piero. Now it's yours, copying the skill. After successfully copying, you will get a level 3 vortex. Then she looks forward to it next time. After fighting the monsters, the red-haired guy turned around and wanted to ask if Euphemina would come with us. But what he got was that he couldn't see her, she was long gone, Euphemina sighed. She felt great, this skill should be enough, she spent 63 days preparing for this S-rank mission. First, you have to stabilize your mind first, display mission information. Traitor of the Red Knights, Piero is a traitor who seriously injured Asmafel. Take revenge on Piero on behalf of Asmafel. He is hiding in the Kisan Valley. The reward for completing is the title of Avenger. The vengeance initializes Brutality Index, Attack Power plus 100, initializes Carnage Shock skill. If the mission fails, level -2, Asmafel's trust in you will decrease. Once she clearly understood the mission, she began to open the door to carry out the mission. The difficulty of the S-rank quests was extremely high, moreover, her opponent was an NPC named. Maybe he can defeat a few bosses alone. At this time the hermit Piero appeared, he was the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire, Piero. Seeing Euphemina, he asked if she was the person Asmafel sent. Seeing Piero, she reassured herself that she would definitely be able to do it, because she had prepared tooth and nail for this battle. Immediately afterwards Piero threw thousands of black swords down from the sky. So she quickly called out Tartan. Because this is the strongest defense skill from the leader of the guard class rankings, Bump, she only has 9 basic skills. But she can use skill copy 3 times a day. For 2 months, she copied all kinds of skills from top rankers, thanks to which she can now use up to 50 high-level skills. Although it is only a one-time use item. But to pass this mission, that's more than enough. She is a copyist. Also the first epic class bearer in Satisfy. Then when he was about to come, she counterattacked to knock him back. Before he could understand, she used a whirlwind on him, causing him to be hit in explosions. But with that combo, it's not enough for him. Continuing, Euphemina used Heat Wave, Light Beam, Tyrant Power, Darkness Spear, a prelude to destruction. The continuous attacks left her exhausted. But I don't know if he's dead yet. If so, then you still haven't seen the mission completion notice, he's still alive. Continuously using high-level skills like this causes her mana to drop incredibly quickly. So she planned to fly up to keep her distance and restore her mana with medicine. Suddenly she realized that Piero was pointing the knife from above, surprising her because he was unharmed. But the skill he is using is Piasso's hit or die skill, fate is doomed. He realized she was choosing death. But at all costs she must live. So Euphemina used the nightmare space, making Piero mistaken. Why did Esmawful come here? Nightmare space is a skill that can cause enemies to become dizzy. She saved it for truly dire times. Unreal life has put you in a trance, he probably thinks he's fighting Esmawful, so you have to take advantage of this opportunity to regain mana and continue to attack. Suddenly the system notifies and warns that because you use skills too much, your body is weakened, you will temporarily not be able to use skills. Every index was down 50%. It made her face black in thought because she was about to win. It happened again, so before Piero recovered, she needed to. Must defeat him. But when I look up at the sky. Then he completely recovered and looked at her with a murderous expression. That's it, he really is a monster, her clone power is not enough. Euphemina was then forced to abandon the mission failed. You have lost 2 levels, Esmawful's trust in you has decreased. So Euphemina's 2 months of efforts were gone. She wasted the opportunity to receive a new title, the effect it gave her was too perfect. So she was extremely angry because S-rank missions were rare, right? While feeling extremely sad, someone came and asked if she was Erina. I came to send a message. If you don't mind, I hope you can accept a quest. Initialization task, curious, she tried to see what the mission was like because she was so frustrated after the Piero incident that she didn't know if this mission was worth it. The main reward was a title, they called her Erina. Among the nicknames she has used, Erina is the one she uses to craft items. The reward was extremely attractive, so she accepted. At this time in the village, Grid was extremely bored sitting on the chair, so he walked over and told him to stop acting like that. So he told the old man to follow that guy and leave him alone, but that's not what he wanted to say. The Meros are watching the entire village. If you intend to leave Winston, you will be eliminated immediately. As for a stranger like Heroi, he would probably be able to avoid their attention. I cannot let my heir be in danger. I consider you like a descendant of the family. If something happens to you, how will I live? His crocodile tears couldn't fool you, so Grid told him to stop acting so deep. Hearing that, he understood that he would now return to practice, but had they decided on the date and time of the match yet? It's going to happen in 2 days, are you ready? Grid was of course ready, he had to show them what a true blacksmith was. Immediately after that, he quickly went to practice. He found that if he continuously used the skill, his proficiency would increase. He could feel the increasing grace in each movement. At this time, the system informed him that he had created a rare item with all stats +2, reputation across the continent +30. You crafted an epic item so all stats +4, continent-wide reputation +80, your durability stat increased. The feeling of progressing every day is so great. After that he was completely exhausted. So I don't know how much it increased in the end. But it only increased a little, even though he forged many different things compared to the Jaffa arrow forging. Well, it can't be helped, he can't help, because of the Meros he doesn't have any high-end materials, so he can only sell a few epic items. On the other hand, taking into account the stats, he could see that his work efficiency was increasing, and he also had 130 unused skill points. If you want to win this match, you have to go all in skillfully, but remember the fight with criminals. You should invest in other stats as well. Okay, so add 60 points to stamina and 70 points to dexterity. Immediately after that, the system notices that your stamina has increased from 52 to 112, your dexterity has increased from 99 to 169. Thanks to the increase in stamina, your HP has increased from 936 to 1536. He didn't expect it, if he said this was a level 21 index, no one would believe it. It was equal to the stats of a level 75 player. In addition, my strength will increase when wearing equipment. That's enough to make up for the lack of fighting skills. In the future, I will definitely continue to do manual labor for a long time, but living in suffering for a long time, I'm used to it. In tomorrow's match, I will show you my power to hack and crash the server. At Winston Central Square, duel day. The other players exclaimed, "Wow, so many NPC villagers gathered here." Another player also spoke up. They were probably all people who wanted to protect the blacksmith shop from the Marrow Corporation. The villagers shouted loudly, cheering for you, Grid, try your best, absolutely don't lose, protect the blacksmith shop. When the others saw him, they looked down on him. So that guy was Grid, look at his equipment, is he a rookie? Looks like this is just a fight between some apprentice blacksmiths, real carpet. The referee now declares, and now, allow me to introduce today's two competitors. From Marrow Corporation, a.k.a. When the people present saw a.k.a., they immediately fell in love with her. She is so beautiful, it was not a waste to come here. Come on, my dear, come on girl, I don't know what this game is, but let's win. She also happily responded to those people. He stood next to her, appraising her. She looked pretty, suddenly reminded me of the witch Yura. Well, that's fine, honey, you have people supporting you. But his thoughts were slapped in the face because people also loved her. She squatted down in despair, and the referee reminded him to stand up. You and I interact together. But not long after, the two of them quarreled because he called her a kid. She quickly retorted, I'm a brat. I'm 20 years old now, he calmly replied, oh I'm 26, you're nothing. The referee now also declares the contest officially begun. The referee announced that today's content is daggers. The two people's time limit is 3 hours. Whoever can create the better quality dagger will win. If Euphemina wins, she will receive a new title and additional stats. The only thing she was concerned about was the difficulty of the mission. Is that because your ability hasn't been revealed yet? But whatever, it's probably no problem, your plans won't change. The moment he started the blacksmithing process, she would copy his skills right away. With the same skill level, the lucky person who creates items with a higher rarity will win. This is a game with a win rate of 50-50. Is it possible to win? But when she looked at Grid, she was extremely surprised. When he started processing quickly. But because of that, you can't lose your temper, everyone's skills are the same, the problem is the tools, the person with better equipment will have the upper hand. Then she summoned a blessing hammer. Although it doesn't matter how good this hammer is, if you don't meet the requirements then using it is useless. That's why. She would copy Grid's skills, observe the skills. But what Euphemina didn't expect was that she couldn't analyze the target's skills because the skill observation level was too low. Because she kept staring, making him wonder why she was like that. At this moment Euphemina was extremely panicked because this was impossible. Her observation skill had reached level 7, she had even copied a high-level blacksmith skill when it was only level 5. So that means you're a master level blacksmith. The person at the top of the blacksmith rankings had only reached intermediate level, there was no way her skills could fail. Suddenly she thought of a possibility that maybe he was also an epic class. But that's impossible, Anyus, Katz and you are the only 3 people with the epic class. So that means you have a unique class. But whatever you do doesn't matter, if you don't do anything then you'll definitely lose. Just then Euphemina called Rabbit over. And said, he has a teacher, right, let him join too. Hearing that, he didn't quite understand what she meant. She told him he had to change the rules halfway through, but she grumpily told him, do whatever you can, you said you had to win the contest at all costs. Even though he didn't know what she was planning, he just had to follow her as he understood. And spoke to Trong Tai. That scene was seen by Grid at the same time, making him curious about what the two of them were gossiping about. After discussing with Rabbit, the referee turned around and shouted, Mr. Khan, please step onto the field, this is Erina's request. She suggested that both teachers and students should participate together. Hearing that, everyone in the audience was amazed, not expecting Erina to be so shocked. Her conditions made Grid blush because she dared to look down on him. However, Old Khan did not pay attention to this matter. He thanked that girl for giving him the opportunity to stand side by side with you, the blacksmith he admired, and also the opportunity for him to prove shows the glory of the blacksmith shop. Okay, let's see how long she can stay cocky. Seeing that they did exactly what she wanted. He is her target, so she will borrow a bit of his talent. You have successfully analyzed the advanced forging technique, level 2. You can use the advanced blacksmithing skill once. Because she had advanced blacksmithing skills, she was in a very comfortable mood. From now on, between them, whoever has the higher dignity will win. Even if you are a master blacksmith, it doesn't matter. The game is not over yet. Then she quickly started forging. Seeing the two of them still working on the edge of the knife made Euphemina proud. Because it was too slow, because she had already finished making the blade. As long as the goddess of luck is with her, she will definitely win. On Grid's side, the legendary blacksmith's perseverance skill activated, increases HP, defense, and dexterity by 200% for 1 hour. He felt that everything went smoothly and Old Khan's concentration was admirable. Fire and metal, he could feel them through every blow, without any mistake. The legendary blacksmith's breath skill has been activated, item stats have been increased. This is when fire and metal merge into one. Old Khan felt so extraordinary. He couldn't believe that he was helping to create this masterpiece, but there was still something they hadn't used yet. That means they will use minotaur horns to make knife handles. Do you know that it costs 10 gold? Suddenly everyone's cheers rang out, causing him to turn around in surprise and see that the knife of player Erina had been completed. Its appearance is as beautiful as its owner. A masterpiece was born in less than 3 hours. Looking at her masterpiece, he didn't want to admit it at all. But it was impressive. That girl really had talent, not just showing it off for fun. As soon as Erina's knife was completed, the referee began to look at its parameters. Along with everyone present there, its parameters make everyone surprised. It is short magical knife, epic rarity, side level 60-60, attack power 122, attack speed increased by 8%. Everyone saw the result clearly right before their eyes. They thought that Erina would definitely win. Because the short charm knife is a dagger crafted from the skillful techniques of an excellent blacksmith, its deadly evil power can steal the opponent's heart, and has the potential to bewitch the opponent. When used to attack, durability will decrease quickly. But Grid absolutely must not let himself get distracted, only focus on his knife. He was high up with Rabbit and felt that the knife was good, a dagger that could charm the enemy. It was truly impressive. Old Khan standing next to him also felt great. If he were the same age, he wouldn't be able to compete with her. But it's no problem for you, Grid. Exactly, you just finished making your dish. I'm just worried that the audience will lose their minds when they see this. Suddenly the door leading to the arena was opened wide. Then many soldiers appeared and ran back to him. He held the spear to Grid's neck and called him a criminal. They had just received news that he was an accomplice of the terrorist Heroi, so they arrested him immediately. Seeing this, the people who supported Grid were extremely panicked, but Heroi was arrested. Valmont stood high up feeling pitiful. Seeing him smile so smugly made Old Khan immediately understand that everything was definitely Mr. Valmont's doing. He knew he couldn't win, so he sent his soldiers. Grid tried to struggle and tell them to let him go. Because you have nothing to do with that guy. Rabbit stood there thinking. During his 20 years working for the corporation he had seen all kinds of items. But as soon as he saw this, he knew that Erina's dish was completely unmatched. We had failed. At this time, old Valmont came and said to Rabbit, "This item almost made me lose face in front of thousands of people." Seeing that he also accepted, the soldiers were also arranged by you, right? If we announce the results now, we will lose people's trust. But Valmont believes that Erina's knife is enough to convince the people. Do you think I will really abandon the blacksmith's shop? Bring his knife with him. Don't let anyone know about its properties. He understands when he hears that. He thinks that with that skill, calling him the best blacksmith in the world today is no exaggeration. His name is Grid. When Grid was taken away, Erina came over and asked what this was all about. If it weren't for this, we would have lost, right? However, the match ended while she was supported by the audience. So you completed your request, now I get the reward, right? Of course, Rabbit will keep his promise. Immediately after that, the system notifies that the task has been completed. She received 1,500 gold, the title of fighter, created the battle spirit and luck index, and created the dice rolling skill. Therefore, Euphemina felt that everything was fine, except for this one, which was completely a player's skill, but let's just say it was an excuse to fail the previous mission. But she saw that when he was taken away, he seemed innocent, but whatever happened, happened. Even though she didn't like Grid's personality, she still wanted to know who he really was. Suddenly Rabbit spoke again, and he probably didn't know that his opponent in the competition was a normal person. At the beginning of the competition she looked very confused, but after Khan participated, her movements were identical to his. Did she possess a similar ability or something like that? Hearing his extremely accurate guess made her speechless because she did not expect that NPCs could also realize this. Not stopping there, Rabbit also believes that in the future, Marrow Group will definitely reveal its face. A person who is fashionable and handsome will leave Marrow and find another opportunity for success. Khan's blacksmith shop would be the place to give him that opportunity. That's what he thought after witnessing Grid's skills. As his connections and resources expand, he will be able to compete with every small and medium-sized business with his craft alone. Hearing those things also made Euphemina extremely surprised because even a Biga merchant who only owned a small business did not expect Grid to be so great. Suddenly Rabbit had a request for her to help him save him. Hearing that, she realized this was a mission. The mission board quickly appeared, and seeing it made her smile with satisfaction. Because of this Grid, she just got entangled with him and already had a title and an S-rank quest. Of course, she would give up the opportunity and accept this quest. At this time, the people's side had already distributed one to each other. Because Heroi was arrested, they could only make a revolution themselves. Seeing everyone determined to save Grid made Old Khan emotional and thanked everyone. We can't let Grim and Heroi shoulder the responsibility. That's right, we must protect our future, we must bring independence back to Winston. Suddenly one of them was shot in the back with an arrow and was seriously injured. That was because Valmont led people to attack them because he immediately knew that Old Khan's group would rebel. Just seeing him, Old Khan said again, "God damn it, you intervened in the battle to take over this village, aren't you afraid of the people?" Hearing what Khan said, Valmont asked General Philipson next to him what he thought. We were planning to fight against the Lord, he felt there was no other way, they had to get rid of them immediately. So he smiled complacently and said, obediently surrender and hand over the blacksmith shop, I want everything to end smoothly. Therefore, Old Khan felt that they were truly evil. Right after that, the warlord called someone to arrest the riot leader Khan, sir. On Heroi's side, he is currently being arrested and doesn't even know where this is. And how many days have passed? He begged someone to save him. Out in the real world, people at the company sensed signs of something wrong with his egg. At this rate, I won't be able to guarantee Iluvatar's health. We have to log him out immediately, this is too dangerous. But Park Yoon-hyuk spoke up and said, he has spent 48 hours in real life, during this period we must protect and support his efforts. Hearing that, everyone in the meeting room protested, not to take risks, even the person who saved him, Grid, was arrested. How could he put the fate of the company in the hands of a weak person like Grid? The chance of success is no longer 9%. Due to this, Grid was already in the dungeon and closer to Heroi. There was still hope. Park Yoon-hyuk feels that although this is a matter of fate, he still believes that some miracle will still happen. He can be considered a weak player with a childish personality. But his persistence cannot be underestimated. Shin Youngwoo will definitely create a miracle. So they have to bet the remaining 2 hours on him. Right now in Winston Castle dungeon, Valmont's men interrogated him, telling him the name of the person who assigned the task, but he did not know that. Hearing that, they got angry and threatened him that if he did not answer the question, he would be executed immediately. Hearing that, he also followed them because he was nicknamed the Tough King. You horse-faced people really have no shame. you dare to slander me, and in the future you will give birth to a child without an asshole. You don't need to know what you do, death is the fastest. If you get locked in here and lose the fight, old Khan will die from the pain of losing his blacksmith shop. But when this crazy guy kills you, then you will revive and return to Khan, so you hope they kill you quickly. Suddenly the bodyguard behind him stopped him and covered Grid's mouth, because that guy knows the player has an immortal body. So bring him to solitary confinement, he will have to confess anyway. If things are like that then it's bad, if you are detained then who knows what will happen to Mr. Khan, besides, in prison you play games with faith. Okay, I'll say everything, let's get this out of the way first, Khan, sorry. Immediately after that, they put him in solitary confinement. Seeing you keep moaning, he told you to stop moaning, if you didn't say anything, it would take a long time for you to be released. At this time, the system shows that the Justice Messenger mission has been initiated. When he saw this reward he was extremely surprised because he had seen this reward before, it was from the quest that Heroi had shown him before. But how the hell can you rescue him within 7 hours when you're already imprisoned? Even the penalty for failure is absurd. But this was a mission she couldn't refuse, making her sad. Why did it have to be him? It's been 3 hours. He knew right away that there was no way he could be lucky all the time without having to pay the price. In 26 years of your life you have never picked up a single coin. You should have known that you would receive a legendary class, right? I really want to punch the goddess of luck. Suddenly he heard Euphemina's voice calling his name, making him extremely surprised. I don't know why she's here, but who cares, she's my only hope now. She walked away without knowing the poor peasant's name, so you don't know where it is. Hearing that sentence made you extremely angry. What a brat. At this time, the system informs you that you have 2 hours left to complete the task. Feeling like he didn't have time anymore, he had to get the girl's attention so he banged on the door really hard so she could hear. Hearing a noise, she went towards it and was scared by her current appearance. Anyway, she found him. Wait a minute, I'll release you right away. Then she gave him the dagger he had made and praised it for being a masterpiece. Seeing that it was the dagger he made, he was extremely happy and felt that this girl was also kind and pretty. However, before releasing him, she has a condition. Make her a magic orb, one that can hold as many spells as possible. Heard about magic spells, a magical equipment, but he had never done any before. Never mind, just nod first, there's one more thing. That is, don't call her brat, my name is Euphemina, call me that. Hearing that, he realized that Erina was just a nickname. He was then freed by Euphemina. When he got outside, she also gave him the dagger, and he wondered why she came to save him. Wait, on top of that, how could a blacksmith barge in here? But you're not a blacksmith. She's the one with the hidden class, the copyist. She copied Khan's skills in the competition. Hidden class, I heard that only 3 people in the world have it, are you one of them? But why did you say this to me, when you took the trouble to hide your identity before? Because sooner or later we will understand each other better. You also have a hidden class, right? It must be at least a unique class, seeing that you also know it makes him surprised and doesn't know why. Knowing that Euphemina liked her, seeing herself being told that she liked him made her upset and told her to stop talking nonsense. I don't know what your hidden class is, but now we have to fight together. Or we'll both die here. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, an entire army arrived, making him extremely surprised at how many of them came. She took care of over 100 people just now, now you have to support her if you want to live. Oh my god, you only have 1 dagger, maybe 100 daggers will drop. As soon as he picked up the knife, he saw its parameters. I was extremely surprised and did not expect that a dagger could be this good. This is an item that you created with 100% understanding. There may be limitations because you do not meet the equipment requirements, reducing attack power by 20% and item effects by half. Grid didn't expect that the item he created also had limited power. Seeing the dagger's specifications, Euphemina couldn't help but be shocked. She thought he might be some kind of assassin, right? Isn't it one of the equipment requirements that requires mastery of high-class daggers, but at the same time you also have master blacksmith skills so you can do that? Her reaction made him think that she had seen the item information but still didn't take it. Was it really that good? Suddenly she said, "Come here." When he turned around, he saw a spear thrown at him. "So I feel like she's really a damn brat. It's okay to have a warning mouth." Immediately after that, he used his wind attack to blow them away. That move had Euphemina beside her clapping her hands in admiration. Seeing the little girl just standing there watching made him angry, but she replied that her job was just to save him. The rest are not necessary, and the skills she has are quite expensive. When the guards were about to chase him, he begged her not to be stubborn right now. The system also informed him that he had 1 hour and 25 minutes left to complete the mission. Feeling like he didn't have much time left and he couldn't counter-gank much at the same time, so he went back to ask Euphemina. "We still have to save one more person." So the girl thought he was talking about old Khan. She had saved him on the road just now. "It's great to see him being captured here but being rescued by you, but the person he needed to save was a guy named Heroi." Hearing a strange name, she asked who it was. He had only met her once, so he didn't know much. Hearing that, "You don't want to waste your energy trying to save a stranger, do you think I'm free?" Seeing that she refused to help, Grid got angry and said, "I'm tired of being dragged in too. Listen to the adults, you cheeky brat." At this point, Euphemina was so angry that her face turned black because she had told him not to call her a brat. Then used the spear of destruction to smash the guards. Therefore, they were forced to be wary of her. Because she is very dangerous. Euphemia's strength scared him. She could just say the name of the move and not the spell. She was maybe as strong as Yura. "Euphemina will let it go this time because we need to save people, but what if there's a next time?" He knew what she was about to say, so he could only obey. "Ladies." After rescuing Grid, Euphemina led him through a secret escape route. He went through a few stairs but still couldn't get through. Grid frowned and asked him how tired he was. "Isn't the third floor the bottom floor?" Euphemina replied that they had to go down to the fourth floor too. At this time, "The system has informed you that you have 1 hour and 10 minutes left to complete the task." Grid suspiciously turned to ask if he was sure. What if Heroi was upstairs? "When I went looking for him, I passed by the first and second floors but didn't see anyone with that name. Besides, a reliable source said he could be on the fourth floor." She replied, "Below the stairs is a large cave." Grid helplessly said he understood, but where was the way to the fourth floor? There was a shout from above, causing the two people to panic, and they were downstairs. "Everyone hurry up." Grip quickly ran and shouted, "Run to this side first." Euphemina still stood there as if focusing on something. She happily looked at the blue flowers and hummed and sang Serenade. "On the 8th day of the 3rd month, I went to the garden to pick up a flower." She was about to pick it when Grid stopped her. "Don't touch it. Look at this hallway, it's very suspicious." Fortunately, the guy who set the trap has cerebral palsy. If it's this easy, only a fool would try it. As he spoke, he proudly walked over the rope stretched in the middle of the septic tank, but before he could be happy, a large axe fell right in front of him, causing him to lose his nerve. Euphemina didn't understand what was going on. She held the flower in her hand and smiled happily. Hee, it's so beautiful. Grid is sweating and reminds me to be careful, he thought to himself. Brat, this is not the time to go around picking flowers and catching butterflies. Suddenly a giant rock fell right behind his grip, throwing him several meters away. Grid angrily turned back to look at Euphemia. She innocently replied that she was hungry while eating a banana. Look Grid, there's another flower over here. An iron club rushed forward. Fortunately, he dodged in time. He shouted angrily, Euphemina is so innocent that I'm full of shit. If you hate each other, say it out loud and don't always fight each other. After listening, she innocently replied that who knows, activating the trap will also make the path clearer. Besides, I didn't want to do this in the first place, so why should I listen to you? Suddenly, an army rushed up from behind, and there were the prison robbers over there. Hearing that, Grip immediately jumped into the deep hole created by the falling stone. Euphemina saw this and asked in bewilderment, Wait Grid, why did you jump into the hole? Grid jumped and said this was the fastest way to the basement. Kid, take care of them. You can't fight them without a piece of armor on you. Clear them out with fire magic or something. I'll go find Heroi. Euphemina frowned. What a selfish guy. Above, the army shouted to capture her. She yelled at me, if I use fire magic in here, we'll all be grilled meat, you idiot. Grid replied, yes, in general, how can I buy you time? Grid ran away thinking, copyist. That kid has the skills to copy anyone's skills. Usually, the biggest drawback of powerful magic is the long chanting time. But the brat can cast those spells instantly, even hacking. At least, thanks to that kid's protection, I can do the quest with peace of mind. Be strong, kid. Above this, Euphemina used the Ice Queen's breath to freeze her pursuers. But hey, no matter how much I defeat them, they still keep rushing out. Group fire spells are the optimal solution right now, but I'll be blown up along with them. I still have 11 more spells left from after Piero's quest. I won't lose to those petty soldiers, however. The problem is that among these soldiers, I don't see Winston's 5 heroes. The soldiers shouted at a guy who had just run away, splitting into 2 halves to chase him away. Clear. A group of people were about to leave when suddenly Euphemina used a light sword to launch straight at them. An overbearing spirit said, "Whore, are you planning to resist to the end?" She heard that and his eyes were steady, thinking, just this once, I will believe you. Now I need to bend 10 more spells. I'm almost at the limit. Hurry up, Grid. Almost 50 hours have passed in the real world. Someone save me. I can't stand it anymore. I can't anymore. A loud scream rang out in the basement. Grid heard that and suddenly turned around. It was Heroi's voice. In this direction, that bastard has me involved in so many things. If I see him then. Before he could finish his sentence, a man in armor appeared and shouted loudly, You are the soldier from before. I am the Knight Leo of Wiston. I have heard about your escape mission, because I know you are Heroi's accomplice. I have been standing here since afternoon. As he said that, he pulled out his sword. Seeing that, Grid thought to himself, fuck it, a knight must at least be level 180 or higher, but he still calmly replied, Officer, indeed, when a dog barks, a dog does not bite. Hearing that, the knight shouted loudly and rushed in boldly, daring to oppose the person on duty. I'll cut your mouth open and die. Grid held the sword in fear of death. He had provoked him too much. He uses attack power and your attack speed increases significantly for 20 seconds, agility and evasion stats increase sharply for 1 minute. I'll have to go solo with him. The Flash Knight rushed forward. Why is Grid so scared, so fast? The knight slashed so hard that Grid couldn't defend. Ha, he's faster than me. I almost went to meet my grandparents. Luckily, I got flashes from this knife, otherwise. The knight appeared and said that he was just a crippled blacksmith who dared to insult my dignity and block my attack. This humiliation cannot be forgiven. I swear on the honor of this sword that I pronounce sentence. Death. After saying that, he slashed hard at Grid, knocking him away. The system notifies you that you have received 17,300 damage. Your HP has reached the minimum level of the activated passive. You will be immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Damn, I was shocked by his damage, so I immediately drank a bottle. Ha, why did he stop? The knight's body began to exhale smoke. His mouth kept muttering names, bastards, misfortunes. Seeing that, Grid remembered what Euphemina said, if I used fire magic in here, we would all become grilled meat. This guy, turns out it was due to a dust explosion. The knight fell on you. What have you done to me? Grid acted like he was responding out of turn. There was no need to cry, damn it. No way. After he stops breathing, the system immediately informs you that you have defeated Winston's knight, receiving the title of Knight Slayer. Get the jail key. You've been leveled up. 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 You've been promoted level. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You are now level 45. Hearing that, he was happy and excited. Tasty. This side. After a period of searching, Grid finally found Heroi. He opened the door and went in, saying he was going to punch me when he got here, but you look so pitiful, Heroi. Heroi saw this and asked in surprise, Are you from Khan's place? You are my benefactor. The system sounded the Royal Citadel mission again. You have acquired the second class, initialize courage stat, initialize skill get title, initialize indomitable stat, initialize skill, mission completed, receive the title of Messenger of Justice, initialize courage index, all stats plus 10, initialize skills, your reputation in Winston is maxed, your friendliness towards the people of Winston is maxed. Seeing that, he was very excited. Suddenly, Heroi knelt down on Mr. Grid. What, whoever he is, he helped me complete this mission. I will forever be loyal to him. After thinking about it, Heroi then said, I was Dam Orion Batar, a descendant of the Blue Wolf King. In the name of the companion of the Messenger of Justice, I will follow to repay this kindness. Grid was surprised. In his mind, he secretly thought that there was something wrong with his brain. He had accidentally messed with a psychopath. A copyist is a class that allows players to copy and reproduce the skills of any other class. It is called the most versatile class in the game. Players can defeat the boss alone if they combine skills proficiently, or even balance the server. However, they can only copy 3 skills per day, and each skill can only be used once. They only have 9 basic skills and none of them are useful in combat. On top of that, replicants are extremely physically weak. In other words, a copyist is only as strong as he has accumulated a large amount of skill, but when that skill is fully exercised. Euphemina will be the weakest person in the world. After seeing all the soldiers die at Euphemia's hands, the crowd was surprised and exclaimed that it was unbelievable. She single-handedly defeated hundreds of our soldiers. Euphemina stood and looked at them, thinking that now there were only a few elite knights left. She had used most of her skills, but fortunately thanks to that, they would not approach her. Just now suddenly I heard a loud explosion, and Grid still hasn't come back. Is he dead? This is probably the fastest way downstairs. But thinking about it, even if he saved Heroi, would he come back to help me? An orange-haired guy turned around and asked, Hey, what if that guy escapes? The black-haired man replied, Don't worry, there are still Lord's guards up there, let's just take care of them down here. What a bother, over there, please end everything quickly. Euphemina looked scared and thought, well, I can't hold on much longer, damned. My remaining 3 spells are all fire attribute, using them in such a narrow space is like committing suicide. Suddenly, several soldiers rushed to arrest her. Euphemina used her final moves to fight back, constantly cursing in her head that she shouldn't have trusted that man. Why risk her life to save him? Suddenly he used a pincer position. Euphemina was so helpless that she had to use basic skills. But her strength was no longer enough to fight off the soldiers. She was seriously injured and lay on the ground. The soldiers laughed loudly ha as she at her wit's end. How great, make me fear for nothing. I will avenge the 500 fallen brothers. Don't blame me. A guy drew his sword and rushed forward. Euphemina looked at him angrily, but he still had a 50% chance. A guy drew his sword and rushed forward. Euphemina looked at him angrily, but he still had a 50% chance. Suddenly there was a voice echoing back to a group of tall, dark knights surrounding a small girl. What is this situation? Euphemina burst into tears and tremblingly called Grid. Oops, but I thought you just turned away and ran away. If you hurry up, no one will die. The 2 soldiers panicked if he was here. So, don't say, Northern rookie Leo was defeated. Grid glared and replied that no one cares what his title is, but it's true that I defeated a Leo guy, one-on-one, fair and transparent. Hearing that, the soldiers panicked. No, why, do you think you can touch a strand of my hair? Grid's attitude makes Euphemina suspicious. When meeting an opponent 30 times higher than her, the NPC will instinctively be suppressed. The soldiers are retreating in fear. What is Grid's level? The orange-haired soldier then spoke in a bastard voice. Just a crippled blacksmith who dares to tell lies. Don't underestimate your enemy. Being able to defeat Leo proves that he is very strong. We have to be very careful with this kind of person. GRD smirked and said, get out of the way, otherwise you will share the same fate as Leo. Heroi thought to himself, Even the soldiers were scared when standing in front of someone as ordinary looking as him. The main character's aura is different, he must have an extremely high level. And Grid was excited, thinking that bullying is so crazy that you guys dare to come close to me. You will all be blown away, by, Euphemina. Soldiers close their eyes. No, don't come closer, if you dare take another step, damn it. Okay, we've been forced to the stairs. That's enough, we can't let an escaped prisoner humiliate us. Grid laughed and replied, oh, is that so, Euphemina? Let them write how to be polite, cast any spell that will hit them. Euphemina hummed and replied, well, actually I don't right now, why don't you explain it yourself? Hearing that, Grid's eyes widened. He helplessly replied, how the hell could he fight? Euphemina encouraged, but he defeated a knight himself, show off. Is he scared? No. The soldiers aggressively rushed forward and shouted at Grid. Grid must not turn its back to the opponent, I will punish you, terrorist. Grid stood there, staring at the sword about to stab his mother. The sword is so fast, the knight is really strong. Damn, have I provoked them too much? In an urgent situation, Heroi rushed to block Grid with a sword. Grid panicked Heroi. Anyway, you're not hurt at all, how? Heroi smiled and replied, yes, I'm fine, no problem, this is the skill I received after going through that hell. What is Euphemina surprised about? He can block a knight's sword just by holding his body out. No, I didn't write what type he was. Heroi then said outside the Grid, the two of them ran away, so what about you? I will hold them back, I vowed to use my whole life to repay the favor for that day. What can you do alone? Hearing that, Grid pulled Euphemina and ran away, Euphemina. Hey Heroi, try to stay a little longer, if there's fate, we'll meet again. The soldiers shouted, bastard, don't try to escape so easily, stop. Heroi shouted loudly, you guys are the ones who can't leave here, your mother is no better than trash, the dogs were jealous of the pig and pushed the old woman into the sea. All opponent stats decrease, my body. Heroi clenched his fists and looked at his opponent with murderous intent, he tasted his new skill. Eat this whole thing. Undefeated justice deals damage equal to 300% of attack power. Cough, Heroi uses an attack on the opponent's abdomen. He smiled and said that indeed, for an order like me, this skill is completely useless. The two soldiers immediately said their names, you bastard, tie him up and put him back in solitary confinement. Heroi was tied up, he immediately thought to himself that he had completed the task, so it wouldn't matter if he logged out now, and it looks like Lord Winston is done for. 50 hours, I can finally rest, I have tried everything I can. Mr. Grid, wish you luck. After running away from the soldiers, Grid happily shouted yay. Finally getting out, seeing that, Euphemina frowned and reminded Baby to keep her mouth shut, don't forget we're still in the middle of enemy territory. The way out of the castle is still far, if the soldiers in prison and the Lord's guards attack us together, it will be very complicated. Grid was like a child, lying on the ground enjoying the fresh air, so I escaped being sent to prison for 10 years like someone else. Euphemina angrily shouted, I told you to shut up, shoot me now. Grid bowed in fear, I know, don't act rashly. She thinks that honestly, nothing annoys me more than this personality of his. His attitude seems to depend on some of his classes being much stronger than mine, so he always wants to annoy me. Suddenly, Grid pointed in one direction and asked, those are the enemies, right? Euphemina was surprised for a moment. They are the Lord's servants, criminals. Lord of Winson Baron Low, he spoke, I can't believe our soldiers were defeated by these geckos. Grid immediately blamed God, who told her to scream for them to come here. Euphemina was angry, he was the loudest thing here. Over here, the Baron thought to himself that if he let them escape and reported this to Count Stein, he would be ruined, we will definitely not let that happen. He commanded, kill the criminals. Grid panicked and shouted, hey, Euphemina, do something, you're strong, right? Euphemina frowned and thought, God, how long is he going to play with me? I want to punch him a few times. Since we're outdoors, I can finally use 100% of my power. Euphemina uses the Demon Emperor's fire tail. The crowd was immediately suppressed by her moves. Heck, this power. The angry man stood trembling, looking at the soldiers falling one after another in front of him, exclaiming, "That's ridiculous, my comrades were destroyed in just one blow." She stood in front of him angrily saying that losing all the skills she had accumulated over the past month was frustrating, plus that guy who always brags. "But luckily you're here to help me relieve stress. This is enough, Baron Low. Let's go outside the castle and continue thinking." Witnessing Euphemina's recent move, Grid stood frozen in fear, thinking that this girl is really scary. From now on, definitely don't touch her. A moment later, under the Baron's direction, the two also left the city. Grid was happy to finally be out of here. A person standing there congratulated you on completing your work. "Ha! That is the rabbit of the Marrow Corporation." The Baron seemed to see hope and shouted, "Oh, Rabbit, you're here, hurry, save me again." Grid frowned and thought to himself, "That's right, I forgot that the Lord who cooperated with Marrow is really annoying." Euphemina suddenly walked up to greet these people very cordially. "Did you personally choose them?" "That's right, Miss Erina." Rabbit replied. Grid was suspicious. It seemed like Euphemina was also hired by the Marrows. "Wait, then why did you save yourself? Is this a trap?" "Damn it, what the hell is going on? No matter what, I won't give in easily. My stats are much higher than my current level, not to mention I also own 4 titles that few people have. There are about 10 of them. Luckily there was no one in there holding a weapon. However, I don't have any armor on me. I have to use all my skills to increase my attack and defense." Grid starts raising his sword and preparing for battle. "You have added 150 points to your strength. Your strength index is currently 316. You have added 90 points to your stamina. Your current stamina index is 334. Even though I know I have no chance of winning, there is no other way." Even though Grid was very worried even after increasing his stats, he didn't know that he had become extremely strong. The total stats of a level 45 player are normally 500. However, the Grid's total stats reach 1,300. Not to mention when he's equipped with a sword, then the combat power can be equal to that of a warrior class 100 times greater. But because of the experiences of encountering high-level players in the past, made Grid feel doubtful about his abilities. "Even if I die today, I must." Grid was about to risk his life to rush forward when suddenly the Baron shouted loudly at Rabbit, "What are you doing? What is the meaning of such an arrogant attitude in front of me, eh?" Rabbit replied with a cold attitude, "I am no longer an employee of Marrow Corporation. I will punish you for your previous unethical actions. Please cooperate." The Baron glared and asked why. "Who dares to betray us? You, a common merchant who acts as if he represents justice." Rabbit calmly replied, "It's because I'm a businessman that I always act for profit. I'll bet everything on you, Grid, ha! With your skills, you will easily create superior items, but you won't be able to optimize profits solely by yourself. If you cooperate with me, I promise we will reach an economic scale larger than small and medium enterprises. I want to use all my resources and experience to help you." Grid breathed a sigh of relief, so that was why he helped me. Grid then asked, "But why did you turn your back on Marrow and the Lord?" He replied that I wanted us to start at the Khan's blacksmith shop, and by stopping the dictatorial gang, we will gain the trust of the people. Euphemina immediately urged us to go quickly. "We still have a lot of work to do." Rabbit smiled and replied, "Yes. I will discuss the details with you after this is handled, and I will make you the richest man in the world." Hearing that, Euphemina also signaled to wait. "I hope you haven't forgotten. Promise to make me a magic ball." Grid replied, "How could I forget? But you have to get me the ingredients and manufacturing method." Euphemina was stunned and understood, but why did he seem so obedient? Grid's eyes were steadfast and serious, and he replied that a man must always keep his promises, but in his head he was drawing up an extremely great plan, of course because he got to upgrade his manufacturing skills for free. "Kid." Euphemina excitedly, "Okay, I'll come when I have everything you need. I'm very happy, thank you." After saying that, she turned around and left with the group of people. Grid thought to himself, "So everything is fine, right? I'm so tired, let's log out." Finally, his life blossomed, the money he earned from a big business. "Mom, I'm rich." On this side, Rabbit suddenly asked Grid. He looked scared of her. Something happened inside. Euphemina waved her hand and replied, "What is there to fear about that guy? He just pretended. He has the power to defeat a Lord's Knight." Rabbit was surprised. "So does that mean he is stronger than the knight?" "No blacksmith in this world can. If Pagma is that person, everything will be clear. The power to crush everything, the ability to create is unmatched. There is no need to discuss anything else. He is definitely Pagma's successor. Aiming to be a large enterprise is not unrealistic." That's the bright future that Rabbit drew, but reality gave him a cold bucket of water. He will never achieve that wish. The Marrow Corporation collapsed due to the effects of Rabbit and Euphemina, and the evil deeds of the corporation and its lords were reported to Earl Strime. Valmont and Lowe were brought to trial. And it all ended in a death sentence for both. However, Rabbit, because of his previous actions, was sentenced to 10 years in prison. He couldn't have foreseen that Count Stein was an upright person, and would never forgive anyone from the Marrow Corporation. "I'm so sorry, Grid, even though I was able to keep my life, I'm very happy because I witnessed the rebirth of a legend. Since the villains were destroyed, Winston Village has quickly recovered its former prosperity." A man dressed in purple was telling the story to everyone, and so the Marrow Corporation's advisor, the most beautiful woman in the world, and a young blacksmith worked together to bring peace to Winston. One person speaking up is truly an interesting story. "That's right. She immediately gave me 2 silver coins and said this was to thank me for telling me this story. Oh my gosh, that's so much, thank you. I've never seen you before, you're new here, right?" "Yes, from now on we will see each other often. Can you tell more stories in this village?" And the story returns to the time of Yatan Temple. Earl Stein has decided to appoint his daughter, Irene, becomes the new Lord of Winston. Newly received news. Satisfy is pleased to welcome you, the first player to own 2 professions at the same time.
In America, a black guy reported that a group said they would not publicize too much information about this player or his side job.
At U, a middle-aged man reported that the only information we had was that he was from Mongolia, in China. A long-haired girl said that she honestly couldn't believe that a country with so few players would exist.
A corporation is plotting to dominate this world through games. We must find a way to stop them immediately.
In Japan, a short-haired girl was sitting and talking, thinking that if Japan already had a player with an epic job, there would also appear a person with a secondary job. The long-haired girl replied, "But Korea is also full of potential. Satisfy is a Korean game, and it also has the largest number of players. No, besides Yura, who is a world-class ranker, no one in Korea is mentioned anymore." In Korea, a young man wearing glasses said that when possessing a subclass, players will be able to use more weapons and unlock more skills and stats. In addition, each time a person levels up, he or she will receive 2 more skill points. Grid was sitting in the breakfast room when he heard such news and immediately exclaimed, 2 points, it's so hacky. Who the hell is that lucky? Damn, the more I look at it, the angrier I get. One late afternoon. In the house, everyone was sitting down to eat, and Grid immediately said that he would not go to the labor office anymore. His father angrily banged something on the table. "Are you planning to stay at home and live off your parents?" The younger sister looked at him contemptuously. "Oh brother, how can you live so selfishly? My mother still kindly said to me, you still owe someone money, or were you lured into the multi-level program by someone?" Grid denies that's not the case. "Mom, I am a blacksmith in the game. I will sell the equipment I make to make money. I was offered help by a businessman. I will have the same salary as a director." As soon as he finished speaking, a spoon flew straight towards his face. His mother cried, "Dad, what should I do if I'm like this?" Dad was still angry and yelled at you want to stay home and play that damn game, right? My sister quickly reminded me, if I could really make money from the game, I wouldn't have to owe anyone money in the first place. Grid looked steadily at the whole family, but this time it would be different. "You have a legendary profession." Before he could finish his sentence, his father shouted nonsense to shut up. "Get up early tomorrow morning to go to work for me." Grid is so sad that no one listens to him. Money is the biggest problem. If you want to convince the whole family, you must first make money. "Okay, I'll accept Rabbit's offer. With his vast knowledge, and the Khan's blacksmith shop as his base of business, I can create results, and convince parents. After thinking about it, Grid was filled with excitement and went to the Khan's house. So excited, "Oh, Grid, you're here." After entering the Grid, the village looked so peaceful. It's true that without the corporations it would be much easier, but Rabbit, come here, the Khan hesitantly replied about that. So you still don't know? Here, I have something for you. What? A letter, written by Rabbit. In the letter, I wrote to Mr. Grid because my previous sins when I worked for a corporation were too large so I could not receive amnesty. Our business must have been temporarily cancelled. However, with the Khan's help, he will definitely make a lot of money thanks to his talent. I hope that one day I will hear anecdotes about you. Khan then spoke up and Earlstein said that he could not just forgive him. That's why he sentenced Rabbit Grid to 10 years in prison. He collapsed and shouted loudly. That's it, he was carried away like a cool guy. Khan quickly comforted her, "Don't be sad, the person who left will return. Instead, I have a suggestion. By overthrowing the Marrow Corporation, you prove that you are worthy of the blacksmith shop, which is why I want you to inherit it." What? He's old, he doesn't have much longer to live. It would be an honor for me if the blacksmith shop was taken over by Pagma's successor. Grid secretly thought he would hand over his forging potential to him. I've never heard of an NPC giving business rights to a player. Grid shyly answered me, "I will accept if you sign the contract." Hearing that, Khan immediately took out a contract, clear black and white paper. Grid was moved to tears. "Isn't life so illusory that it put me in a coma? Even though I have to work hard in the future, I am now the owner of a blacksmith shop." Khan smiled and said, "So let's start practicing now. It's very difficult to master." Grid excitedly shouted, "Of course, I do not need to say much." At the auction house, the red-haired girl frowned and wasn't here. I didn't see them anywhere. Why are they no longer available? The type of custom-made Jaffe arrow from before. Ordinary blacksmiths would make thousands of arrows at a time to sell, yet this guy only ordered 99 arrows for sale, or maybe a certain group has already found him. Two men passing by saw the girl and immediately pointed excitedly, "Oh, that's Zadaka leader Jishuka. In my life, I have never seen anyone with such a big heart and soul. Can I just sip the whole thing?" Jishuka glared angrily and shouted, "Out of my sight before I kill you." Hick, please listen. Open Guild Conversation Channel. Everyone listen carefully here. By the end of this month, if you still haven't been named a blacksmith, everyone will have to go through hellish training. Great, I like this very much. Shut up and Rekish, sister, don't listen to it. President, we don't have any clue. It's not 1 day or 2, even if you can't do it, you still have to try. If we want to develop a stronger guild, we need that blacksmith, yes. Ah, Rigas, training notes right, you are somewhere now. One of the team secretly thought she was going to drag him away to relieve stress. Hey Vantner, have you been sleeping for the past 7 hours? Don't be afraid of losing your star rating. Sorry, I'm busy looking for information online. President, do you know about Winston Village? Winston, near Barren Town, huh? In that village, there was just an item making contest, between 2 players. Playing, one of them crafted an epic class dagger within 3 hours. Jishuka thought it was him again. Create an epic item in 3 hours, even the top one Panmer can't do it. She immediately ordered everyone to quickly move to Winston. The whole crowd was in a commotion. Right now, the one who arrives late will die. The system immediately shows that you have destroyed the Toxin Vanguard and received 343,500 experience points. You have destroyed the Melee Vanguard, receiving 617,000 experience points. A handsome young man holding a sword in one hand fell to the ground, panting. The third possesses the epic profession. The special thing about this class is that the character's strength will be optimized when hunting or in combat. This is Katz, the second son of a key corporation in Japan, Jin. However, despite possessing unique power thanks to the characteristics of the epic class, that 40th rank remained unchanged even though he had been hunting non-stop for many months. He gritted his teeth thinking why he tried so hard but still couldn't reach first place. Maybe his skills weren't enough. It couldn't be like that. My brothers are competing fiercely to win the position of heir to the corporation. I cannot fail in this game. I need to catch up with them. I have to go to another camp to hunt high-level monsters. My only strong point is money. I will reserve a lot of recovery medicine. But there's no high-level equipment on the store. I wonder what the hell those crafting class players are doing. Lazy and incompetent blacksmiths. 1 month later. Capital of Erlsteim's territory. Euphemina is wandering with many thoughts in her mind. She is silent and complaining, but there is no one here. Nowhere is there any information about the method of making magical bridges. Even the method to create high-end items is hard to find, even though I searched for it for a month. I was awarded 6,500 gold for completing the mission, but it hasn't been spent yet. Suddenly, she stopped and looked up at the falling leaves. She angrily lowered her head and bowed her head. Let me tell you in advance that she was upset. Teasing her would not end peacefully. Appear, I know you're there. Euphemina thought that fortunately, thanks to the characteristics of her class, her detection skills were quite high, but ignore that. I'm being followed even though I've kept my identity hidden on the ranking list. Who could my stalker be? She's angry. I told you to come out. A man in black hides behind a wall. I was surprised to think that just a blacksmith could detect me. This is impossible. This person in black is Faker, a member of the Zadaka Guild ranked number 1 in the assassin rankings. When his 2 allies saw that, they sneered, let's see if you're still worthy of the Zadaka Association. Surely after reaching first place, you became arrogant. Faker remained silent. After receiving information about the item making contest, all guild members gathered here. Thanks to the viewers that day, we were able to quickly determine the contest winner, the rumored blacksmith Erina. Faker thought back to Jishuka's words saying I would go directly to her, just keep an eye on her until I arrived. I just observed until Jishuka came here. But who would have thought that she would find out even though I had level 7 stealth skill? After Euphemina spoke up and received no response, she became angry. Use your ability to attack those who are hiding. The rocks fell and along with them were the people of the Zadaka Society. Faker asked him, since it's come to this, there's no other way, are you guys okay? Euphemina got angry and stopped spying on others like some pervert. Euphemia's angelic roar burst out causing pain to the crowd. Gag, what kind of blacksmith can use such high-level magic? Or maybe she's not the one we're looking for. This was a trap set by other guilds searching for the maker of the custom Yafa arrow. They deliberately lured them into informing the fake. Sometimes the competition to create from scratch is just a setup. Zadaka Festival we took the fall. Faker asked this guy, what guild do you come from? Euphemina was confused. Men these days don't know how to talk to women. Follow people, then as soon as they meet they ask rude questions. I hate men. Punishment. Seeing that, Faker panicked and didn't need to chant a spell to be able to cast such powerful magic. It's cheating. But for me it's useless. He rushed through Euphemia's line of magic. Directly attack her. Euphemina was kicked out of her body. Hurts like. Since becoming a copyist, this is the first time I've received a direct hit. This guy is so strong. He used magic to multiply multiple beings and rushed towards her. Come here. What's Faker surprised? With just one blow you destroyed all my clones. What trick did you do? Euphemina uses the ancient queen's knight. Making Faker grimace at the summoning demon. She even summoned an assistant even though she wasn't a summoner. Did I feel dizzy? The knight used his power to rush towards the Faker. Faker can't panic. This power, assassins who specialize in assassinations cannot fight head to head with knights. If I can't fight a summoned demon, then I will aim at the person who summoned it. Let's see how you'll defend, Erina. We are throwing knives that explode when exposed to magic. Die. He threw darts at Euphemina but she dodged them all. He once again opened his eyes to the skills of assassins. How come? Well, Euphemina thought with a smile that during the time she had been searching for a method to create magical bridges, she had also collected a large number of skills. I have never been stronger than I am now. While still bewildered, the knight tried to give him a fatal blow. A fellow mutant saw this and rushed up. Don't fight alone, we will help you. Faker bewildered, everyone. The whole group rushed up to fight the knight. But all were sent flying by the knight. Damn it, because of that summoned demon, we can't get close to her. Euphemina uses the dragon claw attack, causing the whole crowd to panic. Fireballs came down and burned them down. Faker said this, it's too unreasonable, she is superior to all 4 high-level rankers combined. It's like she has absolute power, the kind of power we crave. It's humiliating. The match is over. Only ashes remained on the ground. A moment later, the other group of people appeared. The red-haired girl couldn't believe that there was nothing left here. Who were they fighting? One guy replied that she single-handedly defeated 4 of our members, including Faker, and it seems like she uses every skill from every profession. The red-haired girl frowned, thinking that person must have a hidden class. How dare I lay a hand on a member of our association? As the strongest guild in the game, we cannot afford such a disastrous situation. Find her, then I will destroy her and everyone involved. In the Khan's smithy, he said, Grid, take a break. You really are tireless. Grid was still working intently and thought to himself, all this month I've just been hanging around this blacksmith shop, but, thanks to that, I realized a few things. First, the more times you create a type of item, the more experience points you receive will decrease. Second, to create high-class items, the following 2 conditions must be met. You must have good quality materials or invest a lot of time and effort in manufacturing. Third, when working with heavy metals, dexterity is no longer the most important thing, but high strength and stamina must be required. I'm so tired of talking, I guess I'll take a break for a while. But physical strength or stats are not too important, because by crafting, all my stats have increased to 30. And these stubborn manufacturing skills also leveled up. But the problem is that out of the 73 items I made, it took 6 hours to make one. Only 3 epic items are of the highest rank, legendary blacksmith monkey mold. At least I still have this recipe list. Since I became the heir to the blacksmith shop, the old Khan gave me dozens of formulas, thinking about how difficult it was for me to get him to cook a recipe before. I wonder if that brat has found a recipe for making magic spells yet. Even though she is a violent and scary brat, but I didn't expect it to bring me such a bargain, which is this free material. This free crafting recipe. Hey, if the magic ball I made for her turns out to be a normal one, I'll be done with it in this life. That brat will definitely smash 100 pieces of magic at me. What should I do? Just thinking about it made him scratch his head in fear. Suddenly a voice rang out, is this Khan's blacksmith shop? Made him startled. The red-haired young man asked if you were Khan. Grid was bewildered. The old Khan then went out to relieve the siege. I am the Khan, what do you want? He asked if he was the one who participated in the item-making contest with someone named a.k.a. a month ago. Yes, that's right. A guy behind asked her if she was really a blacksmith. I mean, did he really witness her making items with his own eyes? The old Khan widened his eyes and replied, what's so strange? Of course that girl is an excellent blacksmith, but who are you to dare to barge in here and question me like that? The angry redhead was the Marrow Corporation, the only factor that led to the contest. Is there anyone else suspicious there? Hey old man, answer the question quickly, we don't have time to be dirty. The old Khan remained silent. When Grid saw that, he silently cursed your morality teacher for dying early, a bunch of lizards. The old Khan may be an NPC, but he is still a human being with his own feelings and thoughts. He's old enough to be your great-grandfather, Grid shouted loudly. Who gave you the right to shout at him like that? The guy in the red shirt replied, who is this kid? Don't bother. Grid looks angry. I work here, you guys are affecting the business. The red-haired guy glared. So does your father have to bring gifts to the old man? Seeing the tense situation, the accomplices behind him immediately stopped it. Calm down. Don't handicap new players. After Faker's team failed, you became much hotter. Sir, we need to know information about this person named a.k.a. Is your heir also participating in the competition? Maybe he will also know something. The old Khan replied that we were just opponents in the competition. The rest had nothing to do with it. Grid was relieved that they didn't realize he was the Khan's heir. Be sure of your appearance. Hearing that, the 2 men immediately left, Just ask other people, maybe they don't really know. Grid immediately acted like if he left, then just leave, you idiots. The old Khan gently said that if we look again and again, thanks to that competition, it will bring us many benefits. Suddenly a boy ran up and asked the Khan if there was any new equipment today. The old Khan spoke softly, but there are more customers coming. The items you created are famous everywhere. Grid chuckled, thinking that selling his equipment here was not a bad idea. Setting up a stall to sell items and haggling with customers is stressful, but at least it's less expensive than selling at auction. I make and keep the money when Khan sells all the things for me. At this rate I will get rich soon. But looking at reality, he got angry and cursed at that line. What's wrong with the crafting class? I've been working on it for a month and can only do it all. It's trash. The game system is so unfair.
Evening, at the executive headquarters of S.A. Group. Boss, please read this.
Someone sent a complaint email with the following content. Dear game developer, my class is a legendary blacksmith. Why can't I craft legendary items? I mean, in the past month I've crafted 73 pieces of equipment and none of them are legendary. You guys are controlling the item making rate, right? Ha ha ha. The game maker is a piece of shit. Maybe I should prepare a lesson plan to pay tribute. A male employee was scratching his head over the complaint when a girl passed by and reminded him not to read that anymore. Hearing that, he turned to ask the girl, but why did he have such an attitude? Doesn't it mean that the more a player levels up, the more the rate increases? The girl replied that the reason was simple. He doesn't know this. Even though he possesses a legendary class, he still has no understanding of game mechanics. The male employee then said, but it was unreasonable that with his legendary skill set, he could only create 3 high-class items out of 73. It was not difficult to understand why he sent a complaint letter. The girl immediately replied that this was the crux of the problem. I'm only sure of one thing. This is not an error or anything else. Even when possessing a legendary class, he's still an extremely unlucky person. Grid was now quietly walking on the street, sighing. He pulled out a note. The amount of money he earned from selling level 60 weapons and armor was 1,079 gold, which is about 1,294,801. This is my income when working 5 to 6 hours a day. I don't know what it would be like if I worked full time. But, my parents don't understand me at all. If I want to convince them, I have to prove it by selling it for money, but the requirement to use it is to master high-class daggers, which no one can achieve. Currently, since no one can use it, I still can't sell it. I guess I have to go to the office to work. Suddenly a newspaper flew towards his face. When he read it, it was an advertisement. The Ultimate Gaming Room is 30% off. Grid is excited for a lifetime discount. Today, here's your chance.
The registration fee is 6,001, a 30% discount i.e.
As he calculated, he ran quickly there, thinking that he would stay here from morning to afternoon, and return home at night. I will continue to play. From today, this place will be my workplace. Say goodbye to the days of going to the office to work. Grid was happy like a child, jumping up and down because he was about to get the job of his dreams, and that was the day Shin Youngwoo became a full-time blacksmith in the game. At the old Khan's factory, everyone was rushing to buy items, out of stock already. Have you sold all the items made by the unknown master blacksmith? A girl asked if the equipment that person made was that good. You don't know. No matter how much that person sells, they sell out. Although a bit expensive, they are expensive. Their effectiveness is 20% higher than identical equipment of the same level. A young man shouted, Sir Khan, where is that blacksmith? We want to trade with him. Please reveal it. Hearing that, the old Khan could only laugh, thinking in his heart, how could I answer? Although the boy has devoted all his energy to manufacturing, the number of items each day is still limited, and the boy does not want to reveal his identity yet. Since that day, the old Khan received similar questions from curious people. Of course, no one thinks that the young man hammering in there is the person they have been looking for, and it is none other than our main character Grid. Grid held the item in his hand and kept muttering with his butt up to the sky. One shot and then it was over. Since switching to working full-time in the game room, I've been working 15 hours a day. Thanks to that, my manufacturing productivity has doubled. And today is the day when all efforts pay off. I made this armor based on the recipe that Khan showed me. Above all, its materials cost 1/5 of my fortune, 483 gold. This is my most passionate investment ever. I don't want 20 hours of hammering continuously to waste my effort, that's why. Baby, let's be legendary, or unique. Grid hopes to bring it to the system for testing. After a while of waiting, the test results showed. His armor is only epic. Grid was frustrated and yelled at the pig. Why is his life so black? Just to comfort you, there's no need to be sad. Anyway, its rarity is already higher than expected in the formula. Grid replied that he was so frustrated, he didn't know how much money this thing would sell for. Khan immediately gave advice that was very difficult to say. I think we should put it on the auction floor. The knights will be very interested. When I saw them marching before, the armor they wore was definitely not of the same quality as this armor. Grid was surprised at the auction. Maybe that's the only way. Thanks to the two skills breathing and crafting being activated, its stats are 20% higher than normal, and it also has a side effect. The average level of a knight is around 180. Hopefully this 120 armor can still attract their attention. Khan continued saying this is a good opportunity. The auction will take place at the castle, and it won't cost anything. What do you think? Grid smiled and replied that if it was free, why wouldn't he hesitate to play? Being in the store for so long had gotten boring, so he had to take it out for a change. The auction will take place in 2 days. Let's try to make a few more items to sell. Of course, this time I will definitely be able to do it. A legendary piece of equipment. 2 days after departure, Khan kindly advises you to take care of your health. Be positive, next time you will definitely be able to do it. As he spoke, he pulled out a badge and held it. With it, you can participate in the auction. When you see it, no one will dare to object to you. The system will immediately notify you that you have received the Khan's Air badge. Khan consoled, but auctioning is like gambling. If you're not lucky, don't be sad, just consider going to learn. Grid seemed to laugh out loud. Haha, I've never had any luck in my life. See you again. Although this auction's main purpose is to find good clothes for knights, in reality it is a place to find talented blacksmiths. It's always the same. Winston Castle's maternity home is where hundreds of blacksmiths from all over gather. They always attract the Lord's attention and are chosen to present items to him. Grid went alone to the crowded auction. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the many blacksmiths here, both players and NPCs. When I officially take over the blacksmith shop, I will come back here to recruit staff. The host announces that the auction is about to begin. Please set your floor price and confirm your items. Just prepare for auction. Grid thought to himself that he would order the armor first. And the epic gloves I just made right away. Perfect gloves, epic rarity, durability 83 to 83, defense 29, attack speed plus 4%, accuracy plus 8%, character requirements level 120, agility 100 plus. The problem he is confused is that he doesn't know how to set a floor price. If it's too cheap it's not good. If it's too expensive no one will buy it. What should he do? Suddenly there was a voice calling you. What's your problem? My name is Stang and I'm a blacksmith. From the looks of it, this is probably your first time coming to an auction. Can I help you? Grid confused surprised blacksmith Stang. In my head, I thought he was a player, but I had heard his name somewhere before. Grid replied that I don't know how to set a reasonable floor price. Stang smiled and asked, really, did your master send you here without any instructions? Usually they have to tell you things like this in advance. He immediately shared the mission information, entrusted by the Razvan blacksmith master to do something that only he can do. Conditions of completion: sell the item created by Razvan at the auction, 20 gold reward. Grid then asked, didn't you come here to sell your things but your master's? Stang replied, how could that be? The things I make are not for sale at the castle. The items here are just bad things. But my master's skills are really great. Look, this is a level 190 great sword made by my master. Grid saw that he could only laugh lightly and thought to himself that for normal players, the NPC only gave them the recipe so they could complete the quest. Look at the guy excited about a rare product. It's true that youth hasn't experienced it yet. Life. Stang excitedly asked, I can take a look at your master's items. Grid frowned and thought about it. He replied, no, It's a bit. Can you tell me what the base price is for a level 120 defensive equipment? Kang is a bit disappointed. Don't you want it? I'm really curious. For normal items, the price is around 300 gold. Grid asked what about epic items? Stang shouted loudly, Master, did you create an epic item? That's amazing. Not counting side effects, epic equipment is usually 600 gold for a pair of gloves and about 1800 gold for a set of armor. Grid silently congratulated 1800 gold equivalent to 2,880,000 won, minus the cost of materials. I made a profit of about 2 million won. It was not worth spending a week in the game room. At this rate, I can pay off the 10 million won debt soon. I'll have to pay it off in the end. Stang looked at Grid's excited appearance and immediately froze. Grid immediately asked what was wrong. Stang replied face to face, No, I think you should set the price. Grid thought to himself that he was done. He had set all the prices for all the items. Now he just had to waiting for those people's wallets too. A moment later the host announced, and now the last item for today's session. Hearing that, have the new angry contractors gone? This time there's nothing impressive, right? There are only 3 items in there that are worth considering. That kind of trash will ruin Princess Irene's reputation. What the hell can you earn in this rural area? The host then said, Please don't worry, the last dish will not disappoint you. Blacksmith Razvan's student brought us the longsword that imbues magic. Everyone was surprised. Oh, you said Razvan. Thank God, we've been waiting for him for so long. I will buy that item for 100 gold. Don't dream it's mine for 1,150 gold. Nonsense, I boldly bid 1,200 gold. Suddenly someone came and whispered in the conductor's ear. The conductor announced, Sir, please calm down, we have just received information about a new item for sale. Grid over here was having a good night's sleep. Stang called me Grid. Mr. Grid, please wake up. They're announcing the results now. Does it always take this long? The evaluation standards of knights are always high. Look, she's coming. The host holds the announcement results out of 110 items for sale. Only 6 of those numbers were passed. What, only 6 dishes? I brought 7 dishes. Miss Clarice's necklace sells for 453 gold. Mr. Gree's light armor sells for 189 gold. Mr. Piglet's healing potion sells for 15 gold per bottle. And Mr. Stang's sword, 1900 gold. Stang is so excited. My master's items are really worth the price. He will be very happy, right Grid? Grid looked away and asked the brat himself. Stang shyly whispered, I'm sorry. Grid thought, damn it, how could something that kid brought sell for such a high price? I'm so angry. Suddenly the host finally asked Mr. Grid, are you here? Grid replied, yes I am. She said our manager wants to see you, please follow me. Grid was confused as to why. Stang then reminded Mr. Grid. Follow her, you will be surprised. Surprise at the office. Grid looked at everything around him and thought the management office was really luxurious. The hostess said, Sir, I came here with Grid. A handsome man immediately greeted you. Grid, please sit down. You have successfully copied Khan's art. Considering your age, it's impressive. I heard a rumor about a young blacksmith who heroically saved Winston. With an exemplary personality and limitless talent, Khan has created a remarkable student. Grid cursed silently that he didn't do anything. It was just me. He said we will buy your items for 5,500 gold, and one more thing, we ask you to make items for our army. Grid is unbelievable. I immediately calculated that my 5,500 gold was 6,600,000 won. In a week, I earned the same amount of money as working in the labor office in 2.5 months. Calm down, is something more important than the auction amount. Grid replied, wait a minute. Our blacksmith shop is always busy. Making equipment for an entire army is impossible. He's a bit disappointed. Why? Grid immediately thought that, thanks to the auction, he had come to a conclusion. Although it takes more time, the higher the item's rank, the more money you will earn. For now, just refuse him. He made another suggestion. I understand that it takes a lot of effort and time to make a product, so please make your own equipment for knights. However, the equipment you give us must be of equal or higher quality than today's auction item. I understand that this is a difficult job, so the salary will be 10% higher than the amount you receive today. Although this is just a small offer, once accepted, I hope you will follow until the end. What does he think? With epic equipment, I'm not stupid. Even if I work 20 hours, I'm not sure I can make a dish. Obviously I will be punished. Who would be stupid enough to accept this for a little money? But I accidentally accepted the mission. I really need money now. Because I've already done the other 2 epics, there's no reason why I can't complete this quest. Each dish takes 20 hours to make. I will try to complete it in 1 week. After the transaction is completed, stand outside the castle. Grid thought about Stang's words to follow her again. Who knows, maybe there will be a surprise. He felt a little nostalgic for the kid who was really happy for him, but he didn't have time to say goodbye. Anyway, today's auction is still a success. From now on, I'm rich. Over the past months, Count Steim has been diligently hunting down and destroying the remnants of the Yatan Church, an extremist religious organization that kidnaps and sacrifices innocent virgins. The Count's daughter had been kidnapped by them before, and in the process of rescuing her, the Steim family's strongest guardian, Duran, was murdered. However, the war in the area north of Winston changed when the soldiers said that these heretics were stubborn. Be careful, someone is coming. Blood Witch Yura appears on the battlefield. She secretly thought that the enemy army was too large. This battle must take quite a while. It's not easy to get an SS level job. I definitely have to complete it. Remembering that feeling when I encountered Anyus, the 7th ranker, was the helplessness when I had to face someone with an epic class. The soldiers trembled and asked her what she was planning to do. Everyone prepares to defend. Yura gathered momentum and prepared to charge harder. I needed more strength to become the top ranker. At Winston Castle, Princess Arive reports, the total number of casualties is 412, including 5 knights who are seriously injured. Irene angrily kicked her hand down on the table. Shouted loudly that the enemy army was only 150, why did my army of 1,000 elite soldiers and 8 knights fail at their hands? The soldiers replied that according to what I heard, there was an extremely strong person on the opponent's side. I believe that it is one of the 7. Irene sadly held the jade pendant hanging on her neck, reminiscent of Duran. I will avenge you. Irene ordered the soldiers to be reorganized immediately, preparing to return to the army. On this side, Grid is still working hard. He created a super durable long sword and said that although the rarity is not high, it is still a good sword. Grid got angry and shouted, "Are you kidding? It is a normal practice. Worship the love and the mystery often." The old Khan then said, "Don't pull your hair up like that. I'm scared." Grid scratched his head. I only had enough ingredients for 7 swords. Now I've wasted 1 try. Now there are only 6 attempts left. What if I miss all 6? Khan immediately gave a suggestion, but if he sold it, he would earn 8,000 gold. He replied the gold price was 950 gold. Khan said he is someone who can put all his heart and concentration into forging an item for 20 hours. If you work hard, you will get success one day. Don't be discouraged. As if comforted, Grid breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I hope you're right. A few hours later, he created a long sword that was super durable but still at an ordinary level. Seeing that, the Khan was about to say that if he sold it, he would get 8. Grid got angry at the scammer. Stop talking. Hey, those trash game makers, don't lower the rate anymore. Are you not black enough yet? Do you believe he's suing you guys? Grid gritted his teeth and cursed like crazy. Legendary Blacksmith's ass. I only have 5 chances left. Unique or legendary, whatever. A moment later, a sword with rare rarity appeared. Grid frowned and said, "Damn it, are you kidding?" When he got home, he still tried to act like he was fine, but deep inside his tears was a wide ocean. Next, another sword was born, but it was still at this level of rarity, so I couldn't quit the game yet. Well, I don't care anymore. Come out whatever you want. A week later, the items he made were all placed on a table. The Khan looked at them and said there were 2 epic items, 1 rare and 3 common. There's still 1 epic dish missing, but it's still good. So this is the last sword. Are you okay? Grid was silent for a while and replied. He looked at my face to see if I was okay. there's nothing left but to cry and be sad. Khan then asked why the person who inherited Pagma's will could be so pessimistic and weak. Grid replied, who is Pagma's father? I'm not familiar with this. Grid was still forging the sword, thinking that the last sword was somehow a lame gift. What are you trying to do? When you're done, just exit the game and go to work in time. Grandma, don't startle your father. What's with the lame sword? What's going on? Grid said, I gave up. A moment later, the legendary sword was born. Both people widened their eyes. Grid trembled and said, Old man, do not die, I haven't finished my career test yet. In the kingdom, I sincerely apologize, Lady Irene, our second army failed again. Irene asked again, is that the one you call a god? Unfortunately, he replied, Princess. I see, so the only key for us to win this war is to defeat that person. That's exactly it, however, now we still have aid, otherwise we can't send troops anymore. It's really over, but I will not give up my aim of avenging Dorn. The princess absent-mindedly looked outside and saw a person happily swimming in the royal lake. Who is that? And it was none other than Grid. He was happy because he found a shabby gold coin. A gold coin, the first time I found money. Someone went in to report to Princess Irene. Was she there? Irene asked the manager to come at the right time. In the garden there was a strange man. The manager replied, oh, so you saw him. His name is Grid, who needs to see him immediately. The princess was bewildered. Grid. The manager said, I asked this young man to make us 3 swords after the auction. He is also the one who stopped the dictatorship of the Marrow Company. Hearing that, she was excited. Oh, the rumored blacksmith. I was planning to come see you, but I've been so busy with work that I haven't had the honor yet. Grid had a pensive, unhappy face, thinking about giving her the reward, but, where have I seen her? The manager then told people to look at this sword. He made it himself. Here, please see for yourself. After seeing the sword, everyone's eyes widened. Oh, the power it radiated was unbelievable. Princess, how could he create such a wonderful thing? Grid asked sinisterly, let's go straight to work. How much will you pay? I remember you guys said you would pay more than the actual price of the weapon. The princess thought of an unbelievable weapon. With it, we will definitely have it. She immediately asked Mr. Phoenix. If I entrust you to use this sword, will you be able to fight against the gods? Phoenix replied that I can definitely face them. No, I can defeat them. The princess is very cheerful, then there's no need to hesitate anymore. Sir, please buy this sword at any cost, we must have it. Your name is Grid, right? We should see each other more. The princess came closer, making Grid realize something about that ring. I had clearly seen it before. Who cares? I like this woman, she's very open-minded and generous. The wallet is also big. Grid is sitting in the room to trade. Someone came in and apologized for making you wait so long. Grid was angry and replied quickly, I'm exhausted from hammering all day. The manager smiled and said, I understand, you must have focused all your health and spirit to create that masterpiece. Grid then stopped before thinking about taking any money. I spent about 1,000 gold pieces for each sword. The manager said, we will buy the sword for 220,000 gold. 220 gold can buy it. Silent Grid. The manager then said it was not 220 but 220,000 of gold. After careful discussion, we decided that this sword would become a family heirloom of the Stein family. Grid was stunned and speechless. The manager then asked for forgiveness. The amount of money was too small. The annual amount of gold that Winston earned was only 170,000 gold. That's the biggest number we can come up with. Grid was secretly happy, tears streaming down. 2,200,000 gold. That was 262 million won. I still have 254 million left over after paying off all my debt. Wait, but if I auction it online, maybe I'll get more. No, currently there is no one qualified to use it, just sell it quickly. 26 years of her miserable life are here to stay. Now she can go to high school class reunions in luxury cars and even good clothes. Then confess to my crush back then. Aeon, once again, spring has come to me. Grid happily replied, I accept that price. The manager replied that it was the right decision. Grid happily replied, I accept that price. The manager replied that it was the right decision. Grid thought to himself, oh, this is the material I need for junk. I need those 15 pieces to start forging. So lucky. Great, the manager laughed, so this is the end of our transaction. The system immediately updates the balance. He was so happy, new. I won't need to pay taxes when I inherit the blacksmith shop. Great, great. Then please, and now. Goodbye. After posting his performance, I couldn't wait to tell everyone. I'm rich, or so Shin Youngwoo thought. However, he miscalculated. But in a few months' time, someone will be able to master advanced swordsmanship. Based on the quality of this item on the market, his legendary sword would sell for at least a few billion won. Of course, there is still no denying the fact that this is a milestone marking the beginning of his new life. He was excited and returned home. Mommy, Dad, see, my house has come to life. I finally, Before he could speak, looking at everyone's faces made Grid freeze. What was going on, Star? Everyone is so sad. What happened? The sister then said, brother, the debt that father guaranteed. 800 million won. The whole family sat around the table. Dad sadly told the whole family not to worry. Dad would borrow money from relatives and sell the house. If he gathered all the money, he would probably be able to repay about 400 million. Everything happened suddenly. I don't know what to say anymore. Grid looked thoughtful and thought he couldn't believe his father, who was always so serious, was now so gloomy. Dad continued, I'm sorry, see, that money was supposed to be for my child to go to college and get married. Grid heard that without expressing his disappointment and asked me what happened. You're also my father's son, why? C happily said that instead of going to college, she would find a part-time job to support her family. My parents immediately burst into tears when I said that. Dad will definitely give his child a good education. Oh my God, mother's little daughter. The three of them hugged each other and it was okay, Mom and Dad. Grid just stood there consoling himself. C always had top scores at school. It would be a waste to make her drop out of school right in the middle. Grid is confident in his father and mother. I will take care of money. My whole family will support C to continue going to school. The whole family froze for a few seconds. Dad cried loudly, tomorrow, he will look for a job elsewhere. Mom will also come work at the restaurant. Yes, then I will work part-time on the weekend. Grid looked serious and shouted at everyone not to ignore me. I can earn money, that's 200 million. The whole family panicked. Grid proudly thought that it was time for him to become the breadwinner of the family. Now that I'm grown up, I have to fulfill the responsibilities of an eldest son. At the palace, Irene took out the legendary sword and told Mr. Phoenix that I respectfully entrust to you this sword of consciousness, to destroy our enemy, the near church. Phoenix replied. Phoenix vowed to bring glory to the north and Erlstein. The princess ordered the army to go out. Please bring the head of that scholar back to me. Maybe the enemy number was only 150 people, but the leader of them is one of the 7 gods, so I cannot be underestimated. Phoenix sat majestically on his horse and shouted loudly, be brave, I, the strongest knight in the north, Phoenix, will fight with you. A person from the enemy's side saw this from afar and said, look, female missionary Yura, the pagan army has come to challenge us again. Ha ha, in the name of the followers of God Yatan, we will sacrifice them. Yara directs the ground defense. We will be up here providing cover with magic. Yura secretly thought that he knew this church well, especially the 7 gods. Everyone was rotten to the core. I really regret accepting this mission, but if you want to get a hidden class like Anyus or Cats, you have to do it. Thinking of this, she coolly jumped down to meet the Phoenix army. The whole army shouted that she had appeared. One of the 7 heretics, your devilish game will end here. From now on, don't try to harm innocent people again. Yura was disappointed, thinking they considered themselves equal to those gods. That's okay, because I also did bad things. Without saying much, she unleashed the Dark Lord. Show off your power. Phoenix stood bewildered in one place under the clear sky. Yura's eyes were determined that he had to protect his followers. This was enough to wipe out a quarter of the army. Before he could make a move, Phoenix rode his horse and flew over. Yura panicked impossibly. The leader was able to block that attack just now. Phoenix calmly launched the diamond barrier. Strongly said not to lay a finger on my troops. Your enemy is me. Yura panicked and fell into a passive position. The diamond barrier could block even the boss's attack, but it was destroyed by just one sword strike from this guy. Unreasonable. She immediately cast a negative spell that was a type of magic that put the target in a state of panic. Phoenix has a fierce look on his face, and that's a bold move, but it's still not enough. Yura fear doesn't work. Why? I have felt this feeling of helplessness somewhere before. Grid. There is no other way, can't go forward, can't go back. Recalling the past 17 days ago, Yura achieved 100,000 faith points and heard the call of God Yatan. I will give you new strength, if you pray for me. I need strength to be able to fight against someone who is not affected by dark magic. On this side, after seeing the balance of the grid, his father was truly trembling. Son, are you doing something illegal? See panic or fake account. Brother, you're not selling your kidney, are you? Now let's see if my belly is up. Grid is helpless. It's really unbelievable that an unemployed person brought in such a large amount of money. He replied that I swear I earned that money by playing games, so you guys can feel free to use it. In my head, I thought I had sold everything including the Mengel armor and Mammon longsword to bring back 240,000 gold. After converting to real money, I lost 13,2 million in taxes. Grid's mother said her friend asked her son that in order to make money from this game, he must be famous. She added that she also heard that there are only about 20 people who have the same income as her brother. Grid frowned and asked if he could let me go. His father calmly, with some regret, gently said that because of prejudice, his parents opposed him time and time again. But when looking at this amount of money, parents understand that this is the result of their child's constant efforts. Dad agrees, you can become a gamer. That moment made the young man happy that he was finally recognized. His father continued to say that, thanks to you, the family's crisis has temporarily eased somewhat. Dad and Mom will describe to you the amount of 240 million won within 3 years. Father, I have wronged you very much. Thank you, young one. Seeing that, his mother immediately patted her shoulder and comforted us. Let's try our best, honey. Grid is worried that the remaining 600 million is still too large for his parents to manage. He optimistically said that if you don't have a family, you have to take care of your parents. I help the whole family. I will be the breadwinner of this family. I'll probably still be in debt for a while, but at least now I can do something for my family. But it's not 240 million, Dad, it's 240,8 million. Yeah, that's right. A morning like always. Grid walked down the street with a serious expression on his face. Today, try to earn as many coins as possible. I need to use the remaining 20,000 gold properly. Even if I create a normal level weapon with mid-level stats and some small buffs, I still won't get much profit. But if I were to create a high-end weapon like the previous sword, I would need to create equipment level 140 or higher, but with the momentum at lower levels like this, it will take a long time to repay my debt to my father. Suddenly there was a girl on the side of the road talking. Have you heard anything? The Yatan sex subjugation regiment has failed again. They say that the first knight of the north, Mr. Phoenix, has been seriously injured. A young man replied that he could not joke with the power of the 7 gods. Hearing that, Grid vaguely remembered the gods. He seemed to have heard about those people through the stories of some drunks at the pub. Are they really that strong? Grid then opened the system to see his status. He thought his stats had improved a lot, thanks to the equipment making process. With stats like this, I can compare to a level 80 warrior. Wait until I have great equipment and hunt level 100 monsters. Then I can just beat mosquitoes like that. I want to go hunting for quacks like before, but let's go back and do some work. I want to go hunting for quacks like before, but let's go back and do some work. Grid worked attentively. Khan walked over and couldn't help but exclaim, oh, you're here so early, looks like you're working hard today. Grid replied, nothing, I'm starting to enjoy this job. Khan asked, that posture, what are you planning on forging this time? Grid replied with a new hammer. my hammer's durability is about to reach O level. Well, it's true that I see you using that old hammer every day, so you're planning on replacing it? Not necessarily. Hearing that, Khan widened his eyes and shouted loudly. Are you stupid? For us blacksmiths, crafting a hammer means our lives. Hey, don't scare me like that. The old Khan helplessly held his head. I thought Pagma's successor should know that basic knowledge. Just look at my hammer first. When creating technical equipment or materials, both are important, but that is not enough. Grid held the hammer in his hand and appraised it. He had grasped the ingredients, the manufacturing method, and the will of the owner of this item. He had learned the manufacturing method. Grid was excited. If I had a hammer like this from the beginning, I wouldn't have wasted money buying materials to make those stupid things. Damn it, why didn't he tell me until now? The old Khan replied in fear. Be calm down. I will teach you to make a similar one. A moment later, the epic class hammer was born. Grid held the hammer in the old man's hand and said it was true. This item has up to 2 buffs included, and only I can use it. Hearing that, the old man laughed out loud. Ha ha, you are truly an unpredictable guy. This old man had never laughed so much until he met you. Oh, Grid, I want to ask you a favor. Grid replied with a frown. Love again asked me to do something stupid. The old Khan said softly that actually today was the anniversary of his son's death. I wonder if you want to visit it with me. Grid was surprised. Huh? A moment later, 2 people went to the gravesite. Grid thought to himself that it was a bit annoying. But never mind, after all, the old Khan was the first person to accept himself, his first friend. The old Khan turned around and smiled and said that he should try to accept his request. And also say, Oliver, rest in peace my son. It was also a genius blacksmith. I keep dreaming that one day he will be on par with Mr. Albertino. But because of his illness, he was one step ahead of this old man. It's been more than 10 years since I graduated, but I still miss it very much. I just hope that I can give Oliver strength. Ah, have you noticed? Aye was the descendant of Pagma, whom he always wanted to know more information about. You must be very surprised. I got to work with such a wonderful person. He is also the one who saved my smithy. He's also the kid who keeps telling me to worry about drinking for him. I plan to let him inherit my smithy. Ha ha, it seems like I've had a bit too much going on. Listen, Grid. My son said he was always jealous of me. If he were still alive, surely the 2 of them would become soulmates to bully this old man. After listening to the old Khan's story, Grid felt moved. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at the old Khan. He walked slowly to the tombstone, thinking, damn it, the publisher shouldn't have created these things. I have to admit they succeeded in putting emotions and souls into NPCs like this. Grid lightly touched the tombstone and confided this. Aye. I must admit that you have got yourself a respectable man. I promise to make the smithy you love the most famous smithy in the world. So, please take care of me too, old man. The old man with tears in his eyes looked at the Grid affectionately. Suddenly the system pops up a notification. The bond between you and the Khan is tightened. The spirits of the ancestors have sensed the connection between you and the Khan. Grid was surprised. Wow, hey look. Why is he sleeping on a stick at this time? This damn old man. The 2 shadows immediately spoke up, causing Grid to panic and was pleased to meet Pagma's descendant. Don't worry too much, we are just Khan's ancestors. We're here to give you a gift. Grid was bewildered by the gift. Khan's ancestors said 130 years ago, I witnessed a beautiful island crossing the country through the clouds. Grid thought to himself, what is he saying? I was so attracted to it that I couldn't hide my excitement, so I recorded it. I recorded all its views with the eastern wall of Kisan Canyon. There, you will find a.k.a. Pagma's swordsmanship. I remember, is the character quest from last time. With the drawings on it, you will definitely learn Pagma's swordsmanship. I hope you will become better and more famous than Pagma, friends of our descendants. Final. Please take care of the old man for me. Grid happily nodded. Of course. Just leave it to me. Do not know how long. Khan has woken up. Huh? I fell asleep again. Grid was angry. The old man tried to stop his habit of falling asleep for me. From now, you have to pay more attention to taking care of yourself. Khan is so confused. Why do you keep standing like that? Grid shyly replied that it was nothing. Hiroi stood in front of the old Khan's smithy. He didn't go in right away but hesitated outside, thinking, what should I do? Will he be happy to see me? Or will I be punished for being late? 4 days have passed since Hiroi completed his waiting mission. After that, he stayed in the hospital for a week on the advice of a.k.a. Corporation, then spent the next week considering the offer to announce his status as the first player with 2 careers. Hiroi finally logged into the game 3 days ago after taking a break from playing. After thoroughly learning about his new profession, he went to Khan's smithy to find Grid, also Shin Youngwoo, the person he swore to be loyal to. Hiroi was extremely tense as he was still hesitantly standing in front of the smithy. When the door opened, Youngwoo walked out from inside. Seeing him here, he was a bit surprised. "Huh? Seeing you," Hiroi shouted excitedly, "Mr. Grid." Hiroi knelt down on one knee in front of Youngwoo. "Let me," Hiroi ask for your permission. He frowned. "Why, Hiroi?" "Yes, please." Hearing that, Youngwoo angrily grabbed his collar and shouted, "Perfect timing, bastard. We're very close. Every time I see people come and take me as their cousin, why are you talking so loudly to the guards about me?" The soldier chased the smoke and then had to chase after a woman with a nervous fire. Because Hiroi was scared by him, he panicked and spoke up, "I howl, but you're suffering, you know." Immediately bowed, "Please forgive me, please, it's all because of me." Seeing that, Youngwoo doubts life. Why does he keep being so formal with me? He always seems so careless. Maybe it's because he's been in prison for so long. He's often been beaten to death. Suddenly he sighed, stopped walking, went to get some water in his house, hurriedly said, "Oh, where are you going?" He waved his hand and said, "About his planet." Hiroi quickly said, "But the descendants of the Blue Wolf King never betray their oath." As he spoke, he thought, the messenger of justice and the companion of the messenger of justice need to go together, and because of that thought, Hiroi continued, "We belong together, please. Are you trying to bend me, sir? If you are a member of a guild, please let me join. I will follow you to the ends of the earth." Youngwoo frowned. Not having a guild is nothing, but he still hasn't fallen yet. Even though he was angry, Hiroi still smiled and said, "Then you should create your own guild. The heroes will gather by admiration for you, kindness and brave heart in people." Youngwoo was speechless. His father was still busy with his professional duties. Why was he so angry at this hour? Thinking about it, Youngwoo looked at Hiroi with murderous eyes, stopped babbling and disappeared out of my sight. But Hiroi moody, then Youngwoo left here. Youngwoo walked on the road. Behind him Hiroi was silently following him. Disobeying his master was wrong. But the descendants of the Blue Wolf King never betrayed their oath. Suddenly it rained. As soon as I started a fire to cook, the rain suddenly poured down. While I was sitting, a rock fell on my head. As soon as he brought the piece of meat to his mouth, it was blatantly stolen by a passerby. When observing Youngwoo, Hiroi couldn't help but feel sorry for his shame. While Grid is eating his way through the open road, the Satisfy world is undergoing major changes. The Yatan Church is expanding throughout the northern continent, ending the brutal war. The world has tasted the power of the evil god Yatan, along with the birth of the 8th god. Yura broke the limits of the dark mage profession, and took a big step forward in her quest for power. The influence of the Yatan Church increased sharply across the continent. The minimum level of the Yatan Church apostles increased from 160 to 170. With this growth, the Yatan Church will grow to the level of a country. To prevent heresy from forcing people to be sacrificed, dozens of countries have united and given players a world mission. Show these heretics the power of Lord Yatan, Bishop of the Yatan Church, the first god of darkness, Talos. In the Eternal Kingdom Erlstein declared, "All troops, wipe out the seeds of the evil Yatan from the north, continental alliance with the Yatan Church." This marks the beginning of an event that will have a huge impact on the future of the entire continent. This is the biggest event since Satisfy debuted. The whole world is watching every minute, every minute. The media reported how the plot would develop if the Yatan Church established a country. Let's talk a little bit about the Yatan Church event. As you know, this event started with the appearance of the 8th god. We also just received information that this is a player, not an NPC. The 8th god is a player. If so, it can only be one person, ranked 5th in the overall rankings, Blood Witch Ura. Be careful with this character, while the whole world is seething about this unexpected war. At this time, Youngwoo also received a new mission to defeat 25 followers of the Yatan Church. Seeing the new quest, Youngwoo shook his head. It was these Yatan again. Recently this quest appeared often. But ignore it. However, there are still players who don't care about worldly affairs. He looked at the armor he had just crafted and thought to himself, completing a job quest would give him more benefits. For the past 10 days, I've been completing quests to collect materials and craft some rare and epic equipment, but here's the problem. With only these equipment, the Kisan Canyon area is still too difficult to chew. Kisan Canyon is one of the most dangerous areas on the northern continent. Due to the rugged terrain, moving is extremely difficult. Especially the caves hidden in the canyon, which are filled with monsters of at least level 160. Youngwoo scratched his head. It was indeed one of the 5 restricted areas of Winston. Wandering around there doing Asher's mission cost me 10 lives. Heroi followed him all the time. Seeing him lost in thought, he got worried, thinking, Master has been like this for several days now. What should I do? Should I go to comfort him? But what if he gets mad? Should I ask permission before speaking? What can I do now? Wait, it's not like there's no way. Compared to before, I'm much stronger now. No, it still doesn't work. Or should I grind to level 100 first before entering? No, that would take a long time. I can wear clothes that are over-leveled. So what's the point? No matter how much you grumble, it won't help anything. You still have to go there to do the mission. So this guy has an idea in his head. Wait a minute, break through the limit. Thinking so, he excitedly stood up. Causing Heroi, who was hiding in a corner, bewildered and not understanding what was going on. Wondering what's wrong with you, Youngwoo clicked on the status on the system. It's true that I'm really stupid. Failure has its value, after dying 10 lives to the monsters in that canyon. While the whole world was in chaos due to war, in a small corner of the continent, on the system, the legendary blacksmith's crafting skill appeared. When the legendary blacksmith's crafting skill leveled up, players will be able to forge 3 more genuine items. The remaining number of artifacts is 5/6. Now I have a thorough understanding of that, as long as I don't exaggerate the stats too much. I can forge an item, can counter that area, create a completely new item. Eternal Kingdom, one of the 5 forbidden areas in Kisan Canyon, an area with many level 160 monster caves. He was up and down while doing the Asher quest there. With his current level he was too weak. But I have to earn money first. Where can I find the time to visit thousands? There's still a mountain of debt. The only option left is to cast this item. Youngwoo muttered to himself, now I need to make an item that can overcome the dangers in the Kisan Canyon area. Don't worry about stamina, my stamina stat is more than enough. Here he thought, what was worrying was that the level 160 monsters were the problem. All the gorillas hiding in the bushes jumped out to attack the players. At least I need a self-made weapon. Thinking about it, Youngwoo shouted, a.a. But such delicious food is not what you want. Let's brainstorm. Suddenly he stared intently at the walking ants in a line around the base of the tree. Youngwoo seemed to think of something else. What the hell is the need to fight? Or should I try to sneak past those monsters, like an invisibility cloak? Youngwoo then stood up and walked down to the first floor to meet the old Khan, who was diligently working. Is there any suitable material to create a hidden item? Hearing him ask that, Khan stopped hammering down on the hot iron bar, thought for a while and then answered, the ingredients for the hidden item, maybe there are silver dragon scales. Silver dragon star, yes, it is a type of dragon that likes to live in seclusion. Their scales have a camouflage layer that helps them hide from human eyes, making them the perfect material for a stealth item. Youngwoo asked again, so they are invisible and belong to the strongest class of monsters, then scale them with faith. Well, I haven't seen anyone who can refine dragons. Youngwoo is speechless. Are you teasing me? The old Khan said, among the group of hidden items, the most famous is a cloak made by Kruger. He was a legendary tailor who worked about 200 years ago. You're quite surprised, Kruger, tailor. Well, there's still another material you can use. So Silpid, those are the scales of wind spirits, they also have camouflage. Dragon scales are so hard that they are considered ore, and Silpid scales are so thin that they are classified as fabric. Therefore, creating camouflage items using Silpid scales is the expertise of tailors, not blacksmiths. After finishing speaking, Youngwoo silently thought, Lai Chi. Sit outside on the balcony. The system appears asking, what item do you want to craft? Youngwoo took a deep breath and then chose to craft a cloak. You need to enter the materials you want to use. Then he entered and selected Silpid scales. Just finished choosing, Youngwoo thought to himself, sometimes he tries to use leather to make things. If he can't make things with fabric, the system will notify him. On the screen again, sketch the item. Youngwoo is happy, it's delicious. Okay, let's show off the art. A normal cloak is too monotonous, let's add a hood. Using this color makes it look like a monk, making it into a hoodie for young kids. After a while of teasing, a design appeared in front of Youngwoo. He gasped, it looked so cool, wearing it would make him an idol, but he forgot the invisibility cloak. The system asked him to describe the item's characteristics. Seeing that, Youngwoo can't just talk like trash, he's thinking carefully, so that it can completely hide the presence of the person on his face. Please confirm completion, the number of remaining artifacts will decrease by 1, Youngwoo confirmed. Is the process of fine-tuning. Thank Allah Akbar for good food. The fine-tuning process is also complete. After a while, a white hooded hoodie appeared on the virtual screen and the item's features were also listed. Unique level, durability 6161, defense 10, movement speed 30%, weight 5, cloak designed by legendary Blacksmith, stealth activates when equipped, loses effect when attacked by enemies and increases wind attribute resistance by 20%, usage conditions, ingredients include 20 Silpid scales. Youngwoo was surprised, that's amazing, not only is it invisible, but it also increases movement speed and wind resistance. Youngwoo cheered, the ingredients were simple too, 20 Silpid scales, that was a big deal. Think about it, just give it a simple name, Hoodie Dong Lao. Then he went to meet the old Khan. He asked him where the wind spirit Silpid scales lived. The old Khan heard something he said and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, hunting Silpids, unless you are an elementalist, you can't see them with the naked eye. I can't see the Silpid anywhere, how do you plan to capture them? Youngwoo was so angry that his face turned red. He was just angry, why didn't you tell him sooner? Youngwoo's tears flowed down. In despair, he gave up. Hahu, another item that couldn't find the ingredients. The old Khan said again, listen to me, there is still a way to get Silpid scales. You just need to hunt ice orcs in the northern snowfields. They have special senses that can detect and hunt Silpids. They also like to hoard Silpid scales. Although it has the disadvantage of being afraid of fire, it is still stronger and smarter than normal orcs. So Youngwoo still has a way, he thought to himself, orcs are one of the weakest monster classes, so as long as I can withstand the cold, I can handle them. Let's get dressed, Youngwoo said excitedly, I need the recipe for frost-resistant armor, frost resistance. I think you should use brown bear skin, I saw the old man advised you to use the skin of a brown bear. Youngwoo secretly calculated again, since he made an epic hammer last time, this time he must at least get a rare item. You're also excited, you're extremely confident, let's get started. And so the Khan spent a day teaching him how to make brown bear leather armor. Tomorrow. After working hard, Youngwoo completed the bear skin armor. The index information panel appeared in front of him. The brown bear armor was cute and warm. Durability 200 out of 200. Defense 143. Resistance good, frost resistance. Weak against direct attacks. Frost resistance plus 15%. Requires level 130 or higher. Average leather armor skill. Normal rarity. Seeing that, Youngwoo was annoyed. Why is the rarity only average? The publisher of Green Beans, Ao Khan, pretends to be stupid and pretends not to know anything. Youngwoo was angry and thought to himself, What the heck when I used high-grade ingredients and spent 20 hours breaking things but only got regular things. The hammer I use is also an epic hammer. This way, the gangsters will probably praise me as a white goods player. I'm in a hurry now, let's focus on making other dishes. I hope they don't turn white again. Youngwoo quickly calmed down and made more gloves, shoes, a coat, and a hat out of bearskin. The old Khan was on the side silently observing. Everything is done and in order. The day of the hunt has come. Before leaving, the old Khan reminded him, I still have to remind him that the ice orcs are quite strong, be careful. Fortunately, the preparations have been completed. You can see how the new map looks like. Look at the attribute table: warm brown bear pelt hat, normal rarity, defense 19, frost resistance plus 5%, usage conditions level 130 plus, warm brown bear cloak, normal rarity, defense 22, frost resistance plus 5%, usage conditions level 130 plus. Warm brown bearskin gloves, rare class, defense 50, frost resistance plus 15%, usage conditions level 130 plus. Warm brown bearskin boots, epic rarity, defense 95, movement speed plus 2%, frost resistance plus 20%, usage conditions level 130 plus. Seeing that there is also a rare and an epic, so it's not a loss, Youngwoo answered him, it's not bad. He now looked at the restriction screen from the system, saw, you will be punished for not meeting the equipment requirements, normal stats minus 5%, rare stats minus 10%, epic stats minus 15% and the equipment effect minus 50% is a bit boring. Looking at these limitations is so boring. Suddenly an unexpected notification appears. You have equipped the warm brown bear set, defense plus 60, and frost resistance plus 60%. Youngwoo was both happy and surprised. Did you teach me how to make equipment? Ha ha, not at all. Normally, we only forge individual items, because you meticulously controlled the ingredients. So Youngwoo thought to himself, I simply followed the instructions. Is this because I am Pagma's successor? The equipment will be very valuable. My weapon will be the sword. I have prepared everything. Now I have to accept the orcs with one eye. Old man, stay and look after the smithy. I visited thousands here, and this is the first carefully prepared hunting trip of our Youngwoo. But who knows that the drop rate of silpid scales is less than 1%. The scene changes to the extremely cold northern ice fields, with heavy snowfall. Youngwoo in bear armor also made it here. Ha ha ha, it's true that winter isn't cold. This warm brown bear set is a genuine product. Normal players only come here and freeze to death, but you with 60% ice resistance can handle all types of monsoons. Let's hunt for things. He stood from above and looked down, finally seeing the lair of the ice orcs. Youngwoo was excited. Let's destroy them to earn silpid scales. Stupid orcs usually don't know how to use bows and arrows. This trip was a piece of cake. That's why he confidently walked straight into the ice orc village. An orc on guard saw him and wondered. He said to his companions in his own language, Kuek Kwejukik, why is that human boy loitering here? Another one next to him spoke up, Iki Gook, he's stoned. Wait, he must be tired of living here alone. Youngwoo grinned, ha ha, look at those poor orcs chatting. Those barbaric monsters don't know how strong you are. Immediately he pulled out his sword. I was fully equipped with excellent weapons. He pointed his sword at their faces and shouted, vomit the silpid scales to me, you dirty orcs, or I will kill them all. While talking, suddenly an arrow came flying towards him. Fortunately, Youngwoo was able to narrowly avoid that arrow. You doubt life, what is it? Orcs also know how to shoot arrows. But still very accurate. Although ice orcs have the weakness of being afraid of fire, they are still stronger and more intelligent than regular orcs. Oh, my life is over again. Youngwoo accelerated and ran quickly. He initiated telekinesis, following which his agility and evasion stats increased sharply for 1 minute. The orc continuously pulled the bowstring. His arrow pierced through the snowstorm and shot towards Youngwoo reflexively easily dodged the orc's arrows. He shouted, more than 10 meters away in this windy and snowy weather but still shot so hard, are you guys related to Ash or Trax? When he saw the orc, he was surprised. He stopped shooting, they ran out of arrows. But suddenly the orc pulled out an iron axe. He screamed and brought the axe down on Youngwoo. Fortunately, Youngwoo was able to dodge this attack. He was terrified. When he got closer, he saw that it was tall and black, no joke, more than 2 meters tall. Youngwoo immediately counterattacks with a full wind slash, sending out an attack that deals damage equal to 60% of the attack power. He slashed straight at the orc, the blade slashed straight into the orc's chest. The orc was slashed and screamed in pain and anger. The corner of Youngwoo's mouth curled up. He thought, this time he can knock away an NPC equipped with heavy armor, it must be successful. The orc raised his axe again and rushed towards Youngwoo and swung the axe down. A surprise attack. Youngwoo immediately used his sword to defend. The orc growled at him, a bit itchy, son of a bitch. Youngwoo frowned, my attack was still too shallow, but it wasn't equipped with armor, could it be that its skin was that thick? Looking at it, he thought to himself, there was only one orc that was this strong. Even though I can find a way to weigh it, there's no way I can kill them all before it gets dark. Use all your skills to win. At this time, Youngwoo used his foot to kick the orc's stomach hard. He activates Blacksmith's Rage, bonus attack power 10%, attack speed bonus 30% for 20 seconds. Youngwoo felt power flowing through his body. First he used full wind slash. Because after the buff, his attack is effective, so it causes more damage than last time, that's the weak point. Die. Youngwoo stabbed straight at the orc's weak point with his sword. It was hit and screamed in pain. Green blood continuously flowed from its mouth. The system displayed, you had dealt 923 damage. The enemy was bleeding due to being attacked at a weak point. I thought I could kill it. But then I didn't expect that it would make him even more mad. The stubborn orc continued to swing his axe. An axe strike causes Youngwoo to suffer 1005 damage. He touched the bleeding wound on his shoulder. Youngwoo was in a bit of pain, but he was still safe and sound. Why did he live so long? He thought to himself, no, my attack was effective, it's just that its blood is too low. The ice orc swung the axe. Youngwoo suffered 1051 damage, suffered 988 damage. Hey, that hurts you, brute orc. At this point, he must use an intermediate health potion to restore 1500 life points. Drink the whole bottle of blood. Youngwoo was excited. Now let's see who understands first. The orc attacked him. He countered the attack. At this time he also dealt 700 damage to it, then dealt 890 damage. The two sides collided and attacked loudly. Every time the orc took damage, he took damage. You took 1160 damage. Youngwoo used an intermediate health potion to restore another 1500 of his life points. You take 1023 damage. You deal 720 damage. While he was recovering, the orc swung the axe again. He was hit by the axe and sent flying away. Youngwoo lost his balance and fell to the ground. He held his stomach. You took 929 damage. Warning, life points below 10%, potion reuse time 7 seconds. The orc still aggressively fought back against Youngwoo. Not being able to reuse the potion makes Youngwoo desperate, thinking this is the end. Suddenly, a source of energy burst out intensely in his body. The passive effect of the Messenger of Justice title is activated. The Messenger of Justice is brave and strong in a critical situation. The Messenger of Justice will not be easily defeated before the opponent is defeated. Youngwoo was surprised. This was the title he received for saving Heroi. Youngwoo held the sword tightly. I really didn't expect the Messenger of Justice to be so tyrannical. That's right, we shouldn't blame Heroi. At this time, the system notifies that all indicators increase by 30%. Youngwoo smiled triumphantly and rushed forward. The orcs looked at the fight scene in front of them impatiently and exclaimed, why are we fighting for so long? Let's go to the council, guys. Because of his increased strength, Youngwoo quickly defeated the orc. The other orcs saw their comrades being killed and started to panic. What? Looking at the orc whose whole body was covered in blood, he was terrified. He was wrong. He dared to massacre our people. No way, how could he? After killing an orc, He also received 266,000 experience points and his level was also increased. Fully restored to life points, Youngwoo laughed loudly, "Ha ha, just killed an orc and already leveled up, great." Their eyes widened in surprise. Why was he still so safe? Go ahead and smash it. At this moment, 2 orcs rushed towards him. Youngwoo is extremely excited. Now I understand what it means to visit thousands. Dive in. How many experiences? Youngwoo continues to use Indestructible Justice. Indestructible Justice deals 300% attack power. Using the above skill, he freely faced 2 orcs at the same time. Thanks to the skill, the 2 orcs died instantly, about 3 days later. Heroi has just arrived at the northern ice fields. He trembled and exclaimed, "The north is so cold. I should have brought more equipment to be okay." 3 days ago, when he came to meet the old Khan, he learned that Youngwoo hunted ice orcs in the northern snowfields to find ingredients to make items. That's why Heroi thought, "How can I let you hunt for ingredients alone? I sincerely apologize to your highness. The villain will punish himself." He opened the system to check his inventory, after seeing that he had 50 Molotov cocktails to use against the ice orcs. Then after receiving the profession of Companion of Messenger of Justice, I can also carry a sword and shield, now I can only be a speaker. Speaking of this, he thought to himself, but with this much, will I be able to fight against those buffalo orcs? I hope I'm not too late. The orcs like to fight in councils. Your lordship may be in danger. I come to you, my lord. Heroi thought, then immediately accelerated and stopped at the orcs' lair. He saw dozens of orcs lying dead everywhere. Heroi couldn't help but be surprised by this anomaly. This battlefield. Ice orcs are monsters that are strong at level 120. Fighting on this scale is afraid that even your lordship will have scratches and flakes. He was extremely worried about Youngwoo's safety when he suddenly heard a voice, scratching my back. Over there, Youngwoo just turned around and was very surprised to see Heroi here. Heroi, it's you again. Seeing that Youngwoo was still alive, Heroi smiled, thinking to himself, he's still at peace, and he also destroyed them all with just that fruit knife. Your CEO is so domineering. Youngwoo opened the status window to see. Level 83, he completed 38 levels within 3 days. Youngwoo thought to himself, in just 3 days I've gotten the same level as when I was a warrior. That's crazy, but also true. Those rich guys who use cards to buy good stuff can even level up 100 levels in a month. However, as he was thinking, he glanced at Heroi behind him, wondering where this pink tail came from. He spoke up, "Hey, you're just playing with toys. Why do you keep following me and grinning like that?" Of course, I'm happy to see that he's still safe and sound, and I can also admire that wonderful face. Youngwoo sighed dissatisfiedly. He couldn't be eaten by being handsome. It was the rooster's fate. During the past 3 days he killed 80 orcs. The reward was 580 gold, 40 ice orc skins, 25 orc axes, 14 orc bows and 3 silpid scales. He was depressed, for 3 days of plowing but only got 3 silpid scales. Seeing his gloomy face, Heroi lost his smile. "Why, what makes you so upset, my lord?" Youngwoo complained, "It's really annoying." Then turned around and was grumpy with Heroi. "I was angry because things fell like shit and you were always talking about your lordship in my ear. Why did you have to follow me and bother me?" "It's because you saved me from that miserable dungeon, and also helped me complete the task of waiting 50 long hours." Youngwoo immediately denied, saying that it was familiar. There was no mission that forced players to wait 50 hours in a dungeon. Heroi tried to explain, "Really? Because it's a quest to get a second career, that's why it's so difficult." Youngwoo heard that and was very surprised. The young Mongolian who was the first to get a second career was you." Heroi scratched his head and replied, "Yes, that's right." Young bitterly shouted at Heroi, "Whose family did you reincarnate in, while I was the one who endured so much hardship to save you? Please calm down, it sounds so domineering, but after all, this is a noble profession dedicated to serving the day." Youngwoo gritted his teeth and thought, yes, the title of Messenger of Justice is not bad, but he leisurely benefits from his blood and sweat. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Young grabbed his collar, "Then this clever guy, Until death you will have to serve me, understand? Heroi nodded. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. So where are you going now? You've beaten all the orcs at the entrance to their lair. Next I need to find 20 silpid scales. There aren't many out here, so I have to kill them deep inside the cave. I'm tired of plowing through the game for 3 consecutive days. If I kill one more orc without losing its scales, I'll stop. At this moment, the two people felt like the ground was shaking. The sound of thudding footsteps approached from the edge of the village. Then Heroi and Youngwoo spotted a burly orc approaching. This huge orc is the Ice Orc Chief, level 140 area boss. The Orc Chief swung his axe sharply down at the two people. The two immediately curled up and ran away. Youngwoo was confused. What is that? Why did such a huge monster suddenly appear? It's because you massacred the whole village. His mind was panicking. It was really bad. The boss of the area was level 140, but he still couldn't open it. Immediately he ordered Heroi, "Stop it, Heroi, let me fall." After giving orders, he thought, well, his job is to sacrifice anyway. I'm alive. He planned to leave Heroi behind and escape alone, but he didn't expect Heroi to run after him. Seeing Heroi running after him, Young angrily cursed. He wanted to rebel. This guy, he just asked for sacrifice. Why not stay and hold him back? Heroi chased after him and explained, "You listen to me. We don't need to run. My job is the companion of the messenger of justice. If we fight together, our stats will both increase by 30%. But right now I'm level 138. If we attack together, we can take it down." Hearing him say that, Youngwoo became silent and began to recall the image of him blocking the knight's sword with his whole body. That's right, he was also very strong in the dungeon. This bet is good, okay. Thinking so, he spoke up, "It sounds feasible, let's fight." Youngwoo looked at Heroi gloomily. "Give me all the dropped items." Heroi doesn't care too much. "Yes, just relax, you're the boss." Then Youngwoo formed a team, set up the distribution of items. The team leader took everything. "You take the sword, let's play." Heroi was shocked to see the level of the grid captain, level 83. "Wait, Mr. Grid, you're only level 83, how did you kill those high-level orcs?" "Don't say Mr. Grid, you are one of the 3 people with a hidden profession." "Well, it's similar to that." Hearing that, Heroi admired and said, "Your Excellency is truly domineering, wonderful. Enough admiring then, let's get to work. Don't worry about the boss, I'll beat the monsters." Heroi thought to himself, "Your Excellency is so decisive, I did not expect this move. I cannot betray your trust." Having to prove his loyalty, Heroi moved towards the Orc Chief and shouted loudly, "Endless thunder!" The system appeared, Heroi provoked, attracting the enemy's attention. The chief's anger flared at the target, Heroi. And immediately it chased Heroi. Heroi shouted loudly, "Your lordship, please take action." And immediately it chased Heroi. Heroi shouted loudly, "Your lordship, please take action." Youngwoo now unleashed the blacksmith's rage, combining indestructible justice. All beheaded. With the combination of the 3 skills, he defeated quite a few orcs in the blink of an eye. Combo of blacksmith's rage, indestructible justice and full wind slash. The past 3 days have been plowing like a buffalo like a dog, so now my combat is smooth. And he received 2 more silpid scales. Killing 11 orcs dropped 2 scales. The game stopped trolling him. After thinking about it, Youngwoo spoke up, "Now let's deal with the big guy together with Heroi." He shouted to inform Heroi. At that moment, the Orc Chief stopped attacking Heroi and rushed towards him with his giant battle axe. Heroi panicked. Provocation had lost its effect. "Damn, why didn't you say it sooner?" The chief aggressively rushed forward, roared and attacked him. The axe swung down. Youngwoo took 104 damage, then 97 damage. He was stunned, not expecting that the pressure from the attack would also cause damage to himself. At this point, he had taken 325 damage, plus 25 more damage from the orc's attack. He tried his best to concentrate and narrowly dodged the attack. Although he dodged its attack, he couldn't counter it. He was wondering how to play like that. "This is the first boss I have to face head on. How do I defeat it?" When fear is gripping the mind, a notification window appears, a legend will never falter. He regained his fighting spirit. He had to defeat this orc at all costs. He shouted, "Heroi, attack!" Heroi loudly, "Yes sir." He received his signal and immediately stabbed his sword straight into the orc's thigh, then activated the indestructible justice skill. After one stab the orc began to stagger and fell to one knee. Youngwoo was quite surprised. The companion of the messenger of justice, Heroi, also has the same skills as me. Youngwoo jumped up and continued to use indestructible justice. All beheaded. 2 skills hit the orc directly in the head. Seeing it stagger a bit, he thought, he hit its face, now its legs will be weak. Heroi, let's go together. Obey. The 2 joined forces at the same time to attack it. The orc roared angrily. Seeing that, Youngwoo half smiled, delicious, I can eat this bet. Looking at Heroi, he assessed that even though he was a bit annoying, he cooperated well with me. Heroi was happy at this moment. Wonderful, Mr. Sun. But unexpectedly, the 2 people's attack could not easily penetrate its hard and thick skin. It angrily held the axe and walked closer to the 2 people. Youngwoo's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect it to be unharmed. He and Heroi stepped back. Damn, who has such thick skin? It's about to attack, be careful. The tiger tunnel orc swung his axe at the 2 people. He and Heroi were unable to defend. The battle axe blade hit straight into their bodies. Youngwoo didn't expect it to be that fast. I just see it growling. Die, you flies. Its next attack directly damages 2 people. 2 people flew away. Youngwoo now suffered 5,300 damage. She had less than 20% health left. Heroi was lying unconscious. Heroi fainted on the spot. His health was only under 10%. Normally, after taking a damage over 40% of health, the player will faint for 3 seconds. I am a Pagma successor so I don't get bad effects. But Heroi is having to give up and die. After seeing that Heroi was lying motionless, the orc moved towards him. It was about to give Heroi an axe. Then suddenly the wind and snow arose. Heroi also slowly woke up at this time. I still hear a voice, "Wake up, why are you sleeping at this hour?" I'm startled. As soon as he opened his eyes, Heroi saw Youngwoo blocking an orc's axe with his back. Youngwoo was dying. Don't make me have to fight this monster alone. If I'm leading this match, you'll have to ask for permission even if you die. Seeing Young's body covered in blood, Heroi was scared and called out to his lord. Heroi hugged Youngwoo who was soaked in blood. He looked at him with trembling eyes. "My lord, why do you have to sacrifice your life for me like that?" He whispered, "Heroi, instead of sitting there passionately, please help me pull the boss somewhere else, and are you okay?" Youngwoo's face turned green. He replied, "Let me use the potion." Then he stubbornly used the legendary resilience potion. Immune to all damage for 5 seconds when his health reached its lowest level. Heroi clenched his teeth. "This incompetent servant failed to protect you, and now I owe you another life. I have failed your excellency. What are your books at this hour? Get out of here quickly. Behind you, you've got an axe to your ass and you're still writing poetry. Please calmly use the potion. If you don't invite it out, you'll bite the food with faith." Heroi is very calm. "Please don't worry. I will always be there. Protect your rear." When the axe is about to reach Heroi, he immediately blocked the attack. Seeing that, Youngwoo is helpless. This idiot Heroi, what is he protecting? If he stubbornly blocks this attack then. Either way, it'll be a bummer. But suddenly Youngwoo widened his eyes. I only see Heroi screaming. "I will not fall before an enemy who threatens your highness." Unexpectedly, when facing that beast, he used Steel Will to protect Youngwoo behind him. Steel Will neutralized all attacks within 10 seconds after using the skill, reusing it, 90 minutes. While watching him, he took out the bottle of medicine and thought as he drank, "I'm just now remembering this damn name." While in the dungeon, he also used his body to block swords. His defensive skills are so bad in the game. Heroi is fierce. A target this big can hit with your eyes closed. Drink to be healthy. I only saw Heroi take out a glass bottle and throw the other glass bottle at the orc. and fire rose all over the orc chief's body as the vial shattered. Youngwoo admired Heroi's preparation. Firebomb, yeah. But he thought to himself, ice orcs are afraid of fire. Very smart Heroi. As for the Heroi, he pulled out other bottles with both hands. At the same time, he continuously threw glass jars at the orc. Just shout this out loud and eat it. Fire bombs raining down. The orc chief's entire massive body was engulfed in flames. Heroi refilled his blood and said, "This is our chance, Your Highness, let's go together. Haha, I'm just waiting for you to say this." Then they both rushed forward to attack the orc, seeing the orc scream in pain. Youngwoo is satisfied. Great, it seems to work. This match is sure to win. Then Heroi picked up his sword again and attacked the burning orc, but something seemed wrong. Waiting for a bit to hit it seemed to be good, but why is it so strong? He thought to himself. The elemental weakness doesn't cause as much damage as he thought. If we don't quickly deliver the finishing blow, we ourselves will be in danger. Youngwoo didn't know how worried Heroi was. He was still smiling. Haha. After being hit by his fire bomb, he just stood there as still as if he was going to cut him like this. It was really brutal. Be good, baby, stand still so I can kill you. Heroi saw that he was too quick and shouted loudly, "My lord, don't stand still like that, it can still counterattack." But it was too late. Right at this moment he was kicked straight by the orc. His head hit the rock hard. Heroi saw this and shouted loudly, "Your Highness." The orc stepped on Youngwoo's body, looking mocking, "You brats." It took out a small red gem. It grabbed the other pearl and held it straight up into the sky. While Heroi was in shock, he didn't understand what he was doing. What was that gem? Suddenly the orc's green skin suddenly turned red. Countless dark clouds appeared in the gray sky. Looking at the scene before him, Heroi knew something unwanted was about to happen, and now he had to do something. Right now the orc is trampling on Youngwoo's body. "I will tear you apart." At this moment, the orc chief's entire body was a dark red color. His eyes flashed with angry lightning. He directed the axe that was flooded with lightning towards Youngwoo lying on the ground, screaming, dying. But something stopped its axe when the axe was about to strike down on Youngwoo. I just saw Heroi saying that he knows how to pretend to be unconscious, so he's probably not an ordinary monster. Heroi's sword suddenly glowed with a golden light. He said again, "If so, surely you are smart enough to know who is more dangerous in this situation. This is a skill that can completely erase you." As he spoke, he unleashed all his skills. Heroi's entire body radiated a brilliant light. Youngwoo is confused. "Heroi, what are you doing?" Heroi replied, "I have never used this skill, but now there is no other way. Look at Heroi's blood right now." Youngwoo thought to himself, his remaining blood was running out, even though my blood is running out. But Heroi was still determined to fight to the end, so he used. Sacrificing himself for justice, he slashed straight at the orc. He stabbed straight into its abdomen. The orc, after receiving a blow of justice, fell with a thud. On the other hand, Youngwoo gasped in horror. He thought, "That's really strong. If this shot doesn't kill me, it's a waste." Heroi also gradually exhausted his strength. Even though it suffered Heroi's powerful attack, the orc was still not defeated. Heroi tired and exhausted. At this time, the body was very weak. "As I thought, it's still not enough. Your Excellency, now is the perfect time to end it. From now on things will be different." Before Heroi's vague words, Youngwoo is wondering, what perfect timing, what is he babbling about? Heroi is still talking, "Then you will see that opportunity." The orc swung his axe. He couldn't fight back now. The body also gradually disappears. Before logging out, Heroi said, "I'll leave the rest to you. Your Excellency Superior." So the Heroi team member died in battle. You're still confused. At a time with no opportunity, I don't understand anything. But I will definitely not let his sacrifice be in vain. Youngwoo now stood up and unleashed the blacksmith's rage skill combined with telekinesis. A one-man monster now rushes to attack. Youngwoo concentrates hard. Now it was necessary to aim at this orc's weak point. He looked at its chest, after targeting its weak point. Youngwoo unleashed the skill of full wind slash, stabbing precisely into the orc's chest. Youngwoo also felt it. It received more damage than before. It turns out Heroi's skill of sacrificing oneself for justice is a skill that uses up the user's remaining health, while also reducing the boss's defense stat. Although injured, the boss still fought back. It continuously waved the axe wildly at Youngwoo. You step back and avoid it. I also felt admiration in my heart. This earth buffalo was dying but still struggling so hard. I need to deliver the finishing blow, but it's hopeless. Damn it, you win, you fucking monster. His pupils flashed. Youngwoo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He activated the attack Messenger of Justice. Messenger of Justice is always strong in times of despair. All stats increased by 30%. Indestructible Justice is ready. He launched a move to finish it off. The axe in the orc's hand was now broken in half. It staggers. And then also fell. The system appears. You have defeated the Ice Orc Chief. Youngwoo finally defeated it. He was so excited, it was amazing. And this is also Grid's first successful boss hunt. Returning to Old Khan's house. Shin Youngwoo sat in a chair. The table in front of him was full of items he had just obtained after defeating the Icy Orc Chief. Looking at this pile of items, Shin Youngwoo sighed in boredom. He had only scratched and peeled skin to win this conquest, but there were still not enough sylphid scales. Is that all there are for dropped items? Looking at the Ice Orc Chief's helmet item, its information immediately appeared. Unique rarity, defense 130, vitality increased by 10%, attack rate decreased by 20%, has a certain chance of making opponents panic. When equipped with all 5 items in the set, can transform into the Ice Orc Chief. Transform the Ice Orc Chief can give orders to the Ice Orcs. Techniques: the whirlwind slashing ability will be activated. The condition for use is level 150 or higher, increasing 400 power points. The Red Thunder Jade item can summon red thunder from the sky, for a short time, increasing the attack power of the weapon hit by the lightning and giving that weapon the attribute of lightning and time. Summon is 1 minute. The summoner's vitality will decrease by 10%. There are also 2 Divine Weapon Enhancement Stone items, 3 Divine Armor Enhancement Stone items, 7 Sylphid Scales. Picking up a leather on the table, Shin Youngwoo was full of hate and threw it behind. The orc skin was too rough. Throw it away. These helmets and gems could be auctioned for quite a bit. These Divine Enhancement Stones are amazing. If you fail to enhance with a regular enhancement stone, the enhancement value will decrease by 3 levels, but if you use this type, it will only decrease by 1, so it is also 12 times more expensive than a regular enhancement stone, about 1,200 gold. Top server players specifically only use this expensive stone when enhancing equipment, a total of 720 million won, or should they just sell it? Just thinking of this, Shin Youngwoo's image suddenly appeared in Heroi's mind. He silently exclaimed, thanks to Heroi, he was able to earn this kind of thing. He felt guilty carrying it all by himself. But I forgot to bring integrity. Oh God above, I'm so guilty. I created so much karma, but I'm so happy. While happily admiring the enhancement stones, the old Khan pushed the door open and walked in. He took one look at Shin Youngwoo and smiled and said, ha ha, you hunted so many good things that you were smiling so much. Seeing the person who had just arrived, Shin Youngwoo immediately hugged his pile of items and cautiously spoke up. He thanks to me to get his second job. This pile of stuff is also mine. Hearing him say that, the old Khan asked in confusion, what nonsense are you talking about? The dropped items are all things I've never seen before. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo hugged the things even tighter. He turned to the side and shouted, go away, these things are mine. Old Khan didn't bother paying attention to him anymore. He looked around. His eyes suddenly noticed the leather that Shin Youngwoo had just thrown in a corner. He asked a little curiously, oh, you threw those things away, go. Shin Youngwoo nodded and replied, Ice Orc skin, the ingredients are cheap. Picking up that piece of leather, the old Khan observed it for a while and then exclaimed, oh, but it is a high-quality leather. If used as armor, it can completely absorb the impact of the outer armor layer. Hearing this use, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around. He held out his hand seriously and said, give it back, friend. If you don't pay, I'll die. Come here and see. Being asked for it back, the old Khan said with a black face and disgust, but you threw it away. Hearing that, Shin Young thought for a while then smiled and said, keep it, but remember to use it to forge armor for me, I'm going to the merchant guild now. Seeing that he was about to leave, the old Khan quickly scolded him, saying that he was as smart as a boy from my hometown who had cooked all the plums, but it was okay, he rarely touched this rare ingredient. Not bothering to listen to the old Khan anymore, Shin Youngwoo quickly went to the merchant guild to exchange items. I want 10 weapon strengthening stones. The staff here quickly quoted the price, a total of 1,000 gold. The transaction was quickly completed. Holding the powerful stone weapon in his hand and admiring it for a while, Shin Youngwoo silently exclaimed, huff, 1,000 gold, a pity. I can't help it, I have to prepare carefully for the trip to the canyon. Sylphid scales aren't the only problem. I'll have to scour the Kisan Canyon to find the Pagma sword art mural. Those bratty orcs can also give me a hard time. Even though I've reached level 85, there are still many types of monsters that are beyond my ability to deal with. So now I have to enhance my items first. Let's find a small corner to smash things. Running around a street, Shin Youngwoo finally found a deserted alley. Going deep inside, Shin Youngwoo pulled out his knife. He observed for a while and then softly said, this place is quiet enough, okay, just strengthen the sword's will. While preparing for enhancement, Shin Youngwoo's mind suddenly appeared the image of his parents and younger sister. He was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and said, but the whole family is still in debt. I have declared that I will take care of everything. Should I sit here wasting money on enhancing items? I should save every penny. Shin Youngwoo trembled, his hand tightly grasping the sword, not knowing what to do. At the Kisan Canyon, each whirlwind was roaring. Shin Youngwoo wore the Ice Orc Chief's hat on his head. Nestled close to the cliff, he carefully walked forward while softly exclaiming, it's really dangerous. Even if he gave me money I wouldn't be able to move back here. If you stumble, you will immediately eat a naked chicken. The sylphid scales are also important, but I have to focus on the more important goal, displaying the mission. As soon as these words fell, a new mission notice appeared before Shin Youngwoo's eyes. Pagma swordsmanship, first job mission, investigate clues about Pagma in Kisan Canyon north of Winson, conditions to be completed, learn Pagma swordsmanship, completion reward, Dane's life blueprint. Reading through the mission once, looking at the reward below, Shin Youngwoo silently calculated, even though the sword has been enhanced 8 times, it is still a level 180 weapon. It is still only as a toothpick compared to a 250 level Dane's life longsword. The most important thing is still Pagma swordsmanship. I must have this skill. Currently I only have 4 attack skills. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo looked around. He noticed a few caves in the distance. They looked extremely dangerous. Raising his legs and rushing forward, Shin Youngwoo said softly, the level 160 monsters in there have killed me dozens of times before. Luckily I'm familiar with their working mechanism. Now if we move cautiously, they won't find me. The last words were suddenly interrupted. Shin Youngwoo raised his head to look at the level 162 mountain lizard. Crawling right on top of his head, he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn, I want to report the admin. Scolding such a sentence, Shin Youngwoo thought cautiously, mountain lizard, is it a level 160 monster, right? This razor-sharp tongue has killed me dozens of times, but now it's still as sharp as before. Without letting Shin Youngwoo say another word, the mountain lizard began to turn its body to attack the enemy. Shin Youngwoo reacted quite quickly and immediately turned around and ran away. Hearing the sound of rocks and soil exploding behind him, his arms and legs trembled uncontrollably. Running to a safe distance, Shin Youngwoo pulled out his sword and said seriously, but you're different, baby. Die you damn gecko. As soon as these words ended, the blacksmith's rage and full wind slash were activated by Shin Youngwoo. A blinding, terrifying force shot out and hit the mountain lizard straight, causing it to let out a sharp scream of pain. After this move, a system notification immediately appears. You have caused 1,230 damage. Receiving this notice, Shin Youngwoo withdrew his hand. He thought to himself with pleasure, I fought well, didn't I? According to calculations, The defense stat of the Kisan Canyon lizards is quite a bit higher than that of the ice orcs, proving that enhancing this blade to a high level is standard. Killing these guys is a piece of cake now. An indestructible justice move continued to be used by Shin Youngwoo. After this move, the mountain lizard was immediately defeated, the reward notification quickly rang out, and Shin Youngwoo received 329,000 experience points. Returning the knife, Shin Youngwoo said happily, waving his hand and having killed a level 162 lizard. While he was only level 85, he was truly domineering. While celebrating the victory, a few strange screams suddenly rang out next to Shin Youngwoo. He craned his neck to look up and saw that in a cave not far away, a group of level 185 mountain lizard warriors had appeared. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo let out a long breath. He smacked his lips in admiration, just finished crowing. At this moment, the group of mountain lizard warriors held their weapons tightly in their hands, simultaneously jumped down and rushed straight toward Shin Youngwoo. Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo did not tremble at all. He once again raised his sword and shouted loudly, "I'm not the bratty grit of yesterday, you idiots." The sharp blade carried incredible power and slashed straight towards the mountain lizard warriors. But surprisingly, they were not harmed in the slightest by Shin Youngwoo's attack, but continued to attack him. Shin Youngwoo did not lose his composure. He raised his sword, continuously slashing fatally. The system notification continued to ring non-stop. You have received 2019 damage. You have received 1504 damage. While fighting the mountain lizard warriors, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, wow, these guys have much higher defense than regular lizards. Their skin is thick and their defense equipment is also good. If it weren't for the Khan's masterpiece, I would have been on the board a long time ago. The old Khan's masterpiece is that his physical damage is reduced by 20%. Looking at the group of mountain lizard warriors surrounding him with weapons in hand, Shin Youngwoo silently calculated, but if they keep pounding like this, no matter how good the armor is, it will break soon. First, must lock them up with indestructible justice. Next is the full wind beheading. The sharp blade followed Shin Youngwoo's movements and roared towards the group of mountain lizard warriors who were locked in one place, sending them flying back a distance. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, their attack rhythm is chaotic, let's counterattack. Shunpo skill used by Shin Youngwoo. His evasion and speed immediately increased. Immediately after that, he used the Blacksmith's rage skill, causing his attack power and attack speed to increase by 1 level, while the 2 buff skills were still in effect. Shin Youngwoo quickly slashed all the mountain lizard warriors lower to the ground. The system notification immediately sounded, you defeated the mountain lizard warrior, you received 948,000 experience points. Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo breathed in peace. After a moment of recovery, he softly said, I told you, this grid guy is different now. Checking his status at this time, Shin Youngwoo immediately exclaimed, hey, I killed them all but now my mana tank has also hit the bottom. Combo of 4 consecutive skills consumes mana terribly. Never mind, I'm not short of mana now, so normal monsters aren't a problem. Not to mention killing about 2 more monsters and I'll level up again, just need 2. If I don't encounter a mountain spider, the strongest monster in this area, I'll still be fine. Shin Youngwoo's mouth is truly a black crow. As soon as he finished speaking, a level 188 mountain spider appeared right in front of him. With a bitter smile, Shin Youngwoo stammered and exclaimed, but he actually met a mountain spider. Ha ha, it was so fun, whatever you say, it will jump out. The mountain spider didn't let Shin Youngwoo say much. It immediately opened its mouth and spit out spider silk to begin the attack. Shin Youngwoo dodged left and right, struggling to avoid these spider webs. He cried out in horror, go away, I won't play with you, I can't mess with this breed, we'll deal with those lizard warriors first, sold by them. The notification appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. The legend never faltered. Looking at this notice, he shrugged and said, never mind, after all, he was still just a normal monster. All beheaded. This one move only causes 300 damage to the mountain spider. Seeing this stat, Shin Youngwoo was surprised and thought, only 300, the defense is stronger than that of the orc chief. On the opposite side, being hit with a painful blow, the mountain spider angrily opened its mouth and screamed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shin Youngwoo immediately used Shunpo to avoid its attack. If he got caught even a little bit, he would definitely die. Avoiding for a while, sensing that the opportunity had come, Shin Youngwoo immediately used the blacksmith's rage and slashed it completely. Hit hard towards the mountain spider. As he hit him, he hated and scolded him. "Hey, the stupid bug." The pain-eating mountain spider stopped for a moment, but these two moves only caused 344 damage to it. Shin Youngwoo couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? My skin is as thick as the face of a 9/8 banana. Even my strongest combo doesn't work. If this keeps up, I'll be lost." Using telekinesis, I could only barely avoid its attack. Full wind slash doesn't do much damage. Actually, if I use this skill, my attack power will increase by 60%, but now it's only half because I don't meet the equipment requirements. I can only rely on indestructible justice because it increases attack power by 300%, but needs to be close to the target and cast at extremely close range to be effective. Thinking about a plan for a while, Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly glowed. As if remembering something, he softly exclaimed, "Wait." There was no longer enough time to calculate the pros and cons. Shin Youngwoo firmly grasped his sword and rushed forward. He told himself, "Let's take the risk, it's all or nothing. Have to bet everything on this homemade combo." Having said that, Shin Youngwoo immediately raised his sword. A blinding stream of power erupted in the narrow canyon. Shin Youngwoo shouted 3 times and slashed the entire wind. Then he swung his knife and struck hard forward. He thought to himself, "This is the moment." Right before the full wind was unleashed. Then implement indestructible justice. Mountain spider prepares to open its mouth to attack. Was struck with blood by the attack of indestructible justice. It didn't have enough strength to resist, so it had to retreat a long distance. Looking at this scene, Shin Youngwoo gasped and exclaimed, "It's effective." No, it's not just effective. At this moment, a new notification immediately rang out. The new combination skill has hit the target. The Wind of Justice combination skill has been initiated. The intelligence stat increased by 10. The Wind of Justice has an effect, deals 320% of the attack power to the target within a distance of 6 meters. Effective attack range within a radius of 2 meters around the target. Consumes 400 mana. Reused after 100 seconds. Controlled conditions of use. Perfect knife. Glancing through this stat information, Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but exclaim, "A completely new skill." Look at the mountain spider that was knocked down on the ground. Shin Youngwoo raised his sword. He said softly, "It fell down. While it couldn't move, I had to deliver the finishing blow to it." While preparing to slash down, the system notification suddenly sounds. The effect of the masterpiece gloves is activated. Your attack will be launched twice. Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo paused for a second, then immediately regained his composure and shouted in a loud voice, "Take this, you bastard, I told you so. I'm no longer the grid guy of the past." This knife slashed down loudly, causing smoke and dust to rise. Retracting his sword, Shin Youngwoo placed one hand on the ground, breathing heavily. He looked at the mountain spider that he had killed and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the system also sounds a new notification. You have defeated the mountain spider. You have received 387,500 experience points. You have leveled up, current level 86. As soon as the announcement ended, Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but scream loudly with joy. At this time, on a cliff not far away, the former first knight of the Saharan Empire, Red Knight Piero, had observed all of Shin Youngwoo's recent battle. Looking down at the person jumping up and down below, he silently assessed, he could kill a mountain spider alone. I haven't seen anyone do that for a long time. At first glance, he looks a bit indifferent, but with each battle he becomes stronger. His potential is limitless. As Moffel, I'm still alive until now, even though you accused me of treason and took away everything and my comrades. Then death will come to you. Try to wait for me, Asphamel. I finally got it. Found a revenge weapon. Deep inside Kisan Alley. The 3 people caught by the mountain spider were tightly wrapped in silk and dangled from the spider web. Hearing an extremely sharp scream coming from outside, one of them asked suspiciously, "What was that sound?" Another person thought for a moment and said, "It must be from the spider that just left." The person who spoke was Choi Chan-sung, a thief, level 87. He raised his eyebrows and continued to say in disgust, he was probably looking for more prey. An 87th level fire master named Shim Jae-won next to him let out a long breath and said in frustration, having struggled all the way to Winston in the end only to become bait for spiders. "Forgive me, I'm not the only one who wanted to come here. Dad has taken care of you guys for 10 years, now you want to rebel." Seeing the person next to him so angry, Shim Jae-won quickly reassured him, "Then stop apologizing, why bother?" Choi Chan-sung also nodded in agreement. Jun-ho, friends talk too much to each other. Hearing these words, Lee Jun coughed and argued, "Leave me alone, it's not like he's an officer or a grandchild, so I have to suck him up. It would be great if you guys knew how to settle down like that idiot Shin Youngwoo." Shim Jae-won didn't hear clearly, so he immediately opened his mouth and asked again, Who? Lee Jun-ho smiled and said, "Shin Youngwoo. That guy who always just keeps his mouth shut and spits out money." Hearing this, Shim Jae-won also remembered. He laughed and replied, "Those high school days were really fun." Lee Jun-ho nodded and said, "Only Chan-sung doesn't know how to enjoy anything. He just pretends to be noble." When Choi Chan-sung heard the 2 people next to him mention him, he remained silent without saying anything. Shim Jae-won didn't care. He smirked and continued, "I heard Youngwoo also plays Satisfy." Lee Jun-ho nodded and said, "Yes, I heard about it at the last class reunion. He's a pathetic guy in his 70th grade, no matter where he goes, he's still a pathetic guy." The more he listened to these 2 people talking, the angrier Choi Chan-sung became. He couldn't bear it anymore. He took out the knife from his body and removed the spider's silk while gritting his teeth and said, "If the spider isn't here, take care of yourself first, guys, my knife doesn't work." Being reminded like that, the other 2 were startled back to their senses. Shim Jae-won couldn't even use fire magic to burn this pile of silk. On the other side, Lee Jun coughed around his body, burning with anger, shouting in frustration, "I've tried so hard, you idiots. I've tightened all my butt muscles but still can't move." When Shim Jae-won heard that, he sadly exclaimed, "Do I have to lie here and wait to starve to death?" At this moment, he glanced outside the cave entrance, saw a vague figure entering inside, and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, look over there, it seems like someone is coming." The person who just walked in was the Shin Youngwoo that had just been mentioned in the mouths of these people. At this time he was wearing the helmet of the Ice Orc Chief so no one recognized him. While looking at the situation inside the cave, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in anticipation, "That wretched spider has lived for 10 years, he must have brought back many delicious things to his nest. It takes all of one's body to kill it, but only lepers come out, which is truly useless." Shin Youngwoo's voice carried throughout the cave, deep inside, above the spider web. Shim Jae-won cried out in terror, "Did you guys hear it? It's so loud in here that I couldn't hear clearly, but it seemed like he said he killed that spider." Lee Jun-ho smiled and nodded and said, "It must be some challenger coming down here, Smurf. It's time to use your mouth and arms and legs, let's deploy the big butt kicking method." After saying that, he cleared his throat, looked at the distant figure outside and shouted, "Handsome guy, please save us." Shin Youngwoo didn't hear this sound very clearly, so he immediately lifted his foot and walked deeper inside, muttering as he walked, "What? It's too far away to see clearly. Someone got caught by a spider." Waiting until he got closer to the giant spider web, before he could say anything, Lee Jun-ho opened his mouth to exclaim, "Thank goodness you're here." As soon as he heard this voice, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and ran away. Seeing that, Lee Jun coughed in surprise, "Hey, wait. What the hell, you stupid dad." Shin Youngwoo hung his leg around his neck and ran. As he ran, he thought to himself, "Lee Jun-ho, why are those scum here? A parasite, a debtor, a game addict." I still vividly remember the time I was bullied at that class reunion. They were the bullies who beat and robbed me in high school. If they knew I also played games, they would have been bullied anyway. We can't go back to that pathetic time, just starting to get a little stronger. Thinking of this, Shin Youngwoo suddenly stopped, his eyes opened wide, he softly exclaimed, "Wait, I'm strong. Oh yeah, I'm different now." In the back, seeing the person gone, Shim Jae-won dejectedly gave his opinion, "Or just leave the game." Lee Jun-ho cried out unwillingly, "Even so, I'm still considered dead, you idiot. Just wait patiently, he'll come back eventually. Guys who challenge me often have a way of showing favors to guys like me." As soon as these words finished, he tilted his chin forward and said, "See, I told you so." Shin Youngwoo has returned. A layer of incredibly strong magic power flared up around his body. Looking at Lee Jun-ho, he said in a low voice, "Hello everyone, do you need help?" Lee Jun-ho keenly sensed danger. He was sweating and thought, something is a bit wrong. Luckily he's back, but why do I still feel like there's something dangerous? On the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo was also gritting his teeth, thinking, these dogs are tied up, and my face is also covered. The perfect opportunity for him to take revenge. Thinking like that, he immediately stood up straight, raised his knife and pointed at the surrounding spider silk and asked, "Are you guys tied up by this pile of silk? These noodles?" Chi-Toan swung his sharp knife and slashed it with one blow, instantly cutting off a sturdy spider silk thread. Looking at this scene, Shim Jae-won couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Oh my god, that weapon has been enhanced at least 8 times. This is where players are." On the side, Lee Jun-ho curled his mouth and thought, "Great, if we just lift this guy up to the sky then we will be free." Thinking that, he enthusiastically praised, "Wow, Big Brother is so domineering. If you don't mind, can you help me out a little?" Hearing these nauseating words, Shin Youngwoo hated it and cursed silently. Is that so? This sneaky dog, when he asks for anything, his mouth is sweet. Thinking for a moment, Shin Youngwoo immediately raised his head and nodded and said, "Okay, I'll save you if you strip all your clothes." Hearing this request, Lee Jun-ho was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Shim Jae-won, who was next to him, was sweating and exclaimed, "What, asking to take all the things just to cut these spider webs?" Suppressing his anger, Lee Jun-ho said contemptuously next to him, "That's it, I thought it would be like a high level, but it turns out he's just a greedy villain." Before he could finish his words, Shin Youngwoo's powerful punch hit him straight in the face, nose blood splattered everywhere. Lee Jun-ho couldn't believe it and thought, what is that? How could he, just punching normally, get it like this? Not stopping here, Shin Youngwoo continued to use the blacksmith's rage. He raised his fist high and said harshly, "You scum, the price for this man to save you is of course not cheap, already." After saying this, Shin Youngwoo happily thought to himself, "Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've punched them. You're dead, Lee Jun-ho, long live Satisfy." While happily thinking about this, Lee Jun-ho who was next to him suddenly gritted his teeth and scolded, "This son of a bitch. Do you like being famous? Do you think this is a game so you can do whatever you want? Do you believe I'll give you a fight? Give your dad your address, I'll confirm it when I meet you in real life." Hearing these words, the obsession of being bullied in high school made Shin Youngwoo so scared that he almost peed his pants. But he quickly calmed down. His fist with amazing strength once again swung up and hit Lee Jun-ho in the mouth. Shim Jae-won who was next to him saw this and shouted angrily, "You bastard, just wait." Hearing this voice, Shin Youngwoo immediately glanced over. He silently scolded, "Shim Jae-won, that dog who bullies me just after Jun-ho. Luckily it's also tied up here. Now it's time for you to vent your anger." Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo immediately raised his hand, aimed at Shim Jae-won's face and shouted loudly, "I despise you so much." With this one punch, Shin Youngwoo happily thought to himself, "I really didn't expect this day to come. Long live satisfaction." Each punch landed like heaven on these two people. After a long time, until they couldn't stand it anymore, they immediately screamed and begged, "We'll give you the money, okay, stop." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo became even angrier and scolded him, "You rely on him for all his money, but I still like to punch him, give him more." While fighting enthusiastically, Choi Chan-sung, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "Hey, calm down." Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo stopped. He looked a bit confused and asked, What? Choi Chan-sung looked at the person in front of him and then gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't want to help us, then go away. Isn't it fun to beat someone who can't resist?" As soon as he saw this person, Shin Youngwoo blushed and thought, "Choi Chan-sung, this guy is different. One time he even apologized to me for bullying. But it's all the same thing." He thought for a while, then curled his mouth and said to Choi Chan-sung, "Okay, if you say so. Then kneel down and beg and I will help you. Money aside, what do you think? I'm still a good person." Hearing these contemptuous words, Choi Chan-sung replied angrily, "Forget it, I'm not the type to bend over like that. If you can, just kill me." When Shin Youngwoo heard that, his eyes opened wide and he let out a loud gasp. The two named Shim Jae-won and Lee Jun-ho also opened their mouths in unison and shouted loudly, "That's right, you dog, kill us, it's better than having to fawn over a coward like you." Hearing them say that, Shin Youngwoo slightly bowed his head and thought, "If this continues, I won't be happy. If I kill them, I'll have to go to jail, and my reputation will also decrease." After pondering for a moment, he decisively turned around and left, leaving only one sentence, "Well, just stay here and die, come here." Looking at Shin Youngwoo's leaving back, Lee Jun coughed in disbelief, his face bruised and exclaiming, "Really, he just left like that? Shim Jae-won's condition is no worse than how frustrated," he said, accepting. On the other side, as he stepped outside, Shin Youngwoo thought, "Do you know how long I've had to suffer? It's far from being so simple to forgive you guys. Let me go find some more spiders to keep you company. Even if I die, I will die in pain, you hear?" Seeing that the person had actually jumped out and left, Lee Jun-ho gritted his teeth and said, thinking he wouldn't kill him, but he didn't expect him to just leave. "Damn, staying here waiting for nothing will only make you suffer more, meeting a psychopath." When Choi Chan-sung heard that, he frowned and scolded him. What was the matter was done, why was he still complaining? Now what? Shim Jae-won, who was next to him, immediately gave his opinion. He couldn't escape on his own. If he waited any longer, the psycho would come back. Hearing that, Lee Jun-ho angrily said, "I don't even want to be a punching bag for him to practice Wing Chun. I really have no choice, damn it." After a long while, Shin Youngwoo jumped into the cave while breathing heavily. He laughed happily and said, "I heard it's better to die, huh? Scum like them does not deserve to die in peace, but must die in pain. Go deep inside, until you see the empty spider web in front of you." Shin Youngwoo couldn't believe it. He rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "What, are you logged out? So what about me?" Right at this moment, the mountain spider that Shin Youngwoo had just brought home had chased the place. It opened its mouth wide, looked at the fresh prey below and roared loudly. The Kisan Canyon was suddenly engulfed in noise, non-stop killing. A dreamy mist surrounding a waterfall, 7 rainbow colors close together create a beautiful scene. The founder of the Eternal Kingdom, Lauren, discovered this waterfall after conquering the north. It is located in the rugged terrain of Kisan Canyon and its location is spread by word of mouth, Lauren Falls. Looking at the beautiful waterfall in front of him, Shin Youngwoo silently exclaimed, "This is truly Lauren's wonderful masterpiece." After admiring for a while, Shin Youngwoo suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "No, damn it, Pagma's swordsmanship is the first." Saying that, he thought of another sentence. "I engraved Pagma's sword technique on the north cliff and thought to myself, I'm such an idiot for believing the words of a ghost. It must be a scam. I haven't found anything after searching all day." Just as he was about to give up, Shin Youngwoo seemed to discover something and then let out a confused noise. Looking towards the roaring waterfall flowing down, he rolled his eyes and said softly, "I should have seen that sooner." Quickly passing through the water and going inside, Shin Youngwoo silently exclaimed, "So it was in a small cave behind the waterfall. The location should have been more accurate. The old Khan's ancestors were indeed." Going deep inside, looking at the swordsmanship techniques engraved on the cave walls, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed with satisfaction, "I finally found it, Pagma's swordsmanship." Everything was covered with moss, but luckily I could still see it. Looking at a fairly clear drawing on the cave, Shin Youngwoo raised his eyebrows in suspicion. So he was Pagma. He also looked handsome. And that sword, it was Dane's life. It was much larger than the imitation. of the old Khan, looks bigger by about 3 centimeters. But why don't I receive the task completion message? Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in confusion. He silently speculated, don't tell me I have to learn all this to complete the mission, it's so troublesome. But since I'm almost done with the task, I'll do it. With all his swords out, Shin Youngwoo started practicing according to the swordsmanship instructions engraved on the cliff. After a while, he still didn't see any progress. He angrily shouted, why didn't it work? Why is that so? I've been imitating the movements for 3 hours. This is killing me, this is completely too much to bear. Helplessly sitting on the ground, Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly noticed an image engraved right under his feet. Just saw this engraving. The system notification immediately rang out. Pagma's swordsmanship had been learned, and the mission was completed. Scrolling through this notification, Shin Youngwoo thought helplessly, I don't have to follow the movements, I just need to see them. Right after the mission completion notification, another notification appeared, returning to the Khan. At this time Pagma's swordsmanship has reached level 1. Shin Youngwoo reads the stats of this swordsmanship once. When the skill is disabled, physical attack increases by 20%, critical rate increases by 10%. The effect is only applied when a sword-type weapon is equipped. When the skill is activated, pulse, control, continuous, kill, burst, you can release a total of 5 sword skills that have effects when not activated. When activated, it will take 105 seconds to deactivate. Again, the mana cost is 20. Pulse skill deals 155% physical damage to all enemies within 1 meter and slows them. Control skill, no one can come close to you for 35 seconds. Chain skill deals 500% physical damage to one enemy. Kill skill deals 1500% physical damage. Your position is up to one enemy. Causes bleeding and despair effects. Burst skills, your physical damage is doubled and basic attacks become ranged attacks. Reading through the information about these skills, Shin Youngwoo's eyes glowed. He smiled and thought, great, passive and active skills. These skills are no less than fighting skills. Reading through it again, Shin Youngwoo suddenly exclaimed in frustration, wait, these mana costs are so crazy, there are some that I can't even use with my current mana. Frustrated, he turned around and left. Shin Youngwoo let out a snort and then lamented, I'm bored, let's just go home. I need to increase my intelligence points to 400 to use the kill. Why do I have to increase my intelligence points when my strength is higher? Strength is the goal of a blacksmith. As soon as he left Lauren Falls, Shin Youngwoo thought, I don't have time to increase my stats and debt. Having just calculated this far, a sudden change occurred on the nearby water surface, cold water splashing up and hitting Shin Youngwoo. Followed by a series of male fish monsters with a level of 175 appeared. The leading monster gritted his teeth and said, where are you going? Leave your heart here with me. As soon as he saw these monsters, Shin Youngwoo immediately took a few steps back. He frowned and thought, male fish of Kisan Alley, they are very strong in the water and there are 4 more. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo suddenly curled his mouth and laughed a few times. Putting the Ice Orc chieftain's helmet on his head, he said with excitement, well, at least try it once, Pagma swordsmanship. As soon as these words finished, the sword in Shin Youngwoo's hand was quickly raised high. His body performed complex moves on its own. A trick. He was quickly used, making the monsters unable to get close to Shin Youngwoo for 35 seconds. This powerful move consumed half of Shin Youngwoo's mana. He quickly drank a new mana potion to recover. Looking at the monsters standing like scarecrows in front of him, Shin Youngwoo silently scolded, fish heads. Calculating for a while, he needed to use a new buff skill. So he quickly deactivated the swordsmanship. Instead, used the Wind of Justice skill combo to hit the enemy in front. These male fishermen were not able to take precautions and were beaten to pieces. Looking at this scene, Shin Youngwoo curled his mouth in disgust and said, take care of yourself. After saying that, he immediately accelerated and ran away. Seeing this unexpected situation, the monsters were extremely angry. They chased after Shin Youngwoo and scolded him, this bastard. Shin Youngwoo didn't stop for even a second. As he ran, he took out his mana potion and tilted his head back to drink. When he was done, he thought to himself, One attack caused a loss of 1/3 of his health. Too ferocious, even though he had just been hit by, but I will win if I recover enough mana. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately raised his sword high. The pulse skill of Pagma swordsmanship was used very fluently. The amazing power of this skill caught these male fishers off guard. Soon Shin Youngwoo defeated them all. His rank increased by 1 and he received 10 more stat points. Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo frowned and said, increased by 10 points in stat and wisdom, and that's an additional 30 mana to the maximum. That skill was perfect to finish. Having finished everything, Shin Youngwoo hugged his aching back and silently calculated that he could increase his stats by crafting, so just take it slow. Just saying this, the Red Knight Piero crossed his arms and slowly walked out from behind a rock and praised it, so magnificent. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo was startled and thought, is there someone in a dangerous area? Has the name at the top, it's NPC, Piero. Piero still stood still without moving. Seeing the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately spoke, no need to be cautious, I just want to ask one thing. Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo became even more wary. He frowned and exclaimed, are you a beggar? Don't come close to me, I don't have any money. Hearing him say that, Piero suddenly burst into laughter and said, beggar, why do you think I'm a beggar? When Shin Youngwoo heard that, he shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, look for yourself, and if you scream that loud. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of male fish monsters rushed out from the water surface, carrying sharp weapons. They were full of anger, gritted their teeth and shouted, who killed my brothers? As soon as he heard these words, Shin Youngwoo turned his head, helplessly thinking, who knows, how many people, about 10, if there are too many, I will die. In the midst of difficulty, Shin Youngwoo quickly pointed his finger at Piero and shouted, he killed them all, I saw it. Hearing this, Piero turned black and scolded, shouted, and blamed others to live. You are similar to the name I hate the most in this world. After saying that, he immediately took out his sword, swung it hard and hit the group of monsters rushing towards him. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly opened wide. He thought to himself in surprise, what the hell, that sword looks really strong. More importantly, he killed 10 with just one wave of his hand. At this point, Shin Youngwoo's whole body suddenly trembled non-stop. He was a little scared and stammered out, I'm sorry. Piero took back his sword and replied leisurely, no need to explain, I don't want to waste time so I'll say it right away. I need you to help me. As soon as these words fell, a new mission notification immediately appeared. The Blood Knight's True Traitor mission was initiated. Piero is asking you to be his spy. Conditions completed, punish as Moffel, completion reward, title Agent of Revenge, ruthlessness stat opened, physical damage increased by 100, murderous kinetic skill created, mission failed 4 levels down. The Blood Knights of Saharan were once one of the strongest units on the continent. As Moffel, the vice captain of the Blood Knights had an affair with the queen and he wanted to kill Piero who knew this truth. Piero was forced to run away and stay hidden, and is now looking for someone to avenge him. Seeing the person in front of him refuse so frankly, it was no surprise that Piero blurted out, it's obviously a lie, do you want more rewards? Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo immediately shook his head to object, I told you, I don't have the skills, that's why I refused. Hearing the other person say that, Piero immediately raised the sword in his hand, extremely cheerful and said, I see you have been looking at it for a long time, I will add this sword as a reward. As soon as these words fell, the detailed information of Piero's longsword immediately appeared, ranked, unique, durability 110 out of 213, physical damage 387, accuracy 10%, the hate skill will be activated, physical strength reduced by 100 points, conditions of use, from level 190 onwards, plus 900 points in strength, plus 300 points in agility and sword proficiency high level. Seeing that the person in front of him was still hesitant, Piero continued to persuade, looking at the way you killed the male fish and mountain spiders, you definitely have the ability, I have increased the reward, now accept it. I might kill you if you refuse. As soon as these words ended, Piero's sword lightly hit Shin Youngwoo's body. Immediately the system notification rang out, you received 7,500 damage, The messenger of justice, unlike everyone else, is extremely strong in difficult times. You will not give up until the enemy is defeated. Every index increased 30%. After listening to the announcements once, Shin Youngwoo thought in horror, just one touch on my thigh caused that much damage. Not only does he know what I'm doing in the canyon, but he doesn't even listen to me. An NPC will kill me if I don't accept the quest. What the hell? Being forced into a dead-end situation, Shin Youngwoo couldn't bear it anymore and cursed once and said, "Just kill me." Losing experience points now is better than losing levels because of not completing the mission. It's not too bad if you respawn in Winston. Hearing these words, Pierrot pondered for a moment. Then immediately turned around and left. Before leaving, he said with disgust, "People like you don't know how precious life is. Go away." Seeing the other person let him go so easily, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed a bit suspiciously, "He said he would kill me if I refused." Hearing him say that, Pierrot replied lightly, "Killing innocent people is not my hobby. But if you change your mind, come to me. I don't force you, but only hope." Returning to the old Khan's house. Holding a sharp sword in his hand, Shin Youngwoo happily exclaimed, "I have Dane's life." Dane's life's detailed information immediately appeared on the screen. Dane's life, clone, unique rating, durability 500 out of 500, physical damage 451 to 635, attack speed reduced by 8%, weight 1580, deals additional damage equal to 10% of the enemy's defense. The more enemies, the more damage. Golden lightning skill is created. Conditions of use, from level 250 onwards, plus 1800 strength points, mastery of high-level swords. Reading through these stats, Shin Youngwoo said with satisfaction, "Not many people have weapons this strong, even among high-ranked people, and it is also a long sword. If I enhance it, then this will be great." Old Khan stood next to him with tears in his eyes and exclaimed with emotion, "Never thought I would be able to see Pagma swordsmanship with these eyes. Thank you very much, Grid." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo didn't show anything. After a while, he turned around and asked, "What should I do next?" "I'll go get Valhalla." Hearing him ask that, the old Khan burst out laughing a few times and said, "You should rest first. You have just gone through a long journey." Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo suddenly frowned and thought, "It seems I'm not qualified for the second-class quest. Well, I reached level 95 while returning and increased my wisdom points. It's time to stop now." Checking the stats of the two skills Grandmaster Fury and Immortal Justice, Shin Youngwoo sighed softly. The main skill has also leveled up. Okay, so comfortable. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out behind Shin Youngwoo. "Are you Grid?" Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and saw two soldiers appearing in front of him. They spoke seriously. "The manager is begging you to come and make things. Please go, come with us to the castle." Soon Shin Youngwoo arrived at the smithy of Winston Castle. Looking around at the scene here, Shin Youngwoo softly exclaimed, "Ho, I didn't think there was a smithy inside the castle." The manager standing behind heard that and immediately replied, "I want you to make things here. This is an emergency." Yatan Temple has grown extremely fast since the appearance of the 8th servant. They are approaching Winston and destroying every village on the way. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo frowned and thought, "I heard rumors that Yura is the famous 8th servant. Many players have joined Yatan because of the 20% experience increase event. Maybe Winston feel dangerous." While thinking, the manager next to him suddenly took out a scroll. He brought it to Shin Youngwoo's face and said, "To stop the attack, we need to urgently prepare for the Kinban fortress. Do you have is it possible to craft items this way?" Shin Youngwoo reached out to receive the scroll. As soon as his hand touched it, the system notification immediately rang out. Holy Shield making method, rating, rarity and legendary, conditions of use, from level 190 or more, 50 points more strength, 1000 more strength, member of Rebecca Church, deal with management, crafting and transportation of holy shields in preparation for Yatan Temple attack, completion conditions, transport holy shield with at least epic rating for 2 days, completion reward depends on the level of the item, quest fails, transaction with manager is cancelled and quest will be cancelled. Holy shield, a shield containing the power of Rebecca, goddess of light, powerful against dark magic, demons, and worshippers of Yatan Temple. Reading through this information, Shin Youngwoo curled his lips and silently said, "A holy shield sounds like a terrible piece of equipment. This is an opportunity to get the crafting method of a level 190 piece of equipment. There is no such thing, no reason to refuse at all." While thinking about this, the manager next to me suddenly pointed to a person standing nearby and introduced, "I called a cleric to cast holy magic on the shield." Hearing him say that, this priest immediately clasped his hands together, stepped forward and said softly, "I am Cassis, this body belongs to Rebecca." Goddess of Light, Shin Youngwoo was startled and turned to look. As soon as he made eye contact with Cassis, he immediately turned away, a bit scared and stammered, "Ah, I understand." After saying that, he thought to himself, "He looks more like a devil than a priest. When did he get here?" Very quickly Shin Youngwoo started making the holy shield, watching the material melt in the furnace. He softly exclaimed, "Phew, it's so difficult to melt mithril, I won't be able to sleep for the next 2 days. I accepted the quest because I couldn't make money on the trip to the alley yet, but the ingredients were too expensive, magic stone and mithril, then plated gold to represent Rebecca." Having said this, Shin Youngwoo immediately leaned back on the chair to rest for a moment, glanced at Cassis who was clasping his hands in supplication next to him. He asked in confusion, "Why did you keep praying for 2 days without sleeping? If I need you, I will call you." Hearing that, Cassis calmly replied, "I'm wishing you the best luck possible." Goddess Rebecca represents light, light represents positive energy, luck and wealth are also part of it. Looking at the other person's dark eyes, Shin Youngwoo thought with disgust, his face looked like he had gone through a lot of suffering. If he could pray, his bad luck would not have appeared. "But do your best, Goddess Rebecca, your splendor." Grumbling to himself for a long time, waiting for the Cassis gas to leave, Shin Youngwoo immediately stood up. He seriously calculated, "Those ingredients cost 17,000 gold, I can only make those 2 with the whole fortune. If I am the lowest rated or rare, where can I sell it? It can only be used by members of the Church of Rebecca." Outside in the real world, observing Shin Youngwoo through the computer screen, President Lim Chul-ho crossed his arms and silently assessed, "Shin Youngwoo, what should I say? He plays in a way that I didn't think possible. He works slowly and has no luck. I can understand why Inspector Yoon Sang-min is upset with him." The scene on the screen now changed to Cassis standing there with his hands clasped together. Lim Chul-ho saw this and exclaimed incredulously, There's someone with him. Wait, is that an NPC?" As soon as these words ended, Lim Chul-ho immediately contacted the outside. He urgently asked, "Morpheus, is there Isabel among the NPCs info 6C1E?" The other end of the line checked for a moment and then immediately replied no. Receiving this answer, Lim Chul-ho put his hand on his chin, thinking with amusement, Interesting. Shin Youngwoo, no matter how unpredictable you are, I don't think you will create variables like this." 2 days later, the shipping day arrived. Shin Youngwoo took a deep breath and said, "Finally just in time, priest, please bless me." Cassis, always standing by his side, immediately performed the spell. He quickly spoke up and said, "Mr. Grid, I'm done." Shin Youngwoo was extremely tired at this time. Upon receiving this word, he immediately woke up and exclaimed with joy, "I did it." The system notification quickly appeared. A legendary item was created, all stats increased by 25, and reputation throughout the continent increased by 1,000. Seeing the person in front of him so happy, Cassis stood to one side and smiled softly and said, "It's thanks to the goddess's blessing, the manager will be very happy. I'll go inform him about this success." Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo also smiled in response. He thought to himself, "Is it really thanks to prayer? Never mind, it's great, just like last time, prepare to lose money and go to management." The manager was quickly here, holding the holy shield in his hand and observing for a while. He said with satisfaction, "Great, I will send the money later, you can go back." Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo asked in confusion, Return?" The manager nodded and replied, "Our economic situation is not very good because of the war, so please go back first." Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo was extremely angry and shouted, "So give me back my shield, I did it with my own money, it belongs to me." Saying that, he silently cursed, "What the hell, why did he react differently than last time?" Still extremely confused, the manager decisively ordered him to be thrown into prison. Hearing this order, the two guards next to him immediately stepped forward to grab Shin Youngwoo and quickly dragged him away. Shin Youngwoo struggled violently and refused to give in. Seeing that the situation was not good, the manager immediately gave the holy shield to a subordinate standing next to him and instructed him to bring this to him. After saying that, he glanced at Shin Youngwoo and said in a cold voice, "You're causing trouble, Grid, don't think I'll be polite forever. The owner of this shield is not something we can fight against." Hearing these words, Cassius next to him frowned slightly but remained silent and said nothing. Shin Youngwoo couldn't bear it anymore and started screaming, "What are you talking about? How can you do this to a clean and exemplary citizen?" As soon as these words finished, Cassius next to him bowed his head slightly. He used the power of the purifying light. One moved straight towards the manager standing. The manager who was hit immediately lost his strength and fell straight to the ground. Cassius retracted his hand and slowly walked forward, standing from above looking down at the manager lying motionless below. He analyzed the situation neither quickly nor slowly. "As I thought, there was something wrong here. Only members of the Rebecca Church can use the Holy Shield, but Winston only asked the church to invite a cleric, not a holy knight to use the shield. Create something they can't use, they probably intend to steal it." Speaking of this, Cassius immediately glanced at the subordinate holding the holy shield right next to him. At this moment, he had returned to his original form. Cassius saw this and coldly asked, "You brainwashed the manager, right, traitor of Yatan Temple?" Hearing these words, the traitor was not afraid at all and laughed in response. He, "It seems I made a small mistake, but even if you knew, you couldn't stop me, ordinary priest." Seeing that the situation was completely wrong, Shin Youngwoo shouted angrily, "Who are you? Give me my shield." Cassius was right next to him, silently thinking, a normal person would have a hard time looking at the shield. He was a tall person. Right in the moment of not knowing how to handle this situation, in the distance suddenly a blinding light flared up. Following that light, Isabel smiled and walked out and said softly, "I know. What can you do without me? This is not an ordinary bet." As soon as he saw this person, Shin Youngwoo couldn't hide his horror and thought, "Isabel, an NPC. Again, what's going on?" Cassius next to him frowned slightly and slowly spoke, "You shouldn't break the wall while the door is still open, Isabel." Isabel didn't pay much attention to this. She glanced at the traitor in the distance and calmly said, "But this is cooler, and you, Mr. Heretic. Why don't we start by saying why you want the Holy Shield?" As she spoke, Isabel raised her hand, and a sharp spear gradually appeared in her hand. As soon as he saw this spear, the traitor, also known as the heretic, suddenly panicked and stammered out, that spear, not to mention. Lethal teacher, why is Rebecca's daughter here?" Isabel was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Answer honestly." Heretic saw that the situation was not good and immediately grabbed his holy shield and turned to run away. Seeing this, Cassius quickly shouted, Isabel, tracking magic." Isabel nodded slightly to show that she knew. She jumped forward and laughed and said, "Ha, let's play hide and seek." In this unexpected situation, all the NPCs were gone. Shin Youngwoo stood still, confused and thinking to himself. Rebecca's daughter, what is that? What about the quest to retrieve the lost shield? When will this window appear? At this time outside, because of the incident that had just happened, Chairman Lim Chul-ho realized it. That the quest to retrieve the lost shield had not been activated, and Grid only realized after waiting 30 minutes. In the game, Shin Youngwoo was extremely angry and shouted, "You bastards, give me back my shield." Pedro, a small city of the Eternal Kingdom. This place is a stronghold owned by one of the largest guilds of Satisfy, Giant. The Lord of Pedro, Chris, the great swordsman, currently holds the 3rd position on the overall rankings and is also the leader of the Giant Guild. Looking at the armor placed in front of him, Chris frowned and thought, the armor was made by an unknown blacksmith. What a good item. I was not able to recruit the 2 top blacksmiths, Pamir and Stang, Guild. Now there's only one way left. Find a blacksmith in Winston and invite him to the guild at all costs. the entire guild is now working at full capacity to search for this mysterious blacksmith. In Winston, the guild quest has just been announced. Find and recruit the anonymous crafting master, defeat Euphemia. Reading through this mission once, Regis quietly said, through reconnaissance work we now know that a.k.a. is Euphemia. We have to urgently find this blacksmith or else that bitch Jishuka will destroy all of us. The Zadaka Guild is also paying great attention to finding our grid saint. At this moment, a sullen Shin Youngwoo with dark circles passed by. As soon as he saw him, Regis was startled and thought, isn't that the young man in the conquest of the Forest Guardian? Thinking like that, he immediately called out, "Hey, ragged brother." Hearing this call, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned his head and looked over, somewhat suspiciously asking, "Regis?" Regis nodded and smiled and replied, "Do you still remember me, your grid? Why do you look so bored?" Hearing the other person say these words, Shin Youngwoo thought, this seems to be the muscular young man who loves people that he met in Barren Village when he was running a slot to conquer. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly lit up. He happily calculated, this is it, this is a good person, let's just cry. Thinking about it, Shin Youngwoo immediately sat down in a corner, covered his face and sobbed, "Some guy hacked my stuff, I wanna die." Standing next to him, hearing these words, Regis cried out in horror, "Oh my god, who is this inhuman person? Brother, don't think twice. I have Regis, whoever bullies tell me." As he was declaring so aggressively, an extremely strong blow from behind suddenly hit Regis on the back, followed by an extremely angry girl. She shouted in a harsh voice, hitting this lady's butt. The main mission of the guild is not done. Here is to help homeless children. Regis was pulled straight up by his ears, unable to refute anything but only screaming loudly. This girl glanced at where Shin Youngwoo was sitting, angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? Regis has something important to do. Take care of yourself." At this moment, as if remembering something, Regis next to him immediately pointed at the girl in front of him, smiled and introduced, "Let me introduce to you, this is Jishuka, the head of the Zadaka Guild." At this time Shin Youngwoo stood up. He didn't bother to be polite and said, "So what does it matter? This is between me and Regis." This statement successfully angered Jishuka. She stomped her foot and shouted, "This son of a bitch, dare to pay back the old lady." Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo was also annoyed and replied, "Are you the guild master or a tyrant, huh?" Jishuka rolled her eyes and scolded, "Guild members should listen to the guild master, not some random guy on the sidewalk like you." Shin Youngwoo suddenly had an idea. He thought to himself, that shield is my sweat and blood, there is no need to be shameless right now. Thinking so, he immediately put on a miserable look, begging and pleading, "Big sister, please have mercy on me, just let me borrow the Regis for a little bit." Hearing these gut-wrenching words, everyone gathered around to watch and started pointing at Jishuka and talking, "Oh my god, you're not so pretty but you're lying." Hearing that, Jishuka clicked her tongue, angrily calculating, "Well, it's really confusing. If this continues, what will be left of our guild's reputation?" Calculating the cost for more than a while, she raised her head, took a deep breath and said, "Okay, remember, I'm just borrowing the Regis, okay?" Seeing that the guildmaster had agreed, Regis immediately stood up straight, filled with pride and shouted, "Helping the weak is the martial art of Taekwondo." Jishuka stood next to her, her face dark, watching the figure of the two people jumping happily and running away. She gritted her teeth and softly scolded, "When will she get back? This Taekwondo addict will know." After scolding a few words to ease his anger, Jishuka suddenly noticed the people nearby were whispering, "Wasn't that the young man in the event of making new items?" That's right, he was Khan's assistant in the event, 2-on-1 competition with a.k.a. Hearing these words, Jishuka's eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself, is he the legendary handsome guy? So he will definitely know Euphemia's location. I have to let Regis know about this. Jishuka quickly opened the conversation, but what immediately caught her eye was a notification that Regis had blocked the conversation. Looking at these words, Jishuka gritted his teeth and scolded, "This guy really blocked me. If you meet him you will know who he is, this Taekwondo addict." In a dark cave, Malachus, the sixth god of the Yatan church, was standing still with his hands clasped and muttering, He, must have will soon return with the holy shield. Who would have thought that this damn area also had a useful blacksmith? Speaking of this, he paused a bit, looked at Irene who was tied up and thrown in the corner and asked, "Do you know what would happen if you infused a few holy shields with dark magic?" Fortunately, they let their guard down, otherwise Winston's defense system would have been quite difficult, thanks to that. I also conveniently found a silky virgin as a sacrifice, Miss Irene. Irene huddled in a corner, hearing these evil words, she was scared and clutched the ring hanging around her neck. Remember the words that Duran said before he died, "I can only save you this time, thanks to that person, if not for him then it would be hopeless, you must find that person to seek protection, guard." Only he recognizes this ring. The next day, Shin Youngwoo and Rigas were climbing a mountain together. Shin Youngwoo walked behind, breathing heavily and saying, "What if this mountain is not their lair? We've been walking all night without sleep." Hearing him say that, Rigas was extremely optimistic and replied, "Ha ha ha, then why go look elsewhere, your stuff is really good." Turns out he's also a master. Receiving this compliment, Shin Youngwoo was a bit shy. He cautiously said, "There's no point in being cautious. What if that thief suddenly jumps out?" Hearing that, Rigas immediately laughed and said, "You said that the thief emitted a dark aura, right? There is a high possibility that he is a follower of the Yatan Church, and is also a high-ranking cleric because he can keep the item. Other low-ranking disciples who picked it up died immediately." Seeing that this statement made sense, Shin Youngwoo nodded and said nothing more. After walking a little further, Shin Youngwoo suddenly noticed a cave in the distance. Outside there were a few guys wearing hooded cloaks guarding it. Seeing that, he immediately called out. It seemed like he was right, "Rigas, there they are. At least 12 lives, I don't think there are that many because they die every day. We need to move carefully to avoid detection. What do you think?" Just halfway through speaking, Shin Youngwoo realized that the person next to him had disappeared. He was startled and looked forward, only to see Rigas rushing towards the cave entrance and opening his mouth to scream loudly, "Let's fight, my friend, theocracy." Suddenly, the cave rang out incessant fighting sounds. After a long time, all 12 Yatan followers were defeated. Rigas carried one in his hand, looked at Shin Youngwoo and said, "What a good training opportunity, thank you Grid." Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Sweeping all the floods alone, it was scary." After dealing with this group, Shin Youngwoo came to stand next to Rigas. He looked inside and said, "That old man is probably in the cave, but the group outside is not." Hearing that, Rigas was quite excited and said, "Oh ho, so I have the opportunity to practice martial arts again." As soon as these words ended, a cold voice quickly came from inside the cave, "I don't like uninvited guests." At this moment, the system notification also appeared. The sixth god of the Yatan Church, Malachus, appeared. The evil environment caused fear, weakness, and immobility. Hearing this announcement, Shin Youngwoo was not afraid at all. He uses legendary skills that never tremble, so he is immune to all adverse effects. Rigas's side was not so positive. He was hit by Malachus's recent move. Extremely painful and cried out. Hearing this cry, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned his head around. He was startled and thought, "Rigas," he couldn't dodge due to the immobility effect. Rigas spat out a mouthful of blood, hugged his painful body and spoke. Rigas had no desire to practice martial arts like this. Malachus slowly walked out from inside. He noticed Shin Youngwoo, a little surprised and said, "Dodged my skills, that's surprising, it seems you are just like Yura. But don't let me show mercy." Shin Youngwoo tightly grasped the sword in his hand and replied coldly. He was too aggressive, he had not even opened his mouth to fight. Beheaded. A move carrying incredible power was sent straight towards Malachus by Shin Youngwoo. Lost a piece of his long tentacle. Behind him, realizing that the situation was a bit bad, Rigas immediately opened the chat, unblocked Jishuka's message and sent a request for support with the content. In the center of the mountain Rolf, Malachus has appeared. As soon as this news was sent, Jishuka immediately texted back with angry words, "Do you want to die, this guy, dare to block her?" Vegas was extremely scared, but still tried to suppress the fear in his heart, speaking softly, "Calm down big sister, I don't know why but we encountered Malachus, he is not at Yatan's headquarters, he is in high school, 110, so prepare all your equipment and come out to help us quickly. At this time, Jishuka also calmed down. She immediately said to the main point, Malicus is fine. The important thing is not to take your eyes off the grid. He is the Khan's assistant, so he may know Euphemina's location. Receiving this information, Riga's eyes widened. He cried out in horror, wait, Blacksmith. At this time, Shin Youngwoo was using two skills, telekinesis and Blacksmith's rage. He dodged and attacked quickly towards Malicus, taking out the Dainslife sword. Shin Youngwoo said happily, I didn't think the opportunity to use this move would come so quickly. I was practicing the sword while hunting down those filthy thieves. The strength index is still too low, so I have to hold Dainslife with two hands, but the feeling of holding the big and long item is much better. Dainslife +5, Pagma's swordsmanship, ending. The newly released combo skill deals 500% attack to Malicus. The cave rumbled and vibrated continuously. Looking at this scene, Riga sweated and thought, being that strong, being a blacksmith, doesn't make sense at all. Malicus reacted very quickly and avoided Shin Youngwoo's sword. Looking at the sword that appeared right in front of his eyes, he said with disdain, that's a great sword, but if it doesn't cut me, it's just a slicing knife, vegetable. At this time, Shin Youngwoo also discovered that something was wrong. He thought to himself, that cloak is really strange, how much damage can it block? Malicus had already lost his patience. He growled viciously, I have no interest in playing with a weak, divine punishment. This move is so unexpected. Shin Youngwoo immediately turned his legs and tilted his head back to avoid it, causing the Ice Orc Chief's helmet to fall off his head. Lifting the Dainslife longsword high, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Pagma swordsmanship, please. The Guardian skill will make enemies unable to approach Shin Youngwoo for 3 seconds and is ineffective against undead. Malicus was immediately stopped, unable to get close to Shin Youngwoo. This move consumes 300 mana. Shin Youngwoo has to find a safe place to replenish it immediately. He steps back slightly, turns around and asks Rigas, have you finished healing yet? Let's run. Hearing him say that, Rigas shook his head and said, ha ha, it's fun to fight the boss when it's hard, and they're already on time. As soon as these words finished, an incredibly powerful stream of magic roared straight towards Malicus from outside the cave entrance. Jishuka walked inside with a bow and arrow. She curled her mouth and spoke, avoiding the stray bullets now, looking for a hole to hide in. As soon as he heard this voice, Rigas was extremely excited and shouted 2 big sisters. As soon as she saw him, Jishuka immediately scolded angrily, Rigas, after this, go home and voluntarily stick your butt up, okay? Rigas was a little scared and laughed a few times without daring to say anything. Ishuka looked at Shin Youngwoo again and said, and you, the Khan's assistant, stay there and wait for us. When Jishuka turned to look at him, Shin Youngwoo noticed the arrow in her hand. He immediately exclaimed, oh, is it a specially made Yafa arrow? It's something I made, are you the buyer? Hearing this sentence, Jishuka's eyes suddenly opened wide. She looked at the person standing in front of her from head to toe, a little surprised, and thought to herself, was it made by him? Then he is the person I was looking for so long. Malukas, standing not far away and being ignored, suddenly spoke. He said faintly, it's useless, you will not be able to defeat the gods of the Yatan Church, we have already surpassed humanity. Hearing that, Jishuka didn't show anything. She looked straight into Shin Youngwoo's eyes and repeated again, I won't say it twice, stay there and wait for us. After giving instructions to the person next to her, Jishuka turned her head to look at where Malicus was standing. She curled her mouth and said in disdain, you're superior to humans, you're still just a young rabbit, stupid face. And we, the Zedaka Guild, are predators. As soon as these words fell, countless warriors of the Zedaka Guild loudly jumped into the cave. All of them smiled disdainfully and looked straight at Malicus. The 6th deity of the evil god Yatan, Malicus is one of the most powerful priests, mastering all the rituals of the Yatan Church. His reputation stems from the incident of sacrificing 87 virgins to turn the king of Bulgaria into a fool. He also sacrificed 607 virgins to launch a terrible epidemic that devastated Earl Raven's territory. At this moment, looking at the group of people from the Zedaka Guild, Malukas burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, if I were the prey, what could you humble humans do to an existence that has transcended this world and become a god, Yatan's death? Are you a bunch of insects trying to challenge the gods?" As soon as these words finished, Malukas immediately released evil force, immobilizing the enemies in front of him. Rigas was unable to move as 3 or 4 Malukas tentacles pierced his body, fresh blood continuously flowing out. Other people were similarly affected. The evil force filled the space, causing a state of fear, weakness and immobility. Malukas suddenly launched a magical attack, causing the warriors of the Zadaka Guild to suffer countless amounts of damage. Jishuka is no exception. She lost 53% of her vitality after receiving the attack and was stunned for the next 3 seconds. No longer able to resist, Jishuka immediately fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, all members of the guild lost over 30% of their vitality after that attack. A skill that causes a wide area effect and a defensive skill specific to black magic that does not require casting time. It even drains the target's mana. In other words, Malukas is really difficult to play. At this moment, Malukas looked out at a group of people lying on the ground, curled his mouth in disdain and said, "Who is crowing?" Tobin regained some strength. He brought his shield and rushed out to block Jishuka's body and said, "Brothers, protect Big Sister." Jishuka saw this and quickly said, "Calm down, Tobin, I'm using the health potion." "Attention, brothers, as the guild master, I order to protect the grid blacksmiths ahead at all costs. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must ensure his safety." Before she could finish her words, she saw Shin Youngwoo step out from the smoke and dust, completely unharmed. Seeing that, she suddenly choked up, confused, and thought to herself, "Just like that, just kidding, ah. And he's also equipped with heavy armor and a long sword. What kind of blacksmith is this? He's probably mistaken. It can't be, he just admitted to making these arrows." Malukas saw Shin Youngwoo appear and said in disgust, "Just like before, this mouse is strange." On the opposite side, Jishuka couldn't think that much. She put everything aside, opened her mouth and shouted loudly, taking the lead, moving forward. Hearing this order, Vantner immediately rushed forward to attack Malukas. Each consecutive slash he made but still could not damage the opponent even a little bit. "Then let me attack quickly." Seeing that the opponent started to attack, Malukas curled his mouth and said in disdain, "What a fool, thinking the attack speed is high." Suddenly, Malukas curled his mouth and said contemptuously, "Stupid, thinking his attack speed was high." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp spear blade appeared from nowhere and suddenly attacked. Malukas was caught off guard, and had a hard time dodging this move. He backed away to a fairly safe position, exhaled a breath and exclaimed, almost unable to block it in time, "But this power." Malukas's words were interrupted. Pawn, level 243, ranked first in the merchant rankings, ranked 23rd in the overall rankings. He curled his mouth and walked out, sarcastically saying, "Wow, such a sudden attack, you could handle it." Vantner, who was next to him, heard that and pretended to be angry and shouted, "Pawn, what are you thinking about, this jerk?" When Pawn heard that, he smiled and winked and replied, "What do the spearmen do if they don't attack? Take care of my defense, bald brother. And there's no other guardian who increases all his points in strength like you do." Hearing these words, Vantner immediately protested, "If you like, go for solo PvP and see how powerful the tank class will be to full damage." Pawn heard that and screamed, "Shut up, bald guy, you're watching too many highlights." Bald Vantner immediately responded, "Afraid of being eaten, boy." They kept arguing and trying to attack Malukas. He felt humiliated, growled angrily, "Shut up, maggots." Pawn on the side heard that and grinned provocatively, "Ha, why are you so hot?" As soon as these words finished, he was attacked by a tentacle that Malukas released. Pawn quickly jumped up and jumped high to avoid this move. He raised his eyebrows towards Malukas and said, "Pursuit, interesting." Having said that, Pawn immediately swung his spear high. Use an extremely powerful supersonic attack to attack forward. This attack has an unimaginable speed. Straight through Malukas's 3 layers of cloak. He was extremely frightened, sweating and thinking, "Why is that? Just a common adventurer." Not stopping there, Vantner took the opportunity to quickly slash an axe, a powerful attack aimed at Malicus. He shouted loudly, "Try it." Malicus didn't pay any attention. He swung his cape up and gently deflected the attack just now. Seeing this scene, Vantner held his head and shouted angrily, "Why are you so weak?" Pan landed behind him and calmly replied, "It's because of your young build style, Vantner. The bodyguard build is good at dealing damage, so it's fast farming and good at PvP, but when it comes to fighting bosses, it's useless." Hearing that, Vantner gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it's just a matter of stabbing and stabbing. There's no item to reset stats." Pan was silent for a moment. He looked down at his spear, then frowned and said, "This is also the first time my supersonic halberd failed to cause damage." After saying that, he thought to himself, it wasn't because of Malicus's defense, but because his weapon level was too low, only 190 levels. Even though it was a unique level, it started to gradually weaken, already. So I also agree with my sister, finding this blacksmith is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On the opposite side, Malicus no longer paid attention to these shrimps. He looked straight at Jishuka, coldly said, "Hey girl, now I will show you what despair is. Look closely, in a few seconds you will also look like this." As soon as these words finished, Malicus immediately grabbed Regis's hair and pulled him straight up. Seeing this scene, Vantner widened his eyes and shouted, "Regis, you forgot to pay attention when fighting the boss. Why did you wander near him to get caught?" Regis heard this and said angrily, "Heck, I just want to observe closer. This is a good opportunity to practice martial arts." Seeing that the person next to him had too many words, Malicus couldn't bear it any longer, raised his hand and tugged on Regis's hair and shouted, "Is he finished yet?" The people around saw this scene and got angry and scolded, "Well, you bastard, if the top character dies, he will lose experience. I'm really helpless, that's all our strength can do. Just blame Regis for being too careless, I can't bear it." Shuka stood to the side and listened to all these words. She held the bow tightly in her hand, gritted her teeth and said to herself, "Damn, think about it Jishuka, risk the entire team's life to continue to attack or sacrifice Regis to preserve your fighting power here." In the middle of a fierce battle of thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out in Jishuka's ear, "Why are you guys standing there like that? Do you know how much money this case cost me?" The person who spoke was none other than Shin Youngwoo. He carried his Dane's life sword step by step and rushed straight towards Malicus. Looking at the other person with cold eyes, Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let go, my friend." As soon as Malicus saw Shin Youngwoo, he was extremely angry. His eyes were red and full of anger. It was this fly. Shin Youngwoo didn't pay any attention. He raised his sword high. Using Pagma's swordsmanship, the powerful shield skill slashed straight forward. A dance that makes the heart sob with each rhythm. Each sword stroke brings a feeling of oppression that is suffocating but also incredibly beautiful. Time seemed to stop at that moment. At this moment Malicus was extremely scared. He couldn't believe it and thought, how is it possible that I, who only bowed my head to the Yatan, would have these feelings? I can immediately crush this fly, right away. Why is this pathetic creature standing in front of me? And makes me tremble in fear. Shin Youngwoo quickly saved Regis. Holding him in his arms, he worriedly called out, "Hey, Regis, are you okay?" Regis was very exhausted. He was breathing heavily and stammering, "Thank you Grid, you really surprised me as a person. I have never seen such a noble and courageous heart in my life." Hearing these praises, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, what that guy said was true. Just performed a few sword strokes and already made a high-class ranker worship him like that. Regis, you are truly new Matt. From now on he will nod his head no matter what I ask him to see. Carrying Regis and standing up, as he walked out, Shin Youngwoo was startled and exclaimed, "He's dead. The protection skill is only effective for 3 seconds. You have to retreat quickly." But before he could go far, Malicus was already standing in front of him. He rolled his eyes and looked down, gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell are you?" That feeling of oppression suddenly disappeared as if it had never existed. As soon as he saw the other person, Shin Youngwoo took a few steps back in fear. He silently exclaimed, "Ah, I poked the wrong hole, what should I do now?" Right in this critical situation, a bright red flame suddenly flared up right next to the Malachus. Layla, ranked second in the fire magician rankings, walked over from afar. She shouted loudly and ran away. As soon as he saw this person, Shin Youngwoo couldn't hide his excitement and screamed loudly, "Oh my god, famous singer, Layla, she's also in your guild." Rigas heard that and nodded and replied, "Yes, she joined when the guild was first established." At this moment, Shin Youngwoo's eyes lit up and shouted loudly, "I'm a crazy fan, I love your countless songs." Layla didn't pay much attention to these words. She looked behind Shin Youngwoo and Rigas, then widened her eyes and shouted loudly, paying attention to her back. As soon as these words ended, a strong force suddenly erupted behind him, causing the cave to shake violently. Seeing that the situation did not look good, Jishuka immediately raised his bow and shouted loudly, "This pervert, use your brain a little, quickly run over here." Hearing that, Malachus curled his mouth in disdain and said, "Run away." Despite Jishuka's arrow shooting at him, he raised one hand. Magic from his palm turned into 3 sharp arrows that rushed straight toward Shin Youngwoo and Rigas. Right in this critical situation, someone rushed out from nowhere to block behind the other 2, blocking 3 of Malachus's magic arrows. Seeing that the plan was ruined, Malachus gritted his teeth and screamed in anger, and another mouse appeared somewhere. On this side, narrowly escaping danger, Shin Youngwoo was confused for a moment. The person who just rushed out to block 3 arrows for him was Faker, at the top of the assassin rankings. Shin Youngwoo raised his head and looked up, smiling in admiration. He didn't know who his brother was, but his skills were so extraordinary. Before he could finish his sentence, the Faker turned around and disappeared on the spot. Immediately after that, he appeared next to Malachus. His movements were extremely agile, and he quickly launched an attack towards him. Seeing this scene, Malachus widened his eyes and exclaimed, "They thought that increasing the number of attacks could defeat me, very young." Observing the situation for a long time, Vantner stood to the side and exclaimed in frustration. His defense skills were so flawed, he didn't waste time chanting spells but could automatically neutralize all the attacks of the top ranker. Pan, who was right next to him, heard that and shook his head saying, "No, it seems like he only defends at key moments to allocate the minimum amount of mana consumption." Jishuka's arrow did hit him just now. The moment he let his guard down was his weak point. Saying that, Pan immediately walked to where Rigas was resting. He asked, "You just used cloud penetration to verify this, right, Rigas?" When Rigas heard that, he shook his head and said, "There's no point in verifying anything, it's just a chance when you see it." At this moment, the Faker descended from above. He raised his voice and said, "Still unsuccessful." It was true that he could neutralize all attacks of high-level rankers. Vantner heard that and immediately turned around to ask if he had discovered anything else. Fake silently analyzed for a moment, then said seriously, "If it was true that Malachus had to concentrate mana to defend like Pan said, then now he would attack." That's right. Malachus stood still, his hands raised in a strange position. He opened his mouth and began to mumble, "Dear Lord of Hell, unleash the fury of the demon dog army that you have conquered since the dawn of time. Order them to cut out the hearts of bold people. Dare to face your loyal servant. Kill them." As soon as these words ended, darkness immediately fell in the cave. A 3-headed demon dog was summoned. It opened its 3 mouths with sharp teeth and roared loudly, then rushed towards the group of Zadaka Guild. Seeing this monster rushing in, the warriors let out a breath and curled their mouths to say, "Ha ha, I thought I could only summon a puppy, leave it to us." Jishuka, standing behind, didn't think it would be that simple. She cautiously shouted, "Wait, don't act rashly." But it was too late. As soon as these words ended, the 3-headed dog demon opened its mouth and released 3 extremely powerful magic streams to attack the few people who had just rushed in. When you see that, you grit your teeth and curse, "It's so disgusting, and it's even faster." Jishuka was so helpless that she blurted out, "Wow, these guys' limbs are faster than their brains. Assault team, the rest. Protect the grid, don't let him get any scratches." When Shin Youngwoo heard these words, he hesitated to stand still. Countless rankers surrounded him, hands clutching weapons, ready to protect. On the other side, Jishuka raised his bow and arrow to aim while frowning and thinking, Looking at his swordsmanship, he is not a blacksmith but a sword master. But he recognized these arrows, so he must have some clue. While thinking like that, Vantner in the back suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "Big sister, beheading them is the task of the assault team, even though it won't fight Malicus. Malicus, but this mongrel, just leave me alone." Having said that, he immediately raised his axe and attacked the demon dog. An axe strike with terrifying power struck down, but the demon dog was not affected in the slightest. Vantner took the axe back. He said in horror, "It was a mess, that blow must have been very painful, it didn't do anything." The demon dog was extremely angry after being slashed once. It opened its 3 mouths and shot magic power straight at Vantner. He quickly raised his axe to defend himself, gritting his teeth and scolding, "You fellow axers, don't underestimate the defense of the guards." Before he could finish his sentence, Vantner was horrified to discover that his axe was being corroded little by little. At this critical moment, the pawn in the back raised his spear and used a supersonic strike to repel the demon dog for a moment. He turned towards Vantner and said, "I've opened the way, go back here." Vantner used his strong guard skill to neutralize one of the demon dog's attacks. He weakly turned around and walked back, sadly saying, "Fuck, let this brat save me." The demon dog did not let go of its prey so easily. It raised its claws, aimed at Vantner's back, and struck down. Looking at this scene, Pawn in the back silently pondered. Even though Vantner increased all his strength points, he was still a guard. His physical and magical defenses were still the highest in the entire guild, and he was still defeated. That dog behaved like that, it could even withstand a supersonic strike. Must be at least level 300. Although Vantner was injured, he was still quite agile. He avoided the demon dog's recent attack and escaped to a safe location. The demon dog, having lost its prey, roared in anger. This roar carried terrifying magic. A red flame roared outwards. The cave was immediately engulfed in a sea of fire, and tremors echoed continuously. Tobin reacted very quickly, immediately raising his shield to block this attack. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. The assault team was truly full of impatient people. Even though it is a high-level monster, if it takes too long to fight, it will die. Take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen your defense and stabilize the rhythm. Let the back row release their skills. As soon as these words finished, Jishuka immediately ran forward. She raised her bow and arrow high and shouted loudly, maintaining the defense line. Tobin listened to the order and put all his strength to hold the shield tightly. After a while, he exclaimed in horror, even his best shield was being corroded. This mongrel, it's okay, just need to withstand this attack, is win. Seeing this group of people so resilient, Malicus, standing not far away, curled his mouth and said, "Oh, these bugs are also very tough. Are they about to kill them? I tell you. My lover doesn't exist. But we have a whole pack of dogs." As soon as these words fell, countless demon dogs roared out from behind Malicus. Seeing this scene, everyone present was extremely frightened. Jishuka lowered her bow and arrow. She muttered, "This is not good. There is no way out anymore. This match is definitely a loss." After calculating for a while, Jishuka immediately spoke, "Everyone. This conquest failed, sorry." Hearing these words, Malicus laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, maggots, do you know what the power of Yatan is? As the chief priest, it has been a long time since I felt this refreshed. Now kneel down and die." Before the words could finish, a faint sigh rang out. As soon as they heard this sound, the demon dogs that were still baring their fangs and eyes suddenly lowered their tails and retreated. Malicus was extremely confused by the situation. Shin Youngwoo slowly walked out, not bothering to pay attention to his surroundings. He said faintly, forgetting that he still had this toy, sigh. The toy that Shin Youngwoo just mentioned is the Holy Shield. Has a special effect when confronting dark magic. All believers and demons of the Yatan Church will be overcome when facing this shield. Raising the shield in his hand, Shin Youngwoo gritted his teeth and said indignantly that he still hasn't found the bastard who stole the masterpiece. On the other side, as soon as he saw clearly who appeared, Malicus trembled with anger. He shouted in a loud voice, "It was him again." Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to pay attention to him. He said with a bored voice, "It was a shame to have to use this waste product." When the demon dogs saw the Holy Shield, they lowered their tails in fear, only daring to growl a few times and not daring to attack forward. The Holy Shield carries Rebecca's power. Goddess of Light, due to her ability to suppress dark magic, demons and followers of the Yatan Church will be weakened by this shield. Jishuka stood behind in disbelief and exclaimed, "Hey, you made that shield, and the Yafa arrow too." When Pan heard that, he widened his eyes and said, "Is he the one who forged the Yafa arrow?" Vantner next to him also asked suspiciously, "Is that shield really good?" Tobin, who specializes in using shields, was speechless at this time. He turned pale and thought to himself, only a defender like me who specializes in using shields would understand that this shield is not average. At least it must be in the top 3 of those shield I ever knew. Seeing that everyone was asking too many questions, Shin Youngwoo waved his hand and leisurely explained, "It's just a waste product, but you guys are looking at it in horror. My oath goods have been stolen." Hearing him say that, Tobin couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Oh my god, is this a waste product?" Now on the other side, Malachus gritted his teeth angrily and spoke up, "That's the Holy Shield, so you're the rumored blacksmith working for Lord Winston. The shield in your hand means the Mesta damaged it. Is it done?" Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo quickly shouted, "Do you know the guy who stole my things, or are you the mastermind?" "Bitch, fake shield here." Pan, who was standing next to Jishuka, suddenly said in a low voice, "Big sister, while these bitches are arguing, let's have a meeting. If it's true what Malachus said, then Grid is truly a blacksmith." However, he wore the heavy armor of a knight and had enough agility to equip a dagger, and he was also swinging a sword like that. Definitely not an ordinary blacksmith. It's not natural for you to risk the entire guild for an unknown player like that, right? So the only conclusion is that he has a hidden profession. After Jishuka heard all these words, he nodded seriously and said, "Up until now it was just a guess. It would be clear when the conquest was completed." After saying that, she turned to Rigas and softly asked, "Have you rested enough? Am I spoiling you too much, right, Rigas?" Rigas had now regained his physical strength. He took a few steps forward, moved his arms and legs a few times, then smiled and replied, leaving it to Rigas. "After eating my fill of onions, I figured out how to defeat him, allowing me to lead the next attack." Hearing these words, Jishuka was extremely satisfied and thought to himself, when it comes to fighting, Rigas is even better than Pan, a bit dumb but has developed limbs. Rigas quickly walked towards where Shin Youngwoo was standing. He smiled and said, "Grid, it seems like the dogs are afraid of your shield, so please help this group a little." Hearing this sentence, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned his head. He glanced at the people standing behind him, frowned and calculated, "Now he needs my help. This is a once-in-a-lifetime business opportunity, already. The merchant's sense is telling me that the money is here, not there." Thinking so, Shin Youngwoo immediately smiled and said, "Okay, but with one condition, in half, I want 50% of the items dropped from Malachus." Hearing him say that, Vantner couldn't believe it and cried out, "What? This group of people has 17 people and you're asking for half of it? All this time we've been protecting you to the hilt without asking. What's the matter? Why do you still want to share?" Hearing that, Shin Young immediately objected. "At most it was a guild, but Rigas was the only one to help me. What use did you guys have?" Pan next to him was much calmer. He turned to reassure Vantner, "Never mind Vantner, you must have his shield to complete this conquest. Let's go 50-50, but don't forget the incident. This business is my chance to bear a loss." "Is that okay, big sister?" Jishuka nodded and replied, "Okay, let me deploy." Seeing the other party agree so quickly, Shin Youngwoo thought regretfully, knowing that he asked for 70-30. While thinking about this, Jishuka in the back suddenly spoke up, sending a party invitation. "Grid." Hearing that, Shin Youngwoo didn't think much anymore. He opened the notification and accepted the team invitation. As soon as he saw the member information board, Shin Youngwoo couldn't help but roll his eyes and thought to himself, all 17 members of this guild are over level 200, Jishuka, Pan and Rigas might even be in the top 20 of the board. Overall ranking, the remaining members must also be in the top 100. What kind of terrorist group is this? Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo's ears suddenly rang out a few sarcastic voices. "Hey, look at the status board, you're only level 95, who's playing at such a low level?" hidden profession but only level 95, surely you don't know how to play games. Seeing that Shin Youngwoo was affected by these words, Rigas immediately walked over and patted his shoulder and smiled and said, "Don't mind, Grid, what you need to do now is hug the shield tightly." Hearing the other person say that, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed with gratitude, "Rigas. Only he loves me." Before he could finish his sentence, Rigas reached out and pushed Shin Youngwoo straight up and told him to remember to hug him tightly. Shin Youngwoo was suddenly pushed forward, unable to react and could only curse angrily. He was pushed right next to the group of demon dogs and Malika standing, falling to the ground. As soon as he saw Shin Youngwoo, Malikus couldn't wait any longer. He opened his mouth and smiled happily. His hand with sharp claws reached out, aiming at Shin Youngwoo's head and lowered. Malikus said coldly, "Everything, get out of the way, I have 3 spades, let me slurp first." But before he could touch Shin Youngwoo's body, Rigas rushed in from afar and knocked him out. Malikus reacted very quickly and immediately turned around and firmly landed on the ground. He took a defensive stance, curled his mouth full of contempt and said, "It's true that humans are stupid and can't be wise. As long as my cloak is still there, you can fight, anyway." Before he could finish his sentence, Rigas continued to swing his fist. A powerful punch hit Malikus in the face. After taking this punch, he was extremely frightened and cried out in disbelief, "What, through? This damn guy, just now was weak, why is he so strong now?" Riga's punches carrying terrifying magic were continuously swung towards Malikus. He was in pain and endured countless blows. It took a while for him to realize that it wasn't that he was stronger. He dodged the cloak and changed the direction of the attack at the last second. With this reaction speed his muscles could still withstand it. What a monster. Rigas is indeed extremely strong. His hands kept moving up and down. Each punch carries incredible power and strikes without stopping. Malikus has no chance to turn around. Not long after, a rumble rang out in the cave. Malikus was beaten and fell straight to the ground, completely losing all defense. Jishuka quickly seized the opportunity and immediately gave the order, "Everyone close in, it's not over yet, don't let your guard down." Rigas also turned around and ran away, not forgetting to tell Shin Youngwoo, "Please stay and take care of the dogs." Shin Youngwoo was stunned. He turned his head to look at Rigas's back, angrily said softly, "Do I look like a bone? But it's fine," leisurely. On the other side, after being beaten until he couldn't move, Malikus lay still, gritting his teeth and screaming, "You vile insects! Dare to challenge the chief priest of the supreme being Yatan. How dare you guys?" Speaking of this, I don't know where he got his strength from. He immediately stood up. A stream of blood-red magic shot out around his body. Everyone quickly dodged this magic stream. A moment later, standing in the thick smoke and dust, Tobin carried his shield and asked doubtfully, "Is it over?" Pawn next to him clutched the spear in his hand and shook his head saying, "No, he still had a lot of mana left." Tobin was not surprised by this information. He exclaimed softly, knowing right away that if he couldn't destroy that cloak, he wouldn't be able to finish him off. Even though he had consumed a lot of mana, his health was slowly decreasing. "Return." In the distance, Malikus heard those words and raised his mouth to scream. "You insects also tried, but how could you penetrate?" Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow ripped through the wind from afar and stabbed straight into the side of Malikus's face. He was extremely frightened by this attack. Could not utter another sound. Jishuka took back her bow and arrow, curled her mouth and said, "But it's great that one of them has a hole in it." Rigas standing right next to him also nodded and said, "You were hit by the cloud-penetrating attack when I attacked just now. Plus you had to use 3 layers of cloak to block Pawn's supersonic strike. This means that when defending, you must gather many layers of armor together. If you try to defend against attacks from many directions, you must scatter the layers of defense." Jishuka raised her eyebrows as she continued, "So it was normal for an arrow to go through. Half of her head was shot off but she was still trying to heal." Shin Youngwoo was still on one side, holding the holy shield tightly in his hand to block the demon dogs. At this moment, he felt extremely uneasy and turned around to ask, "Rigas, how is the situation over there? Am I bored playing here?" Hearing this question, Rigas immediately turned around and smiled and said, "Thanks to you, we are about to finish him off." Hey, Rigas immediately turned around and smiled and said, thanks to you, we're about to finish him off. Malicus, who had just been shot through one side of his head, now knelt down and sat on one side. He still refused to give up and curled his mouth and said, "Ha, this is ridiculous. Mortals are nothing more than dust. Getting hit by that shot still hurts. There. However, it's time for us to counterattack." Having said this, Malicus immediately stood up straight. One side of his head was gradually recovering. He looked at the small group of people in front of him with extremely disdainful eyes, raised his hands high and said harshly, "Heavenly punishment." They were all caught off guard and suffered countless damage from Malicus' divine punishment. Then, one after another, the notification that the member had died rang out. Malicus opened his mouth and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, die, die, this is the power of the Supreme Yatan, this is the wrath of the gods, die." Jishuka suffered quite a lot of damage. At this point she could no longer stand but had to kneel on the ground with one knee to maintain balance. She looked at the scene in front of her, sweating and thought, "Damn, at this rate we will all be killed. I would kill them all. I couldn't let my brothers die so suddenly. I have to finish him off with my strongest skill." Thinking of doing it, Jishuka gritted her teeth and stood up straight. She raised the bow in her hand and used 100% of her mana. The phoenix arrow carried firepower. She shot it out with amazing force and rushed straight towards Malicus. Shot half of his body. Yet he was still able to stand in one place as if nothing had happened. He even raised half of his mouth full of disdain and said, "Ha ha, girl, it's okay to shoot, but still. I just need to recover one more time and victory is mine, you insects." The attack just now seemed to have exhausted Jishuka's strength. She fell to the ground with both hands, breathing heavily, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Damn it." Tobin, standing behind, saw this and couldn't bear it anymore. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Vantner, only the two of us can move. We have to finish him off quickly before he can recover." Vantner had no opinion. He and Tobin simultaneously rushed towards Malicus and started to attack. Stand behind holding the holy shield to control the demon dogs. Shin Youngwoo heard the deafening sound of weapons colliding. He couldn't help but be curious, so he turned around and asked Jishuka, "Oh, what's the situation over there? Why are they all down like this? What should they do?" Jishuka saw that Shin Youngwoo was not affected at all and asked suspiciously, "Are you still okay, thanks to that shield?" Rigas and Pan, who were out of breath, spoke at the same time. They had just received a fatal blow, but just the two of us were no match. Hearing them say that, Shin Youngwoo frowned and said, "It's really boring. Two tankers rushing in to deal damage is really frustrating." Having said that, he immediately checked his stats. As soon as he saw the stats on the board, Shin Youngwoo was suddenly startled and thought, "Huh? What is this? I've been so busy looking at the team's level that I've only just noticed, buffing the team." A new idea quickly appeared in Shin Youngwoo's head. He immediately pulled out his Daneslife sword. Without saying a word he rushed forward. Malicus is now facing off against Tobin and Vantner. He didn't take these two people into his eyes and said with disdain, "Ha ha, keep scratching, you scoundrels." Tobin and Vantner are absolutely no match for Malicus. Looking at the other person's recovery speed, the two of them unexpectedly had the same thought, "This terrible recovery speed, it's too late, this conquest will be lost." Malicus looked at the two people like he was looking at two small ants. He coldly said, "Are you tired? I'm happy." But before he could finish these words, Shin Youngwoo was already carrying the Daneslife longsword, slashing out with a powerful move, slashing straight at Malicus's body. Hot blood followed his slash and splattered everywhere. At the same time, the system notification immediately sounds. The perfect control effect has been activated. The enemy will be attacked twice. Malicus couldn't believe the scene that just happened. His eyes opened wide. In his head he thought, "Huh? I am the messenger of the Supreme Yatan. How is that possible?" Not bothering to listen to his words, Shin Youngwoo continued to use Pagma's swordsmanship, a killing move with incredible power that slashed straight at Malicus' body. Being hit, he still stubbornly refused to give up and gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare a mouse like you?" At this point, there was silence, and a huge explosion rang out in the cave. Malicus crumbled on the spot. the conquest was complete. Malicus has completely disappeared. Countless system notifications immediately appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo as well as everyone around him. You have defeated the sixth god, who spread terror across the continent. Your reputation throughout the continent increased by 3,000 points. You have become an enemy of the Yatan Church, having good feelings for the holy monks. You will be blessed when you set foot in their temples. Saint Rebecca's favor increased by 2,800 favor points. Saint Dominion's spear increased by 1,500 favor points. Saint Jadar's cult increased by 800 favor points. The power of the Yatan Church became seriously weakened due to the loss of a priest. The Yatan Church would not be able to expand its power until a new priest was appointed. You receive 1,531,050 experience points and your level increases. Team leader Jishuka receives 382 gold, 8 top-grade weapon enhancement stones, 10 top-grade armor enhancement stones, 3 top-grade magic stones, Malicus's cloak, Malicus's mask, and the dark magic orb. After hearing these announcements, Jishuka couldn't believe it and thought to himself, what the hell just happened? A level 95 brat was able to defeat the boss. What kind of god is he? At this moment, Shin Youngwoo seemed to realize something and immediately spoke. What did the old man hear to distribute the items to the team leader? He miscalculated the bet, huh? Hearing these words, Jishuka's face darkened and he silently scolded, fuck, why bother? Thinking like that, she also politely said, rest assured, we will keep the contract. On the side, Pan laughed and praised, you're good, little brother, even though your level is low, you're stronger than Tobin and Ventnor combined. Rigas also nodded in agreement and said, it's great, it's all thanks to you Grid, you played really well today. Layla couldn't help but move closer, her eyes lit up and shouted, Mr. Grid is so cool. Hearing this voice, Shin Youngwoo happily replied softly, hee, Lady Layla is so praising. Saying so, he turned his head to look at Pan again. His attitude turned 180 degrees and shouted loudly, hey, are you guys planning on flattering me to take all the spoils, right? Let's divide the loot. When Pan heard this, he helplessly thought to himself, reduce your delusions, father. Jishuka also didn't want to waste any more time. She directed everyone present and raised her voice to say, okay, everyone gathered to divide the spoils. After saying this, she frowned and thought, the blacksmith has outstanding fighting ability, although his temper is a bit slow, that's all. The items they received included, Malicus's cloak, unique qualities, always emitting a foul smell of blood, attracting the attention of monsters and beasts and making others uncomfortable, equipment conditions, level 200 or more, Malicus mask item, unique qualities, resistance to all attributes, reduces magic casting time by 20%, equipment level 200 or more. Dark magic orb item, unique qualities, magic power increased by 14%, dark magic attack power increased by 20%, number of spells that can be stored is 4, conditions equipment level 200 or higher, plus 500 intelligence points. Glancing through these items, Pan raised his hand to stroke his chin and thought, the cloak was a bit shabby, it had increased intelligence stats, but the internal smell of blood sounded a bit disgusting. Vantner, who was next to him, also spoke up, so that game bug defense skill can only be used by Malicus. No one answered his question, everyone was talking. Zednos, ranked first in the Wind Spirit Mage rankings, said, the muzzle sounds great, resists all attributes and also reduces the duration, more time to develop skills. Layla's eyes also glowed and exclaimed, the ball saved the other 4 spells. Jishuka didn't say anything all this time. Looking at the people in front of her, she silently calculated, in the whole guild only Zednos and Layla were magicians. I wanted to leave the mask on and pray for magic for them, but accidentally agreed to divide the grid in half, meaning you can only keep one of 2. Shin Youngwoo was still reading through the parameters of the items. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, I'll take the cloak. Hearing this sentence, everyone present was confused. They had no appointment but had the same thought, did he want the leak the most? Seeing that no one said a word, Shin Youngwoo spoke up in confusion. Why is it so stupid? It's thanks to me that you guys succeeded in conquering. Even with that much reward you can't bear to leak it out. Standing in the back, Rigas silently thought to himself, did he purposely give us good stuff? How could there be such a spring? I can't believe that Grid blindly chose like that, but for the sake of the guild, no one had any opinions. You have to live true to your heart. Thinking like that, he immediately called out, Grid. Before he could say anything, Jishuka stole the words first. The cloak is the least valuable of the 3 items. Think carefully. Hearing her say that, Rigas was full of satisfaction. He thought to himself, I've spent a lot of money again. I have to trust Big Sister. But Shin Youngwoo didn't think so. He mumbled in confusion. Why did she say the cloak was the worst thing? It adds intelligence to use Pagma swordsmanship. Not only that, it can attract monsters with the taste of blood. A perfect item for hunting trips. This equipment is extremely beneficial for crafting classes like me because it only requires leveling up quickly and does not require training in combat skills. Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo said decisively, just give me the cloak. This mindset is something that not many people think about, which proves that our Grid kid has become quite smart. Seeing that the other person had made such a decision, Jishuka thought that even the choice of clothes would surprise others. Thinking of that, she immediately spoke up and said, we need both a mask and a blessing, so can we buy one again? Because Malachus is a special boss that does not regenerate, the dropped items have not been officially priced yet. Give us time to post an auction to get feedback from players. Seeing that it made sense, Shin Youngwoo immediately nodded and replied, okay, but that would require an additional fee. Then, there's the pile of magic and enhancement stones, a total of 33,600 gold. Before he could finish his sentence, Jishuki interrupted and told him to take it all. Without you, we would have failed this time. Just keep it up. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo felt a little shy and thought, oh my god, you're not just pretty but also easygoing. Rigas suddenly walked over and put his arm around Shin Youngwoo's shoulder and said, okay Grid, let's go look for the thief tomorrow. Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo exclaimed in surprise, oh, Rigas, are you still helping me? Rigas nodded calmly and replied, of course, I promised. That's what martial spirit should be like. After agreeing on everything, Jishuka immediately turned to instruct Shin Youngwoo, so please close the transaction in 3 days. I will send you a private message later. Remember to reply. See you again, Grid. With that said, everyone left. At this moment, Shin Youngwoo was the only one left in the cave. He let out a breath and exclaimed, phew, it was like a dream. I fell too. But what is that priest doing here? Shin Youngwoo was extremely curious, so he didn't leave yet but turned around and went deeper inside. Irene was curled up in a corner. Suddenly she heard a vague call ringing in her ear. Miss Irene, wake up. Irene opened her eyes slightly, and as soon as she saw the figure in front of her, she exclaimed incredulously, Duran? Duran nodded, smiled at her, and said softly, preparing to depart for the city. He's here, remember to treat him well. Do you still remember the young man I mentioned? Hearing that, Irene nodded and replied, he was the one who saved me from Yatan Temple. He also came here. Irene was awakened by her recent dream. She sleepily opened her eyes. I only saw in front of me, a person holding the ring around her neck in his hand, muttering, Yatan Temple. Ah, no wonder this ring looks familiar. It belongs to Duran, so she is the district god. Duran saved that. Hearing this question, Irene's eyes immediately opened wide. Shin Youngwoo smiled at her and said softly, we meet again, Miss Irene. Irene sat up. She looked at the person in front of her for a moment and then asked suspiciously, you are the one who forged the sword technique, Mr. Grid. Shin Youngwoo nodded slightly. In his heart he thought, no wonder she didn't appear when the castle was in such chaos, so she was kidnapped by Malachus. Thinking of this, a new notification appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. You received a new mission. Escort a beautiful girl, Irene. The unlucky lady was kidnapped for the second time in her life. Please escort her back. Castle. Conditions for completing the mission. Bringing Irene to Winston Castle. Completion reward. Maximum favor with Irene and Duran's ring. If affection with an NPC of the opposite sex is maximized, the chance of launching a special event will increase sharply. Failure. Irene dies. Favor with most Marquistime will reach its lowest point. The entire northern part of the Eternal Kingdom will fall into crisis due to Marquistime's wrath. After reading the mission, Shin Youngwoo's sweat dropped and silently exclaimed, But where did he come up with another mission? But the final reward is Duran's ring. Duran's ring has unique qualities. Its durability is 10 out of 10, its vitality is increased by 1,000 points, its resistance to dark magic is increased by 10%, its poison resistance is increased by 10%, it can instantly remove the cursed state, or poisoned, reused after 60 minutes, instantly restores health equal to 50% of damage taken, reused after 10 minutes, no usage conditions required. After reading these indicators, Shin Youngwoo silently assessed, the genuine item is also a souvenir between me and Duran, it must be auctioned immediately. While calculating like that, behind Shin Youngwoo suddenly appeared a group of people. They looked towards him and immediately shouted, "Over there, that is the person who killed Mr. Malicus." Not bothering to pay attention to these people, Shin Youngwoo bent down to carry Irene on his back and softly said, "Letting her go on her own would be too bad, hold her tight." Irene was a bit shy and stammered, "Ah, Mr. Grid, sorry for being a burden." Hearing her say that, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned his head, he looked straight into her eyes, and said sincerely, "What a burden, because she can do everything." The group of people behind were getting closer and closer, they were all fanatical followers of Yatan. When they saw Shin Youngwoo, they were extremely angry and shouted, "There he is, avenging Mr. Malicus." Shin Youngwoo didn't take these people in his eyes, he told Irene to hug him tightly and immediately used his walking skill to run straight out. When the Yatan followers saw this, they cried out in horror, "Too fast, we couldn't catch up with him." Before leaving the cave, Shin Youngwoo turned around slightly, hugged Irene with one hand, and raised his other hand to release a beam of bright magic towards the people behind. Seeing this scene, Irene silently exclaimed, "So strong, just like her father and the strong northern knights." Thinking of this, she remembered the words that Duran told her before she died, "The lady must always keep the young man who recognizes this ring by her side and stand by him." Shin Youngwoo was currently fighting with those people, completely unaware of Irene's current feelings. He thought to himself, the reward that is even better than Duran's ring is the absolute favor with Lady Irene, which means I can marry her. That person is the Lord, I will be the Lord. The followers in the distance were now extremely alert, they simultaneously raised their hands to block Shin Youngwoo's attack. Then shouted reminders to each other, "Don't approach, stand at a distance and curse him." The cursed magic power was quickly released by them and then roared towards Shin Youngwoo. He immediately summoned a holy shield to block this attack. Taking out the Daneslife sword, Shin Youngwoo curled his mouth and said, "How can a bunch of henchmen like you touch my hair, the one who defeated Malicus, beheaded?" That day, the Yatan church quickly weakened after the death of the sixth god, Malicus. Until a new celebrant is appointed, the player cannot choose the profession of dark magician. The Zedaka Guild quickly became the most famous guild because of the Malicus conquest. Players from all over were eager to join. This event caused a stir not only in the Satisfy world but also spread to real life. And now, Shin Youngwoo is carrying Irene back to the castle. Hugging Shin Youngwoo's neck tightly, Irene asked a little curiously, "Mr. Grid, why are you so strong as a blacksmith?" Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo immediately replied, "Because I'm a bit special, or so I understand. I broke through the limit." After rescuing Lady Irene from Lord Malicus of the Yatan sect, Youngwoo immediately took the lady back to the castle. Perspective at Winston Castle. After Mr. Phoenix knew what happened, he quickly ran to the castle with his still injured body. His face was pale and pale, he was extremely worried and said, "Princess, you're back. Princess, are you okay? Please punish me for not being able to protect you." Irene walked towards Phoenix, who was kneeling, and said impatiently, "Mr. Phoenix, you should pay attention to the wound, get up." But no, I didn't complete the mission, please. Irene did not let him speak, she spoke up, "You must recover quickly, the attacks of Yatan Temple are gradually getting stronger." While rescuing Malicus, the sixth servant of Yatan who led the kidnapping of me was killed. "Oh, I was almost killed as a sacrifice but, thanks to Mr. Grid, I defeated Malicus and saved me." Phoenix was stunned by the man Irene pointed at. You are the blacksmith who created the transcendent sword." Finished speaking, Phoenix's judgmental eyes silently assessed Youngwoo. a blacksmith, and he didn't look well off, and the expression on the face of the princess she fell in love with. After hearing what he did, he really is different. If he really defeated Malachus, then his reputation must be terrible, but I didn't know. Thinking about it, Phoenix said respectfully, "You are the savior of the Winston family. I will never forget this help." At the same time, the system displayed, the task of completing the goodwill with Irene was at its maximum. Youngwoo smiled when he saw that. At this time, Irene called out, "Mr. Gerd." Then held a ring in front of Youngwoo, saying, "I will give this ring to you to show my gratitude. It is the materialism of the person who saved my life. Please take care of it." He smiled and took it and replied, "I also know Duran." Sure. After receiving the ring, Duran's ring was linked to you, T. Seeing from the notification system, Youngwoo's face fell. Hearing the two words linked made him sad, because the linked object could not be exchanged with others. Thinking to himself, "I was planning to auction it." Youngwoo is angry, just because the effect has been rated for millions, but I can't sell it. It's useless to me except for the healing effect. Happy Irene, Mr. Grid, I will hold a party soon, so please join us. Youngwoo agrees. Okay. Outside, the sky has also turned yellow. In the afternoon, Youngwoo also left Winston Castle. As he walked, he thought absent-mindedly, "I also received many things. I reached level 97 after killing Malachus, and the extra item was 33,600 gold, about $35,000. I actually earned from their guild. Okay, stop and log out." Returning home, he took his sister to a luxury restaurant. Shinsi looked at the menu and was startled. "Hey, go somewhere cheaper. This place is almost 200 per person. We need to save more." Youngwoo waved his hand and smiled. "Okay, I just earned 35,000 yesterday, so just eat. I'll take your parents somewhere else that's even better, so don't worry." "But you can't earn that much every day. We still owe $500,000. Youngwoo is also speechless. "You're too serious for that high school kid. You want me to watch my sister eat nonsense at the school celebration?" But, seeing his stubborn sister, Young angrily shouted, "Hey, eat, let me be your brother for once." I sat down at the table and waited. At this time, there was a girl in this restaurant. When she saw the two Shin brothers, the person who just arrived is Yuran. "I saw him here." The girl thought, "He is from the Yatan temple. I didn't think I would meet him in real life." There is also a person following Yuran closely. "Thank you for agreeing to this interview, Ems. Yuran, I hope you had a delicious meal. This restaurant is quite famous." Yuran suddenly refused the reporter. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered I had a plan. Please forgive me." Yuran then left the restaurant. She walked and thought, "I can't find out his true identity no matter how much I investigate. But he's here. Does he live nearby?" The only one was me, rank 5. Feeling defeated, I finally caught him. Yuran called someone and told them, "I sent my location. Investigate the person eating here. Who is he?" Shinsi and Youngwoo are happily eating. "This is also delicious. Try it." Youngwoo looks at his sister eating deliciously and smiles. Haha slowly. Suddenly the phone rang. Youngwoo was startled. Looking at the number he was surprised. "I don't know this number, or is it that debt? Otherwise I paid my share a long time ago." Then he picked up the phone and the other end said, "Hello, is that Shin Youngwoo's number?" This voice, the moment that made Youngwoo's heart skip a beat, is Young, my first love Young. I can recognize her from her voice. She is very special to me. He took a breath and answered, "It's Young, right? What's wrong? You remember my voice. Do you still care about me, Shin Youngwoo?" "Nothing. I was just looking at the graduation album and saw you. Are you free this afternoon? Come have a drink with me." Hearing that, Youngwoo suddenly shouted, "Eat quickly," making Shinsi not understand what was going on. Youngwoo's cheeks turned red. He didn't expect Young to actually call him. He was a bit hesitant to confess because there was nothing special. But now it's different. Now you have money. From that moment on, Youngwoo was very anxious and anxiously waiting for the day he met Young. The two met at a coffee shop. Pretty Young spoke up, "Youngwoo, you're handsome. It's been 2 years already." Youngwoo sat opposite, shyly hummed. He thought to himself, "He's still beautiful and amazing. My heart will jump out. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." let's show her my feelings. Ah-young spoke up, you've really changed. Yeah, I have a good job, and I've paid off all my debt. Youngwoo nervously thought, I have to spend 1,000 on this set, but if she will be dumbfounded if I confess my love, what should I do? Gentle Ah-young, I understand, you're always working hard, I know things will get better for you, and I like that personality of yours. Youngwoo was so nervous that his heart was pounding. He couldn't imagine that she also liked him. He thought, that means she always had feelings for me. Well, I never asked. Maybe both of them are shy. Just once, if there's ever a time to be brave, it's now. Say it, Shin Youngwoo, express yourself. You mustered all the courage to confess your feelings to Ah-young. I like you, Ah-young, always have been. That's great, I've always wanted to say this. I have no dating experience, so it's a bit bad, sorry. Youngwoo. She laughed. Ha ha ha, why are you making such a serious face? But it's really you, and that makes me happy. You're not kidding. Can I have some time to think? Of course, it's true, Ah-young. She makes everything more comfortable. That's great, I should go fix it. I'll go do my makeup again, said Ah-young, picked up her bag and left the chair. Youngwoo looked at Ah-young's back as he left. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, now I can relax, everything is great and I can go on a date. I should ask her if she wants to increase by 2. I should also go to the bathroom when she leaves. I can't ruin the atmosphere I'm lucky to have. Then he went to the bathroom. Youngwoo has never been so happy. Should I be serious, or just take it easy? He accidentally heard the voice on the phone while passing by Ah-young's bathroom. So embarrassing. Just like what the association said, he's not even a high school student, and he still can't dress properly except for what's on display. I don't know where he gets the money, but he seems pretty good. And you know what else? He even confessed his love to me? Ha ha ha, seriously, prepare the money, I'll bring him to the guild. I have never seen such a stupid person. Really funny, can't wait to get back to the reunion. Youngwoo was dumbfounded. He left the shop and caught a car, returning immediately afterwards. He sat absent-mindedly thinking, I thought I had changed, from the past of having no money and no life. It's not that I have money or wear expensive clothes, I'm just like a rolled cigar. A useless person. Pent-up emotions made Youngwoo unable to help but burst into tears. When he got home, he went straight to the game console and connected it to Satisfy. He went to the con's smithy, but all day Youngwoo just sat like a lost soul and didn't talk to anyone. The con saw him like that and secretly thought, he's so sad, what's wrong, why? Youngwoo is dazed. I can do it, I can pay my debt, I just need to make money, no need to rest, just try, blindly, non-stop. Suddenly the system has an incoming message. I need you to join the official guild, I promise to give you the best crafting conditions. Because we need you, Grid, we can't be sad forever. Youngwoo tried to lift his spirits. He picked up the logs, smiled and encouraged himself, now I feel better. After a while, Jishuka led Tobin and Riga's guy and a few more people to Khan's smithy to talk directly to Youngwoo. We need you, let us take care of all the necessary conditions to forge items. Youngwoo saw a whole bunch of them coming here and frowned, thinking, dragging the whole guild here like this is black credit. Maybe it's because I accidentally showed off my brand name and showed off a few sword strokes, so people discovered that hidden class, but... At her suggestion, Youngwoo shrugged and replied, I can make money working alone. Jishuka raised his voice, think a little further, money is nothing, I guarantee cooperation with her, we will bring much greater benefits. But I work at Khan's smithy, and I don't plan on changing jobs, so it's okay. Jishuka said leisurely, then our guild will move here, no need to worry, you are more important. Youngwoo burst out laughing when he saw that. He favored his younger brother too much. That's okay, I'll follow. At the same time Youngwoo thought of Ah-young. Ah-young, oh Ah-young, open your eyes wide and see how talented you are. And Youngwoo now officially joined the Zadaka Guild. The system screen displayed in front of him. Zadaka Guild name, level 5, reputation 612,140. Zadaka Guild Master, number of members 1880, friends and allies is 0, opposing Rio Kingdom, Fire Dragon Traka, Yatan Church, Iron Blood Gang CA Gang, Boy on fan, neutral tendency, territory 0. Youngwoo wondered, it's understandable to not have allies but not to have territories. How do you guys live with so many enemies, even the fire dragon Traka? Every guild is assigned by the king to manage the territory and collect taxes, etc. Zadaka explained. There were a few offers but we turned them all down. The more I listen, the more ridiculous it becomes. Youngwoo gets angry. Are you kidding me? Out there people are fighting each other over a piece of land, so how can you guys support me? I'll just leave the guild. We refused them because we were busy looking for you. Protecting our territory while wandering around the continent looking for people was impossible. To find you, then it doesn't matter if there is territory or not. Hearing Zadaka speak with such pride and determination in his voice, Youngwoo's face brightened. He thought, I'm also lucky, right? Hidden clashes are also very respected, making the whole guild frantically search for them, but not really. Tobin spoke up, satisfying there aren't many blacksmiths who can make high-end equipment. There are few high-level blacksmith players, even NPCs only have a few scattered in big cities. Then Zadaka added, we are not looking for players with hidden klasa but for blacksmiths who create epic arrows. Of course we are also curious about your class but won't pry if you want to keep secret. While talking, the old Khan brought out the teapot. Let's make some chill tea, kids, tea. Tobin took the tea tray and said, sorry for this suddenness, sir. Youngwoo was happy to see Tobin's behavior. He smiled and thought, look at the way they treat Khan. It looks cruel but also kind. Suddenly Youngwoo stood up, making everyone stunned. I like you guys already. Happy cooperation, 500 brothers. You agree to cooperate with everyone because you see them realize the value of a person. The guild members all looked at him with passionate eyes, making Youngwoo feel embarrassed. He thought to himself, why do you guys look like you want to eat me alive? Then you continued to say, so you guys will find the ingredients and blueprints for me, right? Even so, there is no way this guy works for free. Remember, Rigas happily replied, rest assured, blacksmiths are the core to develop the guild so of course we will pay you well. Hearing that, Youngwoo was surprised, but thought, I didn't expect the blacksmith to be so valuable. That's amazing. If that's the case, then who should I work for first? Seeing you ask, everyone was rushing to do it first. Me first? No, let me go first. Tobin on the one hand was bored. His integrity fell all over. Guys. Of course we have to let the big sister go first. She is the symbol of the whole guild. Self-interest is an evil ideology that leads to disunity within the guild. So after big sister, it must be me, so just shut up. It's not a good idea. Of course, no. Tobin and Pon started arguing. Hey, remember, this is the vice president in charge of human resources. If you don't give me priority, who else will come in here? It's nonsense. There's abuse of power. Young saw them arguing and was so bored that he didn't bother to talk. He wondered, do you want good stuff that much? Then you spoke up and said, so it's Tobin. That guy is Luck and Jeep, huh? The three people's eyes lit up like stars in the sky. That's right, sir. Seeing that, Youngwoo was straightforward. Let's leave it for last. He remembered when the attitude of these guys when meeting the Khan was unpleasant. The young men were strutting and didn't play well so they ranked last. And don't expect me to forge things for you if you haven't apologized to the old Khan yet. So the three young men immediately knelt down and apologized to the old Khan. Zadaka opened his mouth. Okay, I suggest you train Pon's spear first. Because he is the guild's main physical damage dealer, he is very important in high-level conquests, but Pon's current weapon level is low so he cannot reveal his full potential. Pon opened the design for the wind injury and said, I have the design but I don't know if you can do it. Youngwoo looked and replied as if it wasn't a big deal, Pon, that's okay, and he started to accept the manufacturing method. The guild members were amazed for a moment, thinking to themselves, he's already learned it, so that means he must be at least a level 4 advanced blacksmith. The player who is at the top of the blacksmith rankings along with just a blacksmith, intermediate blacksmithing, plus good fighting skills. Even if it's a hidden class, this guy hacked the game. Youngwoo looked at the properties of the wind injury and silently evaluated. Although it's not as good as the magic sword, it looks good. At this time, Pon said in an excited tone, then I'll go find the ingredients. I'll help Rigas go get the shield for you too. so just focus on forging things, Youngwoo said with a smile. That's what being a human is supposed to be, honey, will try my best. Youngwoo then thought to himself, the key point is whether the breath skill will be activated like when I created the self sword. If it was activated and engraved with additional special features, that would be great. While he was examining his blacksmithing skills, Vantner walked up to the side and hesitantly said, oh yes, do you accept repairs? My weapon was chewed by Malicus's puppy so it's worn out now. So let me get you a set of repair hammers and anvils. Hearing the old Khan say that, Youngwoo was surprised. Do you need a separate set? Old Khan explained to Youngwoo, you have to pretend that the repair tool is a one-time use item in order to get more money from customers who come to repair things. This is the esoteric knowledge of the blacksmith's forefather. The ancestor knows how to make money, it's reasonable. Vantner then gave him his 2 axes. He briefly looked at the attribute table. Twin blood axe, unique qualities, durability 39,500, attack power 250, critical chance 20%, critical damage plus 30%, Fang's weapon, arrow butcher of the Kirim Peninsula, has a high chance of attacking twice, has the ability to cause bleeding status when dealing a critical blow, conditions to use level 200 plus, 1000 plus strength, advanced axe using skills level 1 or higher. Okay, let's see. And he began to examine it. That's strange, Uncle Vantner, why is the attack power so low in the palace? Vantner nodded. Oh, you noticed it too? Yes, that's right. I mainly use it because I like the features, but I'm also bored because the task of conquering Fang is so difficult. Wait a minute, why do you call me Uncle Vantner and call Pon Pon? Youngwoo didn't answer but focused on looking at the axe. Next, use the appraisal skill on the axe. He quickly realized the problem, and immediately took the hammer and started working. Tobin said to Vantner, wait a minute, why is the atmosphere a bit different? Vantner continued, no, it should be Uncle Pon and Vantner, right? Youngwoo has already returned the axe to Vantner. Take it, Uncle Vantner. Vantner was surprised. Oh, it's already fixed, you're good too. As soon as he took it, Vantner's face changed color. Unbelievable, startled Tobin. What is it, Vantner? Is something wrong? Vantner sweats. Axe, read the information board. Looking up at the system, I see that the true blood essence, unique qualities, durability 500 over 500, attack power 250 to 380, critical rate plus 20%, critical damage plus 300%, can high ability to attack twice, capable of causing bleeding when critical hits, causing chaos when critical hits hit the enemy. Looking at the attribute table, everyone is stunned. It doesn't stop there. The axe also generates additional shadow skills. Everyone was surprised. The axe changed, and there was one more feature. Tobin gasped in surprise. No way, grid, some magic spell. It's not magic, it's skills. I can detect hidden features by appraisal. This axe has a hidden feature that allows the user to change the attack power by hiding a button on the handle. Up until now its attack power has been set to low, so I fixed it. Turn it on completely. Appraisers still have this ability. Tobin still couldn't believe his eyes. Vantner was happy. Wonderful. Youngwoo smiled happily thinking, Muahahaha, rankers, have you seen anything? This is what a legendary profession is like. Zadaka admires, hidden features, all equipment is there. Youngwoo waved his hand, no, but I have to evaluate it to know. Hearing that, everyone wants you to appraise it, so please appraise my things. Me too. How much does an appraisal cost? Youngwoo stopped for a few minutes to silently calculate. This skill is better than the 15 gold Palladian eye appraisal tool, so 20 is probably enough. But my skill can be used indefinitely. Tell me the price. Guild brothers are a bit unlucky. Thinking about it, he said, okay, everyone listen. I respect my guild members so much that I reduce the special price to 30 gold, but if you discover a hidden feature, you must add 300 gold. Please line up. Someone, wow, thank you. Let me bring all the inventory for appraisal. Youngwoo was excited, thinking at the same time, just take a look and you'll get thousands of Biden. He pointed to the other 3 young men and said, the 3 men were the last to do it, and their faces immediately fell. After convincing Grid at the old blacksmith, Khan, Rigas and Pon returned to the trading room to buy griffin tendons. but faced with the high price of the auction floor, they were discouraged and lamented that the griffin tendons in the shop usually don't sell them anymore. On the auction floor, the prices are sky high, but you still have to buy a lot. It's not like you can eat them in one bite. Thinking about the success rate of upgrading equipment, Pan exclaimed, "Well, even if you are a high-level blacksmith, the rate of creating epic level items is less than 10%, considering all the costs. It's not too much. I only have enough to make 3 regular trees." After hearing about his brother's poor, miserable and unprotected situation, Rigas said with tears streaming down his face, "I would have lent money to my brother." "I'm sorry, Pan." I immediately heard that, replied, "Please, uncle, if you keep giving money to charity, you will never be rich." Suddenly the two saw 2 strange faces. They said to each other, "Those young men seem to be guild giants. What are they doing in Winston?" Pan immediately replied, "I heard that Chris, their guild master, has just become the Lord of Pedro." Looking at that face, it looks like they're plotting, after buying the ingredients, come back and report, even though they were weaker than us in the beginning, they are the strongest force here, so it's better to avoid them. Pan was full of thoughtful thoughts, but Rigas next to him said with a bewildered face, "Oh but brother, the people who sell griffin tendons are all members of their guild." Pan was startled and exclaimed, "Ah, are we playing together?" In the evening at Khan's blacksmith's place, many screams came from inside. "It's a good hit, it's a bad thing, it's a bad thing, I'm a bad guy too." At this time, Pan and Rigas also returned. Pan did not understand what happened and asked Vantner, "What's wrong with the bottom? He's white." "I'm with you, Vantner, what's going on?" His face lit up, showing off his bloody axe. Newly Enhanced said, "Look at this, isn't it spicy? If I were you, I'd be so spicy." He jumped back in front of Vantner's axe and exclaimed, "Ha, did you hack the game again?" Vantner strutted and said with a smile, "Grid discovered the hidden features of my weapon by examining it. That's why the whole guild brought out all the weapon warehouses for him to examine, but out of 300 items, only 3 had hidden features." The member next to him explained, hearing that his weapon might have a feature hid. Pan's eyes lit up and he needed his spear to give it to Grid and said, "What about you? What about this spear?" But sadly he lost his rate. After a while of working hard, Grid's face was filled with joy and he thought, in just a few hours he had earned 10,000 gold, which is more than 10 tubs of real money. Not only that, he had significantly increased his ignorance about various types of items. Again, after receiving enough fuel, Grid informed the clan members, "I'm going to go forge spears now. Those of you who are planning to go hunting or whatever, go ahead." "Oh, it's already dark." The other members suddenly realized and said goodbye to Grid and left. "I'm here. I'm looking forward to your finished product." Grid, "Forging Pan's spear is fine if it's jagged. Print it, bald man." Looking at the happy scene, he thought to himself, "It's noisy, but it's also worthy of being called a brother." When everyone left, his work also began. Under the red firelight, in his hand was a hammer. He thought to himself, "I can use all kinds of equipment even when I'm not in good condition, and can use it, using skills like immortality and Pagma sword dance." The descendant of Pagma fights no less than anyone else. But it wasn't until I forged the suit that I saw its power. A parameter panel appeared, transmitting the Pagma, sensitive to temperature changes. You can calculate the temperature inside the oven. 1000 degrees, 1,3500 degrees. He started pouring the ingredients into the mold. He thought, "I need to adjust the temperature between 1820 and 1840 degrees to purify the mithril." However, to manipulate the temperature in the furnace to that level, at least a craftsman would have to be advanced forging level 3. Seeing the shine of mithril, he exclaimed, "The color is perfect, it looks even more beautiful than I young." After thinking about it, he covered his face and cried in his heart, thinking, "How many years old are you still sad about love?" Pulling out the anonymous smithing hammer of epic quality, he looked at it thoughtfully and thought, "Since I used this hammer, the rate has increased quite a bit, but if you're aiming for equipment above the unique level, you still need it." The hammer begs for more. "For now, I'll just leave it up to you. This is the first piece of equipment I forged for you guys." 3 days later, in front of the smithy, Pan came to receive his spear. But all the brothers in the clan were there first. He suddenly said, "Why are everyone gathered here? I just went to get the spear. Seeing that, Vantner immediately walked over to Lone Pawn and laughed and said, seeing Grid's message, everyone came, heard rumors about the stuff being sprayed, so they all came to laugh at him. Hearing that, Pawn angrily replied, shut up, you dog. Next to Jishuka also said, don't be discouraged, Pawn, white products are fine for temporary use. At the same time Grid opened the door to go out, he said, it was so noisy early in the morning. I told you to spray it, but why are they still coming here in droves? Here, take this Pawn. Pawn took the 3 sentences and said kindly, you stayed up all night, it's been hard for you. Grid, hearing that, he immediately replied, it's nothing, it's because it's all sprayed so I feel really sorry. Pawn's face was calm, not expecting anything from the results of his spear forging, so he slowly replied, it's okay, thank you, it's because I only have enough money for the ingredients to make 3 bars. Then he took off the outer layer of the spear, his eyes bulging out. Full of surprise, he looked at the Grid. At the same time he said, even if I'm bored, I'll try to use it to please my younger brother. I want to forge a legendary tree, but I can only have 2 epic trees and 1 unique tree. Parameter list of the spear, wind damage, unique qualities, attack power 476, attack speed plus 10%, critical chance plus 5%, an equipment made of mithril, because of its weight light, so the higher the skill of the user, the stronger the equipment the craftsman aspires to turn into a masterpiece. Attack speed increases by 1% after each hit, creates shadow skills, initializes the creator's willpower skill. Seeing the tyranny of that spear, Vantner immediately rushed forward and shouted, no, it's fake, it's definitely fake, throw it away without market control, throw it away now. The other members suddenly exclaimed, you created a unique item, I can't believe it. Seeing that everyone was surprised, he explained that the epic items were okay, but the durability and attack power of the unique spear was still about 19% higher, he thought, because it had the legendary forging skill of increased by 12% and legendary blacksmith's breath increased by 7%. He continued, there are also additional skills, main damage with this type of buff, it's easy to turn the odds. Pawn tried out his new spear, he swung the spear down, he thought to himself, its beauty can be compared to the Saharan Empire's national treasure persona. The length and width of the spear are perfect, just like it was created just for me. But I've only felt this excited twice since playing Satisfy. The first time was when I first learned to play the game, the second time was when I met Kraugel, who topped the overall rankings. A genius in every aspect, the strongest Satisfy. In order to surpass him, I searched hard for a blacksmith who could create unique items. Yet there was a young man who fell from the sky and succeeded in manufacturing it after only 3 times. It feels like I'm about to overcome the ghost in my heart. This is the 3rd time I've felt this excited. Pawn immediately bowed down to thank Grid. Thank you for enlightening the path for me. I am very honored to have a great creator like you as my teammate. At the same time, Jishuka immediately rushed to the Grid and hugged him tightly, saying, so handsome, your Grid is the best. Pawn immediately re-attacked Vantner, with 2 more epic spears left over, or should I play dual spears and give him Vantner's health? He immediately shouted, shut up, you snob. At this moment, a shadow appeared behind Pawn and said, not a bad idea, let's use it in real combat until it's hot. Pawn immediately exclaimed, faker. Thank you for the offer, I'm also anxious to try the spear. Then he swung the spear back. Faker was surprised by Pawn's skill and said, oh, my skill is not bad, have you ever studied through double trauma? Faker then stepped back and threw the hidden weapon at Pawn. Even though the hidden weapon was stuck on his body, it did almost no damage. Pawn immediately swung his spear and replied, it's a basic skill, it's just that I learned it too quickly, let's see how it will be when confronting an assassin. While avoiding the fake spear, you may be ranked higher than me in the overall rankings, but your agility cannot be as good as mine. I dare say I will be faster than your spear. Hearing that, Pawn immediately responded with satisfaction, but how long is the question? Faker's spear is getting faster and faster. Then each ordinary needle in Pawn's hand suddenly turned into beams of light. Then rushed straight at him. The Faker still seems calm. The defeated Faker said, why is the attack speed so fast? Is it because of the extra feature? but it can keep up with the assassin's speed. There are signs of imba too. Pan saw that and immediately thought, great, with him I can compete with Kraugel. Following Vantner after the harsh words, he also rushed into the fight. He said, here, and Dad too, you son of a bitch. A person passing by on the side of the road asked, is that place really a smithy? Khan immediately asked, why is it so hot? He replied, it looked like a comedy rap scene, not like a forge at all. Seeing that, the old Khan immediately exclaimed, what are you guys doing in front of my smithy? And Grid is playing some melody. Grid suddenly woke up and jumped out of Jishuka's arms and said, hey, what kind of amnesiac spell did you just cast on me? Are you planning on using your beauty to seduce this guy into forging free items? Don't you dare tease my heart, this week. Pan saw that and immediately apologized, sorry, it was just because he was so happy. The truth is that this was the first time he bought something like this, so he didn't ask how much it was. So 800,000 gold should be enough, right? Grid heard that and thought in panic, 800,000 gold is 960 million won. The legendary sword technique only sells for 220,000 gold, yet he is willing to spend 4 times that amount for a unique weapon. I found a new mat that only knows how to fight and is not familiar with the turbulence of the market, so placing it on him is mat number 2, but he didn't realize that he was the idiot who sold the NPC a legendary weapon for 220,000 gold while auctioning it could make millions. He smiled and said, okay, I'm excited, so I'll give those 2 epic spears a promotion. Pan and Jishuka thought in surprise, really? Each one costs 150,000 gold and yet he gave it away like it was nothing. Asian. I thought he was just a selfish idiot, but it seems I was wrong. This person is worth trusting. The 2 quickly said, thank you, you are truly the best blacksmith. Okay, I'm embarrassed to praise you like that, he replied. Nearby behind the tree, there were 2 silhouettes that Pan and Rigas met. Lurking there, I heard that the Zadaka guild often visits this smithy. It's because of him. We have to inform the guildmaster. If he really is the rumored blacksmith, then the Zadaka guild cannot have the upper hand. He must belong to our giant guild. A fierce battle is going on. Explosions are happening everywhere. Standing behind making smoke was Rigas. He was surrounded by creeps. He said, ha, I have to urgently find a shield for the Grid, but creeps keep coming out like moths. Sights. Suddenly Pan called Rigas and asked if he had found anything. Rigas, he replied, Pan. I'm going to the place where the shield was last seen. And you? Pan replied, I'm also in the suburbs of Winston, so let's not hide it. But until now there are still no clues. Rigas asked again, how is the crippled son? The guild members are going crazy because of that. Hearing that, Pan arrogantly replied, it's so wonderful, it's so delicious that I can't even bear to use it to fight monsters. Without waiting for the 2 of them to gossip, Jishuka appeared and said, hey, Rigas, Pan, find that thief quickly, stop gossiping. Find the shield and return the Grid to the guy, he's happy. The remaining members of the guild will continue their unfinished conquest by going all out to find the Grid. The guild is anchored, so it must distribute its forces carefully. Vantner heard that and was speechless. Ah, she's on serious mode again, another member explained. It was probably because of the guys from the Giants Guild in Winston that Pan saw the other day.
When he was still in LTS, he still lost to society, but since switching to Satisfy, the tables have turned, so Jishuka wants to quickly end this matter.
When the other members heard what Jishuka said, they immediately closed the call. Seeing that, she shouted angrily, these disorganized guys are diving again. Vantner next to him immediately asked, Jishuka, should I ask Grid to forge new weapons for me, to improve the fighting strength of the whole group? Hearing that, she coldly replied, everyone has their share, Vantner, that's why I still let him stay there even though things are boiling like this. The second equipment order is for him. Outside the old Khan's smithy, a red-headed man stood outside the smithy. He thought to himself, this Mr. Grid seems to be concentrating very hard. He is Iba level 212. A member of the Zadaka Guild ranked 3rd in the rankings, 16-year-old swordsman ranking. He couldn't help but be curious. He thought to himself, my new clothes, I'm so looking forward to it. Will it bother Grid if I take a look at it, just a little bit? Then he pushed open the door to look inside, But he had to quickly close the door when he smelled the scent coming from inside. Inside the grid screamed, damn it, I can't stand it. Aileen was startled. I thought, why am I so angry all of a sudden? In which Grid slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, what kind of weird shaped thing is this? Is it a flamberge bar? A blacksmithing instruction sheet appears. Method of making spikes, crafting conditions, advanced blacksmithing technique level 5 or higher, a flamberge with small blades similar to the thorns on a rose stem. Enemy: the opponent will be extremely painful when being slashed by this sword. The conditions for using it are level 210 or higher. Looking at the description of the sword, Grid screams, it looks so frustrating all the time. He thought dejectedly, the more stages of forging he went through, the harder it was for the steel to be shaped, and the shape of a flamberge was the characteristic feature of this weapon, so there were hardly any flamberges above the level. Epic because everyone felt discouraged and gave up halfway through. You said, the prerequisite is to ensure its shape because the main function of this weapon is to tear people's skin and flesh, but I also have no intention of breaking white or rare things. He turned on his stats and calculated, if he included the effects from the title, his dexterity must be close to 1,500. A level 2 advanced blacksmith like Khan has a dexterity score of around 600, which means his dexterity score is higher than the Khan, who is known as the best blacksmith in the north. He started to pick up the hammer, determined to think, these two hands will create the most delicious flamberge in this northern bay. Somewhere in the underground dungeon south of Pedro Castle. A slowly disappearing vampire shouted, lowly human, I will return and avenge this humiliation. A notification appeared, you have defeated the vampire baron. Get the vampire necklace, strength elixir and agility elixir. There, the leader of the guild, Giant Chris the Great Swordsman, was drinking these potions of power. After drinking, he turned back to look at everyone. Then he turned around and said, good, with this, the vampire jewelry set is complete. The members of the Giant Guild praised him. You are stronger again, congratulations President Chris. Hearing that, he immediately shouted and affirmed, my power will become the weapon of the entire Giant Guild. The senior members will soon have a complete set of vampire costumes. I hope everyone will continue to try. A member heard that and asked him, Guild Master, what do you think about that unknown blacksmith entering the Zadaka Guild? Why don't we come and snatch him back? Our guild has up to 530 people, so what's the point of being afraid of a crappy guild that only has 17 members? Hearing that, Chris laughed loudly and said, Qua ha ha ha, you are a senior member who just joined the guild after moving to Satisfy, right?
Guild Giant turned tail and ran from L.T.S. to Satisfy to avoid Zadaka. That's the shame that has haunted our guild's reputation for so long.
When you meet them face to face, you will understand their strength, they are hidden dragons. He retorted, I still heard how cowardly. Chris heard that and still calmly replied, you know what, 3 out of 5 guild captains did not participate in today's conquest battle. Those are the 3 people who have always held grudges against Zadaka since his time as a teenager. How cowardly are they? They are the ones who will take every opportunity to bring down Zadaka. Them alone. I don't know what immobility is. Right now blocking each member of Zadaka are the captains of the Giant Guild. Confronting Regnas is the magic swordsman Mahara, one of the 5 captains of the Giant Guild, ranked 19th in the overall rankings. Facing Pong is Zirkin, one of the 5 captains of the Giant Guild, top of the ranking swordsman 11th in the overall rankings. A blue-haired man was calmly standing high up, observing everything. As for Jushuka, it is Azella's the wizard. Ranked 32nd in the overall rankings. Back to Regnas.
Mahara said with an angry face, the strongest player L.T.S. I'm really excited to face you again.
But Regnas kept staring at him. It's been a while, let's say hello. Then he raised his hand and summoned a wall of fire to surround Regnas. Then, while he was distracted, he rushed in and slashed Regnas in the middle of his chest. Ha! Regnas exclaimed, hearing that he said triumphantly, Kuaha, what's wrong? Now he's so weak. You're not the same anymore, Regnas, or maybe I'm too strong to be considered your opponent now. When he spoke, Regnas was still confused and asked him, Regnas hasn't been flirting with anyone lately, but I'm sorry, who are you? This made him even more bitter and said, "You son of a bitch, don't you remember me?" At the same time, Pan is fighting with Zircon. He asked the old man, "Zircon, are you still wasting your time following that incompetent guy?" He immediately replied, "Long time no see, Pan, you're so bad at updating news. The president has become stronger than both you and me, he is someone completely worthy of my loyalty." Mr. Pan thought to himself, back when I was stronger than him, but now he is ranked higher than Jishuka, this trip is going to be difficult. Pan threw his sword in the other direction and asked again, "Ha, so what, old man, seems fun." During a battle, Pan seemed to be losing concentration. He took the opportunity to step back and swing his sword straight at him. That was not just the joy of a 70-year-old man like me, but also the satisfaction of holding the ultimate power and force in your hands. Returning to Jishuka, her feet gradually turned to stone. Seeing that, she shouted loudly, "No way, who are you? Come out." The anti-petrification formation that we prepared to deal with the magical snakes has been destroyed. There are strong enemies nearby. A voice came from above the valley, "No need to look for me, I am Azelas, one of the 5 captains of the Giant Guild." "Then show up," she shouted. Hearing that, he laughed and replied, "Hey, do you think I'm that stupid to put my head in a trap? But I didn't expect that someone like me who has the knack of turning to stone can only turn your feet to stone. That's enough. I've been waiting forever for the day to bring you guys to the end." Looking around them, hundreds of people were already surrounding them. They had set up a very dangerous trap. At this moment Vantner clicked his tongue. "Well, that must have been 200 lives, isn't it the biggest guild in the game?" Jishuka said disappointedly, still preferring to rely on crowds to build his name, "You giants really haven't changed at all." Azelas looked down, she thought, unmoved by this mighty force. "Very interesting, Zadaka. But thinking that we are still the same as before is too wrong." I pretended to be calm, but they attacked right when Pan and Rigas, the guild's masters, were absent. Jishuka thought to herself, "Chris, well played." Then she suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Don't say that. Chris is the one who appreciates your potential the most. Someone like him doesn't just aim for these sporadic battles, right?" Seeing Jishuka's arrogant appearance, Azelas immediately said angrily, "I hate that attitude, always looking down on our president. You guys are really frogs at the bottom of the well. Listen carefully, this is Chris's message, the real goal is the Dragon Balls. If you still look down on me, you guys will surely die." A large crowd of people arrived. At this time, in front of the forging room, members of the Giant Guild had surrounded the door. Ibelin raised his sword. And that was the 4th kill he took. But in the battle of numbers he showed signs of losing. He thought to himself, "I have to protect Mr. Grid at all costs." Taking that opportunity, a giant jumped up and swung a hammer at the right side of his face, causing him to fall face down on the ground. His appearance now looked so pathetic. He said, thinking about how Zadaka was. "Let a brat into the group." Then he used his foot to kick him to the ground. He looked disdainful and said, "Holding out until now is different, kid, but even though I'm not strong, I have many brothers."
The million Zadaka stations in L.T.S. are long gone. Here in Satisfy, we giants are number 1.
Ibelin thought helplessly, "I defeated 4 but the remaining 12 had over 150 levels. Fighting for 3 hours has exhausted my physical strength. More than half of them also belong to the class of knights equipped with heavy armor. They are natural enemies of Flambers with weak penetrating power." Around the Khan's smithy, other players had gathered to chat. They were talking, "Is there a fight over there? Zadaka and Giant have fought each other. Zadaka is really out of date. People keep saying they are very strong, but now it looks like there's a member of the council who's left to die and no one comes to save him." Hearing those words was like a knife cutting into his heart. He burst into tears, blaming himself. It was all because he was too weak, and his guild members were humiliated. Seeing him like that, they trampled him even more. "Why don't you start crying again? Let's finish it off and get on with the main thing." Ibelin immediately swung his flambers, but he dodged it. He shouted, "Zadaka is..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was blown into the wall. As he gradually lost consciousness, he thought, "Zadaka is invincible. In the rubble a piece of the door's hinge flew off. Returning to Regna's position, even though he was injured he still tried to fight his opponent. That manhwa came up and waved his sword and said, quite a bit, even though he was injured like that, he still managed to fight to death. But through experiential knowledge and experience. Regnas used his strength to repel the other guy's attack. He clicked his tongue and thought, well, just like I thought, this guy is not easy to beat. He once again summoned a wall of fire, but not to attack but to blind his opponent. He immediately threw his sword towards Regnas. But I can't get past him, Regnas said. I have to admit that he's not good at playing swords or magic, but his attacks are so monotonous, and even throwing his sword away like that, there's nothing special. He immediately replied, you cocky bastard, magic swordsman specializes in colorful combos. The sword suddenly emitted golden thunder rays towards Regnas. He was completely surprised by this attack. He exclaimed, he was dead. The lightning from the sword ignited the hot air left behind from his previous fire attacks. When the sword touched him, a huge explosion occurred. He smugly said, "Kuahaha, I'm not dead yet. If I'm still alive then try the ultimate skill that I used to slaughter 180 Yatan disciples. Take your glorious past with you to the grave and gnaw on it." Regnas. After the smoke, Regnas struggled to stand up with a state of loss of vision in the left eye, reducing his stats by 30% and a state of death. He breathed and thought, to be stuck with such a basic combo skill like that, it's true that he still lacks practice. Mahara pulled out 5 gems from his body. He cried out, "O cold jade, O true fire ruby, please unite and become one with the emerald hurricane. It's over, goodbye." Cold wind. A large blast of force flew towards Regnas. The explosion it created was enough to destroy an entire small area. It exhausted his whole body, used up all his energy, so his mind was dizzy. But if he gets caught up in all that gossip, he'll be out of shape anyway. Suddenly his face stiffened when he saw that Regnas was still alive. He said, "Normally the state of confusion lasts about 5 seconds. The duration of your ultimate skill is 3 seconds, but the martial arts masterclass specializes in physical and mental training, so he recovers faster than other classes. He accumulates energy in his legs. His legs light up like they're on fire." Mahara saw this and suddenly thought to himself, just one kick will disable his ultimate skill. This guy is a monster. He jumped up and shot down. He cried, kicking furiously. Then kicked him straight in the body. He thought in frustration, "I thought I had surpassed you." Why? A message appeared to him, "You died from shock damage." Regnas exclaimed, "My friend is truly a strong opponent. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. But it's not just you who gets stronger." On the other side, Pan gradually overwhelmed Zirkin, each spear flying towards him at a rapid speed. He thought, "I've been training non-stop to become a top 1 swordsman. Why? It's impossible to overwhelm him." It's true that the younger generation always surprises. Suddenly those stabs became faster. Pan was like a moth to a moth. He couldn't resist anymore. He suddenly thought, why suddenly? His spear tip is so fast. This is beyond my expectations. At this rate my defense will be broken. Pan all over the leg. Then many spears pierced him. Cannot fight back. He was blown into the wall. The old man lying on the floor marveled at that strength and said, "You're stronger now, Pan." He just slowly replied, "I was able to win, thanks to this spear, but in fact from the beginning I was overwhelming you." He immediately said, "The golden knife in the butcher's hand is just a piece of junk. Don't be so self-conscious. This old body really can't keep up." Pan now replied with a serious face, "If you want to threaten Zadaka, this degree is not enough. Please pass this message of mine to Chris at Jishuka's place." Azelas is also panicking at the power of the Zadaka guild, thinking, "It's impossible, they're 3 months behind our guild. But how can only 10 people overwhelm 200 people in our guild? This strength is too fictional." The key point of this stance is Jishuka, but to get close to her, you must overcome Tobin's solid defensive wall. The more he thought about it, the more his face changed. The original goal was to destroy them. But, I can't just pull out like this. I'll keep them here until the remaining team completes the mission. Service. Down in the valley, trying to tell Jishuka, they are deliberately prolonging the battle so the target is definitely not aimed at us. She kicked, TSK, just as I thought, let's end it quickly. Wherever you're hiding, get out here Acellas. Fighting like this is boring, your main target is the smithy, right? He immediately replied, that's quite clever, but it's too late, your forces have been scattered, everything went as planned. Jishuka smiled and said, that's right, the plan is just a subjective human judgment. Keep your eyes open to see what happens next. Returning to the old Khan's smithy, a bloody piece of metal shot into Grid's forge. They laughed and talked outside. What a waste of time with this brat, is that the blacksmith? Grid's face grimaced when he saw his soon-to-be achievement flying away in the wind and dew. He immediately pulled out his sword and shouted, you bastards! Do you know that this man has been sweating and crying all this time? Mr. Grid and Ibeline collapsed on the floor and cried out. Seeing Grid's murderous appearance, they were talking, it seemed like I disturbed him while he was forging things or something. His face looked so gloomy, it's so grumpy just by showing it like that. The other guy still didn't understand what was being said, so he followed the president's orders so he had to tease him a bit. We are members of the Giant Guild, you probably know that right, we respectfully came here to invite you to join the guild, so if you have anything, please be gentle and talk slowly, okay? Our guild also has over a dozen blacksmiths, so we understand that forging items is not easy. But if you reforge something else, it will break after a few times and then it's over. He smiled and said as if it was just a trivial matter not worth paying attention to. He held out his hand and continued, we are very precious to invite you, boy, but it's hard to talk like that. Hearing that, Grid's face became even angrier. He looked down on a money-loving blacksmith too much. He said angrily, let's do something else. Do you think a big guild has the right to look down on other people's efforts? He gritted his teeth. Going forward, seeing Grid's appearance, Ibeline quickly thought, no, I have to stop him. You have to fight against 12 guys with an average level of 150. This is a park, not a conquest battle. You quickly text him, Mr. Grid, calm down, wait for me to heal, don't face them alone. But Grid didn't pay attention to those messages. He shouted angrily, these dogs, sorry, but with such a rude attitude, I'll kill them all. He thought in shock. The dog's blood had reached his brain. The guy behind saw that and thought worriedly, even though the squad leader killed that guy Ibeline should have logged out, but he still dares to provoke us like that, this guy is tired of living. One of them wondered, are you sure he's a blacksmith? Look at his armor, he even has a dagger. One guy suddenly realized, yeah, something was wrong, why is it a blacksmith? Don't tell me it is. Meanwhile, that guy is still talking nonsense to Grid, that's it, if you want to keep forging then just keep forging, we'll wait. It'll probably take a few hours to finish, it'll be quick. One guy shouted, be careful Kido, stay away from him. Grid stepped forward and activated the double attack skill to kill that guy. That guy suddenly called out. Impossible, just one blow, just a blacksmith, then he gradually disappeared, the notice board appeared. A member of the Kudo team had died. But the guy behind his face turned pale and sweated worriedly, thinking, what the hell, because Kido is an assassin, so his health is low, it can't be, he's a blacksmith, that attack was too strong for it. Right now, Grid itself is also surprised, it turns out Dane's life is so popular. I'm so angry that I can just blow a fan and still die. Dane's life's air pool parameters, copy of Dane's life, unique quality, attack damage 451 to 635, deals additional damage equivalent to 10% of the player's defense, enemy, increased damage based on the number of enemies. With extremely powerful stats, he silently calculated that because he had specialized secondary skills for tournaments, Dane's life now had an additional 165 damage, there were 11 left, meaning each of them had 15 damage. So if you hit 100 opponents, the additional damage will be 1,500, there will probably be a limit, but if you add in its basic stats, the game will fail. This is a weapon created by the first master craftsman Albertino, even though it is unique in quality, it is indeed at a much higher level than me. Even though I am Pagma's legendary descendant, my skills are still too inferior to his, This will be a big shadow I need to conquer. But first, I had to stomp on all the bugs that were destroying my stuff. Grid rushed up and activated the Blacksmith's Fury. Your attack speed will increase dramatically for 20 seconds. A sword slash from below like a semicircle cut straight into the enemy's defensive position. He painfully thought, I've already saved it. Why is the damage still so high? This monster is not a blacksmith, but a trap arranged by Zadaka. Then he vomited blood, his character vanishing under his blade. Everyone withdrew quickly. They shouted, then each of them ran away from the old Khan's smithy. Grid saw that and shouted, do you think it's easy to run? The skill was activated. He immediately disappeared and reappeared to give the tanker a fatal blow, causing him to disappear immediately. They were even more panicked, unreasonable. Make7 was a tanker who could play hard against the ogres, but in the squad he was one of the players with the highest health and defense stats. I thought Ibeline was one of the top 10 rookies that had to be dealt with, but who knew they had such a bad card? One of them shouted, run now, at all costs must survive. Then the wind slash was activated. Each blow of his sword rolled like a tornado towards the enemy. He said, who will let them run? Lie down for the old man. Pagma swordsmanship, fat. Return to Jishuka and other members' positions. Acelas cried out in pain, can he only last so far, you Zadaka bastards? Then he was forced to log out. A guild member happily exclaimed, that's right, big sister. It's not in vain that I strained my eyes to see in the midst of the chaos of battle. After the guy died, the petrification effect gradually disappeared. Seeing that, Tobin immediately said, the petrification spell also took effect. Let's return to the smithy. Forgetting there was still a battle at the smithy, Jishuka exclaimed angrily, damn, we lingered here for too long. A conversation was suddenly activated. On the other side was Ibeline. He shouted, big sister. It's Ibeline, she suddenly replied, Ibeline. Are you okay? The smithy is also under attack. He immediately replied, so you know, there are 13 enemies, and I'm healing. He hummed for a while and asked, big sister, Mr. Grid. What do you play to be so healthy? After Pagma's swordsmanship, attack, was activated, a steady stream of enemies fell at his feet. One guy in that group thought in panic, just one move could make dozens of people die. A wide area skill with terrible damage. Is this a rare skill? Not only the enemy, Ibeline is also panicking now. His legs stiffened at Grid's performance. He thought to himself, what is Grid's class? Everyone is guessing that he has 3 jobs epic level career. But this power proves that he must at least have a unique profession. The giant sucked blood. Others were in pain. They marveled at Grid's overwhelming power. Why the hell is there a monster like this in Zadaka? How can we defeat him? Another guy replied, no, defeating him is impossible. But we can't go home empty-handed. If we have to die here, we have to get as much information about him as possible. Use skills that cause effects, stimulate rage, and reduce spirituality. A series of skills caused effects towards him. He just smirked and said, effect my ass, then cancelled all the effects of the enemy. Don't blame them for being weak, blame the Grid for being too strong now. Their faces are numb and they think in panic, it's not effective. Grid is now like a demon screaming, if that's all you guys are, then let me finish it already. The other players nearby were talking in panic, wow, that's amazing, it's a Zadaka war giant. 2 of them asked each other, are you filming? The other immediately replied, of course, this scene can be sold for a lot of money. This is no longer a war, but a massacre. Grid was now happily bathing in the blood of his enemies. He shouted loudly, die, you weak scum, kuaha. The unexpected counter-gank came from the position of the money-loving blacksmith, causing the team sent by the giant guild to be completely destroyed. The next day, at the giant meeting room, Chris shouted, you useless people, an entire army of 300 people couldn't handle 18 opponents. He thought with a sour face, the skills that Blacksmith used must have at least an epic hidden job. How the hell did you attract him, Jishuka? Giant guild members are forbidden from doing extracurricular activities and only focus on leveling. This is a directive from Chris himself. No one is an exception. On the other hand, a new breeze blew into the Zadaka guild. The guild's fighting power was strengthened. Senior rankers began to recognize the power of Zadaka and wanted to join, including Grid. Zadaka now had 7 new members. Jishuka thought about this strong enhancement first. It would be nice to improve his combat power, but these people were not ordinary players. They definitely came after watching the crazy scene that day. That was the day when a money-loving blacksmith mistakenly fell madly in love with his profession because of an ungodly hinge. The day after the kiss, this information spread around the world at breakneck speed. At the TV station, the 2 MCs introduced, coming to the satisfying discussion program at the end of the day. Today, we will start with a clip provided by the audience. Warning to the elderly and pregnant women, the clip contains images of violence and gore. You should consider before watching. It was a day when just one blacksmith was able to stir up the media. Today's topic is whether or not we should let a murderous, animalistic maniac vent out in the game. That day, a maniac was born. Stupid to grow up is the most true saying for Grid. Now you calculate the money you have earned from the beginning until now. I received 40 million from the Malika's conquest. 960 million won from Thistle. Another 10 million from the appraisal of equipment for guild members, a total of about 1 billion won. Not only that, I also made a profit of 360 million won from this case. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Pa ha ha ha, so the planet is 600,000 gold and the wind thistle is 800,000 gold. I can't believe someone paid that much for unique equipment. What a bunch of idiots. Pawn, Jishuka are really young and green. The legendary self-sword technique is only 220,000 gold. Only 220,000 gold, you idiots. Even though he said that, he now had tears streaming down his cheeks with deep sadness. He screamed, but why did I only realize now that I am the stupidest person in this life? Gah! He angrily banged his head on the table repeatedly. The more he banged, the angrier he became and screamed, I'm the new Matt. Being tricked by an NPC into buying a sword at a shop's price is humiliating. What a gullible bastard. A crime. After a while, his head was as big as a drum, but tears rolled down his eyes. He said bitterly, why did he still feel bitter after earning 1,4 billion won? No, I have to think outside the box. Thanks to the sword I became an honorary player in Winston and am exempt from taxes, and also learned how to forge holy shields. He thought to himself, even though it was stolen, thanks to that, he was able to defeat Malikus, increase his sympathy with Irene and join Zadaka. He calmed down and thought, yes, everything is still okay. He looked at the forged weapon stuck to the hinge and thought, he's dead. Now is not the time to worry about the past. I have to finish forging weapons for Ibeline. The spikes are the hardest equipment I've ever forged, and the materials are hard to find, but those bastards have the audacity to mess around. He said sadly, if Ibeline can't find the ingredients. Before he could finish speaking, his younger brother Ibeline had already run towards him shouting, Mr. Grid. I found it, Nab's diaphragm. Seeing that, he happily replied, it's delicious, it hasn't bubbled for 2 days now, I thought you couldn't find it. Hearing that, he immediately replied, it's very difficult, but it's enough to forge one. Grid happily replied, okay, I'll start tomorrow morning. He thought to himself, this is the perfect opportunity for me to surpass Albertino. Then suddenly Ibeline's eyes were bright as stars and told about what he heard in town. The people in town were talking about the fierce battle 2 days ago. He was so cool, my heart skipped a beat when I saw it. Grid replied with a puffed up nose, it's nothing. His face looks normal but right now he is very excited. Grid thought, this guy is not only cute but also has a good eye for people. Just like Ibeline said, the video of the massacre the other day brought me a lot of fame, both as a psychopath and as a maniac. While forging weapons he also thought about that, it's all because of the hat, it looks unlovable, he needs to make another hat to look a bit more luxurious. His face smirked from the corners of his mouth to his ears. In his excitement, he thought, he should immediately equip himself with a cool outfit and an elegant smile. The world is about to welcome a female killer player, he. Seeing that expression on his face, Ibeline immediately asked, Mr. Grid, you are constipated, your face looks very strange. Hearing that, Grid's face immediately grimaced and asked, who was praising you for being cool just now? Does your smile look very insulting to the viewer? Ibeline quickly replied, I would like to turn off comment mode. Seeing that, Grid immediately kicked him out. As a child, he knew what a handsome man was, so he became nervous. Ibeline cried and was kicked out the door and said, "Heck, I'll come over tomorrow, good luck." In the forge, there was the sound of hammers, the sound of fire, along with Grid's words of encouragement to myself. I only had one chance, at least it has to be an epic item. Let's earn 100,000 gold. After paying off my father's debt of 700 million, the remaining 800 million must be used to buy a monster truck. He thought to himself, to live is to be luxurious. From now on, this Grid guy's image always has to be accompanied by the words luxury, genuine, smooth, to be broadcast grandly, to make Young's eyes open up, counting on you too, sharp thorns. But in the end he only forged a rare quality spike. He worriedly said, "Let's just buy a pair of tires temporarily." Sitting down, he scratched his head. His head felt like it was on fire. He said bitterly, "If you ask someone, that's the end of it. At this rate you can't even buy a B13 sedan, let alone a new car. Or maybe I borrowed money from Riga's." Okay, he's still out of breath trying to find a shield, huh? During the difficult times, Grid blankly looked at the failed weapon embryo at that time. He thought to himself, that's right, the materials from the previous day were still there. If there was a little blood on it, but if it was reforged, it would still be salvageable. Got one more. The poor give birth to thieves. Even if there is still water, they will still be slapped, willing to waste materials, but getting one more tree is still enough to get more money. 2 days later, Ibeline returned to get his sword. When he received the rare quality bar, Jishuka immediately encouraged him. "Don't be discouraged, Ibeline." He heard that and replied, "I'm okay, big sister. Even though it's just a rare item, it's already very good if made by Grid brother. I can't thank you enough anymore." Lying on the floor, Grid also woke up. He yawned and said, "Wow, it's here. See the finished product you left on the table." Ibeline also quickly replied, "Ah, good morning Grid, thank you a lot." Grid sat there sighing. "What can you do? Life is like that. I'll make up for you with another one. It's a bit rough so I'll try to use it for now. It's on the chair." Ibeline looked down at the sword wrapped around the cloth and said, "Oh, there's more. A two-handed sword should be enough. Thank you anyway." Grid continued, "He forged with a broken billet when the giants attacked him, so don't expect much. That's life." As soon as he finished speaking, Ibeline immediately pulled out the shining sword. It radiated a crimson aura like a rose. The thorn-tipped sword lamented, legendary quality with attack power of 409, armor penetration plus 60%, causing hemorrhage, reduces healing effects, initiates laceration skills, cursed blood. Ibeline's face was bewildered, full of joy. He turned back to look at Grid and said, "Grid, this is..." Grid immediately replied, speechless, "At first you were like that too." A detailed description of the sword appears. This item was created with the dedication of the craftsman. During the manufacturing process, this flamberge was stained with blood and was left in a semi-sold state by the blacksmith. Finished product, therefore it is filled with anger and hatred. If the user is not the owner of the bloodline in the sword, he or she will be 100% cursed. Grid thought to himself, how ironic that an item contained extreme anger and hatred. A notification appeared to him. You have created a legendary equipment, permanently increasing all stats plus 25 and reputation across the continent plus 1000. Jishuka was beside her all this time. Her face turned red, full of surprise. She thought, in recorded history it was extremely rare for someone to create a top-class item. Forging legendary items is impossible. They are only created from high-level conquests at a super low rate, and yet this person. She moved closer to him and said, according to my understanding of Satisfy's system, there is only one reason why you can do this impossible thing. Grid, you have a legendary class, right? He thought in surprise. She realized it. I also know I can't hide it forever, but still. What's wrong with that sexy face? What's wrong with ruining my vow to hate women? Jishuka looked at Grid with a seductive face, like a knife piercing the Grid's paper-thin layer of room. The more Grid looked at him, the more passionate he became. He thought to himself, if she keeps looking at him like that, the Grid dragon will fall. No, this weak heart has been hurt once, lust is only fleeting. He turned away shyly and said, oh yeah, that's right. Then she rushed to hug him. pressing him against her peachy breasts. It can be said that Grid is currently the most enviable guy in the world. She hugged him tightly and cried out, "Kya, Grid, who is this handsome?" He happily thought to himself at this moment, "You have to calm down. Don't let the tadpoles take over your brain. Wake up Shin Youngwoo, she's just too excited, but it's so quiet." Ibaline's face is now as happy as Grid's. He exclaimed in admiration, "Mr. Grid, I don't know how to express my gratitude at this moment. I'll send you 1 million as well." When talking about money, Grid suddenly woke up, escaped from Jishuka's arms. He said with a cold face, "It's not possible. Hey, you're a legend, 3 million doesn't say much." He was startled and exclaimed, "Ha, 3 million, why is it so expensive?" He immediately explained it all. "It's true that it's a top quality product, but only I can use it, because I'm the owner of the bloodline. Other people don't use it, so I can't resell it. I don't want to disappoint you, so I offered 1 million. Grid had anticipated this and raised his hand to speak. He immediately knew there would be bargaining. "So give it here," Ibaline asked curiously. "Ha, it has a curse effect, is it okay?" Even though he wondered, he still had to give it to Grid. Holding the flamberge in his hand, Grid danced the sword a few times around his body. Many status panels appeared. The thorns lamented hatred and cursed you. Ineffective curses, appearing continuously. Grid immediately said, "If you don't use it then let me use it." Ibaline said in panic, "I couldn't believe it. Mr. Grid, what kind of game error is your class?" Grid's face was now filled with the greed of a scoundrel businessman and said, "Just calm down. This is it. As a comrade in your guild, the final bid is 2,5 million. It's a no-go." He thought to himself, eating a fruit like that from a fortuitous food once was more than enough. After logging out of the game, Grid returned to his family. He gave all his money to his parents. He kindly said, "First, pay off all the debt and use the remaining money to stabilize the situation. Store business model. My parents had to work hard day and night working part-time and taking care of the store, right?" His mother was swollen and crying, tears of pride on her face. His mother asked, "Youngwoo, where did you get this much money?" His father turned away and said, "Providing for the family should be the responsibility of parents. Making you suffer, Youngwoo, Dad," he cried. He looked at his father and thought to himself, "For a long time I never realized how hard he had to work to take care of the family. Being a parent is not easy." Seeing that, he also tearfully said, "We should take care of each other, we are family." His sister also emotionally reminded him, "Brother, it's hard to believe, remember how much you have left, don't waste it." He laughed and said, "Ha ha, thinking like that is not okay, sister." Then he led his mother down the hall. He shouted, "Tata, I bought my mother a car, the dream of the youth class. Mom, B13, only 8 million won." His mother immediately frowned and slapped him on the back and shouted, "Why are you buying such a luxury item? When will you grow up?" He exclaimed, "Ah, I'm sorry." But he thought to himself, "But this is great." Outside Shin-sen Park Yerim's high school, the boys stood on both sides of the street cheering. "Wow, that's amazing, they're so pretty. Beautiful like an actress, and not only beautiful, both of them are top 5 students in the country." Yerim smiled happily and said, "Ha ha ha, look at them lining up, see, now filled with anxiety at this crowd, replied, "Ah, why do they keep doing that?" Then Yerim put his arm around Yerim's shoulder and smiled, "Okay, let's wave to them a bit, you're too stiff." C immediately replied, "Don't do that, Yerim, it's even worse because you're making them pay more attention." Yerim then slyly asked again, "So are you going to introduce your well-hidden brother to me?" Hearing that, she immediately stood up and replied, "No, not my brother, especially you." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in a blue sports outfit. Grid couldn't bear to look at diapers now. Grid raised his hand and shouted, "See." She was surprised by that sudden appearance and exclaimed, "Ha, Oppa." At this moment, Yerim's face was full of wonder. He looked at Grid then back at C and asked, "Oppa, is that your brother? He looks so different. Were you adopted?" Hearing that, she immediately shouted back, "What do you mean by adoption? It's my brother and servant." Grid also came forward to say hello. "Oh, you must be C's friend. Hello, nice to meet you." Yerim, now filled with contempt, stepped back and exclaimed, "Eek, so ugly, go away, I don't want this ugliness to spread to me," she said angrily. "Now, hey, park Yaram." Then he led the two of them to his parking lot. He said, "Let's talk while walking, let's get in the car." "Your sister," she innocently asked, "did you buy a car?" Meanwhile, Yaram was surprised because it was a high-end car. She exclaimed, "Oh my god, high-end self-propelled vehicle B13. After speaking, she was the first person to rush into the car. She popped her head out and said, "What are you two still doing, handsome guy, let's get in." She couldn't believe her friend's appearance and said, "If you're in such a hurry, go walk to Park Yaram." After speaking, she turned back and asked Grid, "Why did you come here? What happened?" Grid now shyly replied, I need you to help me look better, I have a class reunion tomorrow." Class reunion day arrives. On his high-end self-propelled vehicle, Grid sped along the road. In the car, he wondered, were they planning on holding a class reunion this far away? Are you kidding? Well, it's not that important, I was given advice, decent shirt. And I'm here with my B13 darling, I'm different. On the way, he encountered a broken car that had to stop on the side of the road, and a beautiful young girl on the side of the road with a dirty hitchhiking sign. He immediately wondered, the car broke down, I'm in a hurry to help, but I think I need to help someone with a body. No, help someone in trouble. He stuck his head out and asked, "How can I help?" Looking at the broken car, he discovered that it was an S model. That model was probably 4 times more expensive than the 13 model. That was a famous model only for millionaires. How could such a young person own it? At that moment, a beautiful face looked in and asked, "Could you give me a ride?" His face was blank. Then suddenly changed into a panicked face. He silently shouted in thought, "Yura." The only female gamer in the top 10 total rank of Satisfy, ranked 3rd in the list of 100 most influential people in the world, Queen of CFS, most beautiful person in the world. His face was still stunned by that beauty. He silently wondered, was she really standing in front of him, so beautiful? It couldn't be, how could that be a coincidence? Once again his face changed into panic thinking about the past. He thought to himself, could it be because of my bad words? She wanted to take revenge for what I wrote when she destroyed the mission, star case. She got into the car and said, "Since you're silent, I'll take it that you agree." He thought to himself, how could she not notice? Well, I really look different. Suddenly she said, "It's an honor to meet you in real life, Grid." His face was pale and sweaty. He tried to pretend not to say that she was the wrong person, but in his heart he knew that he was gone. The car drove into the sunset. "You asked if I would die today," she replied, "just drive to where you're going." At this time, at the meeting place, many voices and laughter erupted, including, Shin Youngwoo, "That bastard, why is he so late?" A guy tapped his hand hard on the table and said, "Hey, Kim Hyewon, are you sure Youngwoo is coming?" She replied, "I'm not sure, it's because you chose a place this far away to tease him. Are you angry because you can't bully anyone, can't sit still? Don't worry about his first love calling, how could he not come? There's no need to be so angry, they're waiting for Youngwoo just like you, bullying him is really irresistible fun." She said disdainfully, "You're still unemployed at this age, and just got fired from a convenience store because of your temper, you need to bully him to feel better, don't you?" When he was told that he was right, his heart went black and he thought angrily, it was really annoying, but that's right, the only person with a more pathetic life than me was Shin Youngwoo. Suddenly someone at the window looked down and shouted, "Hyuk, someone is coming in a B13, damn limited edition, more than 800 million won," another guy shouted. He finally walked over to look at it and said angrily, "What the hell, what about a good car? It's probably the car of some rich guy who's freeloading his family." Kim Hyewon next to him immediately clicked, "Are you jealous? Whoever drives the car is a big fish." Another person said, "The door is open, is there more than one person?" Everyone wondered who was sitting there, stepping out of the car in full style, unlike the loser in their eyes in the past who accompanied Yura, the beauty goddess of this world. They all shouted in panic, "Shin Youngwoo." "No way, Shin Youngwoo has a car, wait that's Yura, gotta satisfy, really? Isn't Shin Youngwoo unemployed? How did he become successful so quickly? The loudmouthed red-haired guy who used to bully the main guy in high school was now filled with bewilderment. He thought, really, that's Shin Youngwoo. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. But life. How could someone like him be like Mr. Grid now? Your ex-girlfriend is also like that now, full of jealousy, thinking, did he succeed, and she? After a while, another nice car came and parked right next to his car. Yura immediately said, that's my secretary's car, thank you. Don't underestimate the conversation in the Grid car. About that, he replied nervously. Before he could hear his answer, Yura came closer, bringing her face close to his face. In another view from the class reunion, everyone was thinking in panic, fuck, kiss, super famous Yura and Shin Youngwoo. But actually she just came closer to say, you have enough attention, so consider this a debt paid. His face was red as he thought, ooh, she deliberately approached me to whisper. Then she turned away and said goodbye to Grid. Meanwhile, the two people who once despised Grid, their faces filled with jealousy and panic, thought, no way, that loser, Shin Youngwoo, is he living in another world? In the party. The people who once despised him now gathered around to say many things. Hey, Shin Youngwoo, are you ranked? Why are you so rich? Are you dating a goddess? Let's introduce ourselves. We're very close. Well, let's go play. Many flattering words were uttered from their shameless faces. At this moment the guy who wanted him to come the most to anger him secretly thought, this is the reason I don't want him here. After a while he walked over and said, hey, Lee Junho. What are you planning to do? Do you have a habit of fighting or something? You're old enough, grow up. Hearing that, he immediately stood up, grabbed his collar and shouted at him, you bastard, I don't know what you're planning to do, but don't be arrogant, I'll punch you to death. Seeing that his cheap personality still hasn't changed, he smirked and said, ha, there's no point in being angry like that. How does it feel, being trampled underfoot by someone you've always despised? His face right now is like the look of a maniac in a game. This makes him panic and remember, this look in his eyes, I remember it. It's him, it's definitely him. Then he fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Grid looked down at his pathetic appearance and said, I like that expression, I also want to look at it longer, but you guys make me more and more disgusted. You guys tease me all day, now you're trying desperately to be my friend, you shameless trash. To live in life, you have to know who you are, don't get lost in thinking you're the wisest person, I'm leaving you losers. After saying that, he turned away, walked away from the pile of trash that had bothered him in the past, and headed towards his luxury B13 car. Behind the bitch Young still shamelessly followed and said, Youngwoo, are you leaving already? We haven't finished talking about last time yet. I like you too, I can help you heal the wound they caused, I promise. A promise. He thought so then remembered the conversation in the car, you want to repay me for saving you at the Yatan temple, really, you made me give up victory and help you complete the mission. I think you misunderstood, I never intended to help you with your mission, you don't owe me anything. Even though he secretly thought, that was my nightmare, just thinking about it made me uncomfortable. Hearing that, she immediately replied, I became a second servant, thanks to you, so I cannot ignore this matter. He thought boredly, did she hear what I said? Not caring about your expression she continued, you joined the Zedaka guild that defeated Malachus. Conflict is inevitable because now you are opponents of Yatan Lamp. But I will never kill you, I will probably just fight until you lose the ability to fight. He sighed and thought, ugh, she knows so much, if you guys like to fight then go ahead and fight, I just need the money. Yura continued, that's the debt I'll pay in the game, I heard you get humiliated every time you go to a class reunion like this. I will be your lover, you will be noticed by everyone, consider it a promise for me to repay the debt. He secretly smiled and said, promise, she is really scary. He turned around and said, thank you for replying but. Once again he reminisced about the time when he went to the first class reunion. I used to think there was no virgin more holy than her, ah that was so funny. Then he turned back and continued, I don't trust you anymore, goodbye. Satisfy is a game that is dominating the esports industry today, with more than 10,000 career classes, but occupying the top 10 position of each class is really difficult for gamers, so rankings are very rare, fluctuations occur. But now things are different. Zadaka guild members are slowly rising to the top 10 after only 4 months. The gaming community calls this a period of great upheaval. The rankings, which were stable, once again caused turmoil. The scene changes to where Ibeline is testing his new weapon on the rat monsters. Kaek, the rat monsters cried out. Blood was constantly flowing. Note, Bloodline seal, status panel appears. The blood mixed in the Thorn of Lamentation is resonating and strengthening your bloodline. Skill damage plus 150%, movement speed plus 80%, while the skill is active, your vitality will slowly drain. They are top 10 rookies. Ibeline uses the laceration attack to cut the mouse monster in half. The system informs you that you have leveled up. He thought, this is too bad, these monsters are 30 levels higher than me, but my luck got the better of me. It's called Godspeed. All thanks to the Lamenting Thorn. 2,5 million gold is well worth the money. At this rate, I'll catch up to him quickly. At first, I had the upper hand as a top 10 rookie, but then I let Laurel surpass me and become a top 1 Qigong master. How can I let someone of the same age surpass me like that? Just wait, Laurel, I and the Whining Thorn will let you inhale the smoke. Somewhere, Ventnor shouted, screaming loudly. Ibeline is holding a legendary weapon to level up like a hack, so why the hell did she tell Grid to forge armor instead of giving me a new weapon? Jishuka said, shut up Ventnor, your weapons are as good as they are now thanks to the Grid. You need resistance tanks to be useful when conquering. I see everyone has good equipment and you're jealous, but even if you're on the Grid, you can't always forge unique or legendary equipment. You're very lucky to be able to forge new equipment. Grid looked bored and replied, yes, it's good to have a new weapon. I want to kill monsters to level up. I don't want to show my face for people to fight. Jishuka became scary. His eyes were bright red. He was bald, but he also had a lot of mouth. Grid panicked and screamed. Jishuka continued, so you gave me the design and got half of the materials for the Grid, huh? Grid, ah yeah. Jishuka said, stop worrying, then go find the ingredients. Anyway, Grid is not at the smithy right now. He is also busy plowing. In a collapsing dungeon. An iron golem was being beaten by someone. The people around exclaimed. Those iron golems had incredibly high physical resistance and yet he could easily overwhelm them like that. The golem maze was supposed to be the hunting ground is only for magicians, and yet. One guy said that when I saw him carrying a giant sword, I thought he was some kind of noob. Another guy replied, look closely, That was the crazy butcher on Eternal Dragon that day. Grid shouted hi-ah. One guy said yeah but that's too fictional. Another guy continued, why the hell are golems so stubborn that so many groups around them can't win? But he can chop it like firewood. Meanwhile, Grid was trying his best to hold the pickaxe to the pile of ores. The system announced, you received 6 iron ores, 3 high-grade iron ores, 3 defective orichalcum ores. Grid thought to himself, the cards are correct, using the national bird with 100% comprehension is the perfect choice. At first, using it with a great sword could only destroy half of the golem's vitality, which made me feel a bit scared. But except for the magic stones that act as energy supplying cores, they are basically made of minerals. With this pickaxe, I can easily see their weak points. I heard that once upon a time, there was a guy who gave the ultimate magician a two-way ticket. He could level up and mine at the same time. There was a guy who came up with a sword and grabbed a pickaxe and rushed up. Ah, you know the face, pickaxes are their weak point, right? It's too easy, just pick up the pickaxe and chop it guys. Right after that, that guy was sent flying by the monster, to the point where the blonde guy exclaimed pay it off. Grid continued to chop the monster with the pickaxe in his hand. The blonde guy said to the red-haired guy, do you see anything? There's a dead person next to him and he didn't care at all. The red-haired guy was worried. That's right, sick guy. Grid after completing the massacre of golems, he also earned quite a few experience points with minerals, right? Just then Jishuka's message came, sorry for keeping you waiting Grid, the conquest battle was a bit difficult, we got enough ingredients, Gyrid, oh well then it's time to go back. But suddenly Grid was confused, oh, where am I? I've been plowing too hard and I'm on the wrong track, I'm sorry, this is another maze, the guys who stood watching the pond slapping earlier are gone. Well, it's best to call your teammates to save the net, if you're struggling alone, who knows how long it will take. Hello, someone come pick me up, I'm lost in the golem maze. The dungeon suddenly collapsed and the grid fell freely. Gah! System, the magical trap created by the Supreme Wizard Braham has been activated. A bolt of lightning hits the grid and system, taking 205,100 damage, activating Duran's ring, restore 102,550 vitality, take 410,000 damage, take 399,000 damage, take 174,340 damage. Continuous bouncing damage, indomitable activation, negating all attacks with minimum health for 5 seconds, grid panting, panting, panting. Where am I? Luckily, thanks to Indomitable I can live. Now I'm gay. Indestructible has a cooldown time of 24 hours. The system announced that the Labyrinth's guardian had awakened from eternal sleep. Grid thought, how big? Must be 5 times bigger than a normal golem. Grid shouted, just kill it and you can go out, right? Sword dance Pagma. Close. The system activates the feature of the masterpiece gloves. The attack will be doubled. You deal 68,700 damage. The Labyrinth Guardian responded, causing Grid to smash the beam into the stone wall. He was knocked far away. Grid thought, the damage that increases attack power by 1,500% can only take away 1/5 of its vitality. Even my strongest damaging skill is ineffective. Then, I have to hit it 15 times while dodging all of its attacks, counting the cooldown time. The Labyrinth Guardian continuously throws heavy punches. Grid laments, must be fight until death. Above when Jishuka and Vantner reached the crater where Grid fell. Jishuka, we came right after receiving the message. Why the hell is the general soloing the boss down there alone? Vantner continued, we have to help him. Why hasn't he come down yet? Jishuka said that Grid still hasn't given up yet. With that nature, now that I come down, I'll be considered a KS. Jishuka shouted, Grid, if you think you can't handle it, run through the small cave behind the guardian angel. I can only help like this. Grid listened and thought, Jishuka, when did she come? Little cave, there. While the guardian extended his fist towards Grid's face, Grid was surprised. I just lost my concentration for a bit. Blinded by girls again, Grid becomes angry. Bastard, don't think I will stand still and let you beat you. Die. Then a red light flashed and covered the Labyrinth Guardian. The monster was surprised. It was stunned for a moment. Grid chuckled, Kuhu, if you can't avoid it then use hard to fight hard. System, Red Lightning Ball summons Red Lightning, temporarily enhancing the user's weapon with lightning properties, dealing lightning magic damage. Close. The system notifies you that you have dealt 141,000 damage. The Labyrinth's guardian angel exclaims Quo. Grid thought it caused more than double the damage compared to last time. Was it because the sword was enchanted with magic? Above Vantner exclaimed in surprise, horror, he also knows how to use magic. How come next to Vantner is Jishuka, a female character with red hair, also expressed surprise and replied I'm fine with it, sometimes. Creating a tense and mysterious atmosphere, Grid is slashing at a Labyrinth Guardian. The image shows a sword emitting a bright light and attacking with great power. The accompanying dialogue includes these 2 sentences. This general and hacking the game. Shows the character's surprise and amazement at Grid's strength and abilities after Grid slashes at the monster. A character with a skull face and astonished expression is watching. The dialogue is there and the place where the lightning just hit looks so strange. It looks like an embryo. This scene emphasizes the character's surprise and curiosity when seeing the special effect of Grid's slash. Grid hit it with a hammer, causing damage to the monster and leaving a strange mark. He kept tapping the monster and laughing loudly, Pwahaha, turns out you're just a walking rock. As he said Grid, he kept tapping on it, making the Labyrinth's guardian surprised. He continued to say, stand still and let me iron it out to make it neat. I keep talking about the guardian angel. You're handsome, every joint on your body has been flattened, now you can't support it. You activated Blacksmith's rage. I haven't had a chance to try this skill yet. Now thanks to this cloak I finally have enough mana to use it. Activate Sword Dance Pagma. ascend. After shouting, a red sword aura enveloped Grid's sword along with several flashes of lightning. He stomped down to find a nice position for himself. Then put all your mana and perform the attack. Around him, rocks and dirt flew up as if some strange force was at work. System, sublimated, doubles the user's attack power and turns basic attacks into long-range attacks. Conditions of use, equip sword type weapon, mana cost 1800, duration 30 seconds, reuse 3000 seconds. After the system interrupts, a dazzling purple light sword flew straight towards the labyrinth's guardian god and exploded. The monster cried out in pain, "Kuo." Grid laughed happily, "Kuaha," doubled the attack power and also included a lightning penalty effect. Watch me hit your calloused face. There's a scarecrow to test the remaining moves. It's delicious. Then Grid continues to rush at the monster at the fastest speed and activates the system move, Link. Deals a total of 500% of the user's attack power to a single target, mana cost 350, reuse 100 seconds. After Grid's continuous slashes at the rock monster, streams of blue light continuously appeared due to Grid's fast speed. The system continued to notify, you deal 10,940 damage, you deal 11,020 damage, you deal 9,450 damage, you deal 12,250 damage, you deal 12,040 damage, you deal 9,450 damage, you deal 10,150 damage, you deal 9,750 damage. After a series of damage announcements from the system, Mr. Grid happily shouted, "Great, when I first learned League of Legends I could only perform 6 swords, but now it's 10, why is he so stupid? I think he is becoming more and more dominant day by day." He continued to slash at the guardian of the labyrinth and happily laughed, "Kuaha, using those rice paper hands to block it is just like a punching bag. The monster can only withstand attacks like weapons." His cell in despair and cried out, "Quo." Above, Jishuka and Vantner saw the scene of Grid continuously attacking the monster below, thinking to themselves, is Grid having the upper hand? He is overwhelming the boss in every magnetic index, attack, physical strength. Jishuka continued with a surprised face, fortunately this labyrinth guardian does not know how to use skills, but the fact that a player can alone overwhelm an area boss is too fictional. As if realizing something, Jishuka's expression became calm, his eyes widened, as expected. What I saw during the conquest of Malachus and the clash with the giant guild was still only a small part of his true strength. This person below, after finishing the heavy attack, the monster only had a little bit of decay left. Grid sighed tiredly, phew, even if he fought for too long he would die. Then he continued to activate the Pagma sword dance skill, kill, and finish speaking. There was a blood-red sword aura surrounding him and the sword. Jishuka and Vantner thought that if they tried, Grid could even be as strong as Riga's. Grid rushed straight into the monster, thousands of fragments exploded, he gasped, panting, behind him was the labyrinth guardian god gradually disappearing. System notification, you have defeated the loyal servant of the supreme wizard Braham, guardian of the labyrinth, you receive 180 gold, get 45,350,000 experience, your current level is 114, he suddenly exclaimed, Goa. Grid is delusional again, I'm obsessed with the boss, that is, I don't have to share experience between father and son, that's how life is. Grid's expression seems to be very happy, to the point of glowing. The system notifies you again, you receive 90 high-grade iron ore. You get 3 premium magic stones, you get orichalcum ore, you get 33 black iron, you wonder, The system says again, you receive a treasure chest key Braham. Grid is disappointed, are you kidding, that's all. Sure tease, the boss is so huge, the way in is full of traps like Laotians playing guerrilla games, but the things that drop are all trash like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge rock fell right next to him. Grid was startled and cried out, I'm sorry, I accidentally said something. There continued to be a lot of bricks and stones falling towards him. Arg, where did so many bricks and stones come from? Grid lamented. Jishuka and Vantner from above shouted, the grid there is starting to collapse. Run to the cave I told you about before, Grid exclaimed Jishuka. He continued to think about the cave that Jishuka mentioned while continuing to look around. There I saw it and tried it. Hey. He rushed towards the cave while outside. Rocks were falling everywhere. Grid took off his mask and gasped for air. Damn it, why is there so much crap everywhere? He was tired and out of breath. In the small cave, there were 3 sparkling gold and silver bronze chests on the table and quartz stones on the cave wall. Grid didn't seem very interested. The monsters were ugly, the items were torn, and that was it. He also likes to put players in the basket. The game is like a person's butt. As soon as the sentence ended, Grid saw the 3 chests and thought about the key to Braham's treasure chest. His face turned pale then became happy. He must have faith. Thank you to the publisher. Happily Grid laughed loudly. Go a ho ho. That's right, it's more reasonable. Come, which one should I choose? Normal players would definitely think that fancy shiny box is a decoy, but this is just a reverse psychology trick to trick indecisive people. Hee hee, so the best stuff is probably in here. The publisher is the wrong person to hack my brain. I'm a fortune system player hee hee hee. Meanwhile, Grid continued to insert the key into the lock of the most luxurious glowing chest. Then the key disappeared into thin air and then the chest opened. Grid is excited. Ooh ha ha ha, the moment of explosion has come. The reward worthy of my tireless efforts. Come to your true owner. Tell me who is your sugar daddy. The glowing chest opened with Grid's excitement. Awesome, my chicken eggs. Grid was angry. His eyes were red with indignation. He was angry. Trolling his father wasn't enough. Report the publisher. I had to take the risk to fight that terrorist boss and run like crazy to get here. For what? An egg? What kind of dirty guy would put eggs in the reward box? Ha, ha. I'm miserable. Take note of you dirty people. I'm trying to please you guys. Ha, so the reward is actually in one of the remaining chests. Damn, all the keys are gone. That looks disgusting. He discovered a wooden chest with gold trim, thinking that oh yeah, if there's no key, it's fine to make it using the artifact system. Looks good, let's do it. He opened the manufacturing system panel and selected the image of a forging table and forging hammer. The system asked what item you wanted to make. No matter what type of key you chose, you would later encounter a bunch of treasure chests that you regret not using. Artifact system. Note the artifact system has a limited number of uses. This is the skill that Grid uses to create trash trees. To open all types of chests, the key must be reusable, and must also be made from black iron like Dane's life. He continued, next is the design. What should it look like now? It can open all kinds of chests, so it must be like the door priors that thieves often use in movies, right? If I remember correctly, it should be like a steel wire tube. Okay, this is fine. After tweaking some of the shapes and sizes of the chest unlocking tool, the system announced that the auto-tuning phase was complete. Please name the product. He happily thought to himself, it's delicious. A modern key can open any lock. So its name will be Universal Lock. System, Universal Lock. A key made from black iron, although it looks fragile, can open many types of locks. Although it has an unattractive appearance, it is made from extremely high-quality materials. Besides, its features are also extremely impressive. It can open many types of locks. The higher the user's dexterity, the more locks he can open. The condition of use is 300 plus dexterity. Grid, yes, I already have black iron, but the problem now is to find a fire strong enough to refine the materials. But here, where can I dig? Jishuka suddenly walked over to ask about Grid. Is Grid okay? He answered her. Oh, I'm so sleepy I'm getting light. Over there, give me some fire. Is that a fire phoenix arrow? Oh yes, that's it. I need fire to refine ore, to make small items. Let's go. The two people Jishuka and Vantner looked confused, not understanding what was really going on. Jishuka is fiery hot, so you're trying to use an ultimate skill that will consume 100% of my mana to start a fire. Grid said with a straight face that it wasn't difficult. If you don't want it, just leave me to the guild, okay? Jishuka tiredly placed her hand on her forehead and replied, ha fine, I just need to shoot at the wall, that's fine. She thought that's kind of cunning, but supporting a legendary blacksmith is worth it. Everyone stepped back. Having finished speaking, she began to raise her bow and arrow. Behind us are Grid and Vantner. Activate the fire phoenix. As she finished speaking, she activated her skill and shot a flaming arrow out of her hand into the far wall. The wall immediately melted into a pit of hot lava. There were sounds of exclamation, pow pow pow. Grid immediately rushed into the fire pit and started to raise his hammer. Vantner admitted with a face, he held Jishuka in the palm of his hand, so admirable. After a while of forging, Grid produced the universal lock and exclaimed, "Great, done." Jishuka curiously asked Grid what was that. He was amused. "Kuaha is a genuine item. Look, Tada, open the shabbiest looking chest first." "Oh, it's open, yay." All three gathered around the chest and were curious and surprised. "Oh, there are shoes." What is opened is Braham's shoes with unique qualities: durability 140, 150, defense 130, speed plus 10%, weight 50, skill reuse time reduced by 20%, flight skill initialization. The favorite shoes of the ultimate magician Braham. It is enhanced by Braham's magic. The condition is above level 240. Everyone is surprised. "Oh my god, what is this?" "It has flying skills." "Great, it reduces the time to reuse skills and also has a flying skill that only a few magicians possess. The flying note summons invisible magical wings that allow the user to fly like a bird. Flying speed is proportional to the user's magic power. Mana consumption, 2 mana per second. Grid was secretly happy. Having it would save him from having to wait so long for the reuse time of Pagma's sword dance. Jishuka was surprised. It was unbelievable. Flying is a magic that can only be obtained after reaching level 200 and completing the second promotion quest, so only a few magicians can use it. Vantner is happy. The features are great and the defense index is even higher. "Sell it to me, Grid. I'll buy it at any price." Grid turned around and brought Vantner back to reality. "Dream, this guy looks so thirsty for money, but I need this." Vantner cried crocodile tears for a long time. "Oh yeah." Grid continues to open the chest. Now is the time to open the last chest. He thinks he has paid off all his debts and has a stable source of income, so his current goal is to have something to eat. "I hate it the most when I look like a poor person, so it should be at least as good as that chest. This will be the beginning of my luxurious life." That chest can also be opened just fine. After Grid's words, a blinding golden light flashed from the chest. Then a golden light rushed straight and entered his body. He looked annoyed. "What is this? What is this again?" A shadow with 2 pure white eyes came out of the chest. As soon as the third chest was opened, a powerful attack suddenly hit Shin Youngwoo. The two people, Jishuka and Vantner, did not have time to react. Their eyes widened and they stood still. The two people, Jishuka and Vantner, did not have time to react. Their eyes widened and they stood still. Jishuka also immediately raised her bow and arrow and shouted loudly, "Bastard, how dare you, what are you?" Vantner next to him couldn't keep calm anymore and screamed loudly. "Uncle died so tragically, Grid, I swear I will take revenge." Shin Youngwoo in the back had already stood up. Hearing this, he shouted angrily, killing his bald head. Hearing this voice, Jishuka turned her head to look back. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Grid," but it was obvious that the attack hit him directly. Shin Youngwoo nodded. He reached out and pulled out the egg he just got from the first chest and said, "Yeah, I think so too. But this egg shielded me. But it is something new. It can move automatically, not only extremely fast but also extremely hard, so it can block that attack. It looks like a normal egg, or is it a dragon egg?" While talking about this, Shin Youngwoo, who had been observing the egg, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Ha, it's hatching." As soon as these words ended, a blinding light erupted inside the egg. Waiting for the light to subside, a strange liquid appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo. He frowned and thought, "Strange, it's liquid, it looks more like metal, like mercury." Shin Youngwoo's attention was now focused on this strange liquid. Suddenly an extremely dark and cold voice rang out in his ear. 300 years later and still opposing me, what a thing, lost minerals." As soon as this sound came out, Shin Youngwoo was startled. He fell back in fright, opened his mouth and screamed, "Curse someone, there's a ghost." Standing next to it for a while, Jishuka sweated and thought to herself, "This source of pressure is extremely strong, at least the same level as Malachus." At this time, a person wearing a cloak slowly walked out. This person looked at Shin Youngwoo, full of doubts and said, "Pavranium is protecting you, so you are Pagma's successor." Glancing at the person who had just appeared, Shin Youngwoo thought warily. He mentioned Pagma's successor. Is this a job mission? Vantner, standing behind, not understanding anything, asked Jishuka, what is Pagma's successor? Hearing this question, Jishuka shook her head and did not answer. She thought to herself, I agree, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn about grid classes. Next to him, Shin Youngwoo stood up straight, without hiding it. He nodded and replied, yes, I am Pagma's successor. Who are you? Seeing him ask that, the person who appeared immediately answered, I am the ultimate magician Braham. A long time ago, I created this maze filled with minerals to wait for you. I also created 27 more places like this across the continent, but you haven't come here until now. As his descendant, you don't seem to be interested in minerals, right? Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo frowned and said, did you create this maze just to wait for me? You really need a reason. Braham pointed to the strange liquid next to Shin Youngwoo, explaining slowly, the name of this metal is Pavranium. It has its own will and can move automatically. This is a metal, the most perfect crystallization of Pagma's blacksmithing skills and my magic. It is harder than vibranium, lighter than mithril, and has the toughness of Yafa. Hearing Braham say that, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and silently assessed, is this metal the work of Pagma? Not only that, what level of terror must he be at to be able to invent perfect metal? This is all new. Seeing that the other person was a bit distracted, Braham angrily shouted, this brat, someone must listen when he speaks. As soon as these words came out, he waved his hand. A powerful stream of magic hit straight towards where Shin Youngwoo was standing. The Pavranium metal immediately spread out, covering and protecting Shin Youngwoo inside. Looking at this scene, Braham thought with disgust, he only follows blacksmiths who are able to refine it. There is no need to be picky about metal. On the other side, after avoiding Braham's sudden attack, Shin Youngwoo couldn't keep calm and immediately rolled his eyes and scolded, crazy, what's the point of hitting someone just a little bit? I'm not a punching bag. Not bothering to pay attention to Shin Youngwoo's disrespectful attitude, Braham continued to say leisurely, I am the ultimate magician who has gone through the fierce battle with the fire dragon Traka, and has already surpassed humanity, so I wish to become immortal. So I designed a soul vessel to make my soul immortal, and Pavranium was the perfect material to make it. For 10 long years I cooperated with Pagma to create Pavranium. Efforts will come to fruition one day. Pavranium is complete, but old Pagma died of old age while I was clueless in crafting. I tried bringing it to the poor dwarves, but when it came to refining Pavranium, they couldn't help it, so I was almost desperate and discouraged. But now I have you, someone who can help me fulfill my wish, Pagma's successor. As soon as Braham's words ended, a new mission announcement immediately rang out. Pagma's job and successor duties. At this time Braham continued, create a soul vessel for me. If successful, I will give you all the remaining Pavranium. The system notification continues to sound. The ultimate mage is reborn. Second job mission. You have encountered a piece of Braham's soul sealed in the 28 labyrinths. Braham wishes to obtain the vessel soul to reincarnate into an immortal existence. Conditions completed. Craft a soul vessel. Completion reward, a pile of Pavranium. Reading through the detailed information of the mission, Shin Youngwoo frowned and calculated. A material stronger than the divine metal vibranium. Its rarity is beyond discussion. Calculating like that, he smiled seriously and said, I can't think of any reason to refuse this offer. Okay, let this grid take care of the soul vessel. Having said that, he immediately found a stick nearby, bent down and sketched a drawing of the soul container on the ground for Braham to see. Pointing to the sketch that had just been drawn, Shin Youngwoo raised his head and cautiously asked, it looks a bit like a bowl of dog food, is that okay? Looking at the drawing below, Braham thought with disgust, where did old Pagma get such a lying successor, considering my divine soul vessel has no consistency at all. After a few scoldings, Braham firmly explained, the god of health and wisdom Jadar, the god of war Dominion, the goddess of light Rebecca and finally, the god of darkness and plague Yatan. The vessel the soul needs their blessing, but if you use Pavranium to create it, its shape doesn't matter, as long as it can contain the soul. Hearing him say that, Shin Youngwoo widened his eyes and exclaimed, how can I receive blessings like that? By the way, I accidentally flirted too much with the Yatan church, so I got cut off. Yatan's only blessing wished me to die soon. Before the question was answered, Braham gradually disappeared. Before completely disappearing, he smiled kindly and said, "Hey, I've lost the signal, let's do it like that, any dirty tricks are fine. I will be here waiting for you, I have faith in you, Pagma's successor." Speaking of which, Brahma was completely gone. Shin Youngwoo crossed his arms over his chest and began to calculate. After I destroy Malachus, the remaining 3 churches have a very high opinion of me. The problem is how to get Yatan's blessing. At this time, on one side, Jishuka opened the chat panel to contact Layla. She seriously asked, "Do you know anything about Braham or Pagma?" Layla quickly replied, "Braham, of course, he is almost the founder of all magicians. An ultimate magician who created most of Satisfy's strongest magic, but as for Pagma, I've never heard of it." Receiving this answer, Jishuka immediately turned to Vantner. Then Vantner, start investigating Pagma for me. If he is a historical figure, then the NPCs will know better than the players. I don't know when Shin Youngwoo put on Braham's shoes. At this moment, he was floating high above, looking down at the 2 people below and saying, "Wow, I see the way out. It seems like Braham gave me everything, all the information about this maze. I returned to the smithy before. See you later." Looking at Shin Youngwoo's leaving back, Vantner couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "So cool." Jishuka stood to one side silently without saying anything. She thought to herself, the equipment condition of the shoes is level 240, right? The cloak must also be above level 200. So just like with a lamenting thorn, he can use all kinds of equipment. His profession makes me more and more curious. Outside, the sky was extremely clear. 2 people were walking down the street. As soon as one of them raised his head to look up, he was immediately frightened by the image above. This person quickly turned around and called out to the person next to him, "Hey, look up at the sky, there's someone flying." The person flying was Shin Youngwoo. Right now he was constantly grumbling, "Damn, these shoes consume so much mana, let's go walk." Saying that, Shin Youngwoo looked again at the flying Pavranium metal in front. He suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, it's been 300 years since you were free, so you like it a lot, huh? But right now you still look so bad, you have to go through my hands to get it right again. To make new things you have to mix you with other ingredients, but I don't want that. Good materials that can automatically protect the owner, I have it, I have a whole sky of ideas in my head, let's quickly go to the smithy and refine my baby." The ingredients are created by Pagma himself, looking forward to it. Having said that, Shin Youngwoo quickly flew after Pavranium. The 2 people below saw this scene and their eyes widened and they exclaimed, "Already gone? Flying like a bird like that? Surely that must be a high-class magician, right? I've never met a ranker in my life, but what kind of magician carries a big sword on his back like that? Even the top 1 magic swordsman can't use flying. Who is that?" That day, a few witnesses told the story on the forum, but no one believed it. The story of the flying swordsman just sank into oblivion. Arrived late afternoon. The 2 people, Jishuka and Vantner, just arrived at the old Khan's house. While breathing heavily, Vantner exclaimed, "I hate the maze the most in life." Seeing these 2 people step forward, Shin Youngwoo crossed his arms and leisurely assessed, "How slow, let's hurry up and see. Come here and shoot an arrow at me, Jishuka." Jishuka was out of breath, hearing the other person say that. She was annoyed and cursed silently. Humph, she opened her mouth to force someone to rush to that damn maze to save her. Just now she stumbled back and asked her what to do. Here again. Despite being scolded like that, Jishuka still raised his bow and arrow high and shouted loudly, "Can you aim to block it, Grid?" Having said that, she thought to herself, "Just aim a little bit to scare him." Having said that, Jishuka aimed slightly to one side and then decisively shot the arrow. Shin Youngwoo didn't pay much attention. He leisurely raised his hand to block this attack. Seeing such a scene, Jishuka couldn't believe it and softly exclaimed, even though it wasn't the ultimate skill, it was still 5 parts of his power, so how could he block it? On the other side, after the fire just died down, 2 sparkling yellow metal balls appeared in Shin Youngwoo's hand. He tossed them high in the air and smirked, "What do you see? It's good, I refined it from Parvanium." After saying that, he thought to himself, after being hit it was motionless for 2 seconds, so that means you can't completely rely on it. Because of the limited mass, I need to make a small and flexible equipment. That's right, I will press them into thin metal sheets and then press them into the armor, so there is an automatic defense system. While immersed in his thoughts, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out in Shin Youngwoo's ear. Are you Grid? Hearing this call, Shin Youngwoo was startled out of his thoughts. He turned his head to look and saw in front of him a team of guards with neat helmets appearing who didn't know when. The person in front looked at him respectfully and said, Count Stein wants to see you. Please come with us. As soon as this name was uttered, Jishuka widened his eyes in disbelief and thought, the Northern Hegemon, one of the strongest forces in the Eternal Kingdom, wants to meet Grid. What is your identity, Grid? At Winston Castle. Lord Stein sat on the throne and looked at Irene. He silently assessed, I don't like it. The expression on my beloved daughter's face right now, she fell in love with a commoner instead of a prince. Is he really the powerful blacksmith who defeated Malachus and saved Irene? Even if he is, it doesn't make any sense. Looking at the expression on the Lord's face, Branda Ian, Lord Stein's student and Irene's childhood friend, immediately spoke up, I'm sure he is just a fraud as you predicted, Lord Stein. How can he do such extraordinary things at such a young age? We can't entrust Miss Irene to that bastard. Having just said this, I don't know when Shin Youngwoo entered the castle, he knelt down on one knee, placed one hand on his left chest, bowed his head respectfully and said, you must properly punish the scammer who seduced him, coax your daughter, the mighty Lord of the North Earl Stein, it is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as he saw this person, Brand was extremely angry and shouted, you, how dare you dress like that, don't you even know the greeting etiquette? Standing below and hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo frowned and thought, isn't it because my merits are highly appreciated that they invited me? Why do they have that attitude? That crazy guy, I don't know what's so harsh. While thinking about this, Lord Stein sitting high up suddenly spoke, I heard that you created a superior sword even though you are very young and that you are an outstanding swordsman who defeated Malachus and his followers, Yatan. Hearing what he said, then, Shin Youngwoo smiled shyly and said, I killed Malachus with my teammates, and I was able to defeat the cultists of Yatan Temple with my low-level swordsmanship because they were too weak. Hearing that, Lord Stein was a bit suspicious and asked, did you deal with them with a blacksmith's swordsmanship? I was wondering if those incompetent people had the ability to kidnap Irene or not. Realizing the bad meaning in these words, Shin Youngwoo thought coldly, is he implying that he made everything up? He is doubting me, the person who sold him the excellent sword at a cheap price, damn it, and even saved his daughter. Seeing that the situation seemed tense, Irene quickly ran over and said, Dad, why did you say that to Grid? He is, without letting her finish her sentence, Brand loudly interrupted, Miss, this is not a small matter. As for whether everything is true or not, we need to confirm it to know. Saying so, he gritted his teeth and thought, how dare you tempt my Irene? I will expose your face myself. Thinking so, Brand immediately swung his sword, suddenly rushed straight towards where Shin Youngwoo was standing and shouted loudly, prove it, Blacksmith. Seeing this scene, Shin Youngwoo decisively took out his Daneslife sword, filled with anger and shouted, I didn't expect you guys to treat guests so badly. However, if you fight to resolve a misunderstanding, I don't think so. Is there any reason to refuse? I'm really super strong. As soon as these words finished, the sword strike he made sent the brand flying far away. He fell to the ground, a little panicked and thought, he swung that big sword with just one hand. Maybe he was a craftsman. That's how strong his muscles are. Seeing that the opponent could still continue to stand up and fight, Shin Youngwoo silently calculated, then I will win with my technique, the foot strike. His leg lifted straight up, aimed right under Brand's chin and hit him. A loud bang rang out and he was sent flying back a long distance. But Brand quickly regained his balance. He put one hand on the ground and thought in horror, he looked like that, but he didn't expect his fighting techniques to be very good. Brand's level was 200, however Grid's weapon stats and combat experience made up for the difference in level. Shin Youngwoo looked straight at Brand, smiled and said, is kicking the nobleman considered blasphemy? Brand did not bother to answer, he did not give up, he continued to stand up, taking a defensive stance and mumbling, seeking honor and will. Seeing this move of the other person, Shin Youngwoo was a bit surprised and exclaimed loudly and said, "Are you a magic swordsman?" Brand curled his mouth and smiled. In one hand he held a sword, in the other a powerful magic flared up. He spoke neither quickly nor slowly. "Just babble whatever you want, humble commoner. I will destroy you with the magic I learned from my father, in the name of Count Asher's only son, the great magician." As soon as this name was uttered, Shin Youngwoo's eyes suddenly opened wide.